"Don't go outside when it's dark." This phrase had been circulating through disabled elderly village for years, but exactly when it started doing so was never figured out. In spite of that, the truth of this phrase was never in doubt. In disabled elderly village, Granny Sai started getting anxious as she watches the setting sun slowly hide behind the mountains. As the sun set, the last of its rays disappeared, suddenly leaving the entire world in absolute silence. No sound could be heard. The only thing that could be seen was the darkness that slowly approached from the west, swallowing every mountain, river, and tree in its path before finally arriving at disabled elderly village and engulfing it. 4 ancient stone statues had been erected at the 4 corners of disabled elderly village. These statues were so old and mottled that even Granny Sai didn't know who sculpted them or when they had been constructed there. As darkness fell, the 4 statues emitted a faint glow in the darkness. Seeing the statues light up as usual, Granny Sai and the rest of the elderly in the village let out sighs of relief. The darkness outside began growing thicker and thicker, but with the light of the statues, disabled elderly village was still considered safe. Suddenly, Granny Sai's ears twitched as she let out a cry of astonishment. "Everyone, listen. A child is crying outside." Beside her, Old Ma shook his head and replied, "Impossible. You must be hearing things. There really is a baby crying." Except for Deaf, the rest of the elderly looked at one another upon hearing the cries of a baby echo through the darkness from outside the village. How could a baby appear nearby when disabled elderly village was located in such a remote area? "I'll go take a look." Granny Sai grew excited as she tiptoed, then ran to the side of one of the statues in the village. Old Ma immediately hurried over as well. "Have you gone mad, Old Woman Sai? Leaving the village when it's dark means death. The things in the dark are afraid of the stone statue. I won't die so quickly if I carry this statue out of the village." Granny Sai bent over as she attempted to carry the stone statue. However, since she was a hunchback, she was unable to carry it on her back. Old Ma shook his head. "Let me do it. I'll help you carry the statue." Another elderly person to the side walked over with a limp and said, "Old Ma, you won't be able to carry that stone statue for long with just that remaining arm of yours. With both my arms intact, it'll be better to let me do it." Old Ma just stared at him. "Can you still walk with your lame leg, damned cripple? I may only have one arm left, but there's more than enough strength in it." He stabilized his footing as he carried the impossibly heavy stone statue with his only arm. "Old Woman Sai, let's go. Stop calling me damned old woman asterisk. Cripple, mute, and the rest be extra vigilant. Since the village will be short one stone statue, be sure not to let the things in the darkness slip in." As Old Ma and Granny Sai walked out of disabled elderly village, strange and unknown things floated through the darkness around them. However, as the stone statue shone with rays of light, all of them screeched strangely and retreated back into the darkness. After following the baby's cries for a few hundred steps, Old Ma and Granny Sai moved forward and arrived at a huge riverbank. This was where the baby's cries were coming from. The faint glow from the stone statue did not reach far enough, so both of them had to intently listen to the direction that the sound came from, moving upstream. After dozens of steps, the cry could be heard nearby. At the same time, Old Ma's only arm had nearly reached its limit. Granny Sai used her bright eyes and spotted a small fluorescent glow in the distance. The glow came from a basket which had stopped at the riverbank. It was also where the cries had been coming from. It really was a child. Granny Sai moved forward to pick the basket up, but she was startled upon realizing she couldn't. Under the basket was a pair of pale white hands had become bloated by the river water. These hands were propping up the basket and the child inside of it, pushing them all the way to the riverbed. "Don't worry. The child is safe now," Granny gently said to the woman under the water. As if the female corpse heard her words, her hands loosened their grasp. She disappeared into the darkness as she got swept away by the river. Granny Sai lifted the basket up, and inside of it was a baby swaddled in cloth. A jade pendant that gave off a fluorescent glow rested atop the clothing. Both the glow of the jade pendant and the glow of the stone statue were very similar, but the glow of the jade pendant was much weaker. It was this jade pendant that had protected the child in the basket from the encroachment of the things in the darkness. Since the glow of the jade pendant was weak, it was only able to protect the child and not the woman. It's a boy. Returning to disabled elderly village, all the villagers that gathered were old, weak, sick, and disabled. Granny Sai peeled away the swaddling cloth to take a look at the baby, and the remnants of her withered, scattered teeth broke out into a grin. There is finally a healthy person in our disabled elderly village. Cripple, who only had one leg remaining, surprisingly asked, "Are you planning on raising him, old woman Sai? We can't even take care of ourselves. I think we should give him away."
Granny si rapte di inanger.
I, an old woman, retrieved this child with my own strength. Why must I give him away? The group of villagers became submissive and did not dare to oppose her. Carried on a stretcher, the village chief came over. He was slightly worse than the rest of the elderly. At least the others had limbs, even if they were lesser than those of a normal human. He, on the other hand, had no limbs at all. However, everyone was very respectful of him. Even the fiend-like Granny Sai did not dare to be impudent. "Since we are going to raise him, should we give him a name?" she asked. Village chief replied, "Old woman, do you see anything else in the basket?" Granny Sai went through the basket and shook her head. "There isn't anything in here other than this jade pendant. The word kin is on the pendant. The jade does not have any impurities, and it also has a strange power. It definitely isn't an ordinary object. Could it be from a rich family? Should he be called Kin, or should his surname be Kin?" Village chief gave the question some thought before saying, "Let his surname be Kin, and let his name be Mu. Chin Mu. Once he grows up, let him be a herder. That should be enough for him to survive at least."
Chin Mu kropka.
Granny Sai looked at the swaddled baby who wasn't afraid of her and was unexpectedly giggling without a care. The sound of a flute echoed across the river bank. A herder boy sat on a cow, playing a melodious tune on his flute. The herder boy looked to be 11 to 12 years of age, and he had delicate features, such as his red lips and white teeth. With his shirt half open, a jade pendant dangled in front of his chest. This young boy was indeed the baby that Granny Sai had picked up from the riverbank 11 years ago. The elderly in the village had painstakingly raised the boy over the years. Granny Sai had found a cow so that, when Kin Mu was still a baby, he could have milk every day and live through the period in which babies would die young. However, no one knew where she got it from. Even though the villagers of disabled elderly village were all fiendish, all of them were very nice to Kin Mu. Granny Sai was a tailor, and during most days, Kin Mu would learn how to tailor from Granny Sai, how to gather and refine herbs from the apothecary, how to use leg skills from Grandpa Cripple, how to use echolocation from Grandpa Blind, and how to properly breathe and exhale from a limbless village chief. As a result, each day went by quickly. The cow had been his wet nurse since he was a baby. Granny Sai had planned to sell her away, but Kin Mu was reluctant. Therefore, the job of herding cows was left to him. Kin Mu frequently herded cows by the riverbank, content with the green mountains and bluish-white clouds. Chin Mu. Kin Mu, save me. Suddenly, the cow Kin Mu was sitting on started to speak, greatly shocking him before he jumped down from its back. He could only see the cow's eyes welling up with tears, and in a human tongue, it said, "Kin Mu, you have consumed my milk since you were a baby. I can partially be considered your mother, so you need to save me." Kin Mu blinked, then asked, "How do I save you?" The cow said, "There's a sickle at your waist. Cut away my skin and you can save me from being trapped."
Chin Mu hesitated.
"Have you forgotten the grace in which I nurtured you?" the cow asked. Kin Mu raised his sickle and carefully cut the cow's skin. It was strange, but when the cow skin had been peeled away, not a single drop of blood flowed out. In addition to that, the inside of the cow skin was unexpectedly empty. No flesh or bone could be seen. Halfway through peeling the skin from the cow, a woman who appeared to be 20 to 30 years old rolled out, both legs still wrapped in those of the cow. Her skin and the cow's skin were connected, but her upper body had already been separated from the cow's skin. With her disheveled hair, the woman grabbed the sickle from the hands of the flabbergasted Kin Mu and cut the cowskin from her legs in 2 to 3 moves. Her courage turned into evil as she looked at Kin Mu and pointed the sickle at him, laughing coldly. "Vile little creature. I was turned into a cow because of you, and for 11 years, I could only eat grass and even had to feed you milk. I had just given birth to my poor child before that witch plotted against me and turned me into a cow just to feed you milk. Now I'm finally free. I'm going to kill you, then I'll slaughter every evil being in this village." Kin Mu was dumbfounded and had no idea what the lady from the cowskin was talking about. Just as the lady was about to slice him to death, she suddenly felt a chill from the center of her back. She looked down and saw the blade of a knife jutting out from her chest. "Mua, your grandpa apothecary wants you to go home for your medicines." The corpse of the lady collapsed to the floor. Behind her, pleasantly smiling at Kin Mu and holding a knife that dripped blood, was Grandpa Cripple from the village. Grandpa Cripple. Kin Mu's body went limp as he looked at the cowskin and the lady's corpse in a daze. "Go on back now." Cripple patted him on the shoulder and chuckled. As Kin Mu stumbled back to the village, he turned back to look and saw Cripple throwing the lady's corpse into the river. The impact of this scene was so great to him that he didn't even realize when he'd returned to the village. "Chin Mu. Damned brat, what did I tell you? Don't go outside when it's dark." As night fell, the stone statues at the 4 corners of disabled elderly village automatically began to light up again. Granny Sai stopped Kin Mu, who was planning to sneak out of the village to check on the cowskin, and dragged him back. "Granny, why can't we go out when the sky goes dark?" Kin Mu asked, raising his head. "When the sky goes dark, some scary things will move around in the darkness. Going outside means certain death," Granny Sai solemnly said. "The stone statues in the village protect us, and the things in the darkness dare not enter the village." "Do the other villagers have stone statues like this too?" Kin Mu asked out of curiosity. Granny Sai nodded her head. However, she kept looking outside of the village with a worried expression, mumbling to herself, "Cripple should be back soon. I really shouldn't have let Cripple go out. He only has 1 leg remaining." "Granny, something weird happened today." Kin Mu hesitated for a moment before telling Granny Sai about the woman that emerged from the cow's stomach. Granny Sai nonchalantly replied, "Are you talking about that woman? Cripple told me about that. He settled it properly. When you were weaned at 4 years old, I wanted to sell the cow away, but you didn't want me to. In the end, I let you care for it. You see what happened? I said you would definitely develop feelings for the cow if you drank its milk until you were 4 years old."
Chin Mu blushed.
4 years of age was definitely too late to wean a child off of milk, but that wasn't the important thing here, right? "Granny, Grandpa Cripple killed that lady. It was a good kill."
Granny si laughed.
"She made a bargain. She would have died 11 years ago. If it weren't for our need to nurse you, could she have lived up to today?" Kin Mu didn't know what she was talking about. Granny Sai glanced at him and said, "That woman was the wife of the Lord of Border Dragon City, which is located thousands of miles away. Border Dragon City Lord is lecherous, and that woman got jealous easily. The Border Dragon City Lord loves to go out womanizing and kidnapping maidens from respectable families. Every single time the Border Dragon City Lord defiled the purity of a maiden, his wife would send her men to beat that maiden to death. I originally snuck into Border Dragon City planning to assassinate her, but when I saw that she had just given birth to a child that was only 3 months old and saw that she had the milk you needed, I turned her into a cow. I didn't think that this woman would actually manage to break free from the seal, speak, and nearly harm you." Utterly amazed, Kin Mu cried out, "Granny, how do you turn a human into a cow?" Granny Sai chuckled, revealing her withered teeth. "You want to learn? I'll teach you. Oh, Cripple is back." Kin Mu looked over and saw Cripple limping back, gripping a crutch with one hand and carrying a beast over his back with another. Darkness came flooding toward the village like raging tide, causing Granny Sai worriedly shout, "Move faster, damned cripple! Faster! What's the rush?" Cripple continued walking toward the village at a steady pace, and at the exact moment he entered the village, the thick darkness flooded over the entire village. The beast on his back, a fierce multicolored tiger, was still alive. The darkness brushed against its tail, and it suddenly howled in pain. Kinmu rushed behind it to take a look and saw that the only thing left of the tiger's tail was bone. All of the tail's skin, fur, and flesh had disappeared as if something had chewed everything off. Kinmu gazed into the darkness outside the village, curiosity piqued, unable to see anything in the pitch black. What is it that exists within the darkness? He thought. Granny Sai smiled as she excitedly pulled Kinmu into the village. Stop looking out there and come here. Quickly. Today is your big day. Village chief, Old Ma, everyone, get out here. A bonfire illuminated the village. As village chief was once again carried out on a stretcher, he solemnly asked, "Have the 4 spirits been found?" "They've all been found." One-armed Old Ma dragged out a huge jade-green snake that was dozens of yards long. The snake reeked of blood, but it was still alive. In spite of that, it couldn't move under Old Ma's one-handed grip. At the same time, Mute the blacksmith came over carrying a huge bird that was slightly bigger than him. Both of the bird's wings and legs were bound, and whenever it tried to struggle, sparks bounced from its feathers. The crackling noises that its struggling created were terrifying. Blind then carried out a giant tortoise that was much larger than a table. Only God knew how long this giant tortoise had lived, for even its shell had turned golden with age. All 4 limbs of the beast were hidden inside of its shell. A claw would sneakily stretch out from time to time, and one instance in which it did, Kinmu saw steam coming from the bottom of it. The steam looked as if it was strong enough to lift the golden tortoise up and help it escape. The only reason the tortoise was unable to do so was the fact that Blind had a hook piercing its nose. The green dragon, the white tiger, the vermilion bird, and the black tortoise. Even though we haven't been able to find the blood of these 4 spirits, we can still refine some by using the green dragon snake, the iron bone tiger, the lightning bird, and the golden tortoise as replacements. They will be enough. Village chief gave the village's resident butcher a nod. Butcher grinned and used his hands and arms to move forward. He was a man who only had the upper half of his body left. Every part below his waist had been cleanly chopped off. 4 vats had been placed in front of the green dragon snake, iron bone tiger, lightning bird, and golden tortoise. Slicing into each of them a single time, Butcher let out the blood of these ferocious beasts. Soon enough, the fresh blood of these 4 beasts ran dry. "Apothecary," village chief called out. The village's apothecary stepped forward. He had no face. His nose, the skin on his face, and half of his lips seemed to have been sliced off by someone. He was the ugliest, scariest person in the village, but Kinmu felt that Grandpa Apothecary was the nicest. Apothecary stepped forward and took out 4 peculiar red leaves. On each leaf was a snow-white insect egg. Apothecary dropped a leaf into every vat. In each one, a larva could be seen hatching from its egg, coming to rest on the leaf, and drinking the blood. The more blood these larvae drank, the bigger their bodies became. The blood in all 4 vats quickly disappeared, leaving behind a big fat worm in all 4 vats. Apothecary scattered some white, crystalline foam that resembled salt into each vat, and Kinmu could actually see the 4 worms rapidly shrink. The sight made him click his tongue in wonder. A moment later, Apothecary picked the 4 worms up. Each of the worms was only the size of a person's palm. Taking out 4 white porcelain cups, he tightly squeezed one of the worms, causing it to squeak loudly. Crystal clear amber blood flowed from its mouth, filling up a cup. Doing the same thing to the other 3 bugs, Apothecary squeezed the blood from each one's stomach into the remaining cups, then placed all 4 in front of Kinmu while shaking his head. Only this much spirit blood could be refined. They aren't the real spirit beasts after all. Mua, there are 7 great treasure vaults in the human body. Spirit embryo, 5 elements, 6 directions, 7 stars, celestial being, life and death, and divine bridge. These 7 great treasure vaults are inherently sealed, just like hidden treasures that are locked away. As a result, they are referred to as the 7 great divine treasures. The 7 great divine treasures are normally sealed and require a warrior to unseal it themselves, village chief said. His aura was intimidating as the light of the bonfire's blaze flickered across his face. Walls are what stand in the way of a warrior trying to awaken their divine treasures. There is one for each treasure: the spirit embryo wall, the 5 elements wall, the 6 directions wall, the 7 stars wall, the celestial being wall, the life and death wall, and the divine bridge wall. The process of breaking through these 7 walls is called wall break. Grandpa Ma gently caressed Kinmu's head with his remaining hand and smiled. It is impossible for a person to cultivate if a wall can't be broken. Some people are blessed by the heavens. When such a person is born, their spirit embryo wall will have already been broken, naturally unsealing their spirit embryo divine treasure. This kind of constitution is called a spirit body, gifted by the heavens as the perfect seedling for cultivation. People with a spirit body have talents superior to that of normal people, allowing them to cultivate twice as fast. There are 4 elements for spirit embryo, which means that there are also 4 kinds of spirit bodies: the green dragon spirit body, the white tiger spirit body, the vermilion bird spirit body, and the black tortoise spirit body. The blood of these 4 spirits is needed in order to check if one possesses a spirit body. If you possess a green dragon spirit body, you will awaken the chi of the green dragon after drinking green dragon spirit blood, just like old Ma, apothecary said. One-armed old Ma unbuttoned his shirt and took it off, standing topless in front of Kinmu. He turned his back to Kinmu before unleashing a deep shout. Kinmu immediately saw a green chi emerge from old Ma's back. From his tailbone to the back of his head, the green chi slowly formed a green dragon. As the scales, beard, and hair of the dragon appeared, a dragon claw extended old Ma's only arm while another 2 dragon claws coiled around his legs. This is a green dragon spirit body. One-armed old Ma put his shirt back on. Old woman Sai has a white tiger spirit body. Granny Sai rolled her eyes and said, "I won't take off my clothes and let you old dogs take advantage of me. I shall show Kinmu by shaping my chi." Granny Sai's body shook slightly as the indistinct figure of a ferocious white tiger appeared behind her, a faint bestial roar resonating from it. Everyone in the village has a spirit body. Back in the day, we were glorious. Now, however, we are all just a bunch of old, disabled elderly.
Granny si smiled.
There's nothing that we, the disabled elderly, can give you. These 4 cups of blood from 4 different spirits are the key to awakening a spirit body. Like with a green dragon spirit body, if you have a white tiger spirit body, drinking white tiger spirit blood would awaken the chi of the white tiger within your spirit embryo. If you have a vermilion bird spirit body, vermilion bird spirit blood would awaken the chi of the vermilion bird within your spirit embryo. The same goes for a black tortoise spirit body. Now drink. Village chief, Granny Sai, and everyone else looked at Kinmu, revealing expressions of anticipation. Kinmu's heart pumped wildly. Even though he had drunk countless strange concoctions while learning how to gather and refine herbs from apothecary, it had never been this strange. Kinmu lifted one of the porcelain cups. Since the cup held vermilion bird spirit blood, the sanguine liquid was blistering hot. He drank all of it in one shot and felt a burning sensation spread from his throat to his limbs and then his bones. He felt a raging blaze inside of his body, one that was so hot his blood seemed to be boiling. After a moment, the burning feeling faded. Mute, does he have a vermilion bird spirit body? Village chief asked. Mute the blacksmith shook his head. Continue, Kinmu, village chief said. Kinmu took the second white porcelain cup that contained white tiger spirit blood. Drinking it felt like drinking molten iron-filled slag, tasted like copper, and stung his mouth. He felt that same stinging sensation throughout his body, which then faded soon after. He doesn't have a white tiger spirit body. Granny Sai shook her head in slight disappointment. Kinmu, the 3rd cup, village chief said solemnly. Kinmu drank from the 3rd cup. It contained green dragon spirit blood that had been refined from the huge green snake. This cup of spirit blood made him feel as if the blood in his muscles had begun to swell, uncomfortably squeezing his organs. However, this bloated feeling quickly faded as well. Old Ma shook his head with a disappointed look on his face. He doesn't have a green dragon spirit body. In that case, he must have a black tortoise spirit body. Apothecary revealed a rare smile, looking even more sinister than usual. Kin Mu drank the last cup that was full of black tortoise spirit blood. His body became as light as a feather as he drank it. It was like he was immersed in the water of a river. However, like before, the feeling quickly vanished. He doesn't have a black tortoise spirit body. Apothecary shook his head. The villagers around the bonfire became silent. Then Butcher said, "If that's the case, he's just an ordinary human." Granny Sai suddenly began to cry, struggling to speak. "All of us are old and disabled. Kin Mu won't be able to continue living if we die. It's so dangerous here. He wouldn't survive for even a day." Kin Mu grabbed Granny Sai's hand and gently said, "Don't cry, Granny. You and all the grandpas are good people. Nobody will die." "Good people? Hee hee." Old Ma laughed at himself. "We were all forced to retreat to the Great Ruins, struggling to live at death's doorstep. The Great Ruins are too dangerous, so it'll definitely be difficult for Mua to survive without us. We should send him out of the Great Ruins where it's much safer. We will be discovered and killed if we send him out. Since he is associated with us, he would die as well," Butcher said coldly. Disabled elderly village went silent once again. Suddenly, village chief spoke. "Good." Confused, Granny Sai asked, "What's good about this?" Village chief smiled. "I'm referring to his constitution. It's a good, no, it's a great seedling." Butcher, Apothecary, and the rest of the villagers gave him blank stares, unable to understand why Kin Mu's constitution was great. Village chief smiled and explained, "My guess is that Mua has another type of constitution, one that combines the strengths of the 4 great constitutions, an overlord body." An overlord body? Granny Sai and the rest wore skeptical looks. All of them were experienced, knowledgeable people, but they had never heard of an overlord body before. Yes, an overlord body. Village chief grinned. "It's difficult for normal spirit blood to awaken an overlord body. Blood from the 4 great spirit beasts must be collected for the overlord body to show itself. None of the 4 great spirit beasts remain in the Great Ruins, but it shouldn't be too hard to find their descendants. Continue capturing beasts and refining their blood. Once Kin Mu drinks enough spirit blood, his overlord body will awaken naturally." Everyone trusted village chief, so all of the disabled elderly in the village were overjoyed to hear him say all of this. "Tomorrow I'll go with Crippled to catch a tiger. Rest early. Mua. You'll still have to drink more spirit blood tomorrow." Once everyone dispersed, Apothecary and Mute brought village chief back to his room. After Mute left, Apothecary remained in the room and softly said, "The overlord body doesn't exist." Village chief nodded. "I said that without thinking. However, if I hadn't said anything, it would have been hard for everyone else to continue living." Apothecary was at a loss for words. Everyone in disabled elderly village had their own history, but they were all forced to move to the Great Ruins. Struggling to survive, all of their sorrows weighed heavily upon them. Kin Mu was partially the reason why everyone could continue living up to this point. It was the appearance of this healthy little baby that had cleansed the sorrow from everyone's hearts. As they raised Kin Mu, they began to view this little boy as their most precious family member. It was Kin Mu that held the fragile hearts of the people in disabled elderly village together. If the villagers knew that Kin Mu only had an ordinary body and wouldn't be able to survive in the Great Ruins by himself, all of them might actually lose control and do the unthinkable. Apothecary was expressionless. You can't hide the truth from them forever. All of us will die of old age someday and leave Kin Mu behind. That's why we'll never tell him that the overlord body doesn't exist. Keep it a secret from him for eternity. village chief said solemnly. Let him believe that he has the one and only overlord body. Apothecary was stunned as he examined village chief's face. Under the dim light from the oil lamp, village chief's face seemed to be particularly bewitching as he smiled. I want to see if an ordinary person with unparalleled faith can achieve something that even we, people with spirit bodies, can't. Apothecary gave him a blank stare. Mortal body to overlord body. Village chief nodded deeply. As long as there's faith, a mortal body will become an overlord body. Apothecary had his own way of doing things. Make Kin Mu drink as much spirit blood as possible. Drown him in it if need be. Even if his spirit body doesn't awaken, his physical body will get stronger every time he drinks spirit blood. His physical body will become much more powerful than any spirit body. He'll be able to kill a dragon with one punch. Village chief laughed. Such a thing would definitely terrify those bastards outside the great ruins. Both of them looked at each other with glee. Then Apothecary walked out of the room and closed the door. The next day, the villagers managed to get a hold of a few more iron bone tigers, green dragon snakes, lightning birds, and golden tortoises. With a goal to strive for, all of them were eager to work. Apothecary, however, got angry. Kin Mu will drown if he drinks so much spirit blood in one go. Mute the blacksmith dragged 2 lightning birds over and laughed mischievously, revealing his tongueless mouth. Mua can endure it. Granny Sai had faith in Kin Mu. Yet Apothecary just stared at them and went silent. He took out the larvae and carried on refining the blood, but things still went wrong. The amount of spirit blood was too much for Kin Mu, causing his body to inflate as if he were filling with air. All of the elderly villagers became extremely nervous, worried that Kin Mu would explode with a bang. Apothecary took out a few hollow silver needles, stabbing them into Kin Mu's back and the top of his head. Red, blue, and purple gases spewed from the holes in the protruding end of each needle. After some time, the stream of gas from each needle stemmed and stopped. Apothecary then removed each needle and glared at the others. Take things at a steady pace, step by step. All of you trying to force feed him as if he were a glutton will just kill him. He's unbearably bloated right now, so all of you make yourselves busy. To help him digest the spirit blood, he'll be training his knife skills with Butcher, his fists with Old Ma, and his legs with Cripple. Mua, it's time for some knife training. Butcher shoved both his hands against the ground, actually launching himself into the air and landing on a nearby pile of wood. Since he didn't have a lower body, the combined height of the pile of wood and his upper body allowed him to match Kin Mu. Butcher held a pair of pig slaughtering knives in both his hands, but these knives were different from the norm. Normal pig slaughtering knives had blades that were curved into a crescent moon and were no more than a foot long. In addition to that, they had circular wooden handles. On the other hand, Butcher's pig slaughtering knives had a similar design, yet were significantly larger. The blade of each knife stretched out to a yard in length. The backs of the blades were thick while the edges were very thin, and both sparkled with a polished sheen. Side by side, both knives were terrifyingly huge and resembled an arched doorway. Although he only had one, Kin Mu's pig slaughtering knife was the same size as Butcher's. It was extremely heavy, weighing over 10 kilograms. Kin Mu would usually be able to just barely lift that single knife, but after consuming the blood of the 4 spirits, his strength had increased by leaps and bounds. Lifting up the pig slaughtering knife with just one hand no longer felt like a struggle to him. Watch out, Grandpa Butcher. Kin Mu wielded the knife with one hand and rushed at Butcher, who was on the wooden pile. Butcher laughed loudly, radiating a heroic aura despite having only half his body. Midnight battle across stormy cities. Kin Mu swung his knife up and down as he moved toward Butcher. The knife flashed faster and faster, creating whistlings of wind. Slow, slow, slow. You are too slow. Butcher started to make a big fuss as his blades became a flurry of metal in front of him. His blades clashed against Kin Mu's, creating a din that sounded like a storm terrorizing pear blossom trees. Faster. Go faster. Your pig slaughtering knife can still go faster. Speed is the essence of midnight battle across stormy cities. The pig slaughtering knife must be as fast as the storm at night, sweeping across all the cities. I want to see you go faster. The continuous flash of knives grew faster, as if 3 silver dragons were writhing up, down, and around the wooden pile. The sound of cutting wind grew louder, and among it, blade energy swirled about. Whenever the blade energy struck the ground, a deep gouge appeared in the earth. Those were marks from their blades. Magnificent. That's the way to do it. The faster your knife is, the more powerful its blade energy will be. However, you still aren't fast enough. You must become so fast that your blade becomes a raging inferno, burning and incinerating all. Butcher continued to swing his knives in a whirlwind of motion, seemingly going into a frenzy. The sight dazzled Kin Mu. Burn. Burn. Let your knives burn. Let your aura burn, and let your spirit burn. Once you've set your knives aflame, that is when you'll know you've completed the divine art. Whoosh! As Butcher continued to unleash a whirlwind of slashes with his knives, the friction between the two of them actually created a spark and set the air on fire. The two knives actually moved back and forth like flaming dragons, creating an awe-inspiring sight. The flame dragons hurtled toward Kin Mu, who was clearly unable to block them. At the last moment, right before they struck him, the flame dragons twisted upward, tearing the darkness of the night sky above disabled elderly village to shreds.
Quinn musterred mezenkli upwards, a testament to Butcher's terrifying knife-wielding prowess.
Soon enough, darkness swarmed back toward the village, devouring every bit of the flame dragons and the blade energy that formed them. The darkness above seemed to be angry at Butcher for raising his knives against them. The pitch black swarmed down toward the village, threatening to devour it whole. However, the stone statues at the 4 corners of the village suddenly grew brighter, pushing back the darkness. Goddamn sky! Still propped up on the pile of wood, Butcher brandished his knives with both hands as he shouted toward the heavens. I will cleave through this darkness and slaughter my way back someday. My waist was chopped off, not my head. I may have lost my legs, but I'll still slaughter. Grandpa Butcher's gone crazy again. His knives really were too fast though. How long will I have to train to be as fast as him and turn my knife skills into a divine art? Kin Mu gazed at the enraged Butcher in respect. Then he put his pig slaughtering knife back down and went to look for one-armed old Ma. While Butcher's knife-wielding needs to create flames before being considered a divine art, my fist movements have to create the sound of thunder before qualifying as a divine art. Old Ma clenched his fist, a serious expression on his face as crackling sounds emanated from his bones. Mua, when you are able to hold lightning in your hands, your fists will have achieved the smallest of successes. Butcher's knives are extremely fast, but my fist explodes with unrivaled strength, surpassing the limits of sound and air. One arm can train the fist, one arm can be 1,000 arms, one arm can create the sound of thunder. Boom! Muffled explosions resembling the dull rumble of thunder rang out from Old Ma's fist as he punched the air in front of him. Boom, boom, boom. Kin Mu couldn't tell how fast Old Ma's fist was moving as the one-armed man unleashed a series of punches. With his naked eye, Kin Mu could only see after images of Old Ma's fist, making it seem as if he had 1,000 arms instead of just one. Old Ma's fist started to move even faster. Lightning flashed in the palms of all 1,000 of the man's hands, popping and crackling. Thunder accompanied every strike as well, sparks flying in every direction. This is 1,000-armed Buddha of the Thunderclap 8 strikes. As long as your fists are faster than the speed of sound, you'll be able to control the sound of thunder. Every punch and every palm strike of this divine art is capable of destroying the opponent's body and soul, consigning them to eternal damnation, and preventing them from ever reincarnating. Old Ma reined his fist in and solemnly said, "Use the Thunderclap 8 strikes I taught you. Attack me. Control both lightning and thunder in your hands as you strike." Kin Mu remained calm. The abilities that Grandpa Ma and Grandpa Butcher taught him today were different than usual. The last time he trained with either of them, both had only taught him the normal knife and fist skills. This time, Both brought up the same term, divine art. Since this was his first time coming across the term, Kin Mu was unfamiliar with it. Kin Mu used the Thunderclap 8 strikes to attack Old Ma. Despite having only one arm, he blocked all of Kin Mu's strikes effortlessly. Although Butcher seemed to go into a frenzy when training with Kin Mu, every clash between the two of them was precisely calculated so that he'd never hurt the boy. Unlike Butcher, Old Ma struck without mercy. Whenever Kin Mu revealed a gap in his defenses, a punch would strike him. Even though the punches weren't heavy, Kin Mu's nose still ended up bloody and swollen. Old Ma only let Kin Mu rest when he couldn't fight any longer. Legs are the wind, the land, and the root of all strength, Cripple said as he leaned on a crutch. Despite the fact that he only had one leg left, Cripple was the one teaching Kin Mu leg techniques. Kin Mu had originally thought that Grandpa Cripple was the most normal person in the village. The old man always smiled warmly and always felt reliable. However, ever since Cripple stabbed the woman that had emerged from the cowskin, with the same warm smile no less, Kin Mu was no longer certain about him. Cripple was good at hiding a dagger behind a smile. No one knew whether that smile was genuine or fake. Cripple smiled at Kin Mu. Mua, Butcher praised his knives while Old Ma praised his fists. However, real divine arts lie within one's legs. When you are unable to chop or beat your opponent, what do? You run, of course. Staying alive is what's most important. Life isn't all sunshine and rainbows. Things can go wrong. That's why staying alive can also be considered a victory. As long as you run fast enough, you can sprint on walls, on water, and even through the sky. Everything, even fire or air, becomes a foothold if you run fast enough. The moment you are able to run faster than sound is the moment you will have reached the rudimentary level of leg skill required for divine arts. Come, Mua. Put these iron weights on. Since Grandpa Cripple's leg technique is so fast that he is able to run through the sky, who was it that chopped his leg off? Grandpa Ma's fists are so powerful, but who severed his right arm from his body? And who could have gotten past Grandpa Butcher's knives and cut him in half? Having witnessed the true abilities of Butcher, Old Ma, and Cripple, Kin Mu was both awestruck and confused. Upon completion of his leg training session with Cripple, Kin Mu's body finally finished digesting the energy in the blood of the four spirits, improving his constitution. By that time, exhaustion threatened to overwhelm him, and he desperately wanted to just lay down and sleep. However, this was only the start of his suffering. Almost every day, the elderly in the village would capture vicious beasts, refine blood of the four spirits from them, and have Kin Mu to drink all of it. Once he did, the insane series of training sessions would commence, tormenting him over and over until he was thoroughly worn out. Besides learning leg, fist, and knife techniques from Cripple, Old Ma, and Butcher respectively, Kin Mu also learned blacksmithing from Mute, painting and calligraphy from Deaf. He even learned how to use echolocation and staff techniques from Blind, all while wearing a blindfold. Whenever Kin Mu became dead tired, Village Chief would call him over and have him practice breathing techniques. The breathing technique that Village Chief taught him was the powerful, specialized Overlord Body 3 elixir technique. Although Kin Mu wasn't aware of how powerful the so-called Overlord Body 3 elixir technique was, the fatigue in his body, which had accumulated over the course of multiple training sessions, would fade whenever he trained with Village Chief. Kin Mu would feel lively and refreshed after a short while, so he considered the breathing technique miraculous. Apothecary's gaze wavered as he waited for Kin Mu to walk away, then spoke up in a soft voice. Village Chief, you only taught him the most ordinary Dayin technique, right? That's correct. It's just the Dayin technique, Village Chief said, not bothering to deny it. The four great spirit bodies all have techniques of their own. The Green Dragon spirit body uses the chi of the Green Dragon to cultivate, and the White Tiger spirit body uses the chi of the White Tiger to cultivate. The Vermilion Bird and Black Tortoise spirit bodies use chi of the Vermilion Bird and chi of the Black Tortoise to cultivate respectively. However, Kin Mu's body does not contain any of these four vital chi attributes, preventing him from using any of the four great spirit bodies techniques to cultivate. Since he can't cultivate any of the techniques we use, I could only teach him the simplest technique. Even ordinary people can learn the Daoyin technique and use it to cultivate, as it's the only technique that does not require attributes. This explanation left Apothecary puzzled. But the Daoyin technique is too simple, too normal. One would certainly be able to become a martial arts practitioner by using it, but they would have fewer accomplishments as a result. I originally thought that as well, village chief said. Then a strange expression appeared on his face. However, I think that we may have been underestimating the Daoyin technique. I have had Kinmu cultivate with it since childhood, and now his vital qi is extremely formidable. The only way he could unleash its full power, however, is if his vital qi possessed an attribute. Apothecary trembled. Just how formidable is his vital qi? If his vital qi were the same attribute as your green dragon vital qi, Kinmu's strength would be equal to half the power of your spirit embryo divine treasure. Village chief's words caused Apothecary to jump in shock. I've already broken the celestial being wall and awakened the celestial being divine treasure, he cried. I spent years fully awakening the spirit embryo, 5 elements, and 6 directions divine treasures. Half the power of my spirit embryo divine treasure is equivalent to that of a peak martial arts practitioner. For Kinmu's strength to be on par with a peak martial arts practitioner without awakening his spirit embryo divine treasure. If he manages to awaken his spirit embryo divine treasure, won't he be several times stronger than if he had one of the 4 great spirit bodies? How is this still the Daoyin technique? Village chief was just as confused as Apothecary was. The Daoyin technique is indeed mysterious. Although it's a simple breathing technique, the foundation it establishes is solid beyond belief. Mua has been cultivating for 10 years, which definitely isn't a short time. The Daoyin technique might have been slow when he first started using it to cultivate, but I've recently noticed that Mua's strength has been increasing by leaps and bounds. His improvement is especially terrifying on days that he consumes the blood of the 4 spirits. If the Daoyin technique weren't so common, I would have thought that it was some godly technique. Both them wore strange expressions. Apothecary let out a ragged breath and shook his head. It's still useless. Regardless of how strong he gets, vital qi devoid of attributes can't unleash much power. How far do you think he'll be able to use the Daoyin technique to cultivate? The look on village chief's face became even stranger. I have no idea. Apothecary nodded in understanding. The Daoyin technique was the most basic technique that children would normally use to build their foundations. Once a child became 10 years old, that foundation would have developed enough to withstand the impacts of spirit blood. After confirming the type of spirit body a child possessed, they would no longer need to cultivate using the Daoyin technique. Better techniques would be available once a person broke any of the walls, so further progress with the Daoyin technique wouldn't be necessary. As for ordinary people who use the Daoyin technique to cultivate, they would never have the chance to drink spirit blood daily as Kinmu did. Only powerful, influential families would be able to provide such a luxury, but none would waste a huge amount of resources on an ordinary heir. No such family would do what the elderly in disabled elderly village did and constantly catch exceptional spirits beasts just to aid in the cultivation of an ordinary person like Kinmu. Village chief had never heard of anyone cultivating the Daoyin technique to its maximum potential, let alone to the level that Kinmu was currently at. As a result, he had no idea what level Kinmu would be able to reach in the future. What ended up shocking Apothecary and village chief the most was, in the days to come, Kinmu's cultivation became increasingly profound. The supposedly common Daoyin technique caused an extraordinary change in his body, making his foundation to be extremely solid. In just a month's time, Kinmu became able to endure consuming even more blood of the 4 spirits, and his vital qi became even denser than it would have been if he had just awakened his spirit embryo divine treasure. However, even though his vital qi was so dense, its lack of attributes prevented him from unleashing any power. This made Kinmu unable to show the true abilities of his cultivation. Yet the density of his vital qi also came with positive effects. Kinmu became very good at enduring hits and could also recover extremely fast. He eventually got to a point in his training where he could properly face each of his teachers. He could properly clash with butcher's knives, withstand old Ma's fists, trade staff blows with blind while wearing a blindfold, endure leg training with cripple, and finish off the series of training sessions by going to mute the blacksmith and forging iron equipment with a 100-pound hammer. Even with such high-intensity training, Kinmu only needed to cultivate with the Overlord Body 3 elixir technique, inhaling and exhaling accordingly, and he would be completely refreshed. The wondrous effect of the Overlord Body 3 elixir technique left even village chief in shock. He got apothecary to secretly check on Kinmu's physical condition, find out if there was any hidden damage caused by Kinmu overworking himself, and prevent it from becoming permanent. After checking on Kinmu, apothecary returned to village chief with a weird look on his face. I didn't find any hidden damage caused by overwork or exhaustion. In fact, since his vital chi is so dense, it's already starting to improve his constitution. Village chief was stumped. Despite him being extremely knowledgeable, he had never seen a situation like Kinmu's. To cultivate the most common Dayin technique to this extent had already surpassed everybody's understanding of the breathing technique. Kinmu, you will learn to tailor from Granny today. No more fist training. Granny Sai called out to Kinmu. The hunchbacked old woman walked over carrying a small basket filled with needles and thread. As her small steps took her out of the village, Kinmu rushed forward and took the basket from her arm, asking, "Granny, aren't we supposed to learn to tailor in the village? Why are we going outside?" "We are going outside today to teach you how to really tailor and make real clothes."
Granny si chuckled.
Old Ma, Cripple, and the rest of those old fogies have recently gotten around to teaching you some actual skills. In light of that, Granny can't be stingy. Today, I'll be teaching you what a tailor does best. What a tailor does best? Kinmu thought in confusion. Doesn't a tailor just make clothes? In spite of his confusion, Kinmu followed Granny Sai out of the village and down to the river. Even though Granny Sai was a hunchback, her footsteps were surprisingly quick. Kinmu had to make full use of the leg technique that Cripple taught him just to keep up with her. After dozens of miles, they reached an area of grassy knolls at the foot of a mountain. Around 200 paces ahead of them, a herd of elks was grazing and frolicking about. Granny Sai plucked a silver sewing needle from a ball of thread inside the basket and gave it a flick. The needle disappeared in a flash of light. In the following instant, Kinmu saw one of the elks collapse to the ground, the other elks fleeing in fear. Granny Sai moved forward and Kinmu followed her. As they approached the elk, he realized that it was still alive. However, Granny Sai's needle had penetrated the space between its brows, somehow preventing it from moving. Take a good look at this, Mua. The needle has pierced the elk's heaven soul. As Granny Sai had Kinmu remember the location where the needle protruded from, she took out another needle and stabbed it into the elk's tailbone. "This needle has stabbed into its earth soul," she said. She then took out another sewing needle and stabbed it into the elk's navel. "This needle has pierced the elk's life soul. Aside from these 3 souls, 7 spirits remain. The first spirit called the canine corpse, which is located at the top of the head." Granny Sai took another silver needle and stabbed it in between the elk's brows near the first needle. The second spirit is called the concealed arrow. The concealed arrow is located at the ajna, a part of the brain. But remember, it's easy to confuse the heaven soul with the concealed arrow. Both needles may seem like they're pierced at the same place, but one is deeper than the other. Do not mix them up. The third spirit, the yin of sparrow, is located in Adam's apple, she continued, pointing at Kinmu's neck. Do you feel a small, triangular indentation when touching your own? That is where the yin of sparrow is hidden. This needle will pierce the elk's yin of sparrow. Granny Sai moved quickly, taking out needle after needle and stabbing them into different parts of the elk. The fourth spirit, seizing thief, is located here, in the heart where all blood converges. The fifth spirit, not toxic, is located also in the navel. Do not mistake the life soul for the not toxic. The sixth spirit, remove filth, is located in the perineum, near where one disposes of their waste. The seventh spirit, smelly lung, is located in the lungs, where you cycle between fresh and stale air. Granny Sai finished stabbing needles into the 3 souls and 7 spirits of the elk and said, "Binding the 3 souls and 7 spirits is the most important step in tailoring proper clothing. It is called soul bind. Do you understand, Mua? Once you do, we begin the tailoring process." Kinmu didn't understand what did all of this had to do with tailoring, but he still diligently memorized every location by heart, then said, "I'm done." Granny Sai took a pair of scissors from her basket and set about skinning the elk, starting from its lips. Soon, all of the elk skins had been peeled away. Strangely enough, even though the elk had been stripped of its skin, not a single drop of blood flowed from its bare body. I have bounded the elk's soul to its skin, trapping all of its blood, energy, and spirit within. The elk's body may be dead, but it still lives within its skin. However, some techniques still need to be used to truly refine it into proper clothing.
Watch closely, Mua.
Remember where I point. Without warning, hunchbacked Granny Sai threw the elk skin into the air. Using her finger in place of a needle, she poked the skin as it arced through the sky. Kinmu concentrated on committing the scene to memory, and saw that Granny Sai pointed out 316 spots before the elk skin even landed on the ground. Every spot was different, and each strike of her finger carried vital chi that entered the elk skin. When the elk skin landed, it didn't crumple on the floor. Instead, it stood up like a living elk. It shook its head and wagged its tail. One wouldn't be able to tell it was actually just skin. The bizarre sight caused Kinmu to stare blankly. Granny Sai chuckled and opened the elk skin, wrapping it around Kinmu. This is the kind of clothing that we tailor should make. Suddenly, the elk skin began to squeeze Kinmu. It got tighter and tighter, making him feel as if it were becoming a part of his body, then forced him to fall on all fours. He felt like he had actually become an elk. He could even feel his tiny elk tail. Granny Sai took a mirror out of a basket and placed in front of him, allowing Kinmu to look at his own reflection. Upon doing so, he saw that he had really turned into an elk. Kinmu tried to speak, but he could only let out the bleatings of an elk. Then, out of nowhere, a booming voice rang out. The Heavenly Devil Creation Technique. What sorcery! I would never have expected to find a rouge devil teaching a devil brat such sinister techniques in this desolate area of the Great Ruins. A voice containing strong chi echoed throughout the area. Even though the voice came from afar, it felt as if it were right beside them, causing Kinmu's ears to buzz and vibrate. He looked in the direction that the voice had come from and saw a few figures standing atop a cliff of a mountain about 2 miles away. Kinmu couldn't see any of their faces clearly, but knew that they probably weren't ordinary people since one of them was able to project his voice across such a distance. Devil? Who's a devil? I'm just an ordinary person by the river, and this little elk is just a calf that I'm raising. Granny Sai slung her basket on her arm and smiled. Then she whispered, "Mua, run." The urgency in Granny Sai's voice startled Kinmu. He tried to say something, but couldn't. He didn't want to leave because he was worried that Granny might be in danger. "You're just an ordinary person by the river?" Projecting your voice to us so clearly, and with such strong chi, no ordinary old woman could do that. An old yet vibrant voice echoed from the cliff, then laughed coldly. There's no way that we, the Lee River's 5 elders, could be mistaken about the Heavenly Devil Creation Technique. A skill that's constantly changing, stripping the skin to make clothing. You still want to explain when we've clearly seen such a sinister skill. You must have frequently transformed humans into livestock using the Heavenly Devil Creation Technique, then drag them to the market for slaughter, huh? Another elder on the cliff solemnly shouted. Many of the seniors of our righteous sect have even been transformed into livestock and forced to graze on grass for eternity. Having seen your methods, there's no way you could trick us. An elk is also a living being. For you to use its skin and soul to create such an evil thing. Another elder said in a sorrowful voice, God knows how many more innocent lives will be lost if we don't kill you here and now. Who else should we kill if not you? Granny Sai spun around to Kinmu and removed the needle in between his brows, softly saying, "These old blokes aren't a threat. However, if you stay by Granny's side, Granny will be distracted trying to protect you, so run quickly. Run back to the village." Kinmu no longer hesitated and turned back to flee, following the path of the river beside them. He originally thought that it would be awkward to move after turning into an elk, but after he started running, he realized that he had been wrong. Rather than feeling awkward, he felt as if he had always been an elk and ran faster than ever before. The little devil is trying to escape? Won't it be disastrous if we let you escape? Lee River's 5 disciples, it's time for your training. Your target is that elk below us. Eliminate him and bring me his head. At the same time, voices belonging to both girls and boys crisply sounded off. Understood. In a flash, 5 figures jumped off the cliff and ran down its side. Swift as a speeding horse, they reached the bottom of the cliff in an instant. At the bottom of the cliff was a deep pool that served as the stopping point of a raging waterfall that flowed down the mountain. Instead of hitting the water with a splash, however, the 5 of them lightly stepped onto the surface of the water and started running after Kinmu. Granny Sai's heart sank. Spirit bodies. And the levels of their spirit embryo divine treasures definitely aren't weak. Mua's speed can't contend with theirs, they'll definitely catch up to him. Just as Granny Sai was about to move to stop them, 4 figures came flying through the sky and landed around her. Only one person remained atop the cliff of the mountain. He stood there proudly, clearly not coming down anytime soon. What are Lee River's 5 elders doing here in the great ruins? Granny Sai rolled her eyes and snickered as 4 of the elders surrounded her. Considering how dangerous the great ruins are, aren't you scared that your famous selves might die here? Of the 4 elders around her, the one with the black beard coldly replied, "We heard that some filthy disgraces were hiding in the great ruins, demons and devils that couldn't live outside and came here for refuge. Therefore we, the 5 elders, brought our disciples here to subdue them. It still ain't confirmed who's the devil or the demon, or who'll be subduing who." Granny Sai held her basket in the crook of one arm and brandished her pair of scissors in her free hand. Looking as if she had bad eyesight, she chuckled. "I haven't exercised these old bones for quite some time. Lucky for me, my abilities haven't completely wilted. Could it be that you geezers want me to turn you into clothing? How dare you be so arrogant, you demon? Are you even qualified to be arrogant in front of us?" 4 of Lee River's 5 elders shouted. They sprang into motion, staggering their strikes as they attacked Granny Sai. At the very same moment, Kinmu, who was desperately running toward disabled elderly village, saw flashes of lightning. Pure white bolts of lightning lit up the area, bathing the foothills and the entire mountain in light several times brighter than the sun. Following the flashes of light, a thunderous rumbling washed over him from behind. Kinmu turned back for a brief moment to look but only saw waves of wind exploding outward from Granny Sai's location. The sudden storm lifted the earth, rocks, and even boulders that weighed thousands of pounds, throwing them outward at extremely high speeds. "Granny will be fine," Kinmu said despite his sinking heart, continuing on his way. Suddenly, the sound of wet footsteps rang out from the river beside him. He looked over and saw a young boy and girl dashing across the water. Both were rushing across the surface of the river, yet their bodies didn't sink into the water. The speed at which their feet hit the water, moving up and down, was extremely fast, much faster than Kinmu could sprint. Before the river's water could even splash against the soles of their feet, the boy and the girl had already moved on, vanishing like the wind. These 2 have already reached the level of riding the waves that Grandpa Cripple said I'm currently unable to reach. They're much stronger than me. The 2 of them soon surpassed Kinmu while running across the center of the river. Once they did, they angled themselves so they moved toward the riverbank as they ran, clearly planning to intercept him from the front. Kinmu glanced behind him and saw another person on his tail. To his left, another 2 people were passing between the mountain ridges, their figures leaping up from the dense forest from time to time to run through the treetops. However, they couldn't keep that up for very long and had returned to the ground to catch their breath. In spite of that, They too quickly surpassed Kinmu and rushed ahead of him. I can't let them cut me off. I need to get ahead of them and reach the village. I need to get Grandpa Ma and the rest to save Granny. Gritting his teeth, Kinmu avoided the riverbank and dashed into the forest. He definitely would have been caught if he continued to run along the bank of the river. The two people at the center of the river were way too fast. The two dashing through the forest were slightly slower, so going into the forest was his only option. Little devil. You and that elk-murdering she-devil can forget about escaping. As Kinmu dashed into the forest, one of the two boys in that area sped up and passed the other. However, he was still a step too late and allowed Kinmu in his elk form to gallop past him. Don't worry, he won't escape. The pair in the lead, the boy and girl who had run atop the river, wore indifferent expressions. With a flip of her sleeves, the girl laughed gently, suddenly increasing her speed and leaping through the treetops as if she were flying. The boy, on the other hand, calmly commanded the other three to chase Kinmu and outflank him. Regardless of how much Kinmu frantically sprinted, he couldn't shake the 5 people on his tail. In addition to that, he was forced to run farther and farther away from disabled elderly village, venturing deep into the great ruins. Having lived in disabled elderly village for 14 to 15 years, the farthest he had ever gone from the village was only 3 or 4 miles. Now that he had gone way past that, the surroundings started to become more and more unfamiliar. At the same time, it became progressively desolate without a path in sight. As Kinmu continued running, a valley came into view up ahead. Amidst the peach blossom trees that populated the valley, he could see a herd of elks. He quickly dashed over to them and blended in. Whoosh! A sweet scent swept through the area as the girl landed on the ground, her sleeves fluttering. Looking at the herd of elks before her, she frowned. Where's the devil brat, senior sister? One of the youths who was around Kinmu's age asked as they landed one by one. The girl pouted her lips and said, He is blended into this elk herd. Then let's slaughter all of these elks. The youths rushed into the elk herd, brandishing swords and knives as they mercilessly slaughtered the elks. Even though the elks were fast, they were still slower than the youths. All 5 of them possessed spirit bodies and were decently strong, full-fledged martial arts practitioners. The elks fled in every direction, but it was still impossible for them to escape the bloodbath. Soon enough, the elks were being slaughtered one by one. Suddenly, a human voice resounded from the chaotic herd of elks. Didn't you say that elks were also living beings? He asked. Granny killed a single elk, but all of you are slaughtering an entire herd. Why do you claim that we are the ones following the path of the devil? Over there. The girl's eyes sparkled as she gathered her chi and brandished her long sword. Chi of the white tiger spread from her to the long sword and it radiated a brilliant gold. The sword flew from her hand and shot towards Kinmu who was galloping alongside the elk herd. Kinmu twisted, changing directions to dodge the incoming sword, but it unexpectedly mirrored the change in direction and continued flying towards him. What kind of technique is this? Confusion filled Kinmu's mind. Could it be a divine art? It doesn't look like it. Grandpa Butcher said that a divine art can only be achieved when one's martial path has been cultivated to the extreme. This girl's martial path is significantly inferior to Grandpa Butcher's. As the sword went in for the kill, Kinmu changed directions while sticking as close to the ground as possible, barely dodging the attack. The instant he dodged the attack, he caught a glimpse of a fine thread attached to the handle of the sword. One end of the thread was connected to the sword while the other end of the thread was in the girl's hand. This thread was as fine as silk, making it especially difficult to notice. Could she be using this fine thread to control the sword? But, considering how thin the thread is, how can she make the sword change direction? Before he could think about the wondrous thread any further, Kinmu immediately sprinted away. A moment later, the sword shot past him, stabbing deeply into the trunk of a huge tree with a dull thud. As if the sword were alive, it twitched in the tree trunk, yet couldn't pull itself out. Soon enough, the girl floated over and grabbed onto the treasure sword's hilt, pulling it out in exasperation. My white tiger vital chi still isn't strong enough to control my sword as if it were an extension of my body. Junior Sister Ching, it's already remarkable that you're able to shape your vital chi into a thread and use it to control your sword for battle. The boy who had ran across the river's waves with the girl arrived at her side and gave her a gentle smile. Your experience is lacking, not your cultivation. This is why our masters have brought us to the great ruins, to train and improve upon our shortcomings. In the past, all we cared about was cultivating, so we lack actual combat experience. This little devil is our chance to participate in actual combat. You'll be able to perfectly control your sword with your chi right away. The other three youths caught up with the pair, and one of them smiled and said, "The little devil turned into an elk." Since elk are very nimble, he was able to dodge Senior Sister's flying sword. Senior Sister Ching regained her spirit and continued to direct her sword to stab at Kin Mu. She gave a lovely laugh and said, "Senior Brother Chu, don't attack for now. Leave this little devil for me to train my sword control on." Senior Brother Chu was the young boy who had ran across the river with her. He nodded at her words and said, "Come, junior brothers. Let us admire the sword skills of Junior Sister Ching." Questions swirled within Kin Mu's heart as he struggled as he dodged the sword chasing him from behind. Controlling a sword with chi. Could it be that the thread in the girl's hand is her vital chi and not an actual length of thread? Vital chi can be used to control a treasure sword to that extent? Will I be able to do that? When he learned to use a pig slaughtering knife, Butcher only taught Kin Mu how to use both his hands to control the knife. Butcher never taught him how to use chi to control the knife, so he knew nothing in that regard. Seeing that female practitioner controlling her sword with her chi, an idea formed in Kin Mu's. Since chi could be used to control a sword, could his vital chi be used to control other things? However, he didn't have time to ponder that question. That Senior Sister Ching continued to control her sword and have it pursue Kin Mu. In addition to that, since Granny Sai had turned him into an elk, he found his limbs to be inconvenient. Even the vital chi in his body had become dormant and did not respond like it usually did. Ki. The sword flashed as it struck from behind, grazing Kin Mu's back. He felt a chill run down his back, which was soon followed by the burning sensation of pain. He could tell that Senior Sister Ching had managed wound his back. This is bad. An elk might be fast, but it's still slower than someone with an actual spirit body. If I get injured again, I'm afraid it'll be difficult for me to escape as an elk. As soon as he finished that thought, he felt his mouth suddenly start to split apart. Yet it wasn't actually his mouth splitting apart, but the elk skin starting to peel away from his body, starting with the mouth. Kin Mu immediately recalled the moment that Granny Sai had urged him to run. At that time, she had secretly removed a needle that had been protruding from the space between his eyebrows. It was the very needle that had pierced his heaven soul. Soon enough, his head had separated from the elk skin. The sword sliced through the air, slashing toward Kin Mai in an attempt to take his life. Kin Mu leaped forward with all the strength he could muster and freed himself from the elk skin, tumbling several yards ahead before getting to his feet and running. Behind him, the sword controlled by Senior Sister Ching cut the elk skin to pieces. Its movements were light like a falling petal and as fast as lightning. Pursuing Kin Mu and trying to kill him had apparently improved her sword skill tremendously. Getting free from the elk skin had momentarily delayed Kin Mu's escape, resulting in one of the youths traversing the treetops to land in front of him, cutting off his escape route. Both of them were only about 10 yards away from each other. With this distance, they would run into each other in the very next instant. Kin Mu didn't have the time to change directions. So, without thinking, he subconsciously utilized the leg technique that Crippled taught him. Seeming to stumble forward, Kin Mu moved forward by clawing at the ground with his hands in place of his feet. His legs, which were now in the air, twisted along with the rest of his body, increasing in speed until they resembled a whirlwind. Like a spinning top, he sped toward the youth in front of him. The youth, who was older than Kin Mu by a few years, smiled at him derisively. He raised both of his arms to block, and they radiated a murky green glow as dragon scales began to appear on his skin. Green Dragon's arms. the youth cried. In the next instant, Kin Mu's legs collided with the youth's arms. A metal clank rang out twice, and before the smile could even be wiped from the youth's face, he grunted and lost his balance. Kin Mu's onslaught forced him back. The youth's sleeves were torn to shreds, remnants of the cloth fluttering around like paper butterflies. Dragon claw tattoos could be seen on the skin of both his arms. The claws coiled around them in a lifelike manner, and it was clear that the scales had come from those claws. However, both arms had become red and swollen after taking Kin Mu's legs head-on. "You hid iron weights on your legs," the youth exclaimed, both furious and astonished. Both of his arms trembled with pain. His gaze then landed on Kin Mu's feet. "Even your shoes are made of iron." Kin Mu got back to his feet and hurried away. Yet, the youth's words reminded him that he still had 2 iron weights strapped to his legs. Since Kin Mu was learning leg techniques, Cripple had requested that he wear iron weights all the time and made him promise to never remove them. As Cripple kept track of his progress, seeing that Kin Mu's body became sturdier and his strength grew over time, the one-legged man saw to it that the iron weights strapped to Kin Mu's calves got heavier and heavier. In addition to that, Cripple also had Mute the blacksmith forge a pair of iron boots for Kin Mu, further increasing the weight. That pair of thick-soled iron boots weighed 5 kilograms altogether, while each iron weight weighed 10 kilograms. A total weight of 25 kilograms was strapped to Kin Mu's legs. Cripple had asked Kin Mu to train until he could no longer feel the burden of the iron weights and boots. Only after that was he allowed to take them off. Kin Mu had only recently gotten used to them, so he hadn't remembered that he was wearing them as he was frantically escaping. However, if he tried to remove them now, he'd definitely be caught. There was no way that he could afford to stop moving. Trample on Mount Meru. As Kin Mu ran, he suddenly gathered strength into his right leg and used the skill, Trample on Mount Meru. The thick sole of his iron boot splattered like mud, shattering the entire boot into flying debris. At the same time, his calf muscles flexed and expanded, bursting out of the iron weight and shooting its remnants into the trees as if they were sharp arrows. Kin Mu stepped forward with his other leg, shattering the other iron boot and weight as his foot landed. Whoosh! Suddenly leaping into the air, Kin Mu felt extremely light. He easily reached a branch at the top of a tree, which frightened him greatly. High up in the tree, barefoot, Kin Mu's weight caused the branch to dip slightly. Sword lights flashed from below and came shooting upwards. Upon looking down, Kin Mu saw the tips of a dozen swords. Senior Sister Ching's sword handling became progressively stronger by the minute. She wasn't controlling a dozen swords, she had created the illusion of a dozen swords with just one. Kin Mu suddenly recalled Cripple's words. "Don't think about whether or not a foothold will be able to withstand your weight. As long as you're fast enough, even water will be like solid ground. Grass, air, everything will become solid ground." Pushing off with the tips of his toes, Kin Mu leaped forward. The sword lights burst into the sky, shredding the top of the huge tree he had perched in. 2 youths leaped up and landed among the treetops just in time to see Kin Mu striding through the tips of the trees, dashing away like a flowing wind. They could only stare blankly, astonished by Kin Mu's speed. "Why is he so fast?" one of them asked. "That kid is younger than us, but his cultivation seems to be slightly stronger ours." As the 2 youths thought about it, they saw their senior brother Chu vanish like smoke and begin to chase Kin Mu at an even faster speed. As expected of senior brother Chu, he's much more powerful than we are, having reached the pinnacle of the spirit embryo. Both of them sighed in admiration. With senior brother Chu personally going after him, there's no way that little devil will be able to escape. At this exact moment, a dark shadow suddenly materialized in the forest. A hairy palm the size of a woven mat came hurtling towards senior brother Chu, slapping him as he dashed through the air. Senior brother Chu flew backward, spinning uncontrollably and crashing to the ground. He tumbled for a short distance before coming to a stop, coughing up a mouthful of blood as he tried to sit up. "Don't go over there. There's a devil ape. That's the territory of a devil ape." The other 4 youths immediately stopped in their tracks. As the shadow emerged from the trees, they saw that it was a huge, terrifying black gorilla. Its eyes were a deep red, and its fangs protruded from its mouth. Beating its chest like a drum, it bellowed, "Die, young Yuan!" Kin Mu, who had run ahead earlier, had also been struck from the air by this devil ape. He was currently lying at the devil ape's feet, unmoving. The youths couldn't tell if he was dead. Staring at Kin Mu intently, Senior Sister Ching mumbled, "Since one palm strike from that devil ape heavily injured Senior Brother Chu, and that little devil also received the same hit, he should be dead, right?" Before she could finish speaking, she jumped in surprise. Kin Mu, who was lying on the ground in front of the devil ape, had tilted his head slightly to ascertain the situation. "That kid isn't dead yet," she said in disbelief. The pitch-black devil ape roared a few times, then stopped when it saw that the rest of the youths didn't dare to step forward. Then it looked down at Kin Mu, slipping his body over with 2 fingers. "Young Wen D." Seeing Kin Mu's wide-open eyes, bleeding from his entire face and even the tongue which was sticking out, it was clear he could not be any more dead. Snorting in satisfaction, the devil ape threw Kin Mu's body aside. It then sat down and started picking leaves from a nearby tree, eating them. Even though it's so fierce, the devil ape is actually a herbivore. Kin Mu continued to bleed from his face, keeping his eyes wide open as he slowly crawled away using his elbows. All of a sudden, the devil ape turned its head to look at Kin Mu's body, which had gone limp again. As it continued to glare at Kin Mu's body, it remained motionless. Stretching out its finger and poking what it thought of as a corpse, the ape discovered that Kin Mu's body had already become icy and hard. "Young Yuan, die," it said with renewed satisfaction, then turned back and focused on eating tree leaves without a care. Witnessing all of this from a distance, Senior Sister Ching could no longer help herself. "Hey, big fella, don't you find it weird that the young Yuan corpse became so cold and hard so quickly?" Seemingly able to understand her, the devil ape slapped its forehead and immediately turned around. The young Yuan corpse, however, had already gotten up and started to frantically flee. The devil ape erupted with fury and started chasing after Kin Mu. However, after a few steps, it realized that its speed was inferior to Kin Mu's because of how large it was. Such a humiliation enraged the devil ape. It uprooted tree after tree, running its hand along the length of one and getting rid of its branches before throwing it like an enormous spear. "Di young un." The bare tree trunk flew through the air at an astonishing speed, clearly carrying an extraordinary amount of force. However, the ape's throw wasn't accurate, so the trunk crashed and landed several yards away from Kin Mu. The devil ape became even angrier and wanted to throw another tree spear, but Kin Mu had run off into the distance. It no longer had a target to vent its anger on, so all it could do was beat its chest repeatedly. Senior Brother Chu quietly called out to the other youths, "That devil brat's cultivation is definitely inferior to ours, and his injuries must be worse than mine. There's no way he'll be able to go far." Pushing himself to his feet, he grunted as intense pain racked his chest. He was afraid that many of his ribs had been broken by the devil ape strike. However, he believed that if Kin Mu could withstand a blow from the devil ape, he could endure it as well. He just hadn't expected Kin Mu to be that strong. Kin Mu's cultivation definitely wasn't weak. His vital chi lacking attributes was the only reason he couldn't display his full potential. Despite his young age, if one were to compare their cultivation, Kin Mu certainly wasn't weaker than any of them, including Senior Brother Chu. Taking a detour around the devil ape's territory, the youths eventually found Kin Mu's trail again. Just as Senior Brother Chu said, Kin Mu had been heavily injured by the devil ape as well, having no choice but to reduce his speed to the point that they could catch up. However, as they continued to chase Kin Mu, they discovered that Kin Mu's speed gradually increased as if his injuries were no longer an issue. This little devil must have some miraculous healing medicine. The hearts of all 4 youths sank. Senior Brother Chu had consumed medicine that their sect had given him, but it clearly wasn't as effective as Kin Mu's medicine. Seeing how quickly Kin Mu's speed had risen, They inferred that his injuries were definitely healing at a rate visible to the naked eye. This kind of medicine made their eyes and hearts burn with greed. The medicine in our sect is not of the highest quality. If we manage to catch that devil brat and seize the recipe of that miraculous medicine from him, our masters would definitely be pleased and reward us greatly. However, contrary to what they thought, Kin Mu hadn't consumed any medicine. Instead, he simply inhaled and exhaled as he ran, circulating the so-called Overlord Body 3 elixir technique that the village chief had taught him, the one that he didn't know was actually the most common day-in technique. Cultivating with the Overlord Body 3 elixir technique as he ran for his life, Kin Mu made a new discovery. He realized that his vital chi became more active as he ran. The speed of its circulation became even faster as well. This was different from what he had been taught. The Overlord Body 3 elixir technique that the village chief had taught Kin Mu always required him to meditate and control his breathing. Kin Mu had learned to circulate the vital chi and nurture it, using it to condition his body. Over the course of the last 10 years of cultivation, Kin Mu had followed the village chief's instructions on cultivating the Overlord Body 3 elixir technique to the letter. Now, however, he had discovered that it was better to run while cultivating the technique. Kin Mu dashed forward as fast as possible, and the circulation of the Overlord Body 3 elixir technique became faster, nurturing and improving both his innate speed and the constitution of his body. In addition to that, wave after wave of vital chi flowed through Kin Mu's organs, limbs, bones, and even the tendons between his muscles and bones, cleansing them over and over again. Kin Mu's ruptured organs and broken bones, which he'd sustained from the devil ape strike, recovered with each cleansing wave of vital chi. Senior brother Chu and the others thought that he was relying on high-quality medicine, yet never would they expected that was just relying on the unreliable Overlord Body 3 elixir technique. Kin Mu eventually realized that his vital chi couldn't reach a certain part of his body, the space right between his eyebrows. Between his eyebrows was space the width of a finger. Vital chi could not reach this space. Although his vital chi could pass under his scalp and wash over his skull, cleansing and strengthening both of them, it would come to a stop every time it reached the center of his brow. It was as if there were an invisible wall there, blocking his vital chi from passing through. Whenever he directed his vital chi to rush the wall, something even stranger occurred. Kin Mu could hear a mysterious voice. This voice sounded as if it were coming from high in the sky, as distant as the 9 heavens above. It sounded melodious and divine, resonating like the voice of a god passing down a heavenly decree. Every time this voice resounded, Kin Mu's vital chi would retreat like an uncontrollable tide and ignore the space between his eyebrows. Could this be the spirit embryo wall? Kin Mu said inadvertently. Kin Mu was confused. Village chief and the other inhabitants of disabled elderly village had explained walls and wall breaking to him. Walls were the things sealing the treasures in warrior's body, while wall break was to break the seal and attain the treasure inside. However, they hadn't told him which part of the body the spirit embryo wall was or how to break open the spirit embryo wall. What Kin Mu didn't know was, it wasn't that village chief and the others didn't want to tell him any of this. There actually weren't any techniques for specifically breaking through the spirit embryo wall in the entire world. A person with an ordinary human body and a person with a spirit body was on 2 intrinsically different levels. A person with a spirit body will have been born with an innately unsealed spirit embryo wall, putting them in a class above everyone else. The spirit embryo wall of an ordinary person, on the other hand, would be sealed off, relegating them to a lower class. People with spirit bodies were aloof, remote, and rarely cared about the needs of the ordinary people. Although martial practitioners still emerged from among ordinary people, village chief and the others had never heard of any of them unsealing their spirit embryo wall. As a result, they didn't know how a normal human would break through it. As vital chi rushed at the invisible wall located at the center of his eyebrows, Kin Mu continued on his frantic escape. Every time the mysterious voice rang out, his vital chi would automatically recoil from the wall. Even though he currently wasn't able to break through the wall, Kin Mu was patient and believed that he would succeed eventually. Kinmu didn't plan on revealing this discovery regarding the Overlord Body 3 elixir technique to the elderly of the village. He decided that he would surprise them after succeeding in breaking through the spirit embryo wall. It was just hard to tell whether it would be more of a surprise to them, or more of a shock. As senior brother Chu and the 4 other youths continued to chase Kinmu, they grew progressively more worried. The little devil ahead of them hadn't just recovered from his injuries. His speed had increased even more. Now that was terrifying. It meant that, even as Kinmu ran for his life, his cultivation was also improving. Although his increase in speed was slow and gradual, it was still terrifying. Cultivating had a set of rules that anyone and everyone needed to follow. Even when one succeeded in breaking through, any progress in their cultivation needed to occur slowly, over time, not all at once. Everyone had to cultivate for several days, or even months, just to bring about the smallest improvement in their cultivation. In spite of these universal rules, they could clearly feel the cultivation of this little devil constantly getting stronger. It terrified them. Luckily, Kinmu was originally inferior to the 5 youths. Even though his cultivation was currently improving, there was still a gap between them and him. However, catching up to him would be no easy feat for them. Since he had suffered at the hands of the devil ape, Kinmu had become much more careful and would make sure to avoid the territories of the strange beasts. Whenever Apothecary brought Kinmu out to gather herbs, he would tell him that strange beasts were very intelligent, that each of them had their own territory and would leave signs to indicate that. Those signs would include things like a tree stripped of its bark, bones buried in the ground, beast skulls on wooden stakes, or traces of urine. As long as one saw such signs, they would be able to just avoid the beasts. When Kinmu had encountered the devil ape, there had been a mark of a gargantuan fist indicating the area was its territory. Kinmu had accidentally rushed into its territory because he had missed that sign. Since he was now being more careful, he wouldn't make the same mistake. However, even he didn't accidentally trespass on a strange beast's territory, many would still venture out of them to search for food, filling the great ruins with danger. Kinmu eventually found his way to a swamp where he saw 2 strange beasts having a territorial dispute. The beasts battling each other were a coxcomb snake-neck snow condor and a poisonous swamp dragon python. The former created gale winds with a sweep of its wings, its huge body soaring through the air. The latter writhed through the swamp below, causing havoc and destruction with its long body. Before Kinmu could even enter the swamp, the hurricane of force caused by the 2 giant creatures swept him away. Upon landing, he came face to face with a herd of startled bison that almost trampled him to death. I keep getting farther and farther from the village. The realization made Kinmu's heart sink. The 5 people behind him were still chasing relentlessly, making it impossible for him to return to the village. However, even more frightening than that was the fact that the sun would be setting soon. Kinmu and Granny Sai had left the village right after noon. Now that the sun would start to set, darkness would soon fall. If he couldn't make it back to the village before that happened, he would face great danger. The sky's getting dark, senior brother Chu. In the distance behind Kinmu, senior brother Chu and his companions had also noticed the setting sun. The youth that Kinmu had kicked away wore an uneasy expression. Master said that the great ruins were cursed, that they would become a forbidden region when the sky went dark. We need to get back to the village, which has the protection of the stone statues. Otherwise, the only path left is death. Senior brother Chu shook his head. It's too late to turn back now. As far as we've gone, we won't be able to return to village before nightfall. The darkness is as dangerous to the devil brat as it is to us. We have no choice but to see where the little devil is going to hide. Granny once said that, if I got lost in the great ruins and couldn't return to the village, I shouldn't panic, Kinmu thought to himself calmly. There are many remnants of civilization in the great ruins. If I can find one to hide in, I might be able to survive. 2 conditions need to be met for a remnant to be considered safe. First, it has to have stone statues similar to the ones in the village. Second, I need to check if there are a large amount of strange beasts in the remnant. Most are intelligent, so they'd know where to go to escape the darkness. Many remnants of civilization existed in the Great Ruins. Kinmu had passed by traces of abandoned cities and villages earlier on. Considering their crumbling fences and dilapidated walls, they were extremely ancient. However, he hadn't had time to stop and check if they had stone statues. All of a sudden, the entire world went eerily silent, so quiet that it could drive a person insane. The setting sun had already reached the horizon, only half of it visible. Immediately after silence fell upon the Great Ruins, the beating of wings could be heard. Looking up, Kinmu saw a huge flock of giant birds flying overhead, forming a dense cluster in the sky. Then the ground began to tremble, and the forest around him began to fall apart. One by one, strange beasts split the earth, emerging from tunnels they had been digging, and began to scramble frantically. Kinmu even heard water erupt from a swamp, looking over to see a few scarlet fish several yards in length leaping from the water's surface and using their fins to flee on land as if they were legs. The sight confused Kinmu. Were fish still considered fish if they could sprint on land? All of these strange beasts are heading the same direction. I'll definitely be able to hide from the darkness there. Spirits high, Kinmu dashed alongside the beasts. As the sky grew dimmer and dimmer, the darkness in the distance came swarming in like a tidal wave. That darkness was nothing like a simple transition between day and night. It resembled a huge flood, engulfing every mountain, valley, and all of the wilderness it came across. Even though it wasn't his first time seeing the darkness overtake the land, Kinmu still considered it an extremely stunning sight. The darkness flooded towards Kinmu and the herd of strange beasts like a torrential downpour. Yet all of the animals continued to furiously charge in its direction. Kinmu hesitated for a moment. Was there really a safe place ahead in which he could take shelter from the darkness? Wouldn't he suffer a tragic end if that weren't the case? The darkness is fast approaching. Even if I turned back now, I wouldn't be able to make it to the village. I'd never be able to outrun the darkness. Gritting his teeth, he desperately rushed forward. No use worrying. I can only continue running with the beasts. 3 miles down the river that ran by disabled elderly village, the battle between Granny Sai and the Lee River's 5 elders had reached a breaking point. Originally, only 4 elders had been attacking Granny Sai. However, since they hadn't been able to promptly take her down, the 5th elder who had been watching the battle from the cliff, Chi Yanbing, joined the fray. Adding him to their onslaught, they set up their 5 elements devil-purifying trigram. Up to this point, Granny Sai had only been able to just barely fend off the attacks of the 4 elders. However, her strength surprisingly increased when Chi Yanbing added to their efforts. Even their 5-element devil-purifying trigram could not trap this old woman. This realization startled the 5 elders, and they soon grew frustrated. Only now did they figure out that this old woman wanted to take care of them all at once. To that end, she had pretended to be weak, intent on luring Chi Yanbing into the battle and prevent him from escaping. Light on her feet, Granny Sai flickered through the area like a phantom. The silver needles from a basket moved as if they had minds of their own, instantly covering the Lee River's 5 elders in wounds. Threads that had been attached to the needles were now running through the 5 elders, binding their souls and bodies and preventing them from moving. Granny Sai walked towards them, scissors in hand and a bright smile on her face. Granny Me hasn't treated human skin for a long time. I wonder if my skills have gotten rusty. As soon as she came to stand in front of Chi Yanbing, he suddenly opened his mouth. A silver pellet shot from his mouth and streaked towards Granny Sai's face. The moment the silver pellet came into contact with the air, it grew in size. The pellet instantly became 100 times larger, expanding into a sphere made of 10,000 pure sword lights. This sudden change caught Granny Sai off guard, and she immediately moved backward in retreat. Her body went bizarrely limp, and like an earthworm squirming through the air, she dodged the sword lights. At the same time, she threw out the scissors in her hand. Like 2 silver dragons, the scissors flashed through the air, cutting and snipping at the sword lights. As nimble as she was, Granny Sai had still been caught off guard. One of the myriad sword lights had managed to strike her from behind, and since she was a hunchback, the sword light had essentially found her blind spot. Soon enough, the sword lights that had filled the sky vanished as pieces of broken swords came crashing to the ground, covering several acres of the area. The silver pellet that the sword lights came from returned to its original, diminutive size and fell to the ground with a crack. Granny Sai returned to the ground as well, pulling the sword out of her back with a frown. "You still dodged it," croaked Chi Yanbi, the leader of the 5 elders. Despair filled his face as he cried. 6,842 swords were hidden inside that silver pellet. Yet, at such a close range, you still managed to dodge them. You definitely aren't an ordinary figure among the devils, but an old woman like you has never been seen among their number. Just who are you? The second he asked that question, he noticed something strange about Granny Sai's back. Although her hunchback did have a wound that the sword caused, there wasn't any blood flowing from it. Instead, light shined on it, revealing that the inside was hollow. This isn't your true appearance. The realization made Chi Yanbing's hair stand on end. You're wearing someone else's skin. You tore my skin.
Granny si frowned.
The voice that came from her mouth didn't sound like that of an old woman. Instead, it sounded soft and sweet. Whoever heard that voice would think that its owner was a gorgeous lady in her prime, not someone with one foot in the grave. "Ah, the air is leaking," Granny Sai muttered, sighing as she pressed a hand to her throat. Taking out a needle and thread from a basket, she sewed the tear on her back and tested out her voice, which then returned to normal. But the strange voice had long since provoked a drastic change in Chi Yanbing. He looked as if he had seen a ghost. "I've heard that voice before," he said, trembling. "I know who you are. You're that woman, the heavenly devil cult miss." As Chi Yanbing spoke, Granny Sai's expression changed slightly. She tugged at the thread binding all of them together, and right before he could finish his sentence, the Li River's 5 elders were sliced to pieces. Their gory remains fell to the ground with a wet thud. Surprisingly enough, the thread wasn't stained with blood after that. Then, as if it were alive, it coiled back into a ball and returned to the basket on its own. Granny Sai snorted in derision, then chuckled to herself. "How long have you been there, you damned cripple?" A short distance behind her, Cripple hobbled over using his crutch for support, a wide grin on his face. "I only just got here, dear sister. I didn't see or hear anything." Granny Sai glanced at him, then gave him a bright smile. "As long as you didn't hear anything, seeing is fine. Let us return to the village." Instead of immediately agreeing, Cripple hesitated. For his entire life, Sect Master Li Chenqing of the Heavenly Devil Cult was revered as wise and powerful. In spite of that, in his later years, he made its stupid, pitiable mistake. He suddenly fancied one of the prettiest demonesses of the younger generation. He disposed of his original wife and took the young demoness as his new one, throwing the Heavenly Devil Cult into an uproar, Cripple said, calmly reciting the story from memory. However, during their first night as husband and wife, just as they were about to consummate their marriage, Li Chenqing's new wife assassinated him and stole the Heavenly Devil Cult's Devil Bible. Every single elder of the Heavenly Devil Cult came out of close cultivation to pursue her, yet she still managed to escape. Such a thing happened. Granny Sai asked innocently. "Even now, no sign of her has been found," Cripple replied. "Well, in the good old days, this old woman heard tell of a man who had trained his legs to a godly level. He reached a point where people referred to his legs as divine legs. Nobody in the world could match his speed," Granny Sai said with a laugh. "However, that man realized he could use his godly speed to steal. The act excited him, and he grew addicted to it, eventually making a name for himself as the world's greatest thief god who could never be caught. Since he wasn't a god, his title, which had God in it, angered those who were. As if it were decreed by the gods, when the man went to Eternal Peace Empire to steal the disc of the Emperor, he was discovered by the Imperial Preceptor. Although he lost a leg in the ensuing battle, the man still managed to escape from the Imperial Preceptor, taking the disc of the Emperor and disappearing without a trace. Despite his reputation as #1 man below the gods, the Imperial Preceptor wasn't able to catch the thief god. In fact, he probably still has one of the thief god's divine legs and is still waiting to return it to its rightful owner. Granny Sai stared at Cripple thoughtfully, and the two shared a laugh. Granny, we are all disabled people from the same village, Cripple said, his grin growing wider and wider. We have our own secrets and made a promise to not ask about another person's history. From now on. I am also deaf and mute, he swore. I won't say a word. Granny Sai snorted once more, then started walking towards the village, basket in tow. Did Mua tell you what happened and ask you to come for me? Cripple shook his head. You and those 5 old men caused such a commotion. All of us could sense residual waves of your battle from the village, so the village chief sent me to check on you. The expression on Granny Sai's face changed, and she anxiously asked, Has Mua returned to the village? I didn't see him on the way here. This is bad. The two of them rushed back to disabled elderly village, and even before they got there, the sun finished setting as darkness rose on the horizon. It climbed higher and higher into the sky, spreading across the horizon and enveloping everything in its path like a raging tidal wave. Granny Sai ran through the village, searching high and low for Kin Mu. Mua isn't back yet, she asked frantically. Then the darkness engulfed disabled elderly village. There's no need to worry, Granny. Sitting on a stretcher that Cripple and Apothecary were carrying out, village chief stopped Granny Sai from taking a stone statue to look for Kin Mu. In a reassuring voice, he said, We've taught him everything he needs to know. As long as he had learned them, Kin Mu should be able to survive in the great ruins. The sky has already gone dark, so it's pointless for you to go out now. The village chief's words devastated Granny Sai, but she knew he was telling the truth. The darkness had already overwhelmed the great ruins. As long as Kin Mu was still alive, he wouldn't need her to save him. He'd be able to survive the night. If he were dead, then there would be no point in her carrying the stone statue outside to find him. He still has that jade pendant with him. Granny Sai thought to herself. However, even though the pendant on Kin Mu's chest came to mind, she knew that it had a limited range of protection meant for protecting a small baby. Since Kin Mu had grown up, the jade pendant's protective glow was only large enough to cover his chest. Be smart, Mua, Granny Sai muttered. You'll definitely survive. As he ran with a herd of strange beasts, Kin Mu saw that the land ahead of them suddenly sloped downwards into a valley. Ancient, untouched structures were strewn throughout the village, such as ruined palaces, an enormous plaza, and even majestic skyscrapers. So there really was remnant of civilization ahead of us.
Jinmu exclaimed.
At the very front of these decaying ruins was a towering gate that spanned the entrance to the valley. Marble pillars made up the bulk of this gate, dragons sculpted into the marble of each one so that they appeared to coil upward. The herd of strange beasts turned towards the gate, rushing toward the ruins. Kin Mu inadvertently glanced upwards, and his scalp went numb. The darkness was flowing down into the valley like a wave of ink. It's here, he screamed internally. The darkness would soon reach the gate to the ruins and engulf it. As if they could sense this as well, the strange beasts running alongside Kin Mu grew frantic. They rushed the gate with even more ferocity than before, ramming into and crushing other more careless beasts to death. Now definitely wasn't the time to be calm and orderly. If they couldn't reach the ruins in front of them before the darkness arrived, they would die horrible deaths. Sprinting forward madly, Kin Mu grabbed onto a behemoth's tail. Unaware of the human hitching a ride on it, the behemoth bolted forward like a majestic black mountain, pushing aside and trampling all of the other beasts in its path. Some of the beasts that the behemoth left in its wake leaped forward and latched onto its tail as well, allowing it to bring them into the ruins. As he gripped the behemoth's tail, Kin Mu looked below him and saw that all of the strange beasts that had been ferocious during the day were now trembling in fear. They clung to the behemoth's tail for their very lives. When he turned to look farther behind them, he also saw the 5 youths frantically chasing the behemoth, scrambling for the ruins. Finally, just before the darkness engulfed the gate, the behemoth burst through it, rushing into the ruins like a gust of wind. At that same exact moment, the 5 Li River's disciples rushed in through the gate as well. However, of the 5 youths, only 3 of them managed to make it all the way through before the darkness engulfed it. Senior brother Chu, senior sister Qing, and 1 other youth made it through, but the other 2 disciples were a hair too late. Between the 2, one only managed to get an arm through the gate. The other only got the front half of his body through. The back half had been claimed by the darkness. As senior brother Chu passed through the gate, he immediately tried to grab onto his 2 junior brothers. Taking hold of the visible arm, he forcefully pulled it towards him, causing a horrifying white skeleton to emerge from the darkness. Before senior brother Chu could even reach for the other youth, he collapsed to the ground. The blood of the surviving disciples ran cold. Flesh, blood, and clothing still covered the front half of the youth, but all of the other half of his body had been stripped down to the bone, devoured by some unknown thing in the darkness. Why does this darkness exist? Senior sister Qing screamed. What lurks inside of it? Senior brother Chu struggled to stay composed, then released a trembling breath. Death is like a lamp going out. Our 2 junior brothers were brave and heroic. They died trying to vanquish a devil, he solemnly said. That devil brat purposely came to these ruins at the last possible minute to take advantage of the darkness and use it to kill us. He's somewhere in these ruins. He won't be able to escape us with the darkness everywhere, said the youth who survived. Ruthless fury could be heard in his voice, a clear indication of how much the deaths of his fellow disciples affected him. Let's find him. We'll avenge our junior brothers by chopping that devil brat into 1,000 pieces. He's over there. Senior sister Qing exclaimed, seeing Kinmu jump from the tail of the behemoth. You still have the audacity to try and escape after causing the deaths of 2 of my junior brothers, little devil.
Her accusations annoyed Vinmo.
You were the ones who chased me for no reason. How are their deaths my fault when it was you who decided to relentlessly chase me until nightfall? I didn't provoke you in any way, yet you pursued me with the intent of taking my life. Aren't I the one who's innocent here? Senior sister Qing gritted her teeth. How dare you try to argue with me, you little devil? You're the devil. Kinmu yelled, flying into a rage. Granny and I only killed an elk to make clothing and you called us devils. You guys killed an entire herd of them, yet you still dare to say we are the devils in this situation. A dark expression appeared on senior brother Chu's face and he stepped forwards. The little devil is skilled at stirring up the doubt in our hearts. We don't need to waste time talking, we just need to kill him. As soon as he said this, the 3 of them prepared to attack. However, the moment they did, a low growl resounded throughout the ruins. They looked around to find out where it came from, and what they saw instilled shock in their hearts. Gathered throughout the ruins were hundreds of thousands of strange beasts. There were even plenty of beasts that were powerful enough to have their own territories. Every single beast looked down at the 3 remaining disciples maliciously, an ominous glint in all of their eyes. Realizing that something was wrong, senior brother Chu retreated backward a step. Taking this as an indication that they weren't going to attack, the surrounding beasts went quiet. Kinmu watched this scene in awe. During the day, the strange beasts of the great ruins normally fought over territory and hunted for prey. However, when night came, all of them existed in harmony with one another. It was a bizarre sight. Could these strange beasts have established a rule prohibiting conflict within this remnant of civilization? Kinmu blinked as the thought occurred to him. Many of the beasts here were natural enemies, yet they left each other alone in these ruins, confirming Kinmu's hypothesis. The villagers had always told him that strange beasts were intelligent. Considering the fact that the devil ape from earlier was capable of speech, constantly saying Yang Yuan or die, the possibility of them creating such a rule was likely. Senior brother Chu reached the same conclusion as Kinmu and released a sigh of relief, whispering, "Let's not make a move tonight. Once the sun rises, we'll kill him." Senior sister Qing and the other youth nodded in agreement. After taking a good look at his surroundings, Kinmu saw that the ruins were extremely spacious, like a city within the valley. There were strange beasts everywhere within the ruins. Everywhere except the plaza. Hundreds of human skeletons filled the plaza. All of them wore luxurious clothes, and the manner in which they had died couldn't be easily ascertained. However, as he approached the plaza, Kinmu was able to determine one thing. All of these people were female. The weird thing was, the women had been sitting cross-legged in an orderly fashion when they died. There were 15 rows of skeletons, and each row had 15 skeletons. It seemed as if they had been in the middle of meditating when a disaster struck, killing them so quickly that they didn't even have a chance to try and escape. Arriving at the front of the plaza, Kinmu carefully examined the area and discovered that a skeleton sat in the front of the first row, clearly signifying that they had a leader. All of the skeletons, including the leader, were facing the same direction. They were oriented towards the towering gate in the distance. Senior brother, look. Senior sister Qing's eyes gleamed as she pointed at the skeletons in the plaza. There are precious artifacts in the hands of those skeletons. Every skeleton has one. Senior brother Qi looked in the direction she was indicating, and his heart started pumping with excitement. Each skeleton held various artifacts, including treasure swords, horsetail whisks, jade pendants, priceless vases, and all kinds of other weapons. These precious artifacts glowed brilliantly as if they had just been forged. All of them were clearly extraordinary treasures. The most eye-catching artifact among them was a pearl floating just above the palm of the leader skeleton. A hazy mist seemed to be swirling inside of that pearl. This plaza was actually an enormous treasure vault. If we could get our hands on those treasures. Senior sister Qing whispered, her breathing becoming ragged. Even the treasure vault of Li River's 5 elders didn't contain a fraction of the wealth in this plaza. If the 3 of them could acquire these treasures, they would be able to start their own sect if they wanted to. Senior brother Chu's gaze flickered and he laughed. The heavens have decided to treat us well. 5th junior brother, go bring those precious artifacts back here. The youth did as he was told and entered the plaza. The moment he did, however, he saw the hairs of a horsetail whisk flutter gently. They suddenly started to slowly grow in length, and one strand moved towards him as if it were alive. That strand of horsehair resembled an extremely thin spirit snake as it lifted its tip to examine the youth. Senior brother Chu. The youth's voice trembled as he called out to his senior, not daring to turn his head away. The owners of those precious artifacts are dead, Senior brother Chu said solemnly. Don't worry, 5th junior bro. Before Senior brother Chu could even finish his sentence, the strand of hair shot forwards like lightning and penetrated the eye of his 5th junior brother. The other strands of hair came flying over as well, digging into both of the boy's eyes. The youth opened his mouth to scream, but no sound came out. From his position nearby, Kinmu watched as the youth's body quickly shriveled up, instantly becoming a desiccated corpse. The horsetail whisk didn't stop there and instead continued to coil around the youth. Soon enough, even the skin and bones of the corpse melted away, leaving just a set of clothes and a pair of shoes on the ground. Sweat rolled down the forehead of Senior brother Chu as he croaked, no wonder no one has taken those precious artifacts. Junior sister Qing, each of them has a mind of their own. They'll harm anyone that isn't their master. A chill went down Senior sister Qing's spine as she continuously nodded her head in understanding. These artifacts have always been here.
Qinmu shouted coldly.
No one's taken them, not even the strange beasts, which clearly meant that they're dangerous. You already knew that, yet you still used your junior brother to test the waters. With a heart as vicious as yours, you're the real devil here. The devil has come to provoke doubt within us again. Senior brother Chu said with a shake of his head, an expression of deep sorrow on his face. What do you know about the relationship between me and my junior brother? A little devil will forever be a little devil. You consider my heart similar to your devil heart, so of course you'd think I was as sinister as you. I shall no longer argue with you. When tomorrow comes, I'll be sending you on your way.
Qinmu frowned.
This senior brother Chu was indeed treacherous and ruthless. If he could exploit his junior brother's life, he definitely wouldn't let Kinmu leave these ruins alive. Unfortunately for Kin Mu, this senior brother Chu was extremely strong. Kin Mu couldn't possibly beat him, not to mention the fact that he had the powerful senior sister Qing by his side as well. Suddenly, the earth began to shake, causing the ruins to shake as well. The strange beasts started to howl as they recoiled into the positions they had claimed throughout the area. All of them looked at the gate at the front of the ruins, their expression full of anxiety and fear. What are these strange beasts afraid of? The moment that question popped into his head, the incredibly dense darkness suddenly surged towards the gate like a flood. Kin Mu stumbled backward in shock. However, he realized that something like an invisible barrier covered the gate, blocking the darkness. The darkness frantically pounded into the barrier, trying to break through. The barrier warped and distorted as the darkness kept pounding into it, but it did not shatter. The darkness distorted with the barrier, sometimes shaped like razor-sharp claws, while at other times it resembled wisps of smoke or countless sharp spikes. It was ever-changing. Then, all of a sudden, the relentless pound of the darkness against the barrier stopped. Silence reigned. After some time, the barrier that had been warped and distorted stretched. The darkness pushed against the barrier until it formed an indentation shaped like a face. It was extremely huge, with its forehead taking up the sky of the valley and its chin pressing against the ground. All of the strange beasts in the ruins cowered low to the ground. They didn't dare to move, not even the slightest bit. They also didn't dare to look directly at the face of darkness. The face had 3 pitch-black eyeballs. Upon looking at them, Kin Mu's entire body went cold as if his soul were about to be sucked away by the darkness. Words abruptly streamed from the face of darkness. Kikeduo, shamoye, bove shamoye, kikeduo bove shamoye. It said in an unknown language in its deep, vibrating voice. The voice vibrated because it sounded as if multiple voices had been mixed together to form it. A bizarre force emanated from the voice, causing the earth in the ruins to constantly shake. The cracks and other signs of decay on the palaces and pillars scattered throughout the valley grew larger and larger, forcing many of them to collapse from the shaking. When debris started to fall from the gate from the trembling, it was obvious it was not going to withstand any longer. However, at that very moment, a bright light shone from the plaza. The luminescent pearl that floated above in the skeleton leader's hand began to emit an increasingly bright light. Noticing the light shining from behind him, Kin Mu immediately turned around only to see the pearl rise into the sky. The light that shone from it was a variety of different, intense colors. The intense, multicolored light shone down on the hundreds of skeletons. Every single skeleton that the light washed over suddenly came to life. Kin Mu gaped at the sight. To him, the skeletons bathed in light no longer looked like skeletons. They looked like beautiful, flesh and blood maidens with rosy pink lips and bright, fiery clothes. These maidens sat in the plaza exactly where the skeletons had been. Their leader, who was also female, had been holding onto the luminescent pearl that was now slowly rising into the air. Just like the face of darkness, the maidens started to chant in a bizarre language that was just as incomprehensible.
Ypsiloni poxiu posanan yun hi 11, guan min duan yink vusi dian yu.
Their voices softly rang out in unison. The voice of the darkness gradually became louder, intensifying the tremors throughout the valley. As the darkness all around the ruins invaded from every direction, the voices of the maidens became clearer and more powerful. The luminescent pearl hovering in the air then released wave after wave of light that shone into the darkness, dispersing it like smoke. The voice of the darkness and the combined voices of the maidens resembled gods and devils engaging in a verbal duel, each side constantly gaining the upper hand and then losing it. At the same time, the darkness and light visibly clashed with each other. This unimaginable battle overwhelmed Kin Mu's mind. Despite the fact that he lived in the Great Ruins, this was the first time he had seen such an extraordinary sight. This voice. He whispered, a stunning realization washing over him. The combined voice of the maidens reminded him of the god voice he had heard when he tried to break the spirit embryo wall. Both had the same inherent grace in them. He could vaguely feel that the words of the two voices were different, but they had the same general feel. Whenever he tried to break the spirit embryo wall with his vital chi, Kinmu could hear an indistinct, divine voice solemnly echo from the 9 heavens above. Every time the voice rang out, his vital chi would uncontrollably retreat from the spirit embryo wall, unable to break it. At this point, the two voices were still in the midst of their heated battle. Both were powerful in their own ways, and neither one was able to keep the upper hand for long. The devil voice that resonated from the darkness was strong and terrifying, while the collective voice of the maidens was divine, melodious, and persistent. Every time the devil voice seemed as if it were about to permanently seize the advantage, the maidens always managed to overcome it by deciphering its chant. On the other hand, the devil voice would always make a comeback after losing the advantage, retreating and then erupting like a wild, majestic flood. Both voices were unique in their own ways. Kinmu became engrossed in their constant struggle as he listened to the collective voice of the maidens when an idea suddenly popped into his head. The devil voice is fighting the God voice. This God voice is very similar to the one keeping me from breaking the wall. Maybe I can use the devil voice to counter that voice. Kinmu was absolutely convinced that this was a good idea, growing more and more excited because of it. As long as he learned the words that the devil voice was chanting, he could then say them the moment the God voice resounded in his head. Doing so would counter the voice from the 9 heavens above and allow his vital chi to break the spirit embryo wall. As long as he could break his spirit embryo wall, with his Overlord Body and Overlord Body 3 elixir technique, he wouldn't need to be afraid of Senior Brother Chu and Senior Sister Qing. However, once his thoughts got that far, he suddenly froze as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over him. If the voice in his head were actually the voice of a god from the 9 heavens above, and he used words spoken by the voice of a devil to counter it, would that mean he was a devil that had been sealed by the gods? Could it be that Senior Brother Chu and the rest of them had been right all along? Was he truly a little devil? And no. Kinmu shook his head. If he were a devil, wouldn't his Overlord Body be devilish as well? If that were the case, why did everyone in the village call it an Overlord Body? Wouldn't the name Devil Body be more accurate? Who cares if my body is a devil body or an Overlord Body? First, I need to break the spirit embryo wall. Idea firm in his mind, Kinmu got to work. He started by perfectly memorizing the syllables of the words that the voice in the darkness was chanting, as well as the tone and manner in which it said them. Once he was sure that he had all of it right, Kinmu then used the Overlord Body 3 elixir technique to circulate his vital chi. As he pushed his vital chi towards his spirit embryo wall, which was located right between his eyebrows, he chanted the foreign words of the devil voice. If Granny Sai or village chief were here, they definitely would have scolded Kinmu for fooling around and putting himself in danger. After all, the god voice was different from the collective voice of the maidens in the ruins. Granny Sai and village chief would have considered it a mistake to use the chant of the devil voice to counter the god voice and break the wall. If the god voice reacted to the devil voice's chant in a strange way, the end result wouldn't be as simple as Kinmu losing just his life. It was possible that his soul could end up being destroyed. However, neither of the two were there to bring this danger to Kinmu's attention, so he didn't know about the risk. As soon as Kinmu learned the devil voice's ancient chant, he tried it out. When his vital chi reached the space in the middle of his eyebrows, the god voice from the 9 heavens above resounded out as usual, pushing back his vital chi. Kinmu recited the devil voice's chant and both of the voices immediately began to fight one another. Kinmu seized the opportunity to push his vital chi and have it break the spirit embryo wall. However, the god voice always managed to break through his devil chant from time to time, pushing back his vital chi. Despite failure after failure, Kinmu refused to be discouraged and continued to push his vital chi toward the wall. After hundreds of failures, his vital chi finally managed to ram into the spirit embryo wall. However, it didn't break. The spirit embryo wall was still standing. I couldn't utilize all of my vital chi with the god voice distracting me. Kinmu thought to himself, somewhat understanding what had happened. Because of that, the wall didn't break. Having identified the problem, Kinmu continued his efforts to break the wall. Numerous failures later, he finally managed to hit the spirit embryo wall with his vital chi once more. Just like the first time, the wall didn't collapse. Not long after that, he succeeded in hitting it a third time, then a fourth time, and then a fifth time. Since Apothecary had been teaching him how to refine herbs into medicine, Kinmu had developed a nearly endless patience. Refining herbs tested one's patience, wisdom, vision, and finesse. Among these traits, patience was the most important. If a person wasn't patient, they would never be able to concoct effective medicine. Countless failures later, Kinmu could finally hear a cracking sound emanate from the space between his eyebrows. This sound rang out like a gentle, heavenly melody. Even though Kinmu possessed a strong will, he couldn't help but get excited. A crack the shape of a lightning bolt appeared in the spirit embryo wall. The spirit embryo wall was invisible, so it could only be felt, not seen. The moment the crack appeared, a ray of light shone from his brow in the shape of a lightning bolt. As it did, it gave Kinmu a wondrous feeling. If a person were to close their eyes, everything would go completely dark. They wouldn't be able to see the space between their eyebrows, the spirit embryo divine treasure, or the spirit embryo wall. If a person's vital chi created a crack in their spirit embryo wall, they would be able to see a ray of light shining out from the darkness in the shape of a lightning bolt. Once that happened, they would be able to see their spirit embryo wall. Not only did Kinmu see his spirit embryo wall, he could even see the spirit embryo divine treasure through the jagged crack in it. The spirit embryo divine treasure radiated an intense, brilliant light. This sparkling light and thick vital chi bled through the lightning bolt-shaped crack and fused with the vital chi outside the wall. The vital chi on the other side of the wall with the divine treasure was much purer and stronger than the vital chi that Kinmu had cultivated all this time. However, they were similar in that both did not possess any attributes. Kinmu strongly believed that the vital chi he cultivated came from his overlord body, so he was perfectly fine with it being devoid of attributes. Aside from just vital chi, something more mystical lay hidden inside the spirit embryo divine treasure. However, since the wall only sported a jagged crack and hadn't been completely broken, Kinmu couldn't see what else lay within. Kinmu's heart sank as the lightning bolt-shaped crack began to close. The spirit embryo wall apparently wasn't as simple as he thought it was. Although it had a distinct shape most of the time, the formless energy that it consisted of was like a sticky glue. As a result, it could repair itself whenever it was breached. One wouldn't be able to break the spirit embryo wall unless they completely demolished it in one go. My vital chi still isn't strong enough. However, the more cracks I make in the wall, the stronger my vital chi will get. My vital chi will eventually become strong enough to completely break down the spirit embryo wall. The moment he finished raising his spirits, the crow of a rooster jolted Kinmu from his meditation. The sound stirred his heart, and he quickly opened his eyes. Among the strange beasts around Kinmu were a few bald-neck roosters. Each of them was abnormally large and intimidating, being as tall as a normal human. Their feathers were magnificent, but none grew from their necks. These were the birds that had just crowed. "It's almost morning," Kinmu said in realization, awakening from his trance. Hazy rays of light started to appear in the eastern skies, signaling that dawn would soon break. It was too late for Kinmu to try and completely break down the spirit embryo wall. It was good that he had finally figured out how to break down walls. As long as he managed to escape the grasp of senior brother Chu and senior sister Qing, he would have all the time in the world to break them. Even though he had only managed to create a crack in the spirit embryo wall, Kinmu's cultivation had improved to the point where he was confident that he could to escape from them. "It's almost morning," senior brother Chu stated solemnly. "Our 3 junior brothers died at the hands of this little devil," senior sister Qing said coldly. "Their souls in heaven wouldn't be at peace if we let him escape." Kinmu stood up and stretched his body, pretending not to hear them. The maidens in the plaza continued their bitter struggle against the darkness, stuck at an impasse as light and dark clashed over and over. Soon enough, another crow sounded out. The voice of the darkness became extremely loud and clear, a sign that it was growing impatient. The collective voice of the maidens resounded as well, resulting in a stunning clash between light and darkness. A third crow rang out as the first rays of sunlight suddenly pierced through the darkness in the east, illuminating the mountain peaks nearby. Sunlight shone onto the pitch darkness, forcing it to immediately recede like an ebbing tide. The darkness retreated as quickly as it had arrived, withdrawing beyond the horizon at an increasingly rapid rate. As the light of dawn illuminated the valley, the luminescent pearl gradually descended from the air. Its iridescent light flooded back into the plaza before the sunlight reached the ruins. As the multicolored light vanished, the maidens in the plaza reverted back into skeletons, sitting there motionlessly. It was as if the fierce battle that was fought throughout the night had just been an enchanting dream. Kinmu had previously heard the villagers talk about the strange things that happened in the great ruins, about how monstrous and outrageous they were. However, seeing them happen with his own eyes was definitely more overwhelming than just hearing about it. Whenever night fell, the darkness would invade. The face of darkness would form and chant in its mysterious devil voice. The skeletons in these ruins would transform into maidens each night as well, taking part in the struggle between light and darkness. All of these strange events simply couldn't be understood. The secrets behind these events were just waiting for people to unearth them. As the herd of strange beasts crept toward the gate to leave the ruins, Kinmu's figure blended among them. The peaceful beasts seemed to have an unwritten rule forbidding conflict within the ruins, but they would probably become extremely dangerous again as soon as they were outside. On the other side of the herd, senior brother Chu glanced at senior sister Qing, and both of them blended into the herd as well. They slowly made their way over to Kinmu. The herd continued walking out of the ruins in an orderly manner when, suddenly, a sword quietly shot toward Kinmu from behind. He promptly dodged the strike, resulting in the treasure sword nearly stabbing into a nearby beast. That strange beast roared irritably. "Junior sister, don't use your sword," senior brother Chu exclaimed. "If this herd of strange beasts was to go on a rampage, all of us would just die here." His warning caused junior sister Qing to reclaim her treasure sword and leap onto the back of a strange beast. Leaping from one beast to another, she quickly closed in on Kinmu. Kinmu envied senior sister Qing's ability to form a thread of qi and use it to manipulate her treasure sword from dozens of yards away. Although this ability wasn't as astonishing as Butcher's divine arts, he found it impressive nonetheless. Senior sister Qing's footsteps were light and graceful, and her dress spun through the air like a pink lotus. From under that lotus, her feet kicked towards Kinmu like sharp blades. The leg skill she used was sharp and precise. Each of her kicks seemed like a huge hammer covered in spikes and caused the surroundings to vibrate with a hum. This kind of leg skill could easily shatter huge rocks and even penetrate an iron wall. Kinmu's eyes lit up as he faced senior sister Qing's whirlwind of kicks. Thinking back to his training, he remembered Crippled telling him about how the heaven-pilfering leg skill had never lost to any other leg skill. A white leg struck out from beneath a pink dress, clashing against a muscular leg clad in beast skin shorts. Although senior sister Qing's legs were long and lithe, they contained an astonishing amount of strength resembling the sharpness of a knife combined with the power of an axe. Kinmu's legs, on the other hand, were much sturdier, yet they also seemed graceful and light. It was as if they didn't contain much strength at all. Bang! 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 Their legs collided in a series of explosions. Both of senior sister Qing's legs instantly received a myriad of kicks. Kinmu's leg skill was simply too fast for her to react. The moment Kinmu's flurry of flashy kicks struck, the astonishing strength in her legs became useless. The strength promptly vanished from her legs as if Kinmu's legs had devoured it. Crap! As Kinmu continued to kick at senior sister Qing, her pained legs began to go numb. His kick struck her waist, chest, and throat like a storm pounding down against banana trees. After an onslaught of blows, Kinmu's body spun in the air as he wound his body up to deliver a back kick. This kick was different from the leg skill he had been using up to this point. His previous kicks sacrificed power in favor of speed, whereas the kick he was currently preparing to unleash contained a startling amount of strength. Bang! Kinmu unleashed his back kick, striking senior sister Qing in the face. Her nose flattened into her face and bone fragments flew from her mouth, her chin shattering to pieces. Senior Sister Ching flew headlong into the ruins like a piercing arrow shot from a bow. This result proved what Kinmu believed. The heaven-pilfering divine legs was the best. Kinmu didn't dare to declare it the best in the world, but it was definitely the best in the village. Even though Senior Sister Ching's leg skill appeared vicious and overbearing, Kinmu had heavily injured her before she could even touch him. Furthermore, Kinmu didn't even use any vital chi, only relying on the strength of his body. Senior Sister Ching, however, had directed her vital chi into her legs to increase her strength and raise the speed of her leg skill. In spite of that, she had been crippled in just one exchange. The moment he kicked Senior Sister Ching away, Kinmu felt all of his hair stand on end. An extremely acute sense of danger bubbled up inside of his heart. With no time to turn around, he rushed forward. Senior Brother Chu had silently appeared behind Kinmu and unleashed a killing blow. His attack should have struck Kinmu easily, but he hadn't expected him to be so aware of his surroundings. Leaping from the back of one strange beast to another, the two of them darted about. Senior Brother Chu's moved exceptionally quickly as he frantically threw strikes at Kinmu, aiming for his heart. Kinmu spared no effort in sprinting forwards and swinging both his arms to block the attacks. Thunderclap 8 strikes, 1,000-armed Buddha. Senior Brother Chu couldn't help but be shocked. In spite of the fact that Kinmu had his back turned towards him, he was still able to block all of the attacks as if he had grown several arms. Senior Brother Chu had never heard about this kind of technique. Although Kinmu's 1,000-armed Buddha wasn't like old Mars where rumbling thunder and flashes of lightning accompanied every strike, it still flowed like the wind and was as fast as lightning. Even while he was sprinting across different beasts with his back to Senior Brother Chu, Kinmu's defense was incredibly solid, preventing the Senior Brother Chu from seizing even the slightest advantage. Clang! Kinmu's scalp went numb at the sudden screech of metal. He immediately glanced down at his arm and saw blood flowing from where he had been injured by a sharp sword. Kinmu rolled off the back of the beast he was on and ran under its belly, Senior Brother Chu following him down as well. His hands were empty, but a silver sword flew back and forth around him.
Kinmu's pupils contracted.
Senior Brother Chu's sword control was much better than that of Senior Sister Ching. She had controlled her sword and made it fly several yards away from her, attacking enemies from afar. Senior Brother Chu, however, kept his sword 1 yard away from him. This was terrifying and particularly dangerous. Using sword control in close combat could easily result in a careless wielder injuring themselves. Doing it required remarkable skill and meant that the controller's swordplay was formidable enough to warrant absolute confidence. Without precise manipulation of vital chi, one would not dare to control their sword in such a way. Grandpa Butcher and the others never told me how to utilize my vital chi, and Village Chief never told me how to use Overlord Body Chi, Kinmu thought. Under these circumstances, I'll only be at a disadvantage. Kinmu's foot abruptly struck a wooden branch that the herd strange beasts must have broken from a tree. Without thinking, Kinmu used the tip of his foot to direct the tree branch into his hand. This branch came from a willow tree, was around 2 yards long and about as thick as the length of a thumb. Gripping the tree branch, Kinmu moved quickly, his gaze locked onto the blade of Senior Brother Chu's sword. He didn't pay any attention to the Senior Brother Chu's hands. Kinmu directed his vital chi in the willow branch, allowing it to course through the wood. However, when his vital chi took up 16 inches of the branch, he lost touch with his chi beyond that length. 16 inches was way too short. Fighting a flying sword with just that length of a weapon was too dangerous. Senior Brother Chu rushed forward, his treasure sword circling around him. It seemed as if an invisible swordsman was holding onto the treasure sword, stabbing, slicing, flicking, hacking, and cutting at Kinmu in extremely intricate ways. Ki. With just a few strikes, the willow branch in Kinmu's hand had been reduced to 16 inches. As the sword came hacking towards the branch again, it clanged as if it had struck steel. Relief washed over Kinmu the moment he saw that his vital chi-imbued willow branch could actually block the sword. Keeping his eyes on the blade of the sword, the 16-inch willow branch became his pig slaughtering knife. He used this stick of wood to unleash the knife skill that Butcher taught him. Midnight battle across stormy cities. Clearing his mind of anything else, Kinmu threw his heart into executing this knife skill. Faster, faster, faster. Butcher referred to his knife skill as the pig slaughtering knife skill. The essence of this skill could be described in one word: faster. Faster than a flickering light and faster than fleeting shadows. So fast that, by the time a user of this skill lifted their hand, the pig's head would have already fallen from its body. Focusing his heart and mind on his knife, Kinmu swung the willow branch with reckless abandon. Both he and senior brother Chu dashed under the sprinting beasts, metal clanging against metal as they clashed. The enormous legs of the more gargantuan beasts resembled pillars falling from the sky and pounding against the ground. The slightest bit of carelessness on either of their parts would lead to them being crushed into a paste. Every step the two combatants took seemed chaotic and disorderly, but they actually followed a mysterious rhythm. Whenever the beasts were about to stomp on them, they were always able to dodge out of the way. As they fought, senior brother Chu grew increasingly frustrated and shocked at the current situation. He was actually getting beaten by this little devil. The willow branch in Kinmu's hand was only about 16 inches in length. Didn't that mean it was just a short wooden stick? His sword, on the other hand, was about 2 yards long. The sword control technique, in which he molded his chi into a thread and used it to control his sword, had been taught to him by Lee River's 5 elders. Lee River's 5 elders were powerful individuals who had broken their celestial being walls and awakened their celestial being divine treasures. That alone would signify how intricate sword control techniques taught by them would be. Aside from the sword control technique, senior brother Chu was also using a fist technique that Lee River's 5 elders had created, which was called the Lee River Arts. This fist technique channeled vital chi out of both arms, making it surged forth like the waves of a great river, splitting apart the shore with peerless might. He hadn't trained it to the level of divine arts, but its power was no small matter. With it, breaking a boulder or crushing rocks into dust was child's play. Yet, in the face of the little devil's small wooden stick, these two grand techniques were full of flaws. That wooden stick constantly broke through his defense, raining blows all over his body. Bumps adorned senior brother Chu's head, and bruises covered his body. How could he not be frustrated? However, he was more horrified than frustrated. If the wooden stick in Kinmu's hand were a knife instead. Senior brother Chu didn't dare imagine the consequences. All of this was too terrifying. This teenager's head didn't even reach his chest. He was 11 or 12 at the most. Even if he had started cultivating in his mother's womb, he shouldn't have been able to reach such an obscene level of skill with his frightening techniques. The cultivation of his vital chi. Senior brother Chu thought to himself, noticing Kinmu's weakness and calming down. His techniques may be extremely polished, but his cultivation is pathetically weak. Actually, it'd be more accurate to say that he doesn't possess a spirit body. He might just be an ordinary human. He eventually came to a crucial conclusion. Kinmu was an ordinary person. He didn't possess spirit body and hadn't awakened his spirit embryo divine treasure. He had probably cultivated using basic techniques, such as the Daoyin technique, enabling him to develop a certain amount of vital chi. However, the vital chi that an ordinary person cultivated contained no attributes, preventing them from unleashing much power. This was the reason why Kinmu's offensive techniques, although better than senior brother Chu's, weren't much of a threat. They didn't have any power behind them. The knife skill this devil brat is using should be a divine art. He just hasn't trained it enough to be able to exhibit its power, senior brother Chu thought. If I could get a hold of this divine art. Senior brother Chu's heart began to feel better. Although Kinmu couldn't use the knife skill to its full potential, he, on the other hand, was still able to show part of its power. If the knife skill was in his hands instead, it would definitely be frightening. He could tell that Kinmu's knife skill was a type of battle technique. The divine arts of battle techniques and sword control techniques were different. Sword control techniques freed up a person's hands, allowed your sword to fly and kill enemies on its own, and help make a person's sword skills agiler. The free hands would then be able to attack enemies at the same time as the sword, resulting in a more varied fighting style. Battle techniques, however, were different. Battle techniques followed the most primitive path that required both of a person's hands to control their weapon, allowing their vital chi to surge into the weapon, increase the power of their attacks, and make their divine art much stronger. A few hundred years ago, when both techniques existed side by side, practitioners who cultivated battle techniques and practitioners who cultivated sword control techniques always but heads over which techniques were superior. However, a genius heir to a lineage of sword control users suddenly appeared out of nowhere and started slaughtering strong practitioners that cultivated battle techniques. The practitioners were either killed, crippled, or fled from him. This genius was none other than the number one man below the gods, the one that Eternal Peace Empire had crowned as their imperial preceptor. Few people cultivated battle techniques anymore. Through generations without a successor, top-tier battle technique divine arts were lost. Only low-quality battle techniques were handed down now. Yet a genuine, top-tier battle technique was still extremely powerful, and Senior Brother Chu strongly believed that the knife skill Qin Mu demonstrated was a real, top-tier battle technique. I definitely need to get my hands on this battle technique. Senior Brother Chu exclaimed inwardly. Once I subdue him, I'll force him to reveal the cultivation method of this battle technique no matter what. Qin Mu's small wooden stick frantically continued to strike Senior Brother Chu, who was doing everything he could to try and block them. He couldn't block all of them though, and he received hundreds of hits over a short period of time. Senior Brother Chu grew increasingly frustrated as his face became more and more swollen and the pain racking his body intensified. The more frustrated he became, the sloppier his fighting got, causing the number of times the wooden stick struck him to get larger and larger. It was just a short wooden stick without any power. However, when combined with Qin Mu's strength and the ongoing beating, the damage it caused started to accumulate. Senior Brother Chu's body ultimately took a significant amount of damage from that wooden stick, a damage that steadily increased. He's going to beat me to death. The realization made Senior Brother Chu's blood run cold. Senior Brother Chu was finally frightened. At this rate, he'll beat me to death with that small wooden stick. He really wished that Qin Mu was holding a knife instead. Heck, even a blunt one was fine. A small wooden stick naturally held very little power, but with all the beatings he had taken, his face had swollen like a pig's. Even his eyes had become two slits, blurring his vision. Black and green bruises marred his skin while some of his muscles had become paste from a thrashing. Even his joints had received preferential treatment from Qin Mu. Qin Mu had purposely aimed for ligaments and tendons, not the bones. By tearing the ligaments and tendons, any slight movement would cause excruciating pain. Being beaten to death by a small wooden stick truly was too horrifying. Since one wouldn't die straight away, their pain and fear would increase by several times over the course of the beating. The beast herd that had been running above their heads was nowhere to be seen now, having had dispersed the moment they made it out of the gate to the ruins. Qin Mu's strength was also diminishing. He had no idea how long he had swung his knife around, but he couldn't continue doing so. After all, not only had he constantly dodged Senior Brother Chu's sword, he had also been avoiding the hooves and claws of the giant beasts they had been fighting under. His legs were also sore and swollen from continuously executing his irregular footwork. Even though Butcher's training frequently consisted of bouts of insanity, he still understood that Qin Mu had his limits and would never train him past the point of exhaustion. Qin Mu no longer had the strength to continue swinging his knife and was relying on just pure willpower to keep going. He knew that, as long as Senior Brother Chu had even the slightest bit of vital chi remaining, it was his head that would roll. He could only continue beating Senior Brother Chu to death. Thud! Senior Brother Chu collapsed to the ground, unable to endure the beating any longer. His treasure sword dropping with a clank. Qin Mu threw his wooden stick away and grabbed the sword, but couldn't lift it up. His arms were devoid of strength. Qin Mu stumbled forward and kicked the sword hilt instead. Its tip slowly angled towards Senior Brother Chu, who, barely aware of his surroundings, tried his best to squirm away. But he couldn't. His ligaments and tendons were a complete mess. He couldn't even lift a muscle. Paralyzed, Senior Brother Chu could only watch as Kinmu struggled to adjust the direction of his treasure sword and kick it towards his neck. It scraped against the ground, dragging dirt along as it moved in little increments towards Senior Brother Chu until, with one final kick, it pierced through his neck. Blood flowed, pooling around the wound as he struggled to breathe and gurgled through the blood welling from his throat. Relief washed over Kinmu. His limbs went limp and he collapsed to the floor. He had never been so exhausted before. Lying next to a corpse felt disgusting, therefore Kinmu tried to move away. Only, he had to give up because his body wouldn't budge. It wasn't Kinmu's first time seeing a corpse. The woman who emerged from the Kauskin and Senior Brother Chu's junior brothers had become corpses as well. Granny Sai once brought him to a neighboring village to assist in delivering a baby. Aside from being a tailor, Granny Sai was also a midwife who helped expectant mothers in the area give birth. However, when they arrived, the village had become a graveyard. It didn't matter if they were male or female, young or old. Everyone, including the expectant mother, was dead. Kinmu's mind had gone blank, as if he were drifting through the sky, floating above the village and taking in a massacre. Granny Sai had later woke him from his trance, saying that the gruesome scene had scared the life out of him, forcing his soul to leave his body. She had to pull his soul back and stuff it back in. Granny hadn't told him who massacred that entire village, instead of telling him that such a thing was extremely common in the Great Ruins. In light of that, she sternly warned him, "Never give your enemies any opportunities." Senior Brother Chu's corpse made Kinmu uncomfortable, but it wasn't an uncommon thing in the Great Ruins. Here, the strong preyed upon the weak. It was the survival of the fittest. Having lived in the Great Ruins from a young age, Kinmu had already become accustomed to the skirmishes between strange beasts. To him, Senior Brother Chu's corpse was no different from the corpses of animals. As he lay there trying to blend into the surroundings, Kinmu suddenly heard footsteps approaching. He struggled to turn his head towards the sound and identify what was causing it. To his complete shock, it was Senior Sister Ching who greeted him, her face swollen beyond recognition and resembling a pig's. Step by step, she limped over to him using her treasure sword as a crutch. Kinmu tried to stand up, but his limbs were all swollen with pain. He could only wait there, silently cultivating the Overlord Body 3 elixir technique. His vital chi slowly became active, gently welling up and flowing towards all of his aching muscles. Wherever his vital chi went, the pain would lessen, his senses sharpening as the burning sensation died down. Senior Sister Ching continued to limp towards him, step by step. Fighting Kinmu had essentially left her legs crippled. Her face had also received countless kicks, the last of which is the most ruthless. Kinmu had put all of his strength into that kick, flattening her delicate features like the tail of a poison dragon. In its current, swollen form, her face looked as bloated as noodles that had been left to soak overnight. All of her teeth were gone, blood and saliva dripping from the corner of her mouth and splashing to the floor. Her hands, however, were surprisingly fine as they gripped her treasure sword in a way that clearly expressed her hatred and desire to rip Kinmu into 1,000 pieces. Kinmu tried to cultivate faster, urging the Overlord Body 3 elixir technique to speed up. He wanted to regain his strength at a quicker pace, but the intense battle he had just fought simply took too much out of him. Only by breaking the Spirit Embryo wall and awakening the Spirit Embryo Divine Treasure could Kinmu be considered a true martial practitioner. Beating a martial practitioner like Senior Brother Chu to death despite not being one himself could already be seen as a great achievement. But that was all that it was. He didn't have the strength to continue fighting Senior Sister Ching. Senior Sister Ching finally arrived in front of Kinmu. She tried to say something, but her mouth and throat were so swollen that she could only let out a gurgle. Frustrated, she lifted her treasure sword and fell forward, ruthlessly stabbing it towards Kinmu. But suddenly she froze, her treasure sword unable to continue downwards as if it had met an invisible barrier. "What a cute little lady. This granny is quite fond of looking at you." An elderly woman appeared in their line of sight, walking towards them with a basket in hand. Fear flashed through Senior Sister Ching's eyes and she trembled upon seeing the woman, slowly backing away from Kin Mu. Before she could get very far, however, a voice boomed from behind her. Mua, you actually used a tiny wooden stick to play around with my pig slaughtering knife skill and took 5,476 strikes before finally bringing this young fellow down. Yet what you ended up killing this little bastard with a sword. Struggling to turn her head, Senior Sister Ching saw people with grotesque appearances approaching. Among their number was a blind man with a cane, a man missing a leg, a man without any limbs, and a muscular man missing the lower half of his body. One of the more able men carried the muscular man in a large bamboo basket on his back, and the others carried the limbless man on a stretcher. All of these people looked extremely miserable. The only one of them that seemed relatively normal was the middle-aged man carrying the bamboo basket. However, his face was completely disfigured. It seemed to have been skinned, giving him a sinister, frightening appearance. The muscular man who only had the upper half of his body was the one who had spoken. Rage consumed his fearsome face as he glared at Kin Mu and scolded him from afar. Looks like you still haven't trained enough. If your knife skill was polished enough, you wouldn't even need a small wooden stick or even a knife. You'd be able to chop him to death with your bare hands. Granny Sai. Grandpa Butcher. Grandpa Apothecary. Kin Mu croaked, sighing in relief. All of you are here. We raised you with our blood, sweat, and tears. Of course we were worried.
Granny si replied, snickering.
Since this was your first night away from home and you spent it with an unfamiliar woman, we just had to come take a look. Kin Mu blinked his eyes and asked, how long have all of you been here? We've been here since you were furiously clashing with that young fellow under the bellies of those beasts. Butcher snorted. How else would I know that you used a total of 5,476 strikes? Kin Mu's face blackened. These old geezers had clearly arrived early during the fight, yet they still let him fight to the death and nearly lose his life. And then he realized why the herd of strange beasts hadn't attacked him or Senior Brother Chu. Butcher had scared them off. The people from outside the village said that Granny and all the grandpas were bad people. Could that be true? Kin Mu thought to himself. But I think they're good people, he assured himself. They must have watched from afar because they believed I could defeat that Senior Brother Chu. An overlord body is far superior to a spirit body, Blind said, propping himself up with his cane and smiling at thin air. We are all very disappointed that you've been reduced to such a miserable state. Grandpa Blind, I'm over here.
Kin Mu coughed gently.
I know where you are, Blind said with a smile, reorienting himself. You defeated that young fellow using a stick, which means I have taught you well. Don't be proud of that though. You possess an overlord body, after all. It's natural for you to be stronger than him. From today onwards, your training will be much more intense. Don't make that bitter face. Why are you so pleased with yourself, Blind? Butcher said coldly. He was clearly using my knife skill. And why are you lecturing a corpse? What do we do with this Senior Sister Ching? Kin Mu barely managed to get up. He looked at Senior Sister Ching, who still hadn't recovered from her shock. Why don't we? Granny Sai's eyes lit up as she thought what to do. She nudged Kin Mu, nearly pushing the exhausted youth over, and mischievously said, why don't we let her live so she can be your little bride? You were so cute when you were a toddler, but now that you're all grown up, you aren't quite as cute. However, you can have a chubby baby with this young lady. That baby would definitely be very cute as well. After all, Granny still adores children. Kin Mu glanced at Senior Sister Ching, whose head looked like that of a pig. Granny, I think I'd rather not. Shunk. In that case, we should just kill her. Cripple said. Unknown to everyone else, Cripple had appeared behind Senior Sister Ching. He stabbed her through her heart, an innocent smile on his face. Gee, Grandpa Cripple. Why did you kill her? Kin Mu asked, stuttering. Cripple pulled his knife out, his smile developing a hint of confusion. You said you didn't want her, so she obviously needed to die. Kin Mu felt resentful, though not because he wanted to make a baby with senior sister Qing. He was just a child of 11 or 12 years after all. Aside from these old monsters he saw every day, the people in the neighboring villages were also fiendish existences. It was rare for him to meet someone around the same age as him. Even without playmates, he still had the heart of a child. "Let's go home," village chief declared as he turned his head to look at the ruins in the valley. "All of us are disabled in some way, so no one can carry you. You will have to walk back on your own." Apothecary smiled at Kin Mu, then said, "Ah, that's right. We prepared the blood of the 4 spirits. Since you didn't come home last night, I still have some with me." Kin Mu nodded, receiving 4 porcelain cups that Apothecary handed to him. Drinking the blood of the 4 spirits, he struggled to walk as he circulated the Overlord Body 3 elixir technique and digested the power of the blood of the 4 spirits. While he did that, he also told everyone about the weird things that had happened in the ruins. Granny Sai calm expression wavered. Devils and gods. A huge face made of darkness and skeleton maidens? Interesting. The other villagers also found Kin Mu's account interesting, but none of them had any other opinions. As a result, Kin Mu couldn't help but ask, "Granny, aren't all of you curious about the story behind the ruins?" Apothecary sighed. The kingdom of gods which prospered in the past was reduced to ashes long ago. Now you tell us that God's bones were clattering and dancing in the night. Could it be that they still refused to die? Death stared at Apothecary, reading his lips, then replied, "Regardless of their unwillingness, what reason do they have to exist after already dying? There's no point in caring about the story of this place." "Are you really deaf?" Apothecary asked suspiciously, looking at Death's ears. Forged from snow-white iron, Death's ears were completely metal. They replaced the flesh and blood ears he would have had and had even covered up his ear canals. Death plucked the metal ears from both sides of his head. 3-inch iron plugs jutted from the inner portions of the ears. These needed to be inserted into his ear canals in order to keep the metal ears fixed to his head. "Stab these into your ear canals." Death retorted coldly. "Then you'll find out if I'm really deaf." Apothecary smiled slightly and kept quiet. Death then plugged his 2 iron ears back into his ear canals, turned to mute, and said, "These ears have been getting kind of uncomfortable recently. I need you to help me adjust them." Mute the blacksmith nodded in reply. This elderly family left Kin Mu speechless. He didn't understand how all of them could be so much more interested in Death's ear canals than the ruins. "Mua, there are simply too many mysteries in the great ruins," Granny Sai said with a smile. "Aside from the kingdom of gods in this valley, there are countless other mysteries out there. If you spend all of your time thinking about them, you won't be able to get anything else done." As their group walked in the direction of disabled elderly village, village chief solemnly said, "Since you were able to trade blows with that youth's treasure sword using just a 16-inch wooden stick as a knife, it's clear that your strikes weren't weak. This experience has helped you improve significantly. Why can't I control objects like they did?" Kin Mu asked, his heart quivering. "My vital chi couldn't fill more than 16 inches of that willow branch." He was extremely envious of the youths who were able to control their swords using vital chi when he couldn't. Apothecary shook his head in silence. The vital chi of an ordinary person had no attributes. Controlling objects was impossible for them because ordinary vital chi could not be used to perform such techniques. As an ordinary human, being able to use his vital chi to support 16 inches of a willow branch, then use that willow branch to fight against a martial practitioner like Senior Brother Chu without it breaking was already a remarkable accomplishment for Kin Mu. Neither your overlord body nor your spirit embryo divine treasure has awakened yet, so there's no need for you to be worried. Village chief gave Kin Mu a calm look. Being able to defeat a skilled practitioner of the spirit embryo realm while in your unawakened state means that, once your overlord body actually awakens, you will be an entire level stronger than everyone else. Granny Sai and the others were also proud of Kin Mu's performance. Senior Brother Chu was a peak martial practitioner in the spirit embryo realm. He could even use his chi to control his sword close to his body, which clearly showed he wasn't far from reaching the 5 elements realm. Having beaten Senior Brother Chu to death with a small wooden stick, Kinmu clearly confirmed that village chief hadn't lied about the overlord body that none of them had ever seen or heard of before. The corners of Apothecary's eyes twitched as he thought to himself, the truth that Mua only has an ordinary constitution will get out sooner or later. When that time comes, these people will definitely turn the entire world upside down in despair. However, it really is strange that he was able to defeat a peak martial practitioner to death with a small wooden stick. Could he really have an overlord body? Or is it just the influence of the spirit blood? Even considering the vast amounts of knowledge in his head, these unanswered questions still left Apothecary confused. Consuming the blood of the 4 spirits made the vital chi inside of Kinmu become more and more active. This resulted in his inflamed muscles recovering and returning to normal, his blood flowing more smoothly, and his vital chi circulating even faster. As fatigue slowly faded from his body, his footsteps subconsciously sped up. Expressions of astonishment leaped to the faces of Old Ma, Cripple, and the other villagers, but they kept quiet and continued to follow Kinmu. Kinmu had discovered that cultivating the Overlord Body 3 elixir technique while running helped to increase the speed of his cultivation. With the added effect of the blood of the 4 spirits, his cultivation speed increased even further, leading to him forgetting about his surroundings and sprinting faster. He quickly forgot about his sore muscles as his speed continued to increase. His vital chi circulated throughout his body faster and faster, permeating his flesh, bones, hair, and nails. Sprinting as fast as he could, Kinmu's current speed gradually surpassed his previous top speed. However, he wasn't aware of this, only feeling more and more relaxed as he ran to his heart's content. Murky drops of sweat eventually began to pour from his body. Mixed into his sweat were bits of black filth and white granulated fat. Only, Kinmu didn't sense any of the changes occurring in his body. Apothecary and village chiefs secretly exchanged looks of amazement. Old Ma, when did your vital chi start refining your body? Apothecary asked out of the blue. I was at the pinnacle of the spirit embryo realm at the time, Old Ma replied seriously. I had been training my fists when I suddenly unleashed my first divine art, fist body refinement art. My vital chi resembled azure dragons coiling around my arms. Apothecary then looked at Cripple, who also answered. I was also at the pinnacle of the spirit embryo realm. The day it happened, I was trying to catch up to the wind. I wanted to walk through the sky and step on the very cusp of that gust of air, when suddenly, in the next moment, I discovered the marvel that is vital chi body refinement. My vital chi began whistling out of every pore in my body as if it were wind, and I grew extremely excited. However, right after that, I fell out of the sky and nearly died. It was the same for me, Apothecary said with a sigh. I had been trying to refine my body using my spirit embryo divine treasure as a furnace and my vital chi as herbs. This led me to find out about the wonder of vital chi body refinement. Only then did my vital chi baptize my body like fire. Kinmu, on the other hand, hasn't even broken his first wall, yet he's already begun body refinement. An overlord body definitely is quite domineering. Cripple laughed. We the spirit bodies can't help but be envious. Apothecary wore a strange expression but didn't say anything else. An overlord body. If Kinmu really had an overlord body, he wouldn't have been so surprised. Cripple and Old Ma explained all of these things as Kinmu possessing an overlord body, but he knew the truth. Being a step ahead of people with spirit bodies and reaching body refinement this early with just an ordinary human constitution, such a thing made it so that a formidable practitioner like Apothecary, despite all of his considerable knowledge, couldn't help but feel amazed. Mua hasn't awakened his overlord body yet, but once he does, he'll be able to use his overlord body chi to control objects. He. Granny Sai said excitedly. Even Eternal Peace Empire's Imperial Preceptor wouldn't be able to hold a candle to him if they were the same age, right? Apothecary's heart sank as he looked at Village Chief. Village Chief remained silent. The overlord body didn't exist, so there naturally would never be any overlord body chi. Ordinary vital chi could never control objects, and when Kinmu discovered that, the lie would come to light. But before that, Kinmu first had to awaken his overlord body, which meant he'd have to break his spirit embryo wall. What did an ordinary human need to do to break a wall? Village chief frowned. Did drinking the blood of the four spirits even have any effect on Kinmu? How much longer could he hide the truth from everyone? Kinmu ran like the wind, his vital chi growing stronger and stronger. No matter how many miles he sprinted, the inhabitants of disabled elderly village could always match his stride. Even Blind could keep up with everyone as if he was steadily moving across flat land. Just as Kinmu entered a certain forest, a pitch-black figure appeared and bellowed, "Die, young Yuan!" It was the devil ape. It unleashed a furious bellow when it saw Kinmu, the young Yuan, invading its territory once again. One-armed Oldmar glanced at the raging devil ape. This glance was devoid of emotion. It terrified the humongous beast, making it feel as if it would be dead in the next moment. As a result, it didn't dare to be arrogant, immediately abandoning its territory and fleeing instead. Kinmu continued to sprint all the way back, his vital chi circulating and thriving as the rest of the journey passed without incident. Only upon reaching disabled elderly village did he wake up from his trance and discover that he was covered in filth. Without him realizing, a thick layer of muck that was either black blood or grimy fat had caked his body. "Mua, go to the river and wash," Granny Sai said. "Blind, go with him so that the monsters in the river won't take him away." Blind leaned on his bamboo cane and followed Kinmu to the river. Kinmu immediately stripped naked and jumped into the water, washing away the filth. Blind gently tapped the surface of the river with his bamboo cane, alarming a huge green fish that had snuck up on Kinmu. It promptly leaped from the water and splashed several yards away. That fish spanned about 6.5 yards in length, and its whiskers resembled 8 tentacles that were each 3 yards long. After washing himself, Kinmu looked at the waves of the river. Bravery swelled within his chest, growing into a raging blaze of emotion. His vital chi churned restlessly, surging up toward his throat until he unleashed a guttural cry. It seemed as if he had opened the temperament treasure vault of the gods. The cry traveled throughout the mountains and the forest, causing the surface of the river to tremble. As he sustained the reverberating cry, Kinmu rose from the water, suddenly dashing across the surface of the river with great strides. With each step, the strength of his feet fused with vital chi that streamed down his legs to create a sudden burst of force. Whenever his feet hit the surface of the river, the water exploded in every direction. Before the disturbed water could even fall back to the river, Kinmu would already be several yards ahead, running across the water. Top, 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 top. The crisp sound of Kinmu's feet slapping against water resounded through the air. Soon enough, he'd run over a mile across the river's surface. Kinmu felt as free as a bird, his cries growing more and more ecstatic. He happily ran to his heart's content, his broad strides and carefree footsteps taking him all over the river. It sounded as if heavenly music played by a band of immortals were descending from the sky, accompanied by the melodious cries of a dragon and a phoenix. Kinmu's speed was astonishing. In just a short time, he had already managed to run from one side of the river to the other. A gentle wind blew across the river's rippling surface as he already began making his way back to the side he had started from. Blind propped himself up with his bamboo cane as the wind swept over him from the river, ruffling his white hair. Listening to Kinmu's cries of excitement, he gently nodded his head and smiled. Whilst the monkey cried incessantly from one side of a river to another, the dreadfully cold wind froze his crotch. He recited loudly. "Don't you feel cold while happily roaming the river with your rear exposed, Mua?" Kinmu fell into the water with a splash, a cry of astonishment echoing from the center of the river. A moment later, the youth swam ashore and exited the water in embarrassment, drying his body so that he could put his clothes back on. Kinmu's moment of enlightenment at the bank of the river made him get ahead of himself, causing him to completely forget he was naked and start sprinting across the river. Yet, as he did this entirely naked, It had actually been quite cool and refreshing for him. It's a good thing that Grandpa Blind can't see, he thought to himself. Kinmu got dressed and was in the middle of adjusting his shirt when he suddenly looked up. Old Ma, Mute, and the rest of the villagers were standing in the forest in front of him. Even Granny Sai and Village Chief, who was being carried on a stretcher, had come. Kinmu's face turned beet red. "Gee, Granny, when did all of you get here?" he asked, stuttering. Granny Sai burst into laughter and said, "Mua, all of us have seen your but countless times, so there's nothing to be embarrassed about. We heard your lively cries and came over to have a look." "Come here, Mua," Village Chief said, coughing gently. "Since you were chased down by 5 practitioners of the spirit embryo realm, you probably have some injuries that are harder to notice. Let Apothecary examine you." Kinmu stepped forward and allowed Apothecary do a thorough examination of his body. Finishing up, Apothecary shook his head and said, "There are no major problems. All of his wounds are superficial." Village Chief then carried out an examination of his own. He indicated that Kinmu could leave. Butcher immediately dragged him away to have him train his knife skill. Unsatisfied with how Kinmu needed to use over 5,000 strikes to beat that senior brother Chu, Butcher had decided to put him through merciless training. Apothecary watched Kinmu's vigorous knife training as he walked over to Village Chief's stretcher. "Did you discover anything?" he asked. "The speed at which his vital chi cultivation is advancing is extraordinarily fast." Village Chief exclaimed, hiding nothing. "The difference between yesterday and today shows that his progress is beyond my imagination. His cries from earlier could have only been made by having his throat resonate with vital chi. They even possessed God and devil characteristics. Ignoring the fact that he has yet to break his spirit embryo wall, even a spirit embryo realm practitioner wouldn't be able to achieve God or devil resonance. If we were ordinary humans like him, it would take us 20 years to cultivate our vital chi to that point." The cries that Kinmu had subconsciously released as he ran across the river were the result of his throat resonating with vital chi. At the same time, however, he had inadvertently infused his cry with aspects of the devil voice he had heard in the ruins. The strange thing was, he had also memorized the collective voice of the maidens while analyzing the devil's voice. Therefore, he had committed every single part of their god voice to memory. As a result, he had also infused aspects of the god voice into his cries without realizing it. When the others heard Kinmu's cries, they considered them normal because they couldn't detect the profoundness behind them. However, since Village Chief could hear it clearly, it definitely wasn't a small matter. God and devil resonance. Apothecary jumped in shock. How did he achieve such a thing? It's simply too terrifying to achieve 20 years' worth of cultivation overnight. Could the blood of the 4 spirits have caused this? Village Chief shook his head. Even though the blood of the 4 spirits can improve his constitution and vital chi, enhancing them to such a level is impossible. Apothecary thought deeply to himself, then replied, "Could it be that Mua is actually a natural genius? Could he have been the perfect seedling for cultivation since he was born? Why would a natural genius have the constitution of an ordinary human?" Village Chief frowned. A natural genius would have been born with a spirit body. Furthermore, to actually achieve God and devil resonance, which genius could do such a thing? Is the God and devil resonance in his cries good or bad? Apothecary asked. "I have no idea," Village Chief replied. "I heard both God and devil resonance in his cries. The God voice and the devil voice within them were fighting against each other. I'm not sure if that's good or bad." Apothecary gaze faltered and he asked, "If that's the case, where did the God voice and the devil voice come from?" "I don't know." The heads of both men began to ache. It had been a long time since they had a headache because they couldn't understand a situation. The number of things they couldn't understand had only continued to increase ever since they adopted Kinmu, who had floated down the river as a baby. Night soon fell, and disabled elderly village was once again shrouded in darkness. At a certain wooden house, Granny Sai slept in her room and Kinmu slept on his own. Halfway through the night, A samba voice resounded within the mind of the unconscious Kinmu. A melodious voice echoed in response. These were the god and devil voices from before. They started to fight each other, their voices growing noisier and louder. The resonance of the god and devil voices slowly intensified into a clash between darkness and light. Within his mind, Kinmu suddenly turned into a formless soul floating in the sky above that clash, blankly staring below him. The location of this fight between darkness and light looked exactly like the ruins where he first witnessed such a spectacle. However, this place was much more vast and majestic. The darkness resembled tentacles constantly piercing through the light, while the light would suddenly strike in short bursts, wiping out the darkness. Moments later, Kinmu was finally able to clearly see what made up the darkness and the light. The darkness was actually endless waves of devils swarming toward the light like gushing tides. The devilish voice wasn't the voice of a single entity, but the war cries of billions of devils. This was the same for the light. It was actually a sea of gods wearing golden armor crying out, swarming to fight the devils. Kinmu currently stood high above this struggle, making all of the gods and devils seem like tiny dots. He had thought it was the clash between light and darkness because he was too far from the conflict to get a clear look. Now that he could see what was actually happening, shock and horror overwhelmed him. Kinmu suddenly opened his eyes, his body drenched with sweat. He realized that the vociferous voices of gods and devils were filling his mind, threatening to split his head in two. However, right at that moment, the jade pendant he wore at his chest slowly rose into the air, floating up to the center of his brow and gently coming to rest there. A soft, soothing feeling flowed into Kinmu's head, and the voices vanished. Kinmu sat up abruptly, breathing deeply as confusion filled his heart. He had no idea what had just happened. Moments later, he left the house and walked through the village, comparing his jade pendant and the ghostly glow of the villagers' stone statues. Darkness enshrouded everything outside the village, so the jade pendant gave off a similarly ethereal glow. Kinmu stared at the pendant in a daze, his eyes shining with its glow. He seemed to be unable to take them off of it. Unknown to him, Granny Sai approached from behind and happened to see this haunting scene. Even though we of disabled elderly village raised him, he doesn't belong with us, she thought to herself, heart aching terribly. He'll have to leave someday. Then, all of a sudden, determination appeared in her eyes as she resolved herself. The outside world is much more dangerous than the great ruins. He isn't strong enough. Not yet. Bright eyes stared at the jade pendant. Even though Kinmu was only 11 or 12 years old, he already understood many things. Another time that Kinmu went with Granny Sai to help deliver a baby, unlike the other tragic outcome, it went smoothly. The sight of the loving family warmed his heart. This led Kinmu to ask how he'd been born and where his parents were. However, Granny Sai wasn't able to answer him. She could only tell him that she had found him in the river and that the jade pendant had been bundled up with him. This was the reason why Kinmu treasured this jade pendant. He hoped that he could one day find his parents with it and ask them why they abandoned him. After some time, Kinmu put the jade pendant back around his neck where he usually wore it. His expression became peaceful as he stored this bizarre incident deep in his heart along with the mystery of the pendant. Granny Sai, who had kept her distance behind him until that point, returned to their house just before he did. The next day, Old Ma, blind, cripple, and mute continued hunting beasts to refine the blood of the 4 spirits for Kinmu. These 4 dangerous men had essentially swept the area around the village clean, a radius of several hundred miles to be precise, so they had to travel further to capture the spirit beasts that provided blood for refinement. Village chief had trouble moving around on his own. Apothecary frequently had to go out to gather herbs. Butcher was always bitter and went crazy from time to time, and Deaf was only interested in calligraphy and paintings. Therefore, Granny Sai was the only person who could keep Kinmu company while he cultivated. However, Granny Sai wasn't always in the village either. As a tailor and a midwife, the neighboring villagers often requested clothes from her or asked her to help deliver a baby. Early this morning, Granny Sai left the village, and Apothecary went to gather herbs. Butcher and Deaf carried village chief over to the village's entrance and placed him there. Then they both went their separate ways, one sharpening his knives and the other painting. Overcome with boredom, Kin Mu went to the riverbank. Ever since his cow had turned into a woman and gotten herself stabbed to death by Cripple, his chores had diminished tremendously. Standing by the river, he took a deep breath, his chest swelling with air. He then circulated his vital chi and his chest slowly returned to normal size. He had yet to exhale. Instead, he used his vital chi to nourish his lungs, making them exceptionally tough. Then he compressed the air in his lungs, forcing it to shrink by 10 times. Kin Mu continued to breathe in and his chest still didn't expand. The moment he reached his limit, however, he rushed forward, bursting forth like an arrow shot from a bow. Kin Mu sprinted across the river like a hurricane, splitting the water into 2 waves that erupted outward in his wake. Then, all of a sudden, gleaming metal flashed above the river. Kin Mu had taken out his pig slaughtering knife as he ran. It shimmered through the air, flashing like dragons swimming through the air. This was Butcher's pig slaughtering knife skill. Like its creator, this knife skill felt bitter and possessed a wild, domineering aura that refused to bow to the heavens and the earth. The knife shone as it swung back and forth, capable of crushing everything in its path. Without warning, the glimmer of metal disappeared as Kin Mu returned the pig slaughtering knife to its usual place in the sheath on his back. Transitioning to Old Ma's fist skill, he directed his vital chi to his arms and hands. Clenching a hand into a fist, Kin Mu began to resemble the Yangtze River traversing a plateau, rushing through the sky, and gushing into the sea like a never-ending torrent of water. Thunderclap 8 strikes first form, spring thunder on the lonely East Sea. Throwing punch after punch, a scene of a raging river flowing into the thunderous waves of an enormous sea appeared inside of Kin Mu's mind. An essence similar to that took shape in his fist skill as well. However, the moment it did, his fist suddenly opened up mid-punch, his fingers and palm trembling uncontrollably. The air in front of his palm compressed rapidly, then exploded outward, disrupting the surface of the river and sending water all around him. It still isn't complete, Kin Mu thought as he ran. I still can't achieve thunder in palm. Disappointment weighed upon Kin Mu. The lowest level of Old Ma's Thunderclap 8 strikes required the practitioner to achieve thunder in palm. Every punch needed to burst forth the booming thunder that possessed astonishing power and could seize a person's soul. It would then become a divine art capable of being trained to the highest level where one could control thunder and lightning with their hands, a level that Kin Mu was nowhere near reaching. As Kin Mu continued sprinting, he grabbed a bamboo staff from its place strapped to his back. Stabbing the area around him, he wasn't displaying an ordinary staff skill. The skill that Blind taught him was actually a spear skill. His bamboo staff resembled a great spear that churned the water of the river like a raging dragon. Every swirl, every poke, every flick, and every thrust would be accompanied by a burst of water. Once he was satisfied, Kin Mu traded his bamboo staff for a huge iron hammer, replacing the latter's position on his back with the former. Then he performed a series of strikes as a display of the hammer skill that Mute the blacksmith had taught him. This hammer skill was simple and crude, but it possessed several tons of power. Each strike was extremely heavy which, along with Kin Mu's agile running, embodied 2 extremes of martial ability. After sprinting and practicing each of his skills for a considerable amount of time, Kin Mu finally felt that his vital chi was beginning to run low. His body started to feel exhausted, his strength nearly depleted. Looking at his surroundings, he discovered that he had gone dozens of miles downstream, which was quite far from disabled elderly village. I actually ran this far without realizing it, he thought. Kin Mu continued to survey his surroundings until he noticed an island in the middle of the river. The violent water of the river surged around it. The sight intrigued him, and he immediately rushed over to it. A few moments later, Kin Mu stepped onto the island, finally reaching dry land. This island wasn't very big. Considering its position in the middle of the river, it resembled a small hill lush with vegetation, about 1,000 yards in diameter and around 130 yards tall. On this island was a dense forest in which only the sound of water could be heard. Deep within that forest, not far from where Kinmu was a dilapidated, ancient temple. Walking into the forest and toward the temple, Kinmu could see that the structure was in shambles and had cobwebs everywhere. It clearly hadn't been maintained for a long time. However, it could still serve as a good spot to take a break in. Kinmu stopped in front of the temple. One of the doors that made up its entrance had collapsed, revealing a dim light within. He could see that a towering Buddha statue covered in gilded leaves stood inside of the temple, radiating a golden glow. However, since no one had been here for a very long time, most of the gold on the leaves had peeled off to reveal copper enamel. Peculiar, squiggly writing could be seen on the copper. It looked as if the writing could be drawings of tadpoles. Gigantic, thick chains wrapped around the Buddha's body, restraining it to where it was. Following the length of the chains with his gaze, Kinmu saw that they extended from the small temple, stretched all the way to the shore of this island, and plunged deep into the raging river. How strange! Why are these chains tying down this giant Buddha? Kinmu thought to himself. Grandpa Blind said there was some rule about lighting incense before entering a temple. Since I don't have any incense, I can only rest just outside the entrance. Kinmu cleared his throat, bowed, and paid his respects. This little one is from disabled elderly village which is located near the river. I have come across your temple and would like to rest my legs here for the time being. If I have alarmed the owner of this land, I am deeply sorry. He hesitated a moment before continuing to recite a prayer that Blind had taught him. Since I was young, this little one has weak kidneys and frail body. My primordial yang has long since dispersed. If a goddess sister is present in this temple, please don't hurt me. Blind was an old and experienced wanderer, so Kinmu firmly believed his words. There shouldn't have been any problem with reciting the prayer just like Blind had taught him. After finishing his prayer, Kinmu sat down on the stone steps to the temple. He removed the iron boots from his feet and the iron weights from his calves, then began to recover his stamina using his breathing technique. He had been wearing both the boots and the weights the entire time he sprinted across the river. This set had been forged by Mute the blacksmith and weighed much more than his previous set had. Suddenly, gentle laughter echoed from behind Kinmu. You said something pretty interesting, a feminine voice said. HM. I guess I won't eat you anymore. Oh well. Kinmu immediately turned around to see who had spoken. Sitting on the palm of the Buddha, laughing at him, was a little girl that looked to be around his age. She was barefoot and wore a simple dress. Her hair had been done up in 3 braids. 2 thin ones came down to dangle in front of her chest, and the third, thicker one hung behind her. Her legs hung over the edge of the Buddha's hand, swinging back and forth. The golden bracelets around her ankles jingled with each movement, complementing her laughter and making it sound even more beautiful like the sunshine of early spring. Kinmu quickly got to his feet and said, How may I address goddess sister? What goddess sister? The girl jumped down from the Buddha's hand and gave him a wide smile, revealing her small canine teeth. My name is Yan Chinga and I live nearby. I've never seen a goddess sister, though. What is your name? Seeing the girl's beautiful smile, Kinmu figured she couldn't be bad and sighed in relief. My name is Kinmu, which means the boy who herds cows. Kin is my surname. The elders in the village would always let me herd the cows. Oh. Xian Chinga walked to behind the remaining temple door and pulled it open so she could get a closer look at him. She then looked behind him and giggled. Where's your cow then? Kinmu hesitated for a moment before saying, It transformed into a woman, so there no longer is a cow. Such an interesting thing can still happen. Xian Chinga asked in astonishment, then became excited. How did it transform? Can you transform? Kinmu shook his head. I am currently unable to, but my granny can. I thought you knew.
Xian King replied in disappointment.
What other interesting things have you seen? Quickly, come in and tell me all about them. Just as Kinmu moved his leg to step forward and enter the temple, his gaze went past Xian Chinga and noticed a few white bones sticking out from behind the Buddha statue. A bad feeling suddenly appeared in his heart. His leg came to a stop in midair, and he hesitantly said, "Grandpa Blind told me to always light incense and pay respects to the Buddha before entering a temple. Since I don't have any incense with me, it's best for me to stay out here. Just come in."
Xian King smiled sweetly.
"I think it would be better for me to stay outside." Kinmu blinked his eyes and moved his foot back, giving her a smile that was much more sincere than the ones that Cripple would wear. "Why don't you come out instead? Then I'll be able to tell you about some fun, interesting stuff." Xian Qing's gaze wavered slightly, and she bit her lips and giggled. "I know some shameful things that only a boy and a girl can do. Come in and I'll teach you about them." Compared to her bright, youthful demeanor from before, her sweet breath and charming breath now seemed slightly seductive. Kinmu's face turned red, and he took short, ragged breaths. "I've had weak kidneys since I was young," he said stubbornly. "Get in here right now." A guttural roar came out from the little girl's mouth. Xian Qing's face twisted in anger and became extremely hideous. Her small, girlish form began to bulge and swell as a rattling sound emanated from the lower half of her body. Bony legs pierced through her dress from the inside, extending down to the floor and struggling find purchase. Armored plates of bone rose from within her body, breaking through the skin of her back and making her bend in strange ways. The bones of her arms and hands broke through her skin to reveal extremely sharp claws instead of finger bones. Bone spurs that resembled deer antlers protruded from the back of her head, her face distorting into a visage of unspeakable terror. Her body elongated and grew thicker until it resembled a giant centipede made of bone. "Get in here right now," she shouted, her splitting voice resembling countless women screaming their hearts out. Kinmu looked up at this bone centipede, amazement plastered on his face, before shaking his head and saying, "No." The monstrous insect bellowed in rage, its myriad legs skittering against the floor as it moved in circles and attempted to dive through the entrance to the temple. However, every time the monster tried, the entire island would tremble as the chains wrapped around the Buddha shook and rattled. Kinmu immediately looked over at the chains that led down to the river. They ran from the shore of the island all the way to the temple and wrapped around the gigantic golden Buddha statue. The other end of the chains were then secured to the monster's body. The chains were connected to golden shackles that adorned the monster's body. Every time it tried to dive through the entrance to the temple, the chains would pull it back. No matter how much the monster bared its fangs and brandished its claws, it wasn't able to take even half a step out of the temple. Remaining calm in the midst of this chaos, Kinmu sat facing away from the temple and cultivated the Overlord Body 3 elixir technique to recover his stamina. After a while, the commotion behind him settled down. Unable to break free of the chains, the monster turned around to shout at the golden Buddha. "You goddamn baldy monk! You're the one keeping me here. Are you going to starve me to death? This child didn't even offer any incense, so why won't you let me eat him?" The monster circled the Buddha statue in frustration, knocking down the countless white bones that sat behind it. In spite of this, the statue remained motionless. Kinmu silently snuck a glance behind him, then quickly turned back in shock. All of those bones were human bones. It was impossible to tell how many people had died in this rundown temple. Soon enough, the monster in the temple calmed down, picked up all of the bones, and put them back in their hiding place behind the golden Buddha statue. Then it went back to the entrance of the temple and stared at Kinmu with bloodshot eyes. "Baldy monk, this is meat at our doorstep, you understand? Meat at our doorstep," it said, staring at the back of Kinmu's head as saliva streamed from its mouth. Sometime later, it changed back to the form of the little girl, Xian Qing'e. With one strap of her dress sliding from her shoulder, she giggled. "Come on, young man. Let's do shameful things together." Kinmu had a very strong will, so he managed to turn a deaf ear to her seduction. When his stamina and vital chi finally recovered, he felt that today's cultivation had resulted in significant improvement. Kinmu's heart stirred slightly, and he figured he might as well gather his vital chi and use the devil chant to try breaking the spirit embryo wall once more. "Kikeduo, Shamoye," Boże Boże moje, kikediwo Boże moje. Just as Kinmu's vital chi began rushing towards his spirit embryo wall, a dull rumbling came from inside of the ancient temple. Rays of bloody light ran through the strange markings on the copper enamel of the Buddha's golden leaves. These rays covered the leaves, making them release a brilliant golden glow. Boom! In the midst of the violent vibrations, the golden Buddha statue covered in gilded leaves opened its eyes and radiated an overwhelming aura. An astonishing shout suddenly boomed in Kinmu's ears. The heretical path of the devils. How dare you be so insolent in front of yours truly and chant the devil incantation? You really are undisciplined and unruly. I shall use my Buddha incantation to subdue you. The expression of frustration on the monster girl's face transformed into one of utter disbelief. The golden Buddha grabbed onto the chains and pulled the helpless monster back to him. Bat hump. The monster fell to its knees in front of the Buddha statue, unable to move, and began groveling in the face of the Buddha's imposing pressure. The golden Buddha opened its mouth and recited a series of unknown words reminiscent of an actual Buddha chanting a mantra. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Upon hearing the Buddha voice, the monster felt as if an invisible force were crushing its soul, causing it to whimper in pain. Outside the temple, the Buddha's incantation blew Kinmu away and he started to panic. However, at this moment, his vital chi had just reached the spirit embryo wall. At the same time, the God voice descended from the 9 heavens as if a god were chanting its own incantation. The God voice and the Buddha voice swept through Kinmu at the same time, resonating loudly as both clashed with each other, greatly reducing the pressure on Kinmu's vital chi. What a great opportunity, he thought. Reacting instantly, Kinmu yelled the devil chant. Kike duo samo ie, boze boze samo ie, kike duo boze samo ie, kike duo samo ie, boze boze samo ie, kike duo boze samo ie. The Buddha voice reverberated from the temple, increasing its volume. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. At the same time, the God voice from the 9 heavens above reverberated from the center of Kinmu's brow, also growing even louder. Guanming Duanjing Wu Sai Jiangyu. Tianxi Di Elfei Ling Nu. As the 3 voices mixed together, the force inhibiting his vital chi from striking his spirit embryo wall suddenly vanished. In a burst of energy, Kinmu used his Overlord Body 3 elixir technique, gathered all of his vital chi, and directed it towards his spirit embryo wall. Whoosh! Like enormous waves of water from a raging river pounding against the shore, an enormous crash resounded from Kinmu's spirit embryo wall. It collapsed with a loud rumble, and his vital chi majestically flooded into his spirit embryo divine treasure. Immediately after that, frenzied vital chi gushed from his spirit embryo divine treasure and instantly spread throughout his entire body. Surging vital chi even filled his hair and skin, caused every strand of hair on his body to stand on end. The spirit embryo wall had been completely obliterated. Wall break success. This result left Kinmu dumbfounded and he stopped reciting the devil chant. The God voice unexpectedly disappeared, and without an opponent, the Buddha voice from the golden Buddha inside the temple also came to a halt. The Buddha statue returned to its normal, unmoving state. That left the monster laying prone in front of the statue. The invisible wall at the center of Kinmu's eyebrows that had prevented him from awakening his spirit embryo divine treasure had finally been destroyed. Nothing obstructed him from seeing it. I actually managed to break the wall. Kinmu couldn't contain the excitement in his heart and released a cry of joy in front of the temple. He had drunk an immeasurable amount of blood of the 4 spirits which, even up to this point, hadn't helped him awaken his overlord body. Now, however, he actually managed to break the wall by having the God, devil, and Buddha voices clash. This filled his small chest with a great sense of accomplishment. After some time, Kinmu finally calmed down and thought to himself, Spirit embryo wall. Spirit embryo divine treasure. Since it's a divine treasure, the gods must have left something precious for me. Closing his eyes, Kinmu could see the brilliant golden rays in the space at the center of his eyebrows. As his consciousness carefully entered the mysterious divine treasure, he saw that the interior of the spirit embryo divine treasure was actually a bizarre space filled with brilliant golden rays. It looked like an extremely ancient paradise. The spirit embryo divine treasure resembled a magical land made of a sea of light. As his consciousness delved further into the divine treasure, the light nourished it and made it feel extremely comfortable. However, despite having his consciousness fly throughout this sea of golden light for a long time, he didn't discover anything. Isn't this my spirit embryo divine treasure? Why isn't there anything in here? Did the gods take my treasure away? Kinmu was extremely confused. Now that the spirit embryo divine treasure had been opened, where was the divine treasure? Then, out of nowhere, a towering stone statue came into view. It stood in the middle of the sea of light, isolated. Why is there a stone statue in my spirit embryo divine treasure? Could this be my divine treasure? This sudden development confounded Kinmu. Only when his consciousness fluttered around the stone statue, sizing it up, did he notice a strange phenomenon. He had mistakenly thought that the statue was made of stone when, in reality, it wasn't. This stone statue looked like it was sculpted from stone, yet it wasn't. It resembled jade, yet it wasn't made from jade either. The statue sparkled and appeared translucent, yet it radiated a soft aura. The most puzzling part of the statue was that it bore a remarkable resemblance to him. However, it actually resembled Kinmu when he was a toddler around 2 to 3 years of age. There a sculpture of me in my spirit embryo divine treasure? Could it be that the gods knew what I would look like, sculpted a statue of me, and hid it inside of my spirit embryo divine treasure? The idea astounded Kinmu. Then, as his consciousness gently came into contact with the statue, he lost all control over it. His consciousness entered the statue. Kinmu's vision suddenly went dark, and when regained control of his consciousness, he discovered that it was in statue. What just happened? He thought to himself. Kinmu opened his eyes and tried using them to look around, realizing that he actually could. He then tried to turn his head and discovered that his consciousness had won. He looked down and noticed that his consciousness had merged with the statue, and that the statue's limbs were his limbs. A person's consciousness was supposed to be formless, but is currently had a tangible shape. This situation was incredibly strange. Kinmu felt as if this statue was a kind of spirit. It seemed like energy or a soul, yet it was neither. He found it extremely difficult to explain the feeling it gave him. Spirit embryo divine treasure. Spirit embryo divine treasure. Could this statue be my spirit embryo and only be awakened if I merge my consciousness with it? Is this what spirit embryo divine treasure means? Kinmu blinked the eyes of his spirit embryo as he understood many things in that instant. Of the 7 great divine treasures of the human body, the spirit embryo divine treasure was the first. However, this divine treasure normally lay sealed. Since ordinary people couldn't unseal it, they naturally wouldn't be able to awaken their spirit embryo. The spirit embryo divine treasures of people with spirit bodies, on the other hand, would already be opened. As a result, they would only need matching spirit blood to guide their consciousness to their spirit embryo to awaken it. This meant that a person's spirit embryo could contain a person's consciousness. Maybe the gods didn't bestow spirit embryos upon humanity. Maybe they had purposely sealed them away instead. Thinking up to that point, Kinmu suddenly felt his vital chi flood into the sea of light from outside his spirit embryo divine treasure. His tiny spirit embryo absorbed traces of vital chi, and as the vital chi went in and out of its nose, it gave Kinmu a very soothing feeling. Every time the spirit embryo took a breath, his vital chi became much purer. In addition to that, Kinmu realized that his spirit embryo was also absorbing the golden light of the sea around it. As the light traveled in and out of his body alongside his vital chi, it would mingle with the vital chi. However, Kinmu wasn't sure what that did. He tried to make his spirit embryo stand up, but discovered that this little baby couldn't move, much stand. How do I move my spirit embryo? I should go back to the village to ask village chief, Granny Sai, and everyone about it. Halfway through this thought, Kinmu's consciousness suddenly returned to his body, and he opened his eyes. Violent coughing could be heard from inside the temple. The monster that resembled a young girl hadn't died yet. It was kneeling in front of the Buddha statue, coughing up huge amounts of blood. After a moment of contemplation, Kinmu walked into the temple. Seeing Kinmu actually enter the temple completely surprised the monster, and it struggled to get up. Walking towards it, Kinmu said the devil incantation. Kike duo samo ie, boze boze samo ie, kike duo boze samo ie. How dare you continue being insolent, you evil creature. The monster girl's skin crawled as it heard the golden Buddha behind it begin to move again. Golden rays of light radiated from it, and the chains around it started to rattle, forcing the monster to grovel on the floor again. Anma niba mihong. The Buddha voice rang out, causing the monster to spit blood and go limp. Then Kinmu stopped imitating the devil voice's chant, and the golden Buddha recited its incantation one more time before going silent as well. The monster at the foot of the Buddha statue was breathing heavily, and just as it was about to try getting up, Kinmu started chanting the devil incantation again. The monster shrieked in fear and immediately tried to hide behind the Buddha statue. However, it didn't expect Kinmu to stop chanting after uttering just the first two words. "You're a devil," the monster shouted in a hoarse voice, peeking its head out to gaze at Kinmu where he stood in the hall of the temple. "You're the devil. You're the most vicious, evil devil." Kinmu didn't respond to the monster's insults and instead slowly walked forward until he arrived in front of the Buddha statue. After hesitating for a moment, he still decided to follow the advice of Blind, who was an experienced wanderer, and paid his respects to it. "This little one has weak kidneys and a frail body. My primordial yang has long since dispersed." When the monster girl heard him say this, it coughed up blood and laughed, its eyes bulging in disbelief. "Little one, you're telling the Buddha statue that you have weak kidneys and a frail body? It won't help you." Kinmu stared at the monster blankly.
Kikae duo es amontakie.
The Buddha statue trembled and yelled, "Evil creature." "Stop chanting," the monster cried, promptly begging for mercy. It was clearly scared out of its wits. "I beg you, stop chanting." Kinmu stopped chanting the devil incantation, but the golden Buddha completed one round of its own incantation, causing the monster to puke blood once again. Kinmu walked around the temple. Although he wasn't able to find anything good, the mountain of bones behind the Buddha statue still shocked him. Countless people had apparently died in this run-down temple at the hands of this monster. Hiding the bones of your victims behind the Buddha statue makes the Buddha statue your partner in crime. It helps you to cover up your mistakes and trick more people, Kinmu said. He couldn't help but shake his head in disapproval. "If I borrow the power of the Buddha statue to exterminate you, your destruction would become its achievement instead. Therefore, I will not do that. So, demon, where are all of your treasures?" "Why would I have any treasure?" the monster asked as it trembled in fear. "This baldy monk over here took everything when he trapped me here." "Sikiskivi kodor," Kinmu began. "Stop chanting." The monster girl put on a smiling face in an attempt to please Kinmu. "Having run this place for a few years, I did manage to plunder some good stuff while satisfying my appetite. Fine then. I'll just give them to you." Barely managing to get up off the floor, it struggled to climb to the ceiling of the temple hall. Gently pushing at a specific part of the ceiling, she revealed a hidden panel and removed it. The items stashed away in the space behind that panel came clattering to the floor. Most of the items were weapons and armor. Other than that, there were clothes, a majority of which were women's undergarments. However, considering the material of all the clothes, they looked like things that only wealthy people could afford to wear. "This is everything I have left." The monster smiled. Kinmu frowned in disappointment. "This is it? You don't have anything like spirit pills or miraculous medicines." "If I ever found spirit pills of miraculous medicines, I'd have ate them already." The monster stretched in a relaxed manner, the bony centipede plates within its feminine body cracking. I've been imprisoned in here for so long that I just eat everything. How could I ignore spirit pills or miraculous medicines that taste leagues better than humans? Don't underestimate these weapons, though. All of them are treasures. Good stuff called spirit weapons that can only be found within a person's 6 directions divine treasure. They're called spirit weapons because they are nurtured by a person's vital chi from birth and possess great power. Skeptical of the monster girl's claims, Kinmu picked a goose-wing knife from the pile of weaponry. This knife felt extremely heavy compared to the pig slaughtering knife strapped to his back. However, the strange thing about it was that, although his pig slaughtering knife was much larger, it weighed a lot less than the ordinary-looking knife. The goose-wing knife was much longer and narrower, whereas the pig slaughtering knife was much wider and thicker. Gripping the pig slaughtering knife and brandishing it, Kinmu hit the knives against one another with a soft clang. The pig slaughtering knife cleanly slashed through the goose-wing knife's blade, the top half of which dropped to the temple's floor. The monster stared blankly at the pig slaughtering knife in Kinmu's hand with its eyes wide open, speechless. Considerably disappointed, Kinmu threw the goose-wing knife aside. Who forged that sea cleaver-like knife of yours? The monster stuttered in surprise. For a spirit weapon that was nurtured by the vital chi of a strong practitioner in the 6 directions realm to break at a gentle touch, your knife definitely wasn't forged by an ordinary person. Kinmu caressed the cold blade of his pig slaughtering knife, sending cold air straight into his heart and lungs. Mute the blacksmith had forged it for him. Mute was a very well-known blacksmith in this area of the Great Ruins. Everything he forged sold like hotcakes. People from other villages would often come find him and ask him to forge items like cleavers, hoes, and iron plows. That knife isn't made from ordinary metal, the monster girl cried, foaming at the mouth. It wanted to move forward to take a closer look, but it was afraid that Kinmu would chant the devil incantation again, so it just shouted, "Try touching your knife. Is there any cold air coming from it? If there is, it was probably made out of winter crystal iron." "There is indeed cold air coming from it," Kinmu said in astonishment, nodding his head. "Why would someone use winter crystal iron to forge a cleaver-like knife?" the monster cried. "Someone with such excellent forging skill actually created a cleaver-like knife? What a waste of talent and materials." Kinmu stared at the pig slaughtering knife, then strapped it to his back again. He then started collecting all of the weapons and treasures, moving them out of the rundown temple and placing them in front of its entrance. "Why do you still want to take away my loot when you already have such a good weapon?" the monster shouted angrily. "Granny told me that I should always bring back everything I take with my own strength." Kinmu turned around and flashed a simple smile. "I took all of your items with my own strength, so I definitely have to bring them all home." This infuriated the monster so much that it wanted to die. However, it was afraid of ruining things with Kinmu and could only watch as the boy moved all of the treasures it had painstakingly collected. Kinmu suddenly to look at the monster and asked, "Do you have anything like a cloth sack laying around?" "No." "Okay." Kinmu turned away again and went outside of the temple. The monster cautiously left the great hall and walked to the entrance of the temple. It could see Kinmu chopping at the bamboo trees in the surroundings. After a short while, he managed to use the bamboo he cut down to create a makeshift raft. Putting all of his loot onto the bamboo raft, he pushed off from the island and used a bamboo pole to maneuver back upstream. "Who raised such a horrible child?" the monster yelled, finally flying into a rage. "What is this world coming to? He even dared to ask me for a cloth sack to carry everything with. He makes me so angry I want to die." The oasis hundreds of miles downstream. Kinmu returned to disabled elderly village before night fell. He put down the bamboo basket filled with weapons in the village, and the villagers were inevitably astonished and crowded around with inquiries. Kinmu told them about his experience, causing Blind's complexion to slightly change, and cried out, "The temple on the oasis is restraining is a territorial level strange beast, which is a very powerful demon who is adept at transformation. Her name is called Woman Wu. You actually ran to that temple and stole all her treasures back." Granny Sai also cried out, "That woman Wu? I passed by the rundown temple once and beat her up because I saw that she had eaten too many people. In the end, she hid behind the Buddha statue. The Buddha was strange and wanted to subdue me, thus I did not beat her to death. There was something very weird with the Buddha statue. I had also met her before. She's a very powerful great demon who could rival strong practitioners of 7 Stars realm." Cripple asked, "Mua, how did you escape from Woman Wu's hands after stealing her items?" Kinmu realized he couldn't keep it a secret anymore and told everyone about the devil language that he had learned from a vestige in the valley. He then explained how he used the voices of God, Devil, and Buddha to subdue Woman Wu in its entirety. The villagers were all stumped for words hearing Kinmu's story. After quite a while, Old Ma finally let out a breath and said, "Young and promising, young and promising." Cripple, Deaf, and the rest all nodded their heads and raised their thumbs in endless admiration. Woman Wu, the great demon having the strength of a strong practitioner of 7 Stars realm, actually got extorted and robbed by Kinmu. How young and promising, making all of them proud by not failing to live up to their teachings. Mute picked up a few weapons and gave them a few swings before shaking his head. He gave a few hand signs which meant that the quality of these spirit weapons weren't that good and were useless. When tomorrow comes, I will go over to Border Dragon City and sell these spirit weapons. I will also get some spices, fabric rolls, and fine wine while I'm there. Granny Sai smiled. It's time to also sell my livestock. Kinmu picked up his spirit. To Border Dragon City? He had grown up in disabled elderly village since young and had only been allowed to go out recently. He had only heard of Border Dragon City and had never been there. We can't bring you there yet. You are still too young. Granny Sai shook her head. Kinmu was disappointed and hesitated for a moment before gathering up his courage to confess. Granny Sai, Grandpa Ma, there is still one more thing. My overlord body has awakened. The surrounding fell silent. After a while, Old Ma, Cripple, Blind and Granny Sai started to celebrate while Mute kept on yapping. Only Deaf did not see what Kinmu had said and was confused at why these old fellows had suddenly turned crazy. Until he saw Kinmu repeating again, he then realized what Kinmu was saying and gave out a huge laughter. Blind exclaimed loudly, "Village Chief, Apothecary, come quickly. The Overlord body has awakened." Butcher was filled with excitement and gave a long howl towards the heavens. "Village Chief, Apothecary, the Overlord body has finally awakened." When Kinmu had returned to the village Chief was seated in front of his house with Apothecary by his side brewing a pot of tea and pouring a cup for him. However, Village Chief had no limbs, therefore Apothecary had to lift the teacup to his mouth. The two frequently drink tea together in a relaxed and refined manner, living in contentment. Just as Village Chief was halfway through drinking his tea, he heard the shouts of Blind and Old Ma, which made him spurt his tea out immediately through his nose, eyes, and mouth. 2 fine water jets came spurting high up from the inside corner of his eyes. Crack! The teacup in Apothecary's hand was also crushed into pieces, splashing the tea onto Village Chief's face. Staring wide-eyed at each other, they looked at each other in disbelief as their mouths slowly opened up unconsciously. Apothecary came to his senses and stuttered, Overlord body has awakened." Village Chief apparently hadn't returned to his senses yet as he continued to stare blankly. Cripple limped over and nodded his head vigorously, smiling. "That's right, the Overlord body has awakened. I did a check just now and found out that his vital chi was 3 times denser and purer than in the morning. Furthermore, in the heart of his brows, there's an odd fluctuation as the spirit embryo awaken, which is evident that it is fusing with his consciousness. This is the sign that his spirit embryo is awakening." Kinmu walked over and saw Apothecary's mouth spreading even bigger as if he had stuffed 2 duck eggs inside. On the other hand, there was still water leaking out from Village Chief's lower eyelids. He thought, Grandpa Village Chief and Grandpa Apothecary were surprised as expected, but aren't they a little too surprised? Apothecary closed his mouth and quickly asked, "Mua, has your Overlord body really awakened?" Kinmu nodded his head and said, It awakened when I wasn't paying any attention. Apothecary almost choked himself to death and mumbled, awakened when he wasn't paying any attention. Village chief finally returned to his senses and chuckled. There is no doubt that Mua is really the overlord body. I could not have deduced wrongly with my extremely profound knowledge. It's natural for him to awaken his overlord body. Ku. Apothecary had an extremely weird expression and quickly gave a few coughs to cover up. It's wonderful that the overlord body has awakened. However, Mua, you mustn't be arrogant having just awakened your overlord body. Your road of cultivation has only just begun. Do you understand? Kinmu nodded his head in agreement. Village chief smiled. What Apothecary said is right. The path of the overlord body is unusually difficult, therefore you cannot ever slack down. Apothecary, I'm feeling a little tired. Please send me back in first. Apothecary understood and sent his back into his house. Inside the house, the two old men looked at each other in dismay, and Apothecary tried his best to lower his voice after quite a while. Village chief, is Mua really the overlord body? Of course not. Village chief said resolutely. Then how did he awaken? How would I know? The two old men looked at each other in dismay again and weren't sure how to explain Kinmu's phenomenon. After a while, Apothecary tried to ask, could a mortal body open the spirit embryo wall? Mortal body wall break? I haven't heard of that before. Kinmu would be the first. Village chief suddenly smiled. Apothecary, maybe Kinmu would really become an overlord body and walk down an unordinary path. Isn't that what our goal was? Apothecary also smiled. Mortal body to overlord body. Mua had already awakened his mortal body, and the path of his overlord body has just begun. It's as if I can already see him taking out a dragon in one punch. Village chief nodded his head and smiled. Exactly. We can't say for sure, but with his spirit and will, he might even go further than we did. The two old foxes laughed together and went out of the room again. Village chief gave a cough and summoned Kinmu over to ask him how he had awakened his spirit embryo. Kinmu told him about how he had made use of the instant where the God voice, Devil voice, and Buddha voice were fighting and used his vital chi to break down the spirit embryo wall. With a blank look in his eyes, Village chief mumbled, "There is still such a way." He can't help but sigh with sorrow. Kinmu's opportunity was something other people could not imitate. To use the voices of God, Devil, and Buddha to fight each other combined with his guts to actually dare to take the initiative and learn the Devil language. Using the Devil voice to contend against the God voice resulted in such a coincidental opportunity. These actions were simply reckless, not knowing how to write the death word. Even if others happened to have this opportunity, they would probably die from the power within the voices of God, Devil, and Buddha before they even broke through their spirit embryo wall. Others didn't know the dangers lying inside, however he was very clear about it. Was the power of gods and devils something a mortal could covet after? For a mortal, it was a road that led nowhere but death to covet the power of gods and devils. However, Kinmu precisely succeeded in an unfathomable way, making Village Chief more or less puzzled. However, what he didn't know was that Kinmu had been nearly killed by the battle between the God voice and the Devil voice. He was lucky that the jade pendant in front of his chest had protected his life. That was why he didn't die. Village Chief thoroughly checked Kinmu's advancement in his cultivation, revealing an expression of astonishment before covering it up and encouraging him. Mua, do your best in cultivating and don't disappoint us. Now that you have awakened your overlord body, you are a martial arts practitioner and no longer a little child. Kinmu solemnly nodded. At this time, the sky had already turned dark and the bonfire in the village lighted up. Old Ma and the rest started to barbecue strange beasts that they had caught in celebration for Kinmu. Granny Sai scampered over and grabbed Kinmu back. Village Chief, Apothecary, come over as well, let's have a feast. You two can go ahead first. Apothecary and I will come right after you. After Village Chief saw Granny Sai and Kinmu leaving, he said softly, Apothecary, Mua's vital chi is extremely dense. Among the martial practitioners I have seen before in the spirit embryo realm, His cultivation is the greatest. Apothecary looked at the crowd celebrating around the bonfire and asked softly, "How dense is it?" "My cultivation during my spirit embryo realm was similar or maybe even weaker than him." Village chief said nonchalantly, "What I meant was the cultivation at the pinnacle of my spirit embryo realm, whereas he had just entered the spirit embryo realm and will still continue to grow." Apothecary's body trembled tremendously and looked at him in disbelief as he cried out, "To be on par with you while you were at your spirit embryo realm? What kind of existence are you? How could he?" But he precisely did that. Village chief had a tranquil expression and smiled. When his spirit embryo had not yet awakened, his vital chi cultivation was already stronger than those martial arts practitioners of spirit embryo realm and even denser than mine when I was at his stage. Now that it has awakened, he will only become stronger. Striving to do his best for all these years and with the countless blood of the 4 spirits that you people had nourished him with, it's reasonable to have this kind of accomplishment. Apothecary was still extremely shocked and muttered, "However, to be denser than yours back then, you were they. I am no more than a disabled elderly." Village chief cut him off and smiled. "You can't use me to measure the teenagers nowadays. My only concern now is how to allow Mua to unleash the full power of his vital chi since his vital chi does not have any attributes. Let us go over now and not make them wait any longer." Apothecary's heart slightly jolted. The only reason why vital chi could unleash their full power was because of attributes. Without any attributes in Kinmu's vital chi, it's only natural for him to be unable to unleash his full power. Even if he had awakened his spirit embryo and had a far denser cultivation than normal people, it was useless if he couldn't unleash his full power. As the two came to the bonfire, Def took out his iron ears and washed them in the wine before plugging them back into his ear holes. Pouring the wine into the bonfire, the fire immediately burned fiercely. Def smiled and asked, "Village chief, we had a test just now and even though Kinmu had awakened his overlord body, but he was still unable to unleash the power of his overlord body's vital chi. With your wide knowledge, you definitely know how to unleash the power of his overlord body's vital chi, right?" At this moment, Apothecary could feel the head of the old man beside him becoming 3 times bigger than usual. Village chief raised his head and looked helplessly at Apothecary beside him. However, Apothecary turned his head to the other side and gave old Ma a toast. "Ian, is Mua's overlord body strong or not?" Village chief asked. Def understood what he had said and praised. "Strong. His vital chi is extremely tenacious and hard to disperse." The others had the same feeling as well and nodded their heads in succession. When Kinmu had clashed against senior brother Chu of the Li Jiang's 5 disciples, they had already seen the extraordinary points of Kinmu's vital chi. With his vital chi in the small stick, senior brother Chu's treasure sword was actually not able to chop it, which meant that Kinmu's vital chi was exceptionally tenacious. Village chief asked again, "Is his vital chi dense or not?" Def replied, "Frighteningly dense. Even when I was at his realm, my vital chi was nowhere close to his." When he had finished, the rests felt the same way too. Kinmu's vital chi was too dense, way denser beyond belief. Even when his spirit embryo had just awakened, it was as if he had cultivated dozens of years. Village chief slowly guided the conversation patiently and asked, "Since his vital chi is so tenacious and durable, why can't it unleash its full power?" This time Def didn't continue on the same topic and instead gave a slap on his thigh, exclaiming, "That's right. Why is it so, village chief?" Village chief almost choked to death by his answer and felt like Def had given him 2 stabs in his chest. Luckily beside him, Mute became excited and started dancing around and gesticulating as he non-stop. "Mute is right." Def finally got it and said, "Mua's vital chi being so tenacious and dense yet is unable to unleash his full power. It means that the problem doesn't lie in his overlord body's vital chi. Our techniques aren't suitable for him. That's why he can't unleash his full power. The problem lies in us." As if a boulder was lifted from his shoulders, Village chief wanted to give a sigh of relief just as Def asked again, Here comes another problem. How can we unleash the power of his overlord body's vital chi? We are all clueless, so with your wide knowledge, what's your wise opinion, village chief? Village chief wished that he could grow arms and strangle him to death. However, he did know some reasons regarding the reason why Kinmu was unable to unleash the full power of his vital chi. The vital chi of the four great spirit bodies had their own properties. For example, White Tiger Vital Chi had the properties of the gold element, allowing it to transform into weapons with great offense and defense. White Tiger Vital Chi could also transform into razor-sharp claws to tear apart the opponent, and transform into a shield to block the opponent's attack. The Green Dragon Vital Chi had the properties of lightning, controlling lightning, and healing abilities. Vermilion Bird Vital Chi had the properties of the fire element, which was fierce and overbearing. Apothecary and Mute the Blacksmith were this kind of spirit bodies. Both Apothecary refining his medicine and Blacksmith's furnace relied on their vital chi's properties. There was still Black Tortoise Vital Chi, which mastered defense and water control. There would also be water properties when their vital chi was exhibited. However, Kinmu's vital chi didn't have these properties, and that was why he could not unleash his full power. Even though his cultivation was strong, it didn't help him too much to increase his power. However, knowing the reason didn't mean that he knew how to solve it. Mua, how does your spirit embryo looks like? Village chief inquired Kinmu. Kinmu described about the strange spirit embryo in his Spirit Embryo Divine Treasure and stunned everyone around the bonfire as they looked at each other in surprise of the human-shaped spirit embryo. This was the first time in the world they had actually heard of something like a human-shaped spirit embryo. Kinmu was also slightly bewildered and asked, "Granny, Grandpa Ma, don't your spirit embryos look like how you look when you were kids?" Granny Sai shook her head and sighed. "Nope. No wonder you are the overlord body. Even your spirit embryo is different from ours. How envious." Granny's spirit embryo is a white tiger spirit embryo, a little white tiger. "My spirit embryo is the green dragon." Old Ma said. Deaf replied, "My spirit embryo is the black tortoise." Mute began gesticulating again, saying that his spirit embryo was the vermilion bird. Village chief closed his eyes and went deep into his thoughts. The four great spirit bodies were gifted with their Spirit Embryo Divine Treasure innately opened, and only required to awaken their spirit embryo in order to become a martial practitioner. Even if there were different spirit embryos among the four great spirit bodies, they were often similar and not much different from the four main categories. Some spirit embryos were not white tiger, green dragon, vermilion bird, or black tortoise, but they were still classified under this four categories. That was why the vital chi of the four great spirit bodies had four different kinds of attributes. Kinmu's spirit embryo was human-shaped and had no attributes. That was why it was harder for him to awaken and to even unleash the full power of his vital chi. Village chief was deep into his mind trying to find a method to activate the power of the overlord body's vital chi, but even with his exceptional knowledge, he still couldn't make up his mind. Seeing his expression, Granny Sai suddenly realized what was going on and laughed. Village chief knew that Mua was an overlord body but didn't know the cultivation method for overlord body. Village chief's face turned slightly red and he nodded his head. All the villagers revealed expression of disappointment while Blind muttered, "You have the widest knowledge among us yet, and if even you don't know the cultivation method for overlord body, doesn't that mean that Mua's overlord body is going to be wasted?" Everyone around the bonfire fell silent. Butcher suddenly exclaimed, "Overlord body technique was created by a human, right?" Everyone looked puzzledly at him. Butcher chuckled, "If the overlord body technique was created by a human, why can't we create it ourselves? Even if we can't create it, Mua can create it himself. There's no one that I have ever given into. Therefore, I managed to create my pig slaughtering knife skill. If all of you are frightened by the challenge in front, I would look down on all of you. Mua, don't let me look down on you." Kinmu nodded his head heavily and felt a rush of adrenaline as he shouted, "Don't worry, Grandpa Butcher, I will definitely not let you guys down." Butcher laughed loudly and patted him heavily on his shoulder. The rest also started laughing, causing the previously solemn atmosphere to vanish. Seeing this scene, The matter gnawing at village chief's heart unconsciously unknotted itself, and he laughed loudly. Lying to them that Mua is the overlord body in order for them to have the motivation to live on made me bash my head into a brick wall by obsessively trying to cover up the lie. What I didn't expect was that they already had the motivation, and yet I am still here wrecking my brain out. With his worries resolved, he felt free both mentally and physically. Kinmu's arrival had motivated the villagers in disabled elderly village to live on and had also motivated him to continue striving. Looking at him, Apothecary revealed a smile. Village chief had not been so happy nor smiled like this for a long time. I feel that we definitely need to push the overlord body to its limits so that it would unleash the full power of its vital chi. Under the illumination of the bonfire, Butcher's face looked several times more sinister. One does not survive if he was never insane. Overlord body is stronger than spirit body, and its vital chi would definitely be stronger as well. The condition for his power to be unleashed would probably be stricter as well. That's why it definitely needs to reach its limits in order to force out its power. Cripple nodded his head. Mua's iron boots need to be thicker, and the amount of iron weights have to increase to force him to run even faster. Blind tapped his bamboo cane and said, "His cultivation was much too relaxed previously. We'll need to up the tempo from now to be able to force out his potential." Oldmar replied, "That's right. We'll also have to work way harder to force out his potential." Mute gave a few hand signs and made a few noises. Kinmu felt very touched, yet he had a bad feeling at the same time. He was moved at how zealous the elderly were on the matters regarding him. But why did they have to add force out in all their sentences? Apothecary narrowed his eyes and entered the discussion. Supplement. We will continue to supplement him. Supplement him until his vital chi could unleash its full power. There are many rare and unique beasts and herbs in our great ruins which I could use to concoct spirit pellets and wonder medicines. My herb garden outside the village have all the various spirit herbs which are enough to supplement him until his skin would even leak spirit fluid out when you pinch him. Apothecary, it looks like it will cost you a king's ransom for this. Everyone laughed. The herb garden outside the village was very huge, and inside were planted spirit herbs that Apothecary had found in great ruins. The villagers were long eyeing the herbs. However, Apothecary had bred various dangerous little bugs in the herb garden, therefore no one dared to enter it. The people in great ruins were scarce, thus there were plenty of spirit herbs that were valuable as well. Over these years, Apothecary had gathered countless of rare and unique herbs back, replanting them in the herb garden. He had rarely used these spirit herbs and had finally decided to use them all on Kinmu. It's important to know that with his high standard, all these spirit herbs he had gathered were all very valuable. Putting out any stock outside for sale would easily raise a commotion. Therefore, Apothecary had indeed went all in. As the bonfire slowly extinguished, the villagers all went back to their houses to rest. Kinmu also went back into his room and fell into deep sleep shortly. Granny Sai covered him in a blanket and looked at the young boy's sleeping face, revealing a loving smile. "My Mua. No matter if you have overlord body or not, you will always be the child I raised, and I will not let anyone or anything hurt you." She was still pretty wise and could see many things from the expression of village chief and Apothecary during the bonfire celebration, just that she did not expose them. She scampered back into the room with her tiny feet to sleep. The next day, Blind carried his bamboo cane and excitedly rushed into the house and called, "Mua, quickly get up. It's morning, Apothecary. I still haven't got out of bed. How dare you come to peep?" Hearing a great crash, Kinmu opened up his sleepy eyes and saw Blind flying out from Granny Sai's room. Blind flew through the sky in an arc and landed somewhere outside the village. "Grandpa Blind sure is impressive." Kinmu exclaimed in admiration as he saw Blind still holding onto his bamboo cane and sitting cross-legged, flying through the sky with an innocent face. Kinmu woke up and started washing up before making breakfast to eat together with Granny Sai. After washing the bowls and spoons, he saw Blind running back excitedly from outside the village and shouted, "Damned old woman, what a ruthless kick, I almost couldn't find my way back. Mua, come over quickly, Apothecary had made some elixir for you." Granny Sai had a malicious face and gave Blind a stare before getting up to leave unsteadily. I shall go border Dragon City to do some trading. Blind, I shall leave Mua to you these few days. If I come back and find out that he has lost even a single strand of hair, you will answer to me. Old Ma, is the cow carriage ready? Cripple, is the bamboo raft tied in place? Kinmu immediately followed Blind to Apothecary's workshop and had smelt a strong medicinal smell before he even got in. He then saw a huge cauldron hanging in the air with a few vermilion-colored birds flying around it. Between the birds' feathers, the flames blazed furiously and heated the cauldron red-hot on the outside, while on the inside were bubbling sounds. Mua, this is your medicine. Seeing that Kinmu had arrived, Apothecary took out the last herb, which was a piece of green leaf, and threw it into the huge cauldron. As the leaf just touched the medicinal water, the bubbling water immediately started to become extremely thick. While doing it, Apothecary gave a push and the huge cauldron started to spin rapidly. Following that, clattering sounds started to come out from the cauldron as the full pot of medicine actually became half pot of white-colored medicine pills. As the cauldron continued to spin, the pills started to collide with each other and gave out the crisp sound of metal. Apothecary waved his hands and the few vermilion-colored bird flew out from the window and vanished. As the cauldron reached the floor, Kinmu was speechless. Grandpa Apothecary, I have to eat so many medicinal pills today. If you ate all of them, you would be dead. Apothecary said evenly, this cauldron of medicine of mine is made from all the highest quality spirit herbs. Even though it's just a low-level vitality reinforcement pill, one pill wins 100 pills from other apothecaries. You only can eat 1 to 2 pills at a time and no more than that. Kinmu was skeptical. Apothecary also fed him some strange and weird medicines before. However, every time it had always been a huge bowl of something filled to the brim. Whereas now, he only had to eat 1 pill. Was the medicinal energy in this pill that strong? Blind was also skeptical and said, the swindlers outside also say that one of their pills was equivalent to 100 pills of others. Is your medicine really that strong? However, I must say these medicines are pretty fragrant. Apothecary laughed sinisterly. Why don't you try eating the entire cauldron of medicine? Mua, how about you grab a bunch to try? Blind tried to stir him up. However, Kinmu absolutely would not get stirred up by him and only brought a pill to his mouth. As the spirit pill entered his stomach, he immediately felt something wrong. He felt like thousands of fire, water, gold, and wood dragons overturning the seas and rivers in his belly, making his body to become tall, short, fat, and thin from time to time. Sometimes he felt so cold that his body would form a layer of ice, while other times he felt so hot that burning smoke would come out of his clothes. Sometimes, his clothes would start to germinate and the hair on the beast's skin of his clothes would grow crazily, while other times, his clothes would get dyed in a layer of metal color and even his skin would become hard, as if he was entirely made up of metal. The more frightening thing was, all the different types of symptoms burst out together, causing a great deal of pain to Kinmu. He gave a silent groan and immediately used Overlord Body 3 Elixir technique to dissolve the medicinal energy by his vital chi. Blind totally changed his look and cried out, Apothecary, your vitality reinforcement pill seems to be different from ordinary vitality reinforcement pill. That's right. A normal vitality reinforcement pill is separated into 4 kinds: fire vitality pill, water vitality pill, gold vitality pill, and wood vitality pill. Apothecary gave a sinister smile. Vitality reinforcement pill is directed at the 4 different vital chi attributes of the 4 great spirit bodies, in order to nourish the spirit body's vital chi. However, Kinmu's overlord body has no attributes, thus I have come up with a compromise method to refine spirit herbs with all 4 attributes into a vitality reinforcement pill that contains all 4 attributes. Maybe it would be able to arouse the power of the overlord body's vital chi. Only Kinmu's overlord body's vital chi could absorb this kind of spirit pill. If you had eaten the entire cauldron of vitality reinforcement pill just now, he. Blind gave an uncontrollable shiver. If he had eaten them, the conflict between 4 different attributes of vital chi would probably have dissipated his power by 20 to 30%. Of course, this would happen only if he had eaten the entire cauldron of vitality reinforcement pill. Eating only one pill would not hurt him much. Apothecary, is what you refined a tonic or a toxic? Blind mumbled. Suddenly Kinmu gave a loud shout and started to sprint crazily, disappearing in a twinkling of an eye. Blind couldn't help but became worried. The four attributes conflict each other. Would Mua be fine? There's no need to worry. He is digesting the medicinal energy. Apothecary actually was uneasy inside while he was saying so. After all, it was his first time improving the vitality reinforcement pill and also his first time refining the improved vitality reinforcement pill. As Kinmu was the first to try, Apothecary was also unsure how much medicinal energy in the pill, if it had any side effects or if the person who ate it would die or not. Of course, he could never say these out or else Granny Sai would come for his life. In the forest far away, Kinmu's roar rang out as the trees collapsed one by one and created loud rumbling noises. The corners of Apothecary's eyes twitched as he said, "It's going to be fine, don't worry. Listen, he is currently vigorous and lively." Blind gave a sigh. Young people sure are full of energy. In the forest, Kinmu sprinted among the trees. His fists and feet were as fast as lightning as he kicked and punched towards the various huge trees. A huge tree that required 2 people to hug could only take 3 punches and 2 kicks before getting broken into half by him. Unbearable. It's too unbearable. The medicinal energy of Apothecary's vitality reinforcement pill was simply too strong. Despite using Overlord Body 3 elixir technique while sprinting, he was still unable to dissolve it and felt like his body was about to explode. He could only exhibit the martial arts that Cripple and Old Ma had taught him to vent out the excess medicinal energy. In his spirit embryo divine treasure, the tiny human-shaped spirit embryo was also frantically doing breathing exercises to absorb the vital chi rushing forth and purifying it. This tiny Kinmu was also so weary that he was gasping for breaths. Young Un. Suddenly, the forest trembled as a furious devil ape stood up within the forest and bellowed in rage. Fists the size of small mountains flew ruthlessly toward Kinmu, who was destroying the forest. So it turned out that the medicinal energy had got to Kinmu's head, thus he unwittingly came into the devil ape's territory again. Seeing that it was the young Yuan who had trespassed into his territory again, it became exceptionally furious, meeting his foe and attacked Kinmu without explanation at once. Kinmu's eyes were scarlet red as he suddenly raised his head. The medicinal energy in his body furiously broke out and caused the vital chi in his entire body to burst to the brim. Kinmu then leaped forward and gave a punch towards the devil ape's fist. Boom! A deafening sound rang out as Kinmu flew backwards and broke several huge trees in his path. The devil ape leaped towards him excitedly and raised its legs for a sweeping kick towards Kinmu, who had just landed on the ground. The huge and thick leg was like a large pitch-black pillar crushing towards him. In an instant, Kinmu gave a shout and gave countless of kicks on the devil ape's extremely thick leg at the point where muscles and tendons connects. The devil ape immediately felt the strength vanished from its leg, so it quickly followed up with another punch from the sky. Kinmu raised his arms to block and was once again forced to retreat. Fighting close combat with Kinmu, the devil ape's punches and kicks would rake up gales that caused a whooshing sound. As it attacked Kinmu, Kinmu seemed to become hysterical and actually began to fight hand-to-hand with this strange beast. Even when he was at a disadvantage, he didn't show the slightest fear. The devil ape became all the more furious and became hysterical as well. Every punch and kick towards Kinmu became heavier and heavier. One human and one ape, one big and one small. Everywhere they went the trees would collapse and shattered rocks would fly. Suddenly, Kinmu leaped into the sky as if he was flying and started to sprint on the devil ape's arm, reaching his face in the next moment. Thousand-armed Buddha. His 2 arms looked as if they became hundreds of arms as they left after images, while the few hundreds punches landed right on the devil ape's soft and drooping nose in succession. The devil ape teared in pain and fell on its back. It swung its huge palm and ruthlessly smacked Kinmu away. Turning over its body to crawl up, it turned its gaze over with his nose still bleeding. Seeing Kinmu getting buried in the cliff after getting smacked by it, the devil ape couldn't help being satisfied. Young Yuan, dead. Suddenly, The young Yuan who was buried in the cliff suddenly twitched, and with both his hands propping him, he pulled himself out from the crater and frantically rushed to it. The devil ape jumped in a shock and beat his chest with its 2 fists, bellowing as it leaped toward Kinmu. Die!
Junge!
In the valley below the cliff, sounds of heavy impact kept sounding out, causing the tree leaves to sway continuously from the tremors. The birds in the mountains also flapped their wings and flew away, not daring to stay near. In the valley, the devil ape leaped forward while hugging onto a huge boulder, smashing it towards Kinmu in midair. Kinmu agilely dodged it, and when the devil ape saw that it had missed, it picked up another huge boulder wanting to smash again. However, Kinmu leaped onto the huge boulder and bounced onto its nose again and giving it another palm strike. Thunderclap 8th strike 3rd form, Tempest of the 9 Dragons. This palm of his contained 9 layers of force. The first force bursting forth from the heart of his palm was like the impact of a raging dragon, causing the devil ape to fall backwards. Kinmu's shoulders and hips then moved together. With the strength flowing through his entire body, he directed all his muscles to centralize at the center of the palm. With the second burst of force, the devil ape's head was smacked onto the ground, splitting the rocks under its head. The body muscles of Kinmu looked like a coiling and squirming dragon. With the third explosion of force from Tempest of the 9 Dragons, the split rocks began to shatter. His muscles throbbed tremendously, and the fourth force burst forth, burying half of the demon ape's head into the ground. The fifth force from Tempest of the 9 Dragons exploded, and a deep rumble came from the ground as the devil ape's head had fully sunk below the ground. The sixth force of Tempest of the 9 Dragons was like the impact of 6 dragons. However, just as the force burst forth, the devil ape had already reacted to it, and his small mountain-like fist struck from the side and smacked Kinmu away like a fly. Kinmu landed on the ground tumbling. The devil ape struggled to pull its head out and gave it a few shakes to get rid of the debris in his thick hair. On the other side, Kinmu flipped his body up and rushed over the ape again like the wind. Frightened and upset, the devil ape thought for a while and leaped onto the cliff, squatting there and waving its hand. Young Yuan, no. With his fleeting footsteps, Kinmu rushed forward and ran up the precipitous cliff from the bottom to the top and continued to attack the devil ape. The devil ape flew into a rage. The human and ape continued to leap around on the cliff, shooting rocks in random directions as they fought. A great deal of time later, the medicinal energy in Kinmu's body was gradually used up. The devil ape was also so exhausted it could not even take another step. The human and ape were both gasping for breaths and laid there unable to move. 5 minutes later, Kinmu caught his breath and sat up to do breathing exercises to readjust himself. He was elated when he found out his vital chi had a great improvement in such a short time. His vital chi had become more tenacious and could reach every single corner of his body unimpeded. His body was also covered in a lot of filth, which was probably because of the fight against the demon ape, arousing the medicinal energy which strengthened his vital chi to refine more impurities in his body. Kinmu gave a flick and the screeching sound sounded out as if it was an arrow breaking through the air. The devil ape was startled and immediately sat up in a defensive position. Kinmu stretched his body comfortably and felt the soreness in his muscles. He shook his head. Let's not fight anymore. The devil ape understood his words and gave a sigh of relief. It stretched out his hand and plucked out a huge tree with the width of an arm. It swept up a bunch of tree leaves and slowly chewed them in its mouth before placing the tree in front of Kinmu, speaking in a low and muffled voice. Eat, young Yuan. Kinmu plucked a bright red fruit and skinned it before eating. The sweetness and refreshing taste moistened his throat. Devil ape looked at him at disdain and resented him for only eating a little. It then patted its chest strongly. Eat. Strong. Beaten by the devil ape, Kinmu's face was full of bruises. He endured the pain in his body as he stood up to execute Thunderclap 8 strikes in front of it before patting his own chest. Train. Strong. Devil ape rolled its eye and continued to slowly eat the tree leaf and replied in despised. Believe, ghost. After Kinmu had finished resting, he leaped off the cliff and ran of the walls of the cliff. Fight, tomorrow. Blinking its eyes, The devil ape waited until Kin Mu was far away before jumping to his feet and started to imitate Kin Mu's movements earlier. Even though his Thunderclap 8 strikes was very crude, it still had extraordinary strength after all and actually managed to execute some grace of Thunderclap 8 strikes, striking out the sounds of wind and lightning. Devil was stunned and revealed an expression of ecstasy. It then continued to strike until the whole mountain cliff was filled with the sounds of wind and shouted, "Strong! Strong! Strong!" When Kin Mu returned to the village, Apothecary anxiously came up to check on his body and smeared some ointment on his face, asking, "Is there any unusual symptoms?" Kin nodded his head and made Apothecary even more nervous. "Grandpa, Apothecary spirit pills sure are effective. My vital chi had become even stronger."
Kin Mu replied.
Apothecary finally gave a sigh of relief and smiled. "These spirit pills are indeed effective for the overlord body. As long as you don't die from eating them, it means that my approach is correct. Hold on to this cauldron of pills first while I go mull over other prescriptions." Finished saying, he left excitedly. Blind propped himself over with his bamboo cane and smiled. "Are you tired, Mua? If you are, I can teach you a first-class eye technique." Kin Mu gave a cough and replied, "Grandpa Blind, I'm over here. Over there is the toilet." Blind turned over and faced Butcher, who was suntanning on the lower millstone. "I pondered over it for a long time. Since your overlord body doesn't have any attributes, you can't cultivate my techniques. However, this eye technique doesn't require vital chi with attributes, therefore the overlord body's vital chi can also cultivate. Come with me. My technique is called 9 Heaven's Eyes Awakening Skill." Kin Mu had a headache as he always felt that Blind was somewhat unreliable, but he still forced himself to follow Blind. He was extremely bewildered when Blind said that he wanted to teach him 9 Heaven's Eyes Awakening Skill but did not teach him how to train his eyes. Instead, he had brought him to observe and study the 4 stone statues in the villages. The 2 of them sat in front of the stone statue located at the east corner. Even with Blind's empty eye sockets, he also gazed at the stone statue as if he could see something. Kin Mu knew everyone in the village was very weird. Even the stone statues at the 4 corners of the village were weird. In disabled elderly village, no one wasn't weird. Even though these 4 stone statues were not tall, they were extremely heavy. They were so frighteningly heavy that even Kin Mu could not sway them at all. His current strength was very great, especially after he had consumed the blood of the 4 spirits. Recently, with vital chi body refinement cleansing his body and marrow, his body had become stronger and stronger, yet he was still unable to move the stone statue the slightest inch. When he was young, he would often climb up the statues to play, but Granny Sai and the rest would always grab him down, telling him not to be disrespectful to the stone statues. During New Year and other festivities, Granny Sai and the rest would still put out offerings for the stone statues and light a few incense sticks, praying to the statues for blessing the villagers' lives and the village with peace. The 4 statues were not sculptures of human, they only had human-like figures. The southern stone statue had a bird head and was crouching on a stone pillar. With its hands supporting on its knees, there were 2 wings sculpted out from his back as if he was ready to fly off. At the north of the village, the stone statue was a tortoise-back old man with a horsetail whisk in his hand. However, the horsetail whisk was sculpted into a huge snow-white snake coming out from the horsetail whisk handle. The white snake was coiled around the body of the tortoise-back old man as its head looked far into the distance. At the west side of the village, the stone statue was a sculpture of a woman wearing a plume feather crown with a crouching tiger under her legs. The female sculpture was also very weird. In the middle of brow, another eye was sculpted there. However, a bird nest was sculpted inside of the eye where there were 3 little birds inside. Whereas right in front of him was the stone statue in the east corner of the village, which was a dragon-head humanoid. On its body was a herb basket with a few herbs still inside. Blind asked him to observe the stone statue carefully. However, Kin Mu had seen the stone statue countless of times in the past and had even behaved atrociously by climbing onto the stone statue. He really didn't know what to look for at the statue. "Mua, can you lift this stone statue?" Blind asked as he saw Kin Mu being absent-minded. "I can't." Kin Mu shook his head. The stone statue was too heavy, so heavy that it didn't seem to be made of stone. A stone with the height of a human could at most be a few thousand kilograms, and with Kin Mu's current strength, it would be an easy feat for him, but he couldn't move any of the 4 stone statues at all. Blind then kept the conversation interesting. Do you know why the stone statues are so heavy? Kin Mu shook his head again. I don't know. The stone statue actually isn't heavy, not at all. Blind's expression remained calm. What is heavy is not the stone but what was sculpted from the stone. Kin Mu was puzzled. Isn't it still stone after sculpting it from a stone? Blind continued. For example, when learning calligraphy and painting from deaf, your paintings and writings are a load of crap which are worthless. However, deaf's paintings and writings can't even be bought with 10,000 taels of gold. Both paintings were made from paper and ink, yet why is deaf's painting more valuable? Kin Mu half understood what Blind had said, but deaf's painting really had an extraordinary appeal in it which was way better than his. Blind lifted his bamboo cane and pointed. If these stone statues were sculpted by an ordinary person, it wouldn't be heavy at all. However, since the person who sculpted them comes from an extraordinary background and the contents of the sculptures are even more frightening, the weight of these stone statues can't be measured with common logic. Carrying a stone statue is equivalent to. His expression turned eccentric before continuing after a while, is equivalent to carrying a god. Kin Mu's heart wavered. Carrying a stone statue is equivalent to carrying a god. Blind replied indifferently. Carrying a god while walking is extremely heavy. Back then when Granny Sai and the rest wanted to save you, Old Ma was the one who carried a stone statue and brought Granny Sai to the riverside. Although it was such a short distance, Old Ma almost collapsed from exhaustion even with his strength. Kin Mu's scalp turned numb. The stone statues in the village were that heavy? Who was the one who had sculpted these stone statues? Who were the gods sculpted on the stone statues? Why do they become so heavy when sculpted in these appearances? Will he be hated by the gods when he had defecated and pissed on them while he was still a child? Don't you worry, the god that had sculpted these sculptures is long dead. Mua, the reason I had made you observe the stone statues is to train your eyes. What I want you to see isn't just an ordinary stone statue, but the image that a god had crafted for gods. Blind's voice was so loud that even the deaf could hear him, causing Kin Mu's eardrums to ring. Blind faced the bamboo basket beside the stone statue and shouted, Mua, what the 9 Heaven Eye Awakening skill opens are your god eyes, and since they are called god eyes, you obviously have to see God. Use your eyes to see God, to see the God's powers, God's grace, God's aura, God's appearance, and the God spirit. Kin Mu's heart and mind trembled. To see God? To see the God in the stone statue. Allow your vital chi to enter your eyes and open the first heaven of your own ignorance. Blind's bamboo cane gently tapped on Kin Mu's heart, and it was unusually accurate this time. Kin Mu immediately felt his vital chi circulating endlessly and rushed toward his own eyes. Cultivating the eyes was extremely dangerous. Despite Kin Mu's vital chi had started to refine out impurities and excess fats from his body, the eyes were still the most difficult part to train. It could almost be classified as a forbidden area, as one could turn blind on the slightest mistake. Kin Mu had once asked Village Chief how to train his eyes, but Village Chief did not say much and only told him not to try refining his eyes rashly. However, Blind had instead pushed Kin Mu's vital chi towards his eyes in a violent and overbearing momentum against common sense. Kin Mu felt a piercing pain from his eyes as his vital chi majestically rushed into his eyes. His vital chi cultivation was extremely thick, but it was compressed finely by Blind's terrifying cultivation. How big could eyes be? However, at this moment, Kin Mu felt as if his eyes had become extremely humongous like the sky. His vital chi was like huge and long dragon entering his eyes that were as wide as the sky. His vital chi then violently surged forward and squirted into the sky like a pillar that was supporting the heaven and earth. The surging vital chi then spread across the entire sky and formed strange markings on the sky that crossed each other to become a net. It was like heaven's net covering the entire sky. The pain earlier had also suddenly vanished and was replaced by an extremely cozy sensation that he had never felt before. Mua, memorize the image in the sky. That's the first heaven of 9 Heaven's Eye Awakening skill, the Heaven's Big Dipper formation marking. Blind's voice came from the sky high up. Kinmu immediately tried to memorize the image by heart. With his vital chi directed by Blind and forming the Heaven's Big Dipper formation marking inside his eyes, he could clearly see the path, structure, and details of the formation marking. However, the Big Dipper formation marking was too complex and complicated, thus it required him to take some time to memorize them. Blind directed his vital chi over and over again until Kinmu's vital chi was almost depleted. He then took his cane away from Kinmu's heart. "How much have you remembered?" Blind asked. 60 to 70%. Blind gave a pleased expression. It's not an easy feat to memorize 60 to 70% in such a short time. Now recover your vital chi. Kinmu started sprinting and executed Overlord Body 3 Elixir technique to allow his vital chi to recover faster. When his cultivation had returned to his pinnacle, Blind continued, "Execute the Big Dipper formation marking that I have taught you and look at the stone statue again to see if it was different from before." Kinmu immediately directed his vital chi into his eyes and constructed Heaven's Big Dipper with his vital chi. Even though he had only learned 60 to 70% of the formation marking and didn't complete it, the cozy sensation when one could refreshingly see through everything came out again as his vital chi spread all over his eyes. Lifting his head up to look at the stone statue of the dragon-head elder, his mind couldn't help trembling. The stone statue, which was once ordinary in front of him, had suddenly become bright and colorful. It was as if the stone statue had come to life and become an indomitable god. He even saw the finest light given off around stone statue. Every fine ray of light brought out the divine grandeur of the stone statue. His mind and spirit immediately suffered the pressure of the stone statue. In his eyes, the stone statue was no longer a stone statue but a living and breathing god. God's spirit, appearance, aura, and power came crashing down on his spirit before overwhelming his entire body, making him unable to resist wanting to kneel down. Continue looking and don't close your eyes. Don't kneel down either. Blind coldly continued. Remember how you peed and pooped on the stone statue when you were young? If you dare to do that when you were young, why do you have to kneel down when you become older? Mua, what 9 Heaven's Eye Awakening skill awakens aren't just your eyes but your spirit as well, for you to stand strong against all the powerful and the evil. How powerful is a practitioner isn't solely based on the power of his moves. It's more important that the spirit is strong. If your spirit loses to a pile of broken rocks, no matter how powerful you become, you will still be a total failure. Blind knocked his bamboo cane on the ground and shouted, "If you go against the stone statue and withstand its pressure, your spirit will become stronger as well. If you want to have greater power, you must first strengthen your spirit. Become your own god and fear nothing." Beads of sweat rolled down Kinmu's forehead as he struggled to go against the thought of him kneeling down. The pressure that the stone statue had brought on him was simply too strong and was impossible to resist. Blind told him that there was nothing to be afraid of, but it was impossible for him to do it. Things became totally different after awakening his eyes. When his eyes were not yet opened, the stone statues were just ordinary stone statues. Thus he had no qualms peeing and pooping on them. However, when he had opened his eyes, the stone statue was like a god, and any actions, even looking at the god, was counted as a blasphemy. Blind said, "It's easy to destroy the god in the temple, but difficult to destroy the god in your heart." Do you know who had said this sentence? Kinmu's spirit was still being intimidated by the stone statue and was unable to answer. The one who had said such a rebellious sentence is the current imperial preceptor of Eternal Peace Empire, the person acclaimed as the #1 man under gods. With or inspiring presence, Blind shouted, "Mua, the gods in your heart are all strange gods and fake gods. Only by destroying them could you erect your own god statue. Even if a real god is right in front of you, you can't kneel down, let alone a stone statue." Blind stabbed his bamboo at the side and loosened his pants, laughing loudly. "Not only you shouldn't kneel, you should pee on it." Pee on it? Kinmu stared blankly. Pee on a god? Blind peed at the stone statue and laughed. "That's right, pee on it. When you were young, you had peed on it no lesser than 100 times. Why are you afraid now? Kinmu gritted his teeth and loosened his pants to pee. A warm sensation flowed out onto the stone statue. This pee was not insignificant. The god statue in Kinmu's eyes was still divine and full of pressure. However, the feeling that was pressuring his spirit to kneel down had vanished entirely. The old and the young looked at each other and laughed happily. Village chief was at the village entrance suntanning as he heard their laughter. Turning to have a look, he couldn't help but shook his head. Blind is indeed a frivolous genius, to use this kind of method to break the god in Kinmu's heart and strengthen his spirit. If it was anybody else, they wouldn't have thought of such a weird method. Mua sure is extremely daring to pee along with him. Making Mua pee on the stone statue not only broke the god in Kinmu's heart but also broke the god in his heart, the god that had taken his eyes away. The spear god is back. He knew why Blind had done this. The bamboo cane was not a cane in Blind's hands but a spear. When Blind had walked into disabled elderly village back then, his body was heavily injured and was in a pathetic state as if he was a beggar covered in filth. However, Blind's footsteps as well as the bamboo cane on his hand were very stable. When he walked into the village, he gave village chief a feeling that raging dragons were sweeping out from all directions. In village chief's eyes, the bearing of Blind was like a pillar supporting the heavens. The only person in the world to have that kind of spear skills and spirit could only be that of Spear God. However, the most powerful point of Spear God was not his spear but his eyes. He had a pair of god eyes and could see through every loopholes of the moves. And now, Blind had imparted the god eyes to Kinmu. You must first train your eyes to train the spear, and before you train your eyes you have to train your heart. Blind's eyes were god eyes. The stronger the eyes got, the more truth they could see, and the more truth they were able to see, the more you could see how terrifying it was. All the living things in the world were not as simple as they looked. What ordinary humans saw with their naked eyes and what practitioners saw with their awakened eyes were two entirely different worlds. The stone statues in the village seemed ordinary, but practitioners who had awakened their eyes could see gods from these stone statues. These practitioners could also see the gods and devils from all the ruins left behind by them, which were scattered everywhere. As for the Buddha in the temple, ordinary folks could only see a Buddha statue, but for practitioners who had awakened their eyes, they could see a peerless great Buddha, crushing their spirits. If the practitioners didn't have a strong spirit, they would die of fright sooner or later from what they saw. Therefore, as Blind taught Kinmu to train eyes, he had first taught him to train his spirit, to destroy the image of God in his heart so that he wouldn't be afraid again. Henceforth then could he achieve success. As what Buddhism goes by, if there's a Buddha in your heart, it's hard for you to become Buddha. Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor had also said, it's easy to destroy the God in the temple but difficult to destroy the God in your heart. These two kinds of sayings went by the same logic with Blind peeing on the stone statue. The first two methods required one to slowly improve his spirits to destroy the God and Buddha in his heart, step by step. Blind's method was simple, crude, and somewhat extreme. However, it was effective. When village chief saw Blind for the first time, the atmosphere around him was extremely strong, as if raging dragons were rolling into all directions. However, Blind broke down then as both his eyes had been dug out. And now, Spear God had returned. This was all due to Kinmu. Ever since the village had this healthy little boy, their resentment had gradually been washed away. To teach Nine Heaven's Eye awakening skill to Kinmu, Blind had to first awaken his god eyes. However, since his god eyes had been dug away, he was only left with his mind's eyes. When Blind was imparting his skill to Kinmu, village chief could feel his god eyes awakening, which was actually his god mind's eyes. Having no eyes left, he used his mind as a replacement. Village chief slowly closed his eyes and leisurely laid there under the sun as he thought to himself, God mind's eyes will surpass God eyes, and Spear God will also surpass that previous Spear God. When you walk out of the great ruins one day Blind, your enemies will shudder in fear. After Kinmu had finished peeing, a shiver ran down his spine. He felt his body and mind entirely free from worry. The stone statue could no longer put pressure on his spirit anymore. Looking at the stone statue again, He could see many things he couldn't see previously. It was like that previously his eyes were covered with a veil, causing him to see everything fuzzily. Whereas now that the veil had been lifted, the true colors of the world were shown. He looked at the colors around him greedily. The beauty that he had never discovered before made him so excited that he wanted to cry. Approaching the other stone statues in the village, his spirit was once again overwhelmed. The other 3 stone statues in the village were similar to the dragon-head elder stone statue, giving off intense divine rays and extraordinary charm, possessing a sacred aura. However, he could look at them normally now as the stone statues could no longer affect his spirit. 9 Heaven's Eye Awakening skill, just by cultivating the first heaven, had already made him to be wild with joy. What other beautiful sceneries would his eyes see after being upgraded by the next few heavens? Kinmu took out a copper mirror and took a look at his reflection. In the mirror, his eyes were different from usual as a ring appeared deep inside his pupil. On the ring were strange markings that were like lightning intersecting. The ring gradually became faint and faded away. Kinmu closed his eyes and directed his vital chi to carefully construct the Heaven's Big Dipper formation marking before opening his eyes once again. He then saw the ring appeared in his eyes once again. This ring was the projection of heaven. If I manage to cultivate 9 Heaven's Eyes Awakening skill, then there should be 9 heaven rings overlapping each other like 10 pupils stacked together. Kinmu thought to himself. Blind continued to guide him on how to complete the Heaven's Big Dipper formation marking, and after quite some time, Kinmu finally mastered the entire Big Dipper formation marking. Mua, are you finished with your rest? Butcher jumped down from the lower millstone and grabbed his 2 pig slaughtering knives. If you are done, then it's time to train your knife. Kinmu acknowledged and rushed towards Butcher after retrieving his pig slaughtering knife. Not long after, Old Ma and Crippled had returned from hunting and immediately took over from Butcher in training Kinmu. Kinmu was only let off after he could no longer move from exhaustion. In the evening, Kinmu went to learn blacksmithing skills from Mute the blacksmith. Mute gave a few hand signs and some unintelligible sounds while Kinmu nodded in deep thought. What Mute was explaining were the techniques of cultivation. He said cultivation was like blacksmithing. One must pay attention to the different functions of the small flame and big flame. Other than the functions of the flames, you should also know how to quench the metal. You had to temper the metal in cold water to harden it. Wisdom and force, strength and flex, dragon and tiger. These are how the opposite forces complement each other. The more Kinmu pondered over it, the more he felt logical. He admired Mute for his words, which would allow him to avoid going down many wrong paths. While blacksmithing, Mute taught him to observe fire. While looking at the fire in the furnace, Mute performed a few actions. Kinmu's eyes brightened and followed what Mute had taught, to observe the fire while circulating his vital chi at the same time. Executing Overlord Body 3 Elixir technique, his vital chi circulation was like a small furnace hidden in his chest directing heat to all parts of his body. Kinmu felt a delightful sensation like his vital chi was burning. At the same time, in his spirit embryo divine treasure, his spirit embryo absorbed energy from the sea of light as it did breathing exercises. His spirit embryo also began to change gradually as the vital chi it exhaled got ignited into flames, surrounding it as if it was being bathed in a furnace. Kinmu was astonished as his spirit embryo also started body refinement. By observing the furnace fire, the spirit embryo had such a mystical transformation that he didn't expect. Mute was also astonished as he sized up Kinmu curiously. Halfway past midday, Kinmu felt that the firepower that his spirit embryo could withstand had already reached its limit and immediately stopped observing the fire. Mute gave 2 hand signs and dunked the red-hot iron strip into the water. As it fizzled and gave off white wisps of smoke, Mute gave another 2 hand signs. Kinmu's eyes lighted up and observed the water jar in deep thought. The sound of flowing water gradually sounded out from his chest. Along with the babbling sound of water, his vital chi flowed into his spirit embryo divine treasure and actually became a tiny stream. When it came into contact with his spirit embryo, something magical happened. His vital chi actually started to temper his spirit embryo. He was enjoying himself while his spirit embryo was tempered by fire and water. The next morning, Kinmu woke up bursting with life. Overflowing with energy, he used the method Mute taught him to cultivate, and it was indeed twice as fast. Let me find that devil ape to fight again. In high spirits, Kinmu consumed the vitality reinforcement pill and was forced to rush out of the village to vent the medicinal energy. Meanwhile, the devil ape had been waiting for quite some time under the cliff.
Le Junge.
The devil ape cultivated Thunderclap 8 strikes that Kinmu had imparted to him and had a tremendous boost in strength. Seeing Kinmu rushing to it, it immediately threw away the tree branch in its mouth and gave a fighting stance while guffawing. Lay flat. Kinmu rushed forward while the devil ape was like a moving mountain crashing towards him. As it came face to face with Kinmu, it suddenly executed Spring Thunder on the lonely East Sea. With the whooshing sound of wind getting louder and louder, the move blew down all the surrounding trees with a strong gust. Kinmu's eyes sparkled and let out a loud roar. He too executed Spring Thunder on the lonely East Sea and clashed with Devil Ape. Boom! A dull explosion rang out as both of them got shot away by their own strengths. When the Devil Ape landed on the ground, it immediately rushed over again with its huge fists breaking through the air, causing the air to vibrate from his attacks. As it continued to punch while moving, the air began to hum from the vibrations. Kinmu was astonished. The Devil Ape had actually learned the move Thousand-Armed Buddha as well. The Thousand-Armed Buddha the Devil Ape executed was still lack of practice, and the Devil Ape hadn't mastered the subtleties of this move, but it had already mastered the soul of the move. Combined with his extraordinary strength, its Thousand-Armed Buddha looked even more powerful than Kinmu's. The Devil Ape's body was too strong, stronger beyond belief. After cultivating the Thunderclap 8 strikes, its body had become even stronger. The power of its every punch was terrifying. Having his cultivation and strength tremendously improved yesterday, Kinmu thought he could beat the Devil Ape half to death after nourishment from his vital chi and vitality reinforcement pill. He totally did not expect that he gained no advantage whatsoever in the fight and was beginning to get overwhelmed. The human and ape began to strike out wildly and clashed fiercely. Kinmu's arms started to get sore and numb as he gradually found it harder to withstand Devil Ape's overwhelming attacks. Not long after, his face became bruised and swollen from Devil Ape's beatings. However, the Devil Ape did not take the chance to kill him and instead continued to spar with him while it restrained a portion of his strength. Eat, strong. The Devil Ape unleashed another punch which brought the rush of wind that actually contained 9 waves of powers. The move was indeed Thunderclap 8 Strike's third form, Tempest of the 9 Dragons. As it fought with Kinmu, it also kept nagging Kinmu to eat more until he was as strong as it. Heaven's Eyes, awaken. Kinmu's vital chi surged up into his eyes and constructed the first Heaven Big Dipper formation marking of 9 Heaven's Eye awakening skill. Another layer of pupil seemed to appear immediately in his eyes. Awakening his Heaven's Eyes, Kinmu suddenly felt everything in the world becoming extremely clear, deep, and orderly. Even the Devil Ape's punch coming in his way had become magical in his eyes. He could see every hair on the Devil Ape's fist swaying in the air and even could see how every tendon, muscle moved under the Devil Ape's skin as well as the path of its strength. The 9 Heavens Eye awakening technique that Blind had imparted to him allowed his eyes to see the reality in what he saw. It also allowed him to know well of the disparity in strengths between him and his enemy, as well as to control and steer the strengths in a level that he had never thought of. The instant before Kinmu's fist met with the Devil Ape's fist, Kinmu's 5 fingers suddenly flicked out and his fingertips broke through the air, releasing a piercing whoosh like the sound when a bowstring had been released from a strongbow. Thunderclap 8 Strikes, Thunder Fingers of the Pippa player. Old Ma's fist skills didn't entirely consist of fist skills but also finger skills. Thunder Fingers of the Pippa player was one of the superb finger skills among them. As Kinmu's first finger had flicked onto the Devil Ape's huge fist, it immediately realized that all the power in its fist had vanished. With Kinmu's second finger, Devil Ape felt the flexor tendon in his arm vibrating. Kinmu flicked out his third finger and the Devil Ape felt the muscles on his arm also began to tremble violently, thus it couldn't help panicking. Kinmu's fourth finger flicked out and the Devil Ape couldn't control his arms as they lifted upwards, revealing its chest. Finally, Kinmu flicked his fifth finger on the chest of this humongous creature. Devil Ape only felt as if it was bashed in its chest by a few hundred wild bulls in the great ruins and uncontrollably flew backward.
Kinmu stared blankly.
Wasn't Nine Heaven's Eye awakening skill that Blind had taught him way too strong? What was strong wasn't his moves but his eyes. Using Heaven's Eyes, he could easily see through the changes and path of Devil's Ape strength. From there, he could locate the weakness in Devil Ape's punch and strike its weakness with the first finger to negate the astonishingly powerful punch. Whoosh! The instant where he got lost in thought, the Devil Ape rose up and punched Kinmu away. It then leaped in midair and clenched both its fists, mercilessly pounding Kinmu down. The ground trembled as the place where Kinmu's body had landed was smashed into a deep pit. The Devil Ape landed back on the ground with a boom and gave another punch into the pit. Before its fist had even reached the pit, Kinmu flicked another finger onto its fist. The next moment, the Devil Ape's gigantic body flew upwards while Kinmu leaped up from the pit and caught up with Devil Ape, who was in midair. Tempest of the Nine Dragons. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosion sounds rang out as Devil Ape's gigantic body dropped down like a shooting star, crashing down several huge trees in its path. After some time, Kinmu and the Devil Ape fought their way to the top of the cliff. Gasping for their breaths as they laid down, they already had no more strength to continue fighting. Even though Heaven's Eyes was very powerful, it consumed his vital chi so much that even Kinmu couldn't tolerate it with his profound cultivation. After resting for some time, Devil Ape sat up and raised his thumb to point at itself. I, Elder. Kinmu also sat up and shook his head. I, Elder. You, Younger. Devil Ape flew in a rage, stretching out its fist and showing off the lumps on its arm. I, Strong. Kinmu grabbed one of its fingers and swung Devil Ape up before mercilessly smashing it on the ground. I, Stronger. Devil Ape flipped its body back up and they both started fighting again. Soon they ran out of strength again and laid down to catch their breaths. Kinmu regained some strength and stood up. Devil Ape also sat up and stared at Kinmu as he executed Thunderclap 8 strikes on the top of the cliff. Kinmu had only taught him once yesterday and it had already learned the basics, having a rough framework. Now Kinmu exhibited every fine detail in Thunderclap 8 strikes for it to watch, and explained to it the secrets on how to bring out the power of each moves. The Devil Ape learned very fast and managed to master the complete Thunderclap 8 strikes in several hours. Kinmu's scalp turned numb and suspected that if he kept teaching it, would he still be able to fight against this jumbo? This fellow is also a martial art genius. Could strange beasts be so intelligent? Could it also cultivate? Kinmu thought for a while and sat down teaching breathing exercise to the Devil Ape, imparting his Overlord Body 3 elixir technique to it. Devil Ape imitated him closely and learned the breathing exercise. Overlord Body 3 elixir technique was really the simplest Dayin technique. Thus its method of circulation was extremely simple, which required only moving and guiding vital chi. Not long later, Devil Ape had basically mastered Dayin technique and had an even breathing rhythm. This was also partly due to his temperament. Since it was a herbivore, it had quiet disposition and a pure mind. Therefore, it could master Dayin technique in such a short time. This fellow really is a martial art genius. Seeing it mastering Dayin technique so quickly, Kinmu couldn't help sincerely exclaiming in admiration, "Train well, big fella. I'll find you to spar again tomorrow." Finishing his words, he leaped down from the cliff and ran towards the village. Devil Ape saw him off and sat down once again, whispering, "Young Yuan." The next several days, Kinmu every day came to spar with Devil Ape, and after sparring, Devil Ape would treat him to some fruits. On the other hand, Kinmu would show it how to cultivate and even taught Cripple's heaven-pilfering divine legs to the Devil Ape. Devil Ape was originally good at fist skills but lacking in leg techniques. However, after learning heaven-pilfering divine legs, its leg skills became extremely crafty, putting Kinmu at a disadvantage whenever he wasn't careful. Kinmu's strength increased rapidly while Devil Ape's improvement was also frighteningly fast. It soon attained small success in cultivating vital chi. During sparrings with Kinmu, if he didn't utilize his Heaven's Eyes, He was unable to gain the upper hand and would instead fall into a disadvantageous situation. This evening, after fighting with Devil Ape, Kinmu came to the workshop of Mute the blacksmith to help and observe the fire following what Mute had taught him. In his spirit embryo divine treasure, his vital chi was like fire tempering his spirit embryo. Everything seemed to be similar as usual, but at this moment, golden rays suddenly started pouring into his spirit embryo as it frantically absorbed them from the golden sea in the divine treasure. Kinmu was at a loss and totally did not know what was happening. Mute was unable to see what was happening in Kinmu's spirit embryo, therefore he naturally didn't know something mystical was happening inside Kinmu's body. As his spirit embryo absorbed more and more golden rays, the little figure suddenly stopped. The spirit embryo also stopped breathing and exhaling, sinking into silence. Kinmu tried to mobilize his spirit embryo, but it still remained motionless. Did the spirit embryo die? The young boy felt slightly uneasy. After some time later, his spirit embryo slowly recovered and woke up. Kinmu let out a sigh of relief and went back to observe the fire. Right at this moment, he felt his vital chi become extremely scorching. Whenever his spirit embryo exhaled out vital chi, his vital chi would ignite and didn't extinguish even after it flowed out of spirit embryo divine treasure. Kinmu jumped in shock and immediately stopped observing fire. However, it was too late as his clothes automatically started burning. Mute, who was beside him, immediately lifted the huge water jar and covered it over Kinmu, extinguishing the fire. Lifting up the water jar, Kinmu had been drenched like a drowned rat. Mute was stumped and checked the burn marks left on Kinmu's clothes. He immediately threw down his iron hammer and iron bar, flying straight to Village Chief making hand signs. Village Chief was astonished and immediately called Deaf and Mute to carry him over. Mua, try observing the fire again. Kinmu didn't know why was the Village Chief being so serious, but he observed the fire again anyway. In his spirit embryo divine treasure, his vital chi once again turned into a flaming forge surrounding his spirit embryo. Following that, a heat wave surged out from his body, instantly raising his body temperature. Village Chief's eyes sparkled and he continued to guide Kinmu. Mua, focus your mind and don't let it sway. Treat your palm as a knife and show me a hack. With his mind free from thoughts, Kinmu only had his eyes on the furnace fire in front. His vital chi naturally unleashed as he gave a hack using his hand as a knife. Whoosh! His palm actually ignited on fire just like a flaming sword cutting down. Everyone in the blacksmith workshop stared blankly. An attribute actually appeared in Kinmu's vital chi in his overlord body. Furthermore, it was the fire attribute which clearly was the vermilion bird vital chi. Def was about to shout in joy, but Village Chief interrupted him. Relax first, Def. Mua, now focus your mind and observe water. Don't think of anything else. Doing as he said, Kinmu observed water and his vital chi turned into a trickling stream, flowing into his spirit embryo divine treasure to temper his spirit embryo. The small blacksmith workshop was soon squeezed full from all the villagers who had rushed here after hearing the news. Old Ma, Cripple, Butcher, Apothecary, and Blind had all squeezed into it to take a look at Kinmu, who was currently observing water. None of them even dared to take a deep breath. Village Chief's voice sounded out. Do you still remember the spear skill that Blind have taught you? Imagine you have such a spear in your hand and give a stab forward. Kinmu lifted his arms and gave a stab while circling the spear tip. The instant his empty hands tried to do a stab, his vital chi turned into snow-white vapor and surged out, forming a spear shape in his hands. At the same time, there was also sounds of trickling water as the water dragon-like steam circled from his tremors. Success, a success. Old Ma cried tears of happiness. He finally succeeded. Our years of hard work is not in vain. Mua, you have grown up. He couldn't resist turning his head to the side and used his only arm to wipe his tears. Cripple carried his sincere smile on his face and muttered, Our Kinmu can finally survive in great ruins. Damn it, Old Ma, can you stop wiping your tears? You're going to make me cry as well. Granny Sai had gone to Border Dragon City to buy stuffs, if not she would be the one who would cry the most among us. What's there to cry about? Apothecary's eyes turned red and smiled. We should be smiling. Should we die of old age in the future, Kinmu can still continue to survive by himself. This is an extremely good thing and we should laugh happily. You're right, extremely right. Def laughed heartily. Apothecary, even though I don't think much of you, but you got me good by this sentence. World-shaking laughter resonated out from the tiny blacksmith workshop and into the heavens. Looking at these excited old men, a warm feeling flowed throughout Kinmu's entire body. All these people who were slightly disabled and more or less had some kinds of shortcomings might look fiendish at times, but they were all his family, his closest kin. Suddenly, Granny Sai's voice came from outside as she laughed. What are you old things squeezing inside for and laughing about? Kinmu was surprised and elated. Granny Sai had finally returned from Border Dragon City. Soon, Crippled disclosed this happy matter out and Granny Sai couldn't help being surprised. With her eyes reddening, she smiled. Good, good. Mua has finally grown up. This is good. Thinking about her hardships for the past 11 years, she couldn't resist tearing up. The little old woman sat down and wiped her tears. If we die in the future, Mua can still live on. Don't touch me, it's only some sand that had got in my eyes. Village Chief secretly gave a sigh of relief. The dark clouds that were hovering above his head had vanished along with the appearance of attributes in Kinmu's overlord body vital chi. With Kinmu now able to unleash the full power of his vital chi, he had affirmed his overlord body identity and resolved a crisis in the village. However, even with his remarkable abilities, he couldn't help feeling puzzled. How did the attributes suddenly appear in Kinmu's overlord body's vital chi? And the weird thing was Kinmu's overlord body's vital chi had two attributes, the attributes of fire and water. It was known that as a spirit body, they only could have one attribute and never two. Kinmu was obviously an ordinary human and yet he had two kinds of attributes. Furthermore, they were the fire and water attributes which couldn't coexist together, making it strange. Does an ordinary human always have two kinds of spirit body when they awaken their spirit embryo? He couldn't help feeling at a loss. What exactly did Mute teach him to let his vital chi have the fire and water attributes? Can other ordinary people do the same too? He knew that the villagers had tried all means to help Kinmu to unleash the full power of his overlord body's vital chi these days. Apothecary used medicinal supplements. Cripple, Butcher, and Old Ma trained him vigorously. Blind didn't hesitate to impart his god eyes. Deaf wanted Kinmu to enter the path through painting and calligraphy, to paint out his divine art. Whereas he had no idea what means Mute had tried to use. He didn't expect Mute to be the one who had aroused the power of Kinmu's overlord body vital chi. He only knew Mute had instructed Kinmu to observe fire and water. How did Kinmu's vital chi attain attributes by observing fire and water was still a mystery to him. Mute was the village blacksmith who had never revealed his talents. The most frivolous person in the village was blind. Butcher was the most brash while the most helpful one was Old Ma who always put up a cold front. Cripple looked full of enthusiastic spirit but actually was the most insidious. The most down-to-earth guy was Apothecary and the one who had no desires was Deaf. Hunchback Granny Sai was the most mercurial and the Mute was the most inarticulate man. In regards to Mute, Village Chief hadn't the slightly clue about him. He only knew Mute had his tongue cut off by someone and was good at forging tools. Normally, the neighboring villagers would request items like cooking knives, plows and farming hoes from him to get by. From his guidance to help Kinmu to unleash his vital chi's power, Mute's cultivation and insight probably was the best accept him in the village. Mua, can you now shape chi into thread? Granny Sai asked in anticipation. Kinmu tried to shape his vital chi into thread, and the next moment his vital chi left his body becoming as thick as an arm that was blazing with flames. The huge and thick vital chi thread swept up the pig slaughtering knife and gave a hack forward. The wooden stake as thick as a water barrel was instantly split into half by the astonishing power. All of the villagers were speechless as they saw the vital chi thread which was as thick as an arm. It was true that Kinmu's vital chi thread was powerful enough. However, refining chi into thread required one to refine vital chi into fine thread. In this way, it would be more flexible and unpredictable to control treasure swords using chi, executing moves that one could not normally execute. Whereas Kin Mu's vital chi thread couldn't be considered as a thread and would be more suitable to call it vital chi arm. With such a thick vital chi thread, it was also extremely vital chi consuming. Cripple scratched his head. I feel that having vital chi arm isn't that bad. It's equivalent to having another arm and could also be pretty powerful in fights. Everyone didn't know whether to cry or laugh. Granny Sai shook her head. Vital chi thread is more nimble, whereas vital chi arm is way too thick. Its flexibility and agility are way inferior to vital chi thread. Mua, you have to refine vital chi into thread as soon as possible.
Chin Mu nodded.
Only when he observed fire could the fire attribute emerge from his vital chi, turning it similar to the vermilion bird's vital chi. If he didn't observe fire, his vital chi was still ordinary vital chi. To observe fire while refining chi into thread was still slightly difficult for him to accomplish. Village chief and the rest also saw something amiss as they frowned. If Kin Mu could only unleash his fire and water attributes when observing fire and water respectively, it would be extremely unfavorable in the midst of a battle. In the midst of a battle, would the enemies give you chance to observe fire and water? They had originally felt that Kin Mu's overlord body was extremely powerful for having both the fire and water attributes, but they were not as sure of it now. Mute gave a few hand signs while smiling brightly. Def understood it and smiled. Mute is right. Mua has only learned the basics. Practice makes perfect. If he continues to cultivate, he would definitely be able to master it. Having fire and water attributes in his vital chi was equivalent to awakening both Black Tortoise spirit body and Vermilion Bird spirit body. When Kin Mu observed fire, it would become Vermilion Bird spirit body, and when he observed water, it would become Black Tortoise spirit body. In the village, Kin Mu controlled his vital chi with the thickness of an arm to execute the pig slaughtering knife skill. As the pig slaughtering knife flew around, it almost split Kin Mu into two halves from time to time. Every time when danger approached, Blind at the side would use his bamboo cane to deflect the pig slaughtering knife away so as to avoid Kin Mu from really splitting himself to death. Refining chi into thread and using it to manipulate swords required step-by-step cultivation. To use vital chi thread to control treasure sword for killing enemies was extremely dangerous, and only the hardworking ones could control it smoothly. Butcher's pig slaughtering knife belonged to the battle techniques faction. Despite Butcher gaining some merits from the divine arts faction and could manipulate his knife without hands, there was still an extremely great difference between the moves of battle techniques faction and divine arts faction. Using pig slaughtering knife to train manipulating sword by chi was extremely dangerous. Butcher's moves were simply too insane and dangerous. When he became wild, it was not empty talk to say that he could even cut himself to extinction. Whereas Thunderclap 8 strikes that Old Ma had imparted to him was purely from the battle technique faction and could not be used for any method that required chi to manipulate sword. The Heavenly Devil creation technique that Granny Sai had imparted to him was classified as spells. Cripple's leg skill, Blind staff skills, Deaf's calligraphy and painting, Apothecary's medicinal concoction and Mute's blacksmith techniques were obviously unable to be used to train how to manipulate sword by chi. Therefore, to cultivate chi to manipulate sword, Kin Mu could only use the dangerous pig slaughter knife skill to train. At the village entrance, village chief lazily basked in the sun. Apothecary was standing beside him as he looked back at Kin Mu, who was struggling to cultivate chi to manipulate sword, when he suddenly said, Blind had imparted divine eyes to Mua, while Butcher had also imparted his knife skills to him. There's also Cripple's leg skills and Deaf's calligraphy and painting techniques. Now what about you, village chief? Village chief turned his head to look at him. Apothecary had an aggressive tone. What we are good at are different, but we are all not competent in using chi to manipulate sword. You have a greater experience than any of us here, and your abilities are also higher than any of us here. Why don't you want to teach him? In regards to using chi to manipulate sword, I would like to ask, in this entire world, whose sword skill could be stronger than you? Village chief's face turned dim as he looked down at his non-existent limbs and said softly, I want to teach, but the responsibility is too great for Mua to handle. When I still had my limbs back then, I wasn't able to take on the responsibility as well, or else there was no need for me to hide in the great ruins. Do you know how my limbs were broken? Apothecary shook his head. These are sword wounds. Village chief raised his head and said in a daze, my limbs were chopped off by a sword. Anyone who inherits my techniques would have to take on my responsibility, which I was unable to handle, much less the current him. Whoosh! In the forest outside disabled elderly village, Kinmu gave a palm strike and vital chi could be seen surging out from his arm like a flaming dragon coiling around it. The air in front of him immediately became extremely parched as if the air had been lit up in flames. His footsteps shifted as he struck continuously. The air became more and more parched as if there were 10 extremely scorching suns hanging over the vast yellow desert. What he had used belonged to Old Ma's fist skills. Thunderclap 8 strikes 4th form, Kuafu chasing the sun. Suddenly, Kinmu's footsteps changed irregularly and his moves converted accordingly. His moves and forms were like a torrential river flowing into the sea. His vital chi actually changed from fire attribute to water attribute. On his arm was a coiling water dragon formed by steam, and even his moves resonated out with sounds of surging waves as if there was a flood flowing around him. His move changed again, and this time both his hands grabbed onto emptiness as spear-like steam overturned the seas and rivers like a long dragon. These few days, he had always been in the village training using chi to manipulate sword and focusing on improving his vital chi. However, he still had to first observe fire before he could allow his own vital chi to acquire the fire attribute and executing using chi to manipulate sword thereafter. As he continued to practice, the time required for him to observe fire became shorter and shorter. And now he had no need to observe the furnace, and as long as his mind thought of the fire in the furnace, his vital chi would automatically become hot. However, Butcher's pig slaughtering knife skill was from the battle technique faction, thus it was not very successful for Kinmu to use pig slaughtering knife skill to train using chi to manipulate sword. On the other hand, cultivating Old Ma's Thunderclap 8 strikes and blind spear skills had resulted in bountiful harvests and rapid improvements. And today, as he executed Thunderclap 8 strikes 4th form, Kuafu chasing the sun, he was like a giant sprinting while the air exploded from the tremors of his palms. This was the power of his vital chi. Of course, the fire attribute of Vermilion Bird's vital chi could not perfectly unleash the full power of Old Ma's Thunderclap 8 strikes. The most suitable vital chi for Old Ma's Thunderclap 8 strikes was still Green Dragon's vital chi. Contrariwise, the water attribute of Black Tortoise's vital chi could unleash blind spear skills without any restraint. After some time, Kinmu stopped and consumed 2 vitality reinforcement pills to recover his rapidly draining vital chi. He then pondered over what he was lacking while he used his vital chi. Originally, only 1 vitality reinforcement pill would already make him go wild from being stuffed, but after his spirit embryo had awoken, consuming 2 vitality reinforcement pills wasn't a big deal anymore, just that he would be unbearably stuffed. Could Devil Ape eat thing like vitality reinforcement pill? It shouldn't be so, since Grandpa Apothecary said there were 4 kinds of attributes in the vitality reinforcement pill, so it would be poison to whoever that isn't the overlord body. Maybe I could make a cauldron of vitality reinforcement pill for Devil Ape someday. Kinmu's heart wavered as he recalled the jumbo that had sparred with him. He hadn't gone to look for Devil Ape these days and didn't know what extent did this strange beast had cultivated Overlord Body 3 elixir technique to. He stood up and ran swiftly towards the Devil Ape's territory. After all, he was only a teenager and had no friends other than the elders in the village. He and Devil Ape could be considered to be no discord, no concord. He was still pretty concerned about it after not meeting it for a few days. Not long later, Kinmu had arrived outside the mountainous valley that Devil Ape lived in. Suddenly, a small mountain-like body rose up within the forest, which was none other than the Devil Ape. Having not met for a few days, Devil Ape had become even more majestic. It was exceptionally elated at seeing Kinmu and started to hammer his chest, signaling Kinmu to jump onto his shoulder. Kinmu leaped onto its shoulder and the Devil Ape went flying as it ran and brought him deep into the valley. It was Kinmu's first time entering Devil Ape's nest. He could see wild deer, horses everywhere. There were even some musk deer and some silly roe deer. There was an ancient vestige in the hinterlands with crumbling fences and dilapidated walls which was beyond rundown. Where the devil ape was living in was a palace which was already half collapsed. In front of the place was a ruined stone statue of a semi-human and semi-beast. Kinmu activated his heaven's eyes and was overwhelmed. The stone statue was like the stone statues in disabled elderly village. Through the heaven's eyes, the stone statue's grace was like an indomitable beast god who was malevolent with flames surging to the sky. So this statue was what Devil Ape was relying on to resist the darkness invasion at night and to protect its life. With this kind of extraordinary grace, could this statue also be sculpted by God for God? Kinmu jumped down from Devil Ape's shoulder and a silly roe deer came up to him sniffing the corners of his shirt, chewing on it. Devil Ape pinched up the roe deer and carefully placed it aside. It then waved its hands, signaling Kinmu to catch up. It was the ruler of this valley and also its guardian, protecting these animals and only being fierce to trespassers. Kinmu followed it into the rundown palace and he frowned. There were wild beast scents all around and should have come from the wild beasts which had also hidden here every night to avoid the darkness. Look, young Yuan. Devil Ape pointed to a wall. Kinmu lifted his head looking at the ruined wall paintings on the palace wall. The wall paintings were mottled and peeling off in some places. Some places were missing their colors and only a few wall paintings were still considered complete. What these wall paintings depicted was a man in chi cultivation. The arrows inside the body represented the flow of vital chi. Taking a few looks, Kinmu's heart jolted. He saw the vital chi guiding path of Overlord Body 3 Elixir technique. Devil Ape must have cultivated the Overlord Body 3 Elixir technique, and found it similar to the pictures on the wall paintings, thus bringing him here. However, Kinmu quickly discovered the different points. The first picture on the wall painting was indeed the guiding diagram of Overlord Body 3 Elixir technique, whereas the second picture differed to some extent. Even though it was still in accordance to the path of Overlord Body 3 Elixir technique, it was slightly more complicated. The guiding path in the second picture had entered the spirit embryo divine treasure on the heart of the brow. After the vital chi entered the spirit embryo divine treasure, the third picture was revealed. However, the third picture showed the guiding path of the vital chi in the spirit embryo divine treasure, and instead of being inhaled and exhaled from the spirit embryo directly, the vital chi formed a mystical vital chi formation marking under the spirit embryo's feet. This formation marking was extremely complicated. It was even more complicated than the Heaven's Big Dipper formation marking that Blind had imparted to him. Kinmu took a close look and memorized it by heart while using his vital chi to imitate and form the formation marking under his spirit embryo's feet. When he had completed the spirit embryo formation marking, his body uncontrollably trembled and immediately felt a weird connection between him and his spirit embryo. When he breathed, the spirit embryo breathed as well. When he made a move, the spirit embryo would make the same move as well, and when he executed Overlord Body 3 Elixir technique, the spirit embryo executed Overlord Body 3 Elixir technique as well. Kin was stunned before erupting in joy. Doesn't this mean it's equivalent to two of me cultivating? However, he immediately discovered that executing Overlord Body 3 Elixir technique with his spirit embryo couldn't allow his vital chi cultivation to stack and had instead honed his vital chi. As his vital chi swam through the formation marking under his spirit embryo's feet, it absorbed the golden rays in the golden sea before entering the spirit embryo's body. When it was exhaled out, the vital chi had become even more pure and tenacious after fusing with the golden rays. In the past, his spirit embryo had also indistinctly absorbed the golden rays, but never as fast as going through the formation marking like what indicated in the third picture. Could this be the spirit embryo realm technique for Overlord Body 3 Elixir technique? Kinmu's heart started thumping wildly. Village Chief had said he didn't know the following techniques for the Overlord Body, and never would he expect to find the Overlord Body technique for spirit embryo realm here. He looked toward the fourth picture and slightly frowned. The fourth picture had already been peeled off and only half was left. What was recorded should be the technique for the 5 elements realm. On the picture were scratches of animals, thus it should have been destroyed by the animals living here. The fifth picture was also very badly damaged, while more than half of sixth picture had simply came off. The following remaining pictures were even more ruined and impossible to identify. With the palace damaged to this extent, who knows how long the wall paintings inside could still be preserved for? Kin Mu gave a sigh. It already wasn't easy for a few pictures of the wall paintings to last all the way until now. He memorized the second and third picture and recalled them silently before he could be at ease. Even though the wall paintings in the palace were completely destroyed, they would still be handed down by him to the next overlord body. There were not much wall paintings left on the palace walls. Other than the overlord body 3 elixir technique, there was still another wall painting that was more complete. It was a painting of a map. Looking at it closely, Kin Mu found the location of the surging river. His heart throbbed. Could this be the map of Great Ruins? Little by little along the surging river, he finally found the location of disabled elderly village through the river flow and turns of the river channel. Why is a dragon drawn here? Looking dozens of miles upstream from disabled elderly village on the map, there was actually a figure of a dragon drawn on the map which was puzzling. Surging River Dragon King. Kin Mu's heart slightly jolted. He had no idea what the 4 words, Surging River Dragon King, meant. There was not just one weird place on the map. There were still other weird places like a well-drawn 10 miles east from disabled elderly village. There were also 4 words written beside the well, Heaven's Well Dragon King. There was another well which wrote Ocean Eyes Dragon King. In a faraway place on the Great Ruins map, he also saw a ship, and on the ship was a sun. Beside it were 2 words, Sun Ship. Not far from the Sun Ship, there was a place called Sunwell. There was still a moon ship in a place very far away from Sun Ship, and beside the ship was a moon. Beside the moon ship, there was also a strange place called the Moon Well. Kin Mu's gaze searched around the map and couldn't find the ancient temple on the heart of the river that was suppressing Woman Wu. He also couldn't find Border Dragon City, which was a few hundred miles downstream. This map, could it be the map before the catastrophe in the Great Ruins? Searching for a while more, his heart leaped when he found the vestige where he had hidden from the darkness. However, on the map, it was not labeled as a vestige and was instead called Goddess's Pass. It is really the map before the Great Ruins catastrophe. Kin Mu composed himself. The map before the Great Ruins catastrophe was very useful as there were many ruins indicated on it. If he were to go hunting and wasn't able to return to disabled elderly village in time, he could find the vestiges indicated on the map to hide from the darkness invasion. With this map I can avoid a lot of dangers. He memorized the map by heart and found the valley where he was now located in. This valley on the map was called Doom Suppression Palace. Doom Suppression Palace? Doom means disaster, which means catastrophe. Learning painting and calligraphy from Def, he had acquired a bellyful of knowledge even if he couldn't be considered as a scholar. If Doom Suppression Palace means a palace to suppress catastrophe, then what kind of catastrophe was the palace suppressing? Kin Mu muttered to himself. Looking around him, he realized Devil Ape was no longer in the palace and had left without his knowledge. It must be because the Devil Ape was afraid of disturbing him by staying here around. Big fella sure is thoughtful. Walking out of the palace, Kin Mu called Devil Ape over and asked, "Big fella, are there any strange places around here?" Devil Ape scratched its head and thought for a moment before running towards a side chamber inside Doom Suppression Palace. Kin Mu quickly kept up with it as the silly road deer behind them followed as well. Devil Ape entered the side chamber and pointed out with its finger. Looking at the direction where it was pointing, Kin Mu saw a white wall where a tiny thumb-size human shadow was painted. Kin Mu took a closer look at the wall and didn't find anything else other than the tiny human shadow. The silly road deer moved forward and sniffed the human shadow on the wall. Just as it was about to lick the wall, a hand suddenly came out and grabbed the silly road deer into the wall. Kin Mu jumped in shock while Devil Ape hammered its chest in fury and bellowed at the wall. However, it didn't dare to go forward. On the wall, a vivid painting of a road deer appeared beside the tiny human shadow. Kin Mu then saw the human started to move slowly as it opened its mouth. As the mouth grew larger and larger, the mouth which was filled with nail-like teeth closed down on the road deer. Kin-Mu was dumbstruck. After the human shadow on the wall ate the roe deer, it suddenly took huge steps walking toward them. Kin-Mu then realized even though the human wasn't walking out of the wall, its shadow was growing larger and larger until it was the size of a normal human. However, it didn't stop there as the shadow continued to move forward. In just a short while, even though the human didn't walk out from the wall, his shadow had reached the ceiling in the side chamber. It was the shadow of its head with his mouth wide open while its hands stretched towards the two adjacent walls at the side. Young Yuan, go! Devil Ape grabbed Kin-Mu and leaped out to prevent getting caught by the shadow on the wall. An angry roar came out from the wall as the wall trembled non-stop, filling the air with smoke and dust. The black shadow then spread out from inside of the side chamber and shrouded the whole side chamber in a blink of an eye. The shadow tried to break free from the walls of the side chamber, but was unable to do so no matter what. This is a demon. Kin-Mu stopped running away as he blinked his eyes and turned back to probe. The shadow that had shrouded the side chamber suddenly calmed down. The window frame on the side chamber opened up like two pitch black eyes. Kin-Mu felt a terrifying gaze landing on him, giving him a bone-chilling feeling. Suddenly, the huge door of the side chamber closed automatically before opening up again. As it opened and closed, a hoarse voice sounded out, the Great Freedom Incantation. You are a descendant of my race? How pathetic. Your incantation ain't even authentically handed down. Has my race declined to this extent? Kin-Mu probed on. Does Senior know the true Great Freedom Incantation? Of course. The door opened and closed as an arrogant voice resonated out. A supreme power is hidden inside the Great Freedom Incantation of my race. This imposing power was the one that had established this world and attained the power of great freedom. Why did it land into such a pitiful state in your hands? There's not even an ounce of might in it. Make this monkey retreat and I will teach you the true incantation. Kin-Mu looked at Devil Ape as it shook his head and warned in a muffled voice. Believe, Ghost. This senior is of the same race as me and won't harm me. Go outside and wait for a moment. Kin-Mu consoled it. Devil Ape was still not reassured, but it was pushed out by Kin-Mu. The door of the side chamber opened and closed again with a devilish voice. Incantation is the wonder to executing techniques. You had only learned the syllables of the incantation but not the grace within. You also haven't learned the method to bring out the innate qualities of the incantation. This method is called Great Freedom Mudra, the core ultimate arts of our race. My power is sealed within this big chamber and would not last long, so you better pay attention. I shall only teach you once. How much you take away from it will depend on your own ability. The black shadow on the walls of the side chamber started to shrink and became about the size of Kin-Mu. Circulating lines started to appear inside the shadow which showed the flow of the vital chi. The devilish voice explained, there are 4 types of mudra methods from the Great Freedom Mudra. Devil God Mighty Force Mudra, Devil Freedom Mudra, Great Wisdom Mudra, and the last mudra method combines the first 3 together to form the Great Freedom Devil Mudra. What I am about to show you is the first mudra, Devil God Mighty Force Mudra. Your voice must carry the devil voice to be able to unleash the full power, Chi Kei Duo. Kin-Mu gazed steadily at the black figure on the wall of the side chamber as he memorized the path of executing the technique. In his body, his vital chi was circulating with the path as well. Sikiskivi Kodua. The devil voice burst forth from his mouth and Kin-Mu immediately felt a terrifying power surging out from inside his body. This terrifying power induced his 5 fingers to form an unusual mudra and strike forward uncontrollably. Boom! A muffled sound rang out as Kin-Mu's palm actually executed the thunderclap he was longing for. Thunder in palm. Kin-Mu stared blankly as it seemed inconceivable to him. The Devil God Mighty Force Mudra that the human shadow on the wall had taught him was actually exceptionally powerful. In terms of variation, it could not be compared to Old Ma's Thunderclap 8 strikes, but in terms of strength, it surpassed Thunderclap 8 strikes by quite a fair bit. However, the move Devil God Mighty Force Mudra also drained his vital chi tremendously. It consumed several times more vital chi than Thunderclap 8 strikes. The shadow on the wall squirmed as it seemed to get pulled back by something. When it returned to the side chamber uncontrollably, it panted heavily. The power of this side chamber is too strong, suppressing me all along. I don't have much time left. Take a good look. This is the second mudra, Devil Frida Mudra.
SA montakie.
On the wall inside the chamber, the vital chi flow on the black shadow changed again however. Due to the dimness inside the chamber, it wasn't clear in distance. Kinmu stirred himself up and subconsciously took a step forward, finally managing to see the vital chi circulation and changes clearly.
SA montakie.
He silently chanted the devil voice and circulated his vital chi. Instantly, another wondrous power burst forth within his body and induced his body to do another pose. His face uncontrollably revealed a smile as his finger formed a pinching flower gesture and gave a strike. The power of this mudra wasn't very strong and instead seemed to have no power at all. However, Kinmu felt that its effect was very similar to a mudra in Thunderclap 8 strikes. Thunderclap 8 strikes 5th form, Sunshine Refining Young Soul in the Sky. This move that Old Ma had imparted to him wasn't particularly good an offense, but the essence of this skills lied in attacking the soul of a divine arts practitioner. The secret of Sunshine Refining Young Soul in the Sky lied in the fist, which was like the sun shining down from the sky, using the sun and thunder in one's palm to purge the soul. The Devil Frida Mudra that the human shadow in the wall had taught him also didn't look like it had much power because it was focused on purging the soul, which was why it was similar to Old Ma's Sunshine Refining Young Soul in the Sky. The only difference between the two was that Old Ma used the sun and thunder to ferociously destroy the opponent's soul, whereas Devil Frida Mudra used a mudra to draw the opponent's soul to your palm, where you obliterated your enemy's soul in the heart of your palm, which was much more sinister and vicious, causing the opponent to be unable to guard against it. One was able to defend against a ferocious attack, but it was impossible to defend against Devil Frida Mudra. Kinmu was puzzled. The mudra from the shadow on the wall was similar to Old Ma's fist skill. Both of them clearly had similar theory, however the methods used to expound on the theory were completely different. One belonged to the righteous path while the other belonged to the unorthodox path. As for which of them was better, Kinmu was unable to say. He could only say that they each had their own strengths. Old Ma's Thunderclap 8 strikes were more suitable for attacking enemies head-on and crush them with the ferocious fist skill, while Great Frida Mudra was more suitable for sudden execution, catching the enemies by surprise. The human shadow on the wall shrank more as it seemed to be unable to withstand the restraint of Doom's Suppression Palace. It gasped for breaths and continued, "Pay attention, this is the third mudra, Great Wisdom Mudra, : The shadow on the wall became blurred and fuzzy, causing Kinmu to subconscious take another 2 steps forward. Just as he was about to enter the side chamber's door, he suddenly stopped. Instead, he executed 9 Heaven's Eyes awakening skill that Blind had taught him, and another layer of pupil appeared in his eyes. Even though the shadow on the wall was dim, it was, however, extremely clear in his eyes. "Can you see clearly if you don't come in?" the shadow on the wall asked. Kinmu respectfully replied, "Don't worry, Senior. Junior here cultivated from young. My kidneys are strong and my primordial yang is brimming. My eyesight is very good and I'm able to see things in the darkness, so naturally, I can see clearly." The shadow on the wall wavered but did not act any further, and instead continued to exhibit the wonder of vital chi circulation. The third mudra of Great Frida Mudra was Great Wisdom Mudra. The execution for Great Wisdom Mudra was much more complicated. The circulation of vital chi in the black shadow also became faster and faster, and despite having opened his Heaven's Eyes, Kinmu was unable to completely catch the path of the vital chi, making him itching to enter the side chamber. Kinmu hesitated for a moment before putting one leg into the chamber, while his other leg remained outside. This way, he was finally able to barely catch the execution path of the vital chi. Kinmu struggled to memorize, but the shadow on the wall soon completed executing Great Wisdom Mudra. He tried to execute Great Wisdom Mudra, and even though it was executed out, he still felt that something was missing. He didn't manage to completely remember the execution path of Great Wisdom Mudra. This is the fourth mudra of Great Freedom Mudra, which is also the strongest mudra. The powers of the first three mudras would fuse together into this mudra. The shadow on the wall seemed to become strengthless as it became smaller and smaller. His voice grew softer and softer. However, this mudra is slightly more complicated and I'm afraid you can't see clearly. Don't worry, Senior. Kinmu gave a sincere smile. Junior here cultivated from young. My kidneys are strong and my primordial yang is brimming. Therefore, my eyesight is still very good. I can still barely see clearly. The shadow on the wall fell silent. It then replied with a weaker and weaker voice as it sighed. But I can no longer keep this up. Come in. There are 4 long bronze nails nailed to the floor in the 4 corners of the chamber. You just need to pluck out the 4 bronze nails. These 4 nails are stabbed into my back, so as long as they are plucked off, I'll be able to catch my breath. Once I catch my breath, I can teach you the complete mudra. He coaxed in a gentle voice. You haven't completely learned Great Wisdom Mudra, right? Great Wisdom Mudra is very complicated, but its power is also extremely strong. If you don't learn it completely, you would be unable to unleash its full power. That's not all. The strongest mudra of them all is still the 4th mudra, Great Freedom Devil Mudra. Once you pluck the nails out. Senior, I think I shall not learn it anymore. Kinmu shook his head as he retracted his left leg from the chamber. It's too troublesome, and with how stupid I am, I probably won't be able to master it. The shadow on the wall wavered as it tried to tempt Kinmu. I can teach you a second time as long as you pluck out the nails. Kinmu became even troubled and shook his head. Didn't Senior say you were only going to teach me once? If I make Senior teach a second time, won't I be making Senior eat your words? Junior would only just become more guilty. I'm sorry for disappointing Senior's expectation for being so stupid. No, you are very clever. The voice from the shadow became even more gentle, just like an affable elder instructing his young ones. You had learned Devil God Mighty Force Mudra and Devil Freedom Mudra by only seeing them once. You even learned part of Great Wisdom Mudra by seeing it once as well. Your aptitude is extremely high and you would definitely be able to learn Great Wisdom Mudra by seeing it again. I like your aptitude and intelligence, thus I'm fine with eating my words and teaching you a second time. Saying until here, the voice suddenly stopped before turning into an icy cold tone. You cheated me for my techniques. Kinmu was startled. Why did Senior say that? You cheated me for my techniques. The shadow on the wall flew into a fury as it became larger and larger, shrouding the entire side chamber once again. The shadow was malicious and sternly shouted, How dare you cheat me for my techniques? Little brat, I taught you with good intentions and instead you lied to me. Kinmu remained standing outside the chamber and let the devil shadow squirm freely in front of him while he shook his head. You must be joking, Senior. Aren't you trying to trick me into releasing you? The door of the side chamber opened widely. With windows as eyes and door as the mouth, it looked sinister and terrifying as it said imposingly, You knew. We are both originally from 2 different races, yet Senior tried to lie first by saying we are of the same race. Then you tried to bait me using Great Freedom Mudra to make me come closer to you with only 2 kinds of goals in mind. Kinmu revealed a sincere smile that was similar to Cripple's. The first kind is to make me enter the chamber and bait me to go closer to the wall where you can capture me before controlling me to pluck out the bronze nails in the 4 corners of the chamber. The second kind is to make use of my desire to acquire the complete Great Freedom Mudra to pluck out the nails by my own will. If I were to pluck out the nails, things wouldn't be as simple as catching a breath. What Senior would do after being freed was to eat me like what you did to that silly roe deer. However, Kinmu's smile became even more sincere. I'm no silly roe deer, thus I have played along with your lies and cheated 2.5 mudra skills from you. The whole chamber trembled non-stop and an earth-shattering howl resonated from the door. Son of a bitch. I'm going to kill you. Once I'm freed, I will torture you to death. The cowherd boy from disabled elderly village curled his lips and turned to leave. Grandpa Cripple had played little tricks like yours countless times on me. I had been tricked ever since I was young. Even the sweets Granny bought for me were tricked away countless of times by him. For you to be thinking of tricking me. I'm going to kill your grandpa, Cripple. The shadow on the wall howled in fury. Kinmu turned back and warned him seriously, don't even try it. He will swindle you until you lose your underpants. The shadow on the wall suddenly quieted down, so quiet that it seemed peculiar. It then whispered in a soft voice, did you just say that we aren't of the same race? He, you are too naive, little brat. How is it that you and I aren't of the race? He, my young and little devil spawn. Kinmu felt a chill and suddenly thought of the god voice that was from 9 heavens above when he was doing a wall break. He then thought of how he used the devil voice to counter the god voice. Combining them with the words from a shadow on the wall, he made some unpleasant connections. He immediately shook his head and chased away all the messy thoughts in his mind before turning to leave. He, you are the same as me, the same. Behind him, the shadow on the wall laughed queerly. Kinmu frowned as he walked out of Doom Restraint Palace. Devil Ape immediately went up to him and sneaked a glance at the side chamber. It was only relieved after seeing the shadow shrinking back into the side chamber, before solemnly telling Kinmu, believe? Ghost. Kinmu nodded his head while feeling the same deeply. Great Ruins is simply too dangerous. If people as honest as us do not learn to be clever, they would definitely be cheated clean without having the slightest dregs remaining. Devil Ape took a glance at him and twitched its mouth. Believe, ghost. Kinmu's face turned slightly red and protested. Hey, I'm not a cheat. I just got the worst of it since young, therefore I was forced to become quick-witted. However, I'm afraid you can't stay here any longer. With Doom Restraint Palace being so run down, I have no idea when it will collapse. If it collapsed, that old devil would definitely vent his anger on you. Devil Ape shook its head and silently looked at the wild animals. There were not many living places left in Great Ruins. They were either taken by humans or taken by other strange beasts. If Devil Ape was to bring all these wild animals to move, he was afraid that they would not be able to find a place to stay and would definitely die from the darkness invasion. Kinmu also had no plan as Disabled Elderly Village was too small and simply unable to squeeze so many animals.
Come yangun.
Devil Ape walked forward while Kinmu followed behind it. Devil Ape then brought him to the bottom of the cliff and pointed at the handprint on the side of the cliff while revealing an expression of anticipation. The handprint had been imprinted by Devil Ape itself. Its hand was extremely huge, therefore it had left a deep handprint on the cliff. This handprint represented that this was Devil Ape's territory. Once other strange beasts saw the handprint, they would know that this was Devil Ape's territory and take a detour. If other strange beasts wanted to take over this place, they would come forth to challenge. If Devil Ape was to lose in the fight, the handprint would be erased by the new owner and a new imprint would be left behind. You, Mark. Devil Ape said in anticipation. Kinmu was puzzled and didn't understand the meaning of its words. Devil Ape grabbed his hand and placed it beside his handprint, saying Mark. Kinmu understood what it was trying to say and felt moved. With a heavy strike beside the ape's handprint, his handprint immediately appeared on the cliff. Devil Ape revealed a smile and pointed at the valley as it spoke in a muffled voice. Mine, yours. The warm feeling in Kinmu's heart turned into sounds of laughter, making Devil Ape chortled as well. At this moment, a voice came from midair. Master, there are people below. Kinmu immediately raised his head and saw a paper boat flying past in the air. The paper boat was about 60 to 70 feet long. There was a lot of space on the boat as several men and women wearing green garments stood inside. After that, he saw even more strange stuff. A few paper cranes came flapping their wings while surrounding another paper boat. There were also several strange men and women standing on the paper cranes and each of them had a long sword on their backs. On the second boat, there was only one person and some goods that Kinmu couldn't see clearly. The paper boat stopped in midair as an elder sat there and said, Chen Xiu, go and ask for directions. Understood. A young man on the paper crane looked down and inquired, Youth, do you know the way to Disabled Elderly Village? Kinmu was bewildered and pointed to the direction of disabled elderly village. The young man was refined and courteous as he bowed to express his thanks. A gold ingot then dropped down from the paper crane as they flew away around the boat. Kinmu picked up the gold ingot in bewilderment. Why do those people want to go to our village? Could they be merchants that were passing by? However, if they are merchants, shouldn't they go to Border Dragon City? Kinmu kept the gold ingot and said, "Focus on cultivating, big fella. I will come find you tomorrow. Do not ever go into the side chamber. That devil is very sly." Devil Ape nodded. Kinmu immediately returned to the village and soon reached the outskirts of disabled elderly village. From far away, he could see 2 paper boats anchored in the sky outside the village gate. The paper cranes landed under the trees outside the village, but there was nobody left on the boat or on the paper cranes, which meant that they must have entered the village. As he walked into the village, he saw the elder who had spoken on the boat sitting face to face with village chief and speaking to him. "I have heard Granny Sai from your village is outstanding at handicrafts. Therefore, we have come to request Granny Sai to help us tailor some clothes." Village chief asked, "May I venture to ask what kind and size of clothing do you want her to make?" The elder replied, "I need her to make some burial clothes, a total of 9 pieces. As for the size, we'll go according to the sizes of all the villagers here. I've also heard Old Ma's carpentry was not bad as well, so I would like to trouble Old Ma to help make 9 coffins. As for the length, we'll have it accordingly to everyone's build here." Suddenly, the elder saw Kinmu walking over and gave an astonished expression. "I had said wrong. I would need 10 burial clothes and 10 coffins. Chen Xiu, bring out the deposit." The man named Chen Xiu came forward and waved his hand. One of the paper boat outside the village came floating over and landed beside village chief. Kinmu immediately saw that the boat was actually filled with inauspicious items such as paper notes, paper ingots, candles, white funeral flag, and etc. The elder instructed him to stop the boat in the village and said, "This is the deposit for the 10 burial clothes and coffins. May I ask if Granny Sai and Old Ma could finish them by today? Truth to be told, I'm in a hurry to use them." Cripple, blacksmith, apothecary who were busy with their own works all suddenly turned quiet. Granny Sai tottered over and smiled. 10 burial clothes by today. That's a bit rush, customer." Old Ma walked over and said coldly, "I work fast so the coffins would be done by today. Could old Mr. wait a moment?" The elder smiled. "It's surely a bit rush, but everyone here is talented, therefore you should be able to rush them out, right?" Granny Sai took a glance at ingots and candles and smiled coldly. "If you are in a rush to wear them, I could make them out right now. It's a coincidence that I just bought some rolls of cloth." The elder half rose out of his chair. "Thanks for the trouble, Granny." Granny Sai walked back to her house to carry out a few rolls of cloths. With a sweep of her arm, the rolls of cloths unraveled in midair and a pair of scissors automatically flew out. The scissors went snipping in midair, and in just a short while, the shapes of clothes were done. Silver needles then flew out from the basket and with thread tied to their ends. As the needles weaved around in the sky, the burial clothes were soon completed. On the other hand, Old Ma came to the huge willow trees and released green chi from his fingers, which surrounded the trees with a soaring sound. Not long after, the huge tree trunks were sawed into several white wooden coffins. These white wooden coffins flew over and landed in the village. Granny Sai's clothings were also done. As she gently waved her hands, the burial clothes one by one landed on the coffin. Old Ma took a few strides forward and coldly said, "You have brought quite a large amount of money. Therefore, I had made another 2 coffins for free, a total of 12 coffins for you, and all made according to your measurements, so it would definitely not be longer or shorter if all of you laid inside them. Are you satisfied with my craftsmanship, old mister?" Granny Sai smiled. "I have also made another 2 more burial clothes for free, which would definitely fit." The elder chuckled. "Satisfied, I'm satisfied." Kinmu felt the atmosphere becoming more and more peculiar. He secretly counted and realized when he added the green clothing people and the elder together, there were precisely 12 people. Apothecary walked over with a sinister expression, and yet his voice was very gentle. "From old Mister's accent, you don't sound like a local." The accent seemed to come from the southern border. The elder replied with a gentle smile, "That's right, we are from the southern border, where Lee River is at." Cripple walked over with his face brimming with smiles. "I heard that there was a big sect called the Lee River sect located beside Lee River, where there are many experts. I heard that the sect master of Lee River sect is called Mu Beifeng. His divine art had reached perfection and could break the river flow with just a stretch of his hand." The elder immediately replied, "I'm flattered. I don't deserve the praise. I am indeed Mu Beifeng. Our Lee River sect is merely a small sect that is just trying to make a living off the river. I have 5 junior brothers who are well respected and known as the Lee River's 5 elders." Kin Mu's heart jolted and his expression changed slightly. Aren't Lee River's 5 elders the 5 elders that had died at Granny's hands? Could it be Mu Beifeng brought his people here to seek revenge for Lee River's 5 elders? He specifically wanted 10 coffins and 10 burial clothes which were clearly prepared for all the people. In disabled elderly village. After killing the villagers, they will put the burial clothes on them and place them in the coffins to bury on the spot, before burning the ingots and candles as offerings. The paper boats and paper cranes were also prepared for the villagers after their deaths. Mu Beifeng twisted his jade rig on his thumb and calmly said, 2 years ago the imperial family issued an imperial order which was personally brought to us by the imperial preceptor. When he reached our Lee River sect, he sat down to talk about the path with me. In just an instant's time, he had won me over and I accepted the imperial order willingly, thanking the emperor for his grace. I'm indebted to the emperor and imperial preceptor for thinking highly of me, bestowing me as the governor of 5 Sprouts Prefecture in the southern border, a lower second-ranking official governing over 5 Sprouts. Imperial preceptor then bestowed Lee River's 5 elders as the vice-governors, lower third-ranking officials. However, we are wanderers after all. Even with an official position, we still like to move around. Village chief smiled. Eternal Peace Empire is a sect disguised as an empire. With the number 1 man below gods as the emperor's assistant, the fate of the empire becomes increasingly prosperous, making many sects yield to it. It even allows disciples from various sects to enter the army to open up new territories. Brother Mu was originally free and unrestrained, but after becoming officials, you have to abide by the law of the imperial family. It is understandable that you are not used to it. Mu Beifeng replied, "Therefore my 5 junior brothers took a breather and went out, bringing Lee River's 5 disciples into great ruins. Lee River's 5 disciples were the disciples that my 5 junior brothers had taken in. They were all talented in their own ways and my 5 junior brothers decided to bring them out for some training." Blind walked over with his bamboo cane and stated, "Lee River's 5 elders came into Great Ruins for training? And they brought their disciples? Great Ruins is a very dangerous place. I can't help feeling worried for them." Mu Beifeng sighed. "That's right. Great Ruins is simply too dangerous and there are fiendish people everywhere. They have already been away for 2 months, and not seeing them return for so long, I knew something must have turned wrong. Therefore as I searched for them, I found the place where my 5 junior brothers died by chance. They had all died so miserably, from the wounds on their broken bones. The one that killed them should be an expert from Heavenly Devil sect with a short stature that was about the height of Granny Sai." He shook his head and continued, "After that, I also found the place where their disciples had died, which was at a valley. Their corpses were mangled by the wild beasts. Highs! What a horrible death! From the wounds on their corpses, the one that had killed them should be a young practitioner, just like our little brother here. I heard your village had a tailor and a carpenter, thus I had come forward to order burial clothes and coffins for the murderers that had killed my junior brothers and junior disciples. All that's left is to place them inside." He revealed an expression of slight haughtiness. "I may be a court official, but I'm used to being wild. I'm not used to mumbo-jumbo of the imperial family, so let us settle this the martial world way. I have come to take revenge for my junior brothers and their disciples. Chen Chiu." Saying here, the elder closed his mouth and stopped talking. Behind him, a young practitioner came forward and looked at Kin Mu. It was the man who had thrown Kin Mu a gold ingot for his help. "My junior brother Chu died from a knife skill that was executed with a stick. Little brother, seeing the knife at your back, would you show me your knife skill and spar with me? Kinmu hesitated and looked at Granny Sai, village chief, and the rest. Granny Sai could not help and spoke. Mua, the southern border has a feral custom. Their ways are ruthless and they never show mercy. Since he asked you to show your knife, you should just execute. Keep your mouth shut. Village chief gave a shout of warning and stopped Granny Sai from saying more before calmly saying, "They have come here following the rules of the martial world and didn't use the power of the imperial family and imperial preceptor to pressure us, so we can't spoil the rules either. No one is to give advice to Kinmu or to help him." With his awe-inspiring gaze, village chief looked at Kinmu and said coldly, "Kinmu, the coffins and burial clothes are right there. If you are soft-hearted, one of the coffins would be yours. It's either he will die or you will die. He has already challenged you to a duel, so why are you standing here and staring blankly?" Kinmu's heart pumped wildly as he took down his pig-slaughtering knife from his back. It was the first time he had encountered such a disposition. Mu Beifeng's bearing put him under an invisible pressure. Every action and word that this elder did and said gave everyone immense pressure ever since he had entered the village. The fight between him and senior brother Chu was forced upon him and he had no choice but to fight back. However, the disposition in front of him now made him slightly terrified. What am I still scared of when I had already peed on the stone statues in the village? I have already seen monsters like Woman Wu and the devil in Doom Suppression Palace. If I wasn't scared, then why am I scared now? No matter how strong Mu Beifeng is, he will never be stronger than the gods and devils. Kinmu composed himself, stabilizing his panicky emotion. He looked around and frowned slightly. The village wasn't particularly big, and including him, there was a total of 22 people standing here like wooden piles. The position where everyone was standing was different and random, populating the entire village. Village chief lied on his stretcher while apothecary stood beside him. Butcher propped his upper body on a wooden pile while Old Ma was leaning on another one. Granny Sai carried her basket. Mute stood in front of his workshop. Deaf held onto his writing brush, which was dripping with ink, and Cripple was standing on one leg with the help of his crutch. The people that Mu Beifeng had brought over had also paid particular attention to their placements. All of their placements were very queer, making hard for everyone to move quickly in the village, much less fighting. This kind of situation called for an extreme precision in using chi to manipulate sword. If one was to use chi to manipulate sword, he would need to be careful and be extremely precise in case their sword got disrupted by colliding with other people. Knife skill from the Battle Techniques faction was unable to achieve this, and that's why Kinmu, who had cultivated Butcher's pig-slaughtering knife skill, was unable to do it. "Right here?" Kinmu asked. Chen Xiu nodded his head. "We'll fight right here." Kinmu sheathed his pig-slaughtering knife and showed his bare fists. Chen Xiu saw Kinmu sheathing his pig-slaughtering knife and the gleam in his eye wavered. He hadn't expected Kinmu would rather fight him barehanded. Before Mu Beifeng had brought them here, they had investigated the ruins in the valley. From the remaining bones of senior brother Chu, Mu Beifeng had deduced that he had died from Kinmu's knife skill. Kinmu had picked up a wooden stick at that time and used it as a knife to beat senior brother Chu. On his bones, there were various hairline cracks left from intense beating. From this, he was able to deduce that Kinmu's knife skill was very intricate. In addition, the speed of Kinmu's footsteps was also definitely very fast, as that was the only way he could move continuously to strike senior brother Chu from all directions. With Mu Beifeng's extraordinary abilities, and being one of the experts in the world, he could determine that Kinmu had definitely used battle techniques from the marks Kinmu had left behind. The Battle Technique faction was specialized in close combat, and had little to no experience in using chi to manipulate sword. From then on, Mu Beifeng had fixed a scheme to kill Kinmu. Once they were all in the village, the placements where all of them were standing would be different in order to lay out Li River Aqua Dragon Formation. 9 eyes of the formation would be purposely left, and Mu Beifeng would be standing on the position on the dragon head. Other than Chen Xiu, the rest were all experts from Li River Sect. In order to prevent Li River Aqua Dragon Formation from unleashing its combined effect, The villagers of disabled elderly village would need to block up the eyes of the formation. Both village chief and apothecary blocked the dragon's eyes while blind blocked its heart. Cripple, Granny Sai, Old Ma, Butcher stood on the joints of the limbs of the aqua dragon formation. Meanwhile, Blacksmith suppressed the dragon's body while Deaf suppressed the dragon's tail. This resulted in the current situation in the village. Due to everyone being strewn at random, it was very hard for anyone to move quickly in the village or use chi to manipulate sword unless one had extremely high attainments in using chi to manipulate sword. Obviously, Qin Mu was no such person. And his disciple, Chen Chu, was such a person. Even though Chen Chiu was still a spirit embryo realm practitioner, he had extremely high competence in using chi to manipulate sword. His vital chi thread was mold fine beyond comparison and had astonishing skills. He had once used his chi to control a brush to paint a traditional painting of a beautiful woman from 100 yards away. Every strand of hair of the woman on the painting was clearly defined and not messy at all. If Qin Mu was to use a knife to fight him, Qin Mu was bound to lose. It was out of Chen Chiu's expectation when Qin Mu sheathed his knife and took up his challenge barehanded. However, no matter how you looked, bare fists were definitely at a disadvantage against a treasure sword. Furthermore, the sword he had brought this time wasn't any normal sword. It was a spirit sword that had been nurtured and born in a 6 directions divine treasure of a divine arts practitioner. In sharpness, durability, strength, or spirituality, a spirit sword would far surpass any normal weapon. Qin Mu bowed in respect. "If you please, senior brother." Chen Chiu returned his respect as his treasure sword started humming behind him. "Please, junior brother." The moment Qin Mu raised his leg, the treasure sword behind Chen Chiu's back flew out of its pouch. With his chi controlling the treasure sword, the sword came stabbing towards Qin Mu in a threatening cold aura. The vital chi thread was so fine that it was unable to clearly seen with the naked eye. With a gentle vibration, a flurry of stabs came towards Qin Mu from various tricky directions at a dazzling speed. As a martial arts practitioner, to be able to train using chi to manipulate sword to this level was already quite a valuable accomplishment. Qin Mu's footsteps were extremely agile as he weaved across the people who stood there still. The speed of Chen Chiu's sword, however, was even faster. One would be speechless seeing exquisite sword skill. His sword possessed no threat to the people that stood there without moving. However, every move was life-threatening to Qin Mu. Qin Mu was simply unable to dodge the sword light even if he had executed Cripple's heaven-pilfering leg skill. There were simply too many obstacles around here and every single person standing still limited his speed and he couldn't unleash his full speed. Whoosh! Qin Mu observed fire in his mind and his vital chi suddenly became extremely violent, and a roar of a dragon could be heard faintly. On his arm, a flame dragon indistinctly appeared to coil around his arms. This flame dragon was blurry. Sometimes the dragon head would merge together with his fist, while other times the dragon claws would merge with his palm as it was ever changing. As the sword light came towards Qin Mu, he welcomed it with a punch. Just as his fist was about to clash with the spirit sword, his 5 fingers suddenly opened and the air in his palm exploded, jolting away the sword tip which was coming at him.
Yang 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 yang.
Qin Mu's 5 fingers flicked out and collided with the whole sword one after another. Every flick exploded with a loud boom like a huge hammer colliding ruthlessly onto the sword. When he had flicked his 5th finger, the spirit sword had been flicked away by him, shattering Chen Chiu's vital chi thread at the same time. Qin Mu sped up his pace again and weaved into the crowd while moving rapidly towards Chen Chiu. At this moment, Chen Chiu had a stupefied expression. However, another sword hum sounded from his sword pouch as a second spirit sword came flying out towards him. Qin Mu was astonished and immediately retreated. A 3rd spirit sword then flew out, followed by a 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th. Over 10 spirit swords drifted together in a line as Chen Chiu's vital chi thread ran through the sword handles to the sword tips. All the swords were connected from handle to tip and they spanned 20 yards in length. The swords were like a living silver dragon tumbling in the sky as well as the churning waters of the Li River. Li River sword skills. The best sword skills in the southern border. Chen Xiu's first sword was extremely nimble as it turned around in all directions. The swords behind turned together with it as they passed through the crowds without even touching anyone. From Kinmu's point of view, he could only see the tip of the first sword and was unable to see the rest. A strong sense of threat appeared in his heart. What he couldn't see just meant the unknown, which also meant that he was unable to dodge it as he couldn't predict where the swords would come front. Li River's sword skills were indeed treacherous. At this moment, the first spirit sword trembled into a flurry of stabs towards Kinmu, dazzling him. Following behind the flurry of swords, the second spirit sword left the lineup and suddenly flew towards Kinmu's neck while being controlled by another standalone vital chi. Kinmu's hairs stood on end and he reacted instantly to grab the spirit sword, which resulted in a sharp pain in his palm as he got stabbed by it. More. Granny Sai couldn't help crying out, however she didn't continue after receiving a stare from village chief. As Kinmu grabbed onto the spirit sword, it struggled in his palm and caused more wounds, making his palm into a bloody mess. With his dense vital chi protecting his palm as well, he didn't let the spirit sword to slice off his palm. However, in the next instant, the third spirit sword left the lineup, followed by the fourth and the fifth. Chen Xiu's gaze flickered. Victory was already set in stone. For Kinmu to cultivate to this step despite his age was already not easy for him. However, Kinmu only had 2 hands after all. How would he be able to catch all the swords? Suddenly, Chen Xiu's pupils retracted. Kinmu's hands repeatedly grabbed all his spirit swords in his hands, as he seemed to actually have grown dozens of arms. Before the swords could even stab Kinmu, they were already caught by him on their handles. Thunderclap 8 strikes 8th form, Thousand-Armed Buddha. Chen Xiu's expression slightly changed. He vibrated his vital chi thread, and the spirit swords on Kinmu's hands vibrated tremendously as they struggled to escape from Kinmu's palm. At the same time, the other swords all came stabbing towards Kinmu's eyes and throat. Kinmu immediately grabbed the handles of 5 swords. There were still 7 swords left which were coming straight at him. The swords hummed as they spun like spinning tops in midair, trying to drill a big hole through his brain into his throat. Granny Sai couldn't bear to see Kinmu get hurt. Suddenly Kinmu gave a loud roar and a thick vital chi burst out from his body and gave a slash using the pig slaughtering knife from his back. Clank! The 7 swords were sliced apart at the same time and landed on the ground. Such a thick vital chi thread. Chen Xiu was astonished. Kinmu's slash was out of the sudden, making him unable to guard against it. Furthermore, Kinmu's vital chi thread was illogically thick and the power of his knife was also greater beyond belief. The pig slaughtering knife was also extremely sharp, even sharper and tenacious than spirit weapons. With strength as great as Kinmu's, combining with the sharpness of pig slaughtering knife, it was an easy feat for Kinmu to slice apart Chen Xiu's 7 swords. Before the shock in Chen Xiu's heart could fade, Kinmu suddenly flicked his wrist and tossed the 5 swords in his arms towards him. The 5 swords broke through the air at an unimaginable speed. Chen Xiu, however, revealed a smile and raised his hand, shooting out vital chi thread towards the 5 spirit swords. At the same time, another few spirit swords came flying out of his pouch again. His sword pouch didn't look big and shouldn't have been able to fit many swords. However, it was extremely strange that the spirit swords just came flying out one after another. Contrary to his expectation, just as Chen Xiu's vital chi thread coiled around the 5 spirit sword flying over, his expression changed drastically. Kinmu's terrifying vital chi was actually hidden inside the sword and surged out, destroying his vital chi threads before they could coil around the swords. Chen Xiu also had quite a fast reaction as he used the spirit swords that just flew out of his pouch to defend against the 5 spirit swords. At the same time, Kinmu rushed forward and Chen Xiu immediately pointed a finger at his back. Another spirit sword shot out towards Kinmu. A queer voice came out of Kinmu's mouth. The sound was very short, but it contained an indescribable temperament. The strange and sinister sound was accompanied by the youth's Karana mudra, which struck at Chen Xiu from several yards away. Es Montag hier. Chen Xiu only felt the wind from Kinmu's palm, but it didn't contain any power. Just as he was about to focus on defending the 5 spirit swords, His soul suddenly flew out of his body as it got absorbed into Kinmu's palm, scaring the soul out of him. Thud! 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 A continuous 5 thuds sounded out as the 5 spirit swords stabbed into his body after he lost control of the spirit swords that were meant to defend against his enemy. The 5 spirit swords brought his body up into the sky and landed backward. Bang! The pillar which hung the flag of the butcher's shop trembled when Chen Qiu's corpse landed on it with his head hanging down. Kinmu's palm was still bleeding as he forcefully gripped his hand, squirting his blood and crushing Chen Qiu's souls in pieces. Devil Freedom Mudra was perfect for extinguishing souls. Kinmu turned his head over and revealed his smile. Granny, I won. Granny Sai was finally relieved, but then she burst into anger. Little rascal, you hurt your hands. I'll beat you to death later. Don't wipe your blood on your body. If the new clothes are dirted and the stains can't be washed away, I will also beat you to death. Village chief's gaze fell upon Mu Beifeng, who was sitting in front of him, and said, Brother Mu, your disciple has lost. Would you like to retrieve him and place him in the coffin wearing the burial clothes? Mu Beifeng raised his head and looked at Chen Qiu's corpse, which was hanging on the pillar. He shook his head and replied, I'll bring his corpse back and give him a proper burial. On the contrary, this little brother here obviously has extremely dense cultivation, but he used devil voice from the devil techniques. I despise such a despicable method. What he meant was the move that had killed Chen Qiu, the Devil Freedom Mudra. Even though he had never seen this type of mudra before, but the voice that came out from Kinmu's mouth was clearly the voice of devil, therefore what Kinmu had used was definitely a devil technique. He could see Kinmu's dense cultivation, which was much denser than Chen Qiu's. However, Kinmu didn't seem to have much life and death experiences, thus he wasn't able to completely unleash his strengths. Using devil technique to win was only a cheap trick to him. Therefore, he despised him. Village chief's gaze wavered. He also had no idea where Kinmu had learned the devil technique and actually managed to pull the soul out of his opponent to kill him. The only person who walked the true devil path was Granny Sai. Could she be the one who had imparted the skill to Kinmu? Village chief said softly, Mua, it's a taboo to extinguish one's soul, so try to use less of such methods. Kinmu immediately nodded his head. Village chief looked at Mu Beifeng and said, There are still 11 coffins remaining. Mu Beifeng's eyebrow drooped and replied, Since the coffins and the burial clothes are done, we naturally need to use them. Village chief invited, If you please. Mu Beifeng rose up, Please. Li River Aqua Dragon formation activated with a loud bang, and the 10 experts behind him burst forth with an imposing aura, linking their aura in one line with Mu Beifeng's. Whoosh! The river water surged as the water vapor diffused into the air. In the tiny disabled elderly village, a long river suddenly appeared from nowhere with its waves overflowing to the sky. This moving river was exactly the Li River on the southern border. Mu Beifeng and the 10 Li River Sex experts stood on this small-scaled Li River. Countless swords could be seen shuttling back and forth in the river, like tiny silver fishes. Li River Sect was known for their sword mastery, and this sect's sword mastery could be considered the best in the southern border. Having 10 of Li River's experts executing Li River Aqua Dragon formation with their sect leader Mu Beifeng, the numbers of flying swords they had used were unimaginable. Back when Granny Sai had fought with the Li River's 5 elders, the head of the 5 elders, Qi Yanbing, had hidden 6,842 swords inside his sword pellet, which was already very scary. And now the numbers of swords in Li River Aqua Dragon formation was 10 times more than the numbers of swords Qi Yanbing had hidden in his sword pellet. 10,000 flying swords formed the shape of a silver dragon in the water. Numerous glints of swords were flowing around inside the dragon, preparing to stir up havoc. It was still the first time Kinmu had seen such a frightening sword formation that he hadn't even dared to think of before. If the sword formation was unleashed, it would probably demolish the entire village. Village chief remained leaning on his stretcher. There was no change of expression while facing the frightening sword formation in front of him as he said softly, Blind. Blind raised his head as if he was looking at the mysteries of the Li River Aqua Dragon formation. However, with his eye sockets empty, How was he able to see without his eyeballs? The countless swords gave off sharp screeching just like a raging dragon exploding out savagely. They broke through the air and putting an earth-shattering pressure on disabled elderly village. Blind raised his bamboo cane with one hand and pointed it towards the countless sword lights with a long chant. With my dragon-slaying skill, I shall break the Lee River today. Ding! A crisp colliding sound drowned out the screeching of all the swords. The silver dragon in midair, which looked like it could destroy everything, suddenly turned stiff. The numerous swords suddenly came clanging down and went stabbing onto the ground. Blind gently raised his bamboo cane, and the small-scaled Lee River, which was formed by the flood, was actually lifted up by the cane before it fell apart. The Lee River was unable to hold its form, and it turned into huge puddles of water raining down. Blind's long chant was still ongoing as he walked forward in the water. His shoes had no contact with the surface of the water, and the bamboo cane in his hand pointed here and there. With just a poke, the eyebrow center of one of the Li Jiang experts exploded as the cane penetrated through his head. Another person raised his hand to block, but the bamboo cane penetrated through his palm and into his chest. Blind walked from the beginning of the river to the end. Behind him, the corpses fell from the sky one by one as he finally came face to face with Mu Beifeng. As their figures intertwined, Qin Mu couldn't see how many times had the two of them clashed and how many divine arts had they executed. Mu Beifeng landed on the ground and walked 2 steps forward. Meanwhile, Blind was still at the word today of his "I shall break the Lee River today." I know who you are, Blind. I would never have thought you would hide here and never would have expected you to have such strength after your eyes got destroyed. Finishing his sentence, Mu Beifeng's face suddenly turned pale white and he sat down in front of village chief, requesting in a soft voice, "We, the Lee River sect, rely on the river to make a living. Our tradition is to have a water burial and should not be exposed to earth. May I have your blessing?" Village chief nodded his head. "Don't worry, the river is right outside the village. I can die without regrets meeting Spear God." Mu Beifeng passed away with a smile on his expiring breath. Walking around to his back, Qin Mu jumped in shock as he saw a huge hole at the back of Mu Beifeng's head. It was quite difficult to walk around with pools of water and swords everywhere in the village. The corpses lying around also gave off an eerie and strange feeling. Village chief took a look at the situation and frowned. "Cripple, go clear the bodies and place them in the coffins. Don't let their bodies rot in the wild and send them down the river. Also, burn the paper boats, cranes, and offerings for them." Cripple went forward while limping and took a glance at Blind while chuckling. Frivolous geezer reciting his poetry, yet it was a load of crap. Blind flew into a fury as his mustache flew upwards from his breath. "You can't even if you want to recite. You don't even know how to read." Granny Sai immediately reminded Cripple, "Cripple, remember to keep the good stuff when packing their bodies. Don't put them into the coffins as well. We still need to have something valuable so we can sell them to buy ingredients and seasonings." Alrighty. In Great Ruins, the most valuable items were not jewelry but seasonings and fabrics instead. These items couldn't be found in Great Ruins and could only be delivered to Border Dragon City from the outside world. After that, the residents of Great Ruins would then use treasures and beast skins to trade for them. That was why one could say salt was even valuable than gold. Every time Granny Sai had to pull a cart of treasures and a few livestock to Border Dragon City just to exchange them for a few seasonings. Apothecary came forward and applied medicine on Qin Mu's hands before binding up his wound. He shook his head and said, "Your vital chi isn't strong enough to catch swords with your bare hands. Don't try to show off next time." Qin Mu felt a cooling sensation on his palm and couldn't feel the pain anymore. "My sword control techniques still aren't there yet. I still can't be as nimble as that person from Li Jiang sect. I feel that there's this power in my body which I can't unleash." That's very normal. Butcher's sword control technique is too lousy, thus is not suitable to teach you. Apothecary grinned. "There's someone who knows profound sword control techniques, but it's a pity he doesn't want to teach you." Village chief's face turned slightly blacker and said stiffly, "Apothecary, there's too much water here. Send me back inside." Apothecary smiled. In that case, village chief would have to wait a moment as I'm still bandaging Kinmu's hands. After his wounds were bandaged, Kinmu saw Mute the blacksmith picking up a sword on the ground and gave it a gentle shake. In that instant, thousands of swords came flying over automatically and collided with the sword in Mute's hand. The other swords all vanished as they fused into a sword, making Kinmu marvel at it. Kinmu also went forward and picked up a sword to shake it, but nothing happened. Mute gave a wide grin and made a few sounds. He then rubbed the sword in his hands, and the sword actually became smaller the more he rubbed it. In a blink of an eye, the sword had become a tiny silver pellet with the size of a thumb. Kinmu looked at the sword in his hand and felt like rubbing it as well to see if it would become a tiny silver pellet. Apothecary, seeing this, immediately warned, "Don't rub it. I have just bandaged your wounds. Stop teasing him, Mute, otherwise, I will poison you to death." Mute couldn't stop laughing and grabbed the flying sword from Kinmu's hands before stuffing the silver pellet into his hands. Snap! Kinmu heard a snap from his shoulders as he sprawled to the ground from the weight of the silver pellet. Mute jumped in shock and slapped himself on the forehead. He had forgotten that thousands of swords were fused inside this silver pellet. How heavy would the pellet be when it was the combined weight of thousands of swords? With Kinmu being caught unaware, the weight naturally dislocated his shoulders, causing him to sprawl to the ground. Just as Mute was about to set Kinmu's shoulders back, Granny Sai suddenly came over and kicked him out of the village to God knows where. Yells came from the sky outside the village and went further and further. With a black face, Granny Sai set Kinmu's shoulder back in place and grumbled angrily. Those that can't talk are always the most mischievous. They are always full of mischievous tricks. Mua, these swords are the mother and children swords. Among thousands of swords, there is a mother sword while the rest are children swords. As long as you find the mother sword, you can recall back all the children's swords. However, Lee Riversek's sword pellet is extremely heavy so that it is impossible for you to lift it now. She picked up a sword and gave it a gentle shake like Mute. Instantly, thousands of swords came flying over and fused into the mother sword. Granny Sai smiled and continued, "To change the sword back into a sword pellet, you don't need to rub it. Mute was only teasing you. You only have to make your vital chi compatible with the mother sword and it would shrink back into a sword pellet. Similarly, you can use this method to release the children's swords in the mother sword." Kinmu sized up the sword pellet in her palm and blinked his eyes in bewilderment. "Granny, it seems that you have many such silver pellets in your room." "Is there?" Granny blinked while squinting puzzledly. "There is." Kinmu recalled seeing such silver pellets in Granny Sai's room, and there were quite a number of them. Some of them were strewn under the bed while some were hidden in unworn shoes as well as the corners of the room. When he was young, he even used the silver pellets as marbles and flicked them around. He even saw Granny Sai using these silver pellets as chicken feed to raise the old hens. He felt pretty scary thinking about it now. It would definitely be a gruesome sight if the silver pellets were to burst into thousands of swords inside the old hen's stomach. Luckily, such an incident didn't happen. Granny Sai's gaze flickered. If you were able to pick them when you were young, then they are naturally normal silver pellets and not sword pellets. Kinmu didn't quite believe her and continued. "I had also seen a huge chest in Grandpa Mute's workshop. Inside the chest was filled to the brim with such silver pellets." Granny Sai blinked her eye even more innocently than Kinmu and grinned. "Do you think Mute is so rich?" Kinmu was at a loss from her words. Mute really didn't look like a wealthy person. He was clearly someone who only knew how to do blacksmithing to make ends meet. Granny smiled. "Don't think too much. We are all normal people in the village. We are all so poor that we are struggling to make ends meet. In addition, we are all disabled elderly. Thus everything is normal in our ordinary village. If you suspect that Mute's chest is full of sword pellets, you might as well suspect that the water cauldron at that corner is also a treasure." Kinmu looked at the water cauldron that she talked about. The cauldron was placed under the roof of the workshop to collect the rainwater. However, the weird thing was that Kinmu had never seen the water cauldron being filled to the brim before. No matter how big the rain was, the water cauldron was always half full. Furthermore, the water in the cauldron had never run out as well, much less being completely empty. Mute used buckets and buckets of water during blacksmithing, and yet the water in the cauldron remained the same. Granny Sai saw the doubt in his eyes and felt that her example was wrong, and immediately corrected herself. You wouldn't think that the broken pots outside Apothecary's door are also treasures, right? Kinmu looked at the broken pots outside Apothecary's door. Unknown herbs were planted in the broken pots, along with some little insects like spiders, silkworms, and centipedes. When the village was flooded just now, some water had gotten into the pots, causing a few bugs to crawl out and started fighting on the pot. Suddenly, a black spider flew into a fury and its body lit up on flames. The spider then grew into a size of a table and started spewing fire at the other little bugs. Amidst the flames, a few golden silkworms grew wings and became a foot long. They then flew out of the flames and started biting the spider's body. Apothecary stuck out his head and chided, causing the bugs to immediately shrink back to their tiny bodies and stay well behaved in the pot. Kinmu's suspicion grew as Granny Sai gave a forced smile and mumbled, "These are all normal occurrences, and nothing unordinary about it." Kinmu tried to probe further. "Granny, could the people outside also fly like Grandpa Blind?" Granny Sai nodded her head. "The people outside all can fly." Kinmu asked, "Are the people outside all spirit bodies like the people in our village?" "They are all spirit bodies." "Are the people outside as powerful as the people in our village?" "Very powerful. Otherwise, Granny and the rest wouldn't have been forced to hide in great ruins. Don't always think of running outside, and take care not to lose your life. The people outside are much fiercer than Blind." Kinmu was skeptical about Granny's words. If the people outside Great Ruins were as powerful as Granny Sai said, wasn't there nothing they couldn't do? Beside the river, Crippled cleaned up the bodies and prepared them for the coffins. Hammering the wooden wedges to secure the coffin lids, he pushed the coffins into the river, letting the river bring them downstream. With the rapid currents and the submerged reef downstream, these coffins would have a hard time flowing into the river. In the middle of their journey, the coffins would probably have shattered, turning the corpses into fish feed. Lee River sect may be erased from the southern border. Cripple looked at the coffins floating further away and faintly said, "The sect leader is dead, and the experts in the sects are also dead. It's hard for this sect to continue surviving. What I'm thinking about now isn't this matter." Old Ma shook his head as he looked into the distance. "I'm thinking about the number one man below gods. Since Mu Beifeng is the head governor of Five Sprouts Prefecture in the southern border and was recruited by the Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor personally, would it alarm him since both he and the Lee River's 5 elders are dead?" Cripple shook his head and affirmed his guess. "He will definitely be alarmed. But he will not dare to enter Great Ruins." Old Ma gave him a look. "Don't forget, an Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor may be unable to do anything about Great Ruins, but he has the entire Eternal Peace Empire behind him. Eternal Peace Empire is a sect disguised as an empire. How could such a colossus not have their eyes on Great Ruins? This is the place where countless of treasures rest." Cripple's heart slightly jolted. Could the Imperial Preceptor and the Eternal Peace Empire really be so daring and want to set foot into such a strange and terrifying place like the Great Ruins? However, Old Ma was partially right. Eternal Peace Empire was indeed a sect disguised as an empire. Eternal Peace Empire built an empire of martial arts and governed it with martial arts. The officials had 9 ranks and 18 grades. From the upper 1st rank Imperial Preceptor to the lower 9th rank Court Academicians was all births from martial arts. Others would either be sect masters, clan leaders, or cult leaders. As for the soldiers of this empire, they were all martial arts practitioners that were good in battle. Externally, they could attack cities and conquer territories, while they were also able to suppress revolts internally. They were definitely a force not to be reckoned with. When a sect disguised itself as an empire and used the methods of an empire to govern their territories, all the resources would be consolidated as one, while all the other sects, martial arts practitioners, divine arts practitioners in the empire that had yielded would also be governed and had to render their services to the empire. In this way, how strong and terrifying would the empire become? In the last few years, Eternal Peace Empire continued to expand their territories, growing bigger and bigger. They had annexed sects like Lee River Sect and also various small countries. And today, the territory of Eternal Peace Empire had expanded to the borders of Great Ruins, with their advancement being held to a stop by Great Ruins. What had stopped this empire was the peculiar darkness in Great Ruins. Every time the night fell, the strange darkness would invade, and whoever entered the darkness was bound to die, making Eternal Peace Empire to not dare to enter Great Ruins. Furthermore, that wasn't the only danger in Great Ruins. There were extremely large amounts of strange beasts and weird occurrences, making everywhere ominous. If the Imperial Preceptor and Eternal Peace Empire wanted to move their troops into Great Ruins, it wouldn't be that simple. However, the dangers in Great Ruins wasn't enough to scare Imperial Preceptor away. Crippled knew this man and his personality very well. After all, it was him who had severed his legs. There was nothing so terrifying that could scare him, or any danger which could stop this man in his tracks. He would definitely enter Great Ruins. Maybe that man had already set his eyes on the vast and treacherous Great Ruins. The village soon resumed its tranquility. The water from the small-scaled Lee River was quickly absorbed by the soil. The second day, the ground had been dried up by the blazing sun and became very hard. This time, Kin Mu received a sword pouch that belonged to the Lee River Sect's disciple, Chen Qiu. The sword pouch was 6 foot long and not very big. It was made from a little crocodile skin and had a girdle to secure it around his waist. There were also 2 shoulder straps for him to carry it on his back. Directing one's vital qi into the sword pouch, the crocodile's mouth would open and spit out a scabbard and sword hilt. When a martial arts practitioner managed to mold qi into thread and twine it around the sword hilt, he could be able to unsheath the sword and use qi to manipulate sword. After the first sword was unsheathed, a second sword hilt would appear in the scabbard. After the second sword was unsheathed, the third sword would appear. This was why it was called a sword pouch. Li Jiang sect was a sword sect of the southern border. They had a unique way of forging their swords. A mother sword was hidden inside the sword pouch, and this mother sword couldn't be used as it had already fused with the little crocodile skin. All the swords drawn from the sword pouch were children's swords. Kin Mu gave it a try and could draw out 28 children's swords. There was a total of 35 swords, including the 7 that he had broken. As for the secret of how the Li Jiang sect had managed to hide the 35 swords in the small sword pouch, he had no clue at all. 28 swords were not very heavy to Kin Mu. On his body had numerous iron weights that were even strapped around his chest and waist. Combined with the iron boots on his legs, they weighed over 100 pounds, which was about the weight of the sword pouch. Kin Mu treated carrying the sword pouch as a form of training, saving him from the iron weights and easier for him to move about. However, he was unable to use qi to manipulate sword. As Lee River sword mastery was too meticulous and his sword control techniques hadn't reached that standard yet. If only I could learn Lee River sword mastery. Kin Mu sighed without a sound. Lee River sword mastery was very intricate, especially their sword chain technique that was marvelous beyond compare. Old Ma, Butcher, Cripple, Apothecary, Blind were clueless about sword skills. Mute had a chest of silver pellets, and Granny Sai also had something like silver pellets. If those silver pellets were sword pellets, they should be proficient in sword skills. However, when Kin Mu asked Granny Sai, she refused to teach him. Mute also waved his hands vigorously as if he was scared of something. Mute secretly told him through hand signs, "Do not ask anyone to teach him sword skills now, as someone better awaits him in the future. If he learns sword skills now, the person would not teach him in the future." Kin Mu had no idea who that person was, so he could only rest this matter aside. He still hadn't completely mastered vital qi circulation, for example, Old Ma's fist skill. He still hadn't achieved making a full circulation throughout his entire body when executing an attack. Circulating vital qi throughout the whole body could raise the limits of the body to its maximum potential and push one's strength, agility, and reaction to the extreme. Once Thunderclap 8 strikes were cultivated to its profound realm, every strike from palm and fist would give off the sound and power of thunder. He could only rely on Devil God Mighty Force Mudra to achieve Thunder in Palm and not by Thunderclap 8 strikes. If he could manage to reach this step, he could be able to receive swords barehanded without any palm injure when facing practitioners like Chenchio in the future. You lack actual combat experience. Old Ma came to Kinmu's side and faintly said, "Your cultivation is way higher than the Lee Riversek's disciple. Your fist skill, leg skill, knife skill, staff skill were all stronger than his Lee River sword mastery. However, the movements of your limbs were restricted when fighting him, thus you weren't able to execute them properly." Kinmu nodded his head repeatedly in agreement. He had also felt Chen Cho's sword skills to be intricate, and even his sword techniques were out of his expectation. On the other hand, his reaction was just barely satisfactory for catching the sword. Thinking about it now, Chen Cho was not as strong as he originally thought. Slicing apart 7 swords using one knife and pulling his soul into his palm using Devil Freedom Mudra showed that Kinmu's vital chi cultivation was much stronger than Chen Cho. Old Ma continued, "Without experience in actual combat, it would be hard for you to unleash your full power. This is the reason why Lee River's 5 elders had brought their disciples into great ruins for training. One can never be an expert if he only painstakingly cultivates in seclusion. Therefore," Kinmu revealed an expression of anticipation. He had been waiting for Old Ma and Granny Sai's approval for him to go out hunting by himself for a long time, and now the chance was finally here. Therefore me, Granny, Blind and the rest had come to a decision after some discussion. Old Ma solemnly said, "You can come to the temple fair with us." Going to the temple fair. Kinmu revealed a disappointed expression and mumbled, "Can't I go hunting?" Old Ma revealed a smile and patted him on his little shoulder. Going to the fair is also a test. If you pass the test, you can go out hunting alone. So do your best. Kinmu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The temple fair was a huge gathering in the neighboring village. He had heard Granny Sai bring it up before. The temple fair was always on the 1st and 15th day of the lunar month. The neighboring villages within 100 miles would all attend the gathering and bring out all their goods to trade. Whenever it was the day for the temple fair, Old Ma, Butcher, Blind, Mute, Granny Sai, Deaf, and Apothecary would go to the Grandma Temple that was 7 miles away. However, they had never allowed Kinmu to attend the temple fair at Grandma Temple and made him stay back to accompany village chief and Cripple. Cripple had it worse than him. Granny Sai said Cripple had a thieving hand and forbade him from attending the temple fair as she was afraid he would wipe the entire temple fair clean. Compared to attending the temple fair, Kinmu would actually love to go hunting more. There was still 2 days away from the temple fair, so Kinmu continued to cultivate and sometimes go over to Doom's Suppression Palace to fight with Devil Ape. When he was free, he would help out in Apothecary's workshop and learn how to create vitality reinforcement pills. Apothecary had also raised a few birds who were covered in flames and would fly in from outside the window to help out in brewing medicine. After spoiling dozens of spiritual medicines, Apothecary's face had started to turn green. Luckily Kinmu had concocted a furnace of spiritual medicine, easing Apothecary's expression. Kinmu immediately brought this furnace of vitality reinforcement pills which could improve the Green Dragon vital chi and rushed toward Doom's Suppression Palace in excitement. Apothecary had wanted to remind him to check if the vitality reinforcement pill was safe to consume, but after some thoughts, he didn't say anything. I had also forgotten to check if the medicinal energy was safe for him to consume the previous time. Apothecary thought to himself, since the devil ape is a big fella, he won't die even if he eats them. It should be okay. Let him be. However, each pill that Mua had made was almost as big as a fist. Would the devil ape really not die from eating them? Eat. Strong. At Doom Suppression Palace in the valley, Kinmu took out the vitality reinforcement pills that he had concocted. Shaking the fist-sized pills at Devil Ape, he said, "Strong, buff." Devil Ape scratched its head and took a vitality reinforcement pill into its hand. After it swallowed it down, there wasn't any reaction, so it was puzzled. Strong. Suddenly, the devil turned crazy and the hair on its entire body started to grow at an insane speed. A tree sprout also grew on its head and became a huge tree fork, which should have been from a seed that had landed into Devil Ape's hair and gotten stimulated by the vitality reinforcement pill. Its body was also growing wildly as its muscles continued to bulge. Its bones also became thicker, causing the Devil Ape to howl from being expanded. As it began to smash everything, Kinmu went forward to stop it but was smashed into the ground by it. The Devil Ape's second punch on the ground rebounded Kinmu upwards from the dirt and he was given another punch. In the midst of Devil Ape's howls, Kinmu rushed back again and the both of them started trading blows, shattering the rocks all around them. After consuming the vitality reinforcement pill that Kinmu had made, the Devil Ape's physique had gotten bigger and stronger. Its strength had also increased by a huge chunk, making Kinmu to be overwhelmed by its strength, having no contest at all. Kinmu was then forced to change his vital chi into fire attribute. As his boiling vital chi circulated throughout his body, a huge dragon marking appeared on his back. The dragon's 4 limbs were connected to his 4 limbs with the dragon's claws situated right on his palm, matching up with his fingers. 5 claws flame dragon. Fire attribute vital chi was classified as vermilion bird vital chi. However, Kinmu didn't have a vermilion bird spirit embryo and had a human-shaped spirit embryo instead. The dragon marking that had appeared on his back was not because of his vital chi but was the effect from the Thunderclap 8 strikes that Old Ma had imparted to him. The vital chi circulation of Old Ma's Thunderclap 8 strikes was extremely profound as its path formed a dragon marking that spread throughout the entire body. If Thunderclap 8 strikes was executed by Old Ma with the green dragon spirit body, the vital chi with the wood and lightning attributes would turn the dragon marking on the back green in color with lightning interweaving. However, since Kinmu had not yet trained out his green dragon vital chi, he could only use vermilion bird vital chi, thus the dragon marking on his back had clouds of fire. Only when he executed Thunderclap 8 strikes, the clouds of fire would then appear on his body. As long as he stopped executing it, this peculiar marking would gradually fade and vanish. Kinmu's vital chi circulation raised his strength by a large amount, and he was finally able to contest with Devil Ape. However, since the Devil Ape had gone insane, all his attacks were illogical and even when it meant it was going to get hurt, it still had to beat up Kinmu. It was when both were covered in bruises and gasping for breaths while lying motionlessly on the ground did the fighting stop. The huge tree fork on Devil Ape's head had already grown as thick as a water barrel and had red fruits growing on it. The tree didn't grow any further when the medicinal energy of the vitality reinforcement pill was depleted. There was really a problem with the vitality reinforcement pill that Kinmu had made. The medicinal energy was too strong and harsh, instead of being mild and gentle. The Devil Ape survived the impact of the medicinal energy only due to the sturdiness of its body. For all the other spirit embryo realm practitioners, they would probably have died by body explosion. Now that the medicinal energy was depleted, Devil Ape's body gradually shrunk but it was still taller and stronger than before. This made Kinmu feel that the vitality reinforcement pill he made had some problems. However, from Devil Ape's performance, the problem shouldn't be quite huge. Even if there was a problem, it was a positive one. He plucked a fruit from the fruit tree on Devil Ape's head and ate it after peeling the skin. The fruit was sweet and refreshing with a hint of medicinal fragrance. Devil Ape sat up and plucked down the huge tree on its head. The roots of the tree had grown all over its face, and after plucking it down, it grabbed a bunch of leaves and fruits to eat slowly. Kinmu handed over the remaining vitality reinforcement pills and warned it, "You can only eat 1 pill at a time and never more. Also, if you want to fight, go find other strange beasts to fight and don't destroy the Doom Suppression Palace." Devil Ape's eyes sparkled and immediately kept the vitality reinforcement pills while nodding its head. The vitality reinforcement pill that Kinmu had made was too big. The pills that Apothecary made were only the size of a thumb while his were the size of a fist due to his inexperience. Hence, there were just over 20 pills in this batch. Kinmu left while feeling reassured. The Devil Ape waited for him to leave, and then immediately took an unbelievably huge vitality reinforcement pill and rushed excitedly to the nearest strange beast's territory to seek revenge. The strange beast next door was his enemy. It used to invade the ape's territory frequently and snatch the wild beasts to fill its stomach. It stopped invading the ape's territory recently only because it had been beaten by the ape several times and had seen the handprint of Kinmu marked onto the cliff, knowing that there was one more owner here. Devil Ape rushed to his enemy's territory and swallowed the pill down before rushing towards its enemy while bellowing. 2 days later, it was finally the day of the temple fair. Granny Sai brought rolls of cloths while Old Ma brought the new pieces of furniture he had made. Apothecary carried his medicine basket, and Butcher loaded a strange beast that Crippled had captured yesterday onto the cart. Butcher should be butchering meat to sell while Crippled does the cashiering, clearly dividing up their works. Mute also brought his furnace and smithing tools while Deaf brought his brush, ink, and paper. Calling Kinmu over, everyone got on the cow cart and headed towards Grandma Temple. The cow cart was stuffed with items as it wobbled towards Grandma Temple. Kinmu wasn't in a good mood while driving the cow cart. Going to the temple fair was attractive to him when he was young, but now that he had more knowledge and experience, temple fair wasn't as interesting as it was before. However, when he reached Grandma Temple, Kinmu was shocked. The temple fair was more bustling than he had thought. In the ruins around Grandma Temple was a bazaar that was 3 miles long and there were stalls everywhere. It was bustling with activities with people walking here and there. These people weren't just from the few villages within 3 miles but from all the villages in a radius of 100 miles. More than half of their villages were all gathered here. On the map in Doom's Suppression Palace, this place was called Sirius Palace and not Grandma Temple. Kinmu was stumped at why this place would be called Grandma Temple. As the cow cart drove into the bazaar, Kinmu saw various rare and strange items being placed on small stalls. There were even people needing candies, cooking, and doing a sideshow like spitting fire. There were others who were selling strange beasts, ores, jewelry, their daughters, etc. My daughter and I are from Cow Family Village and stopped by here. We don't covet titles or money. It's just that my daughter has reached a marriageable age and has no one in mind yet, so I would like to find a son-in-law through a martial arts competition and hope to find a good man with an outstanding martial skill. Kinmu saw it was pretty lively in front and stopped the cow cart to take a look. It turned out that people were hosting martial arts competition to look for their future grooms. The men and women were fighting fiercely in the arena. Kinmu lost interest after a few looks and continued forwards, only to see there was quite a few such kind of arenas in Grandma Temple. These arenas were built on mud platforms, and in the arenas were youths from the various villages which were all practitioners. Of course, there were also old and grey-haired men who jumped into the arena to participate but were thrown off while the audience hissed below. Some villages have lesser males, therefore these martial arts competition are for them to look for a son-in-law to live with them. Granny Sai warned Kinmu, becoming their son-in-law means that you must live with them so you cannot go up. Kinmu nodded his head but his hands were itching for a fight. Blind laughed. It's okay even if Kinmu goes up. So long he defeats everyone in the arenas here, and marry a few dozens of maidens. Granny gave him a stare and Blind shut his mouth and dare not continued. Disabled Elderly Village had a fixed location for their stalls in Grandma Temple. It wasn't long before the cow cart had arrived before these stalls. Kinmu helped Butcher set up his butchery before helping Old Ma to move his furniture down. After he had finished moving, he then helped Mute set up his iron furnace and Granny Sai set up her tailoring work table before helping Blind prepare his ink and hanging up his rhyming couplets. After all the preparation were done, Kinmu saw Blind sitting in front of a table with a banner hanging from his bamboo cane. On the banner were these few words, 6 broken and solid lines of the 8 divinatory trigrams: avoid calamities with fortune-telling. Kinmu thought to himself, Grandpa Blind also know how to tell fortunes. Apothecary also set up his medicine stall at the side, while Butcher had already sliced open the belly of the strange beast and begun hanging its meat up. With the villagers shouting for business, they were just like any other ordinary people. Mua, there's an empty arena at the side, hang this few words up. With a few swift strokes, Def had written a few words for Kinmu and told him, after you hang it there, don't come down anymore and just stand on the arena. This is your business today. If you are still standing in the arena after the sun sets, we'll consider that you have passed the test. Kinmu looked at the set of words which read, the unrivaled one that splits the river, sweeping away all 800 villages in great ruins. There was still another horizontal scroll which wrote, Number 1 in Spirit Embryo Realm. Kinmu looked at the arena and there were 2 wooden pillars that were gleaming brightly. In the middle of the pillars was a horizontal tablet which was empty. It should be where he should paste the horizontal scrolls. Grandpa Def, would I be beaten to death? Kinmu turned to ask Def. At this moment, he saw Def taking out another banner which wrote, Bet to make a fortune. Once bet there's no change. Blind had apparently tried to make a fortune through his battles. Meanwhile, Granny Sai had already made a bet on Blind's betting stall. Apothecary excitedly placed his medicines out on the stall as he waited for the injured practitioners to come down from the arena. Old Ma was making crutches and stretchers while Butcher was selling Flood Dragon's precious blood, which was a divine medicine for body strengthening. Kinmu's face instantly turned black. These crooked old men and women were too good at doing business. Def, write another notice. Only Spirit Embryo Realm practitioners are allowed to go up. Granny Sai gave it some thought. What happens if a divine arts practitioner jumped up and just beat Mua to death? Mua, the temple fair is a good place to see the world. Old Ma finished a pair of crutches and placed them in front of the furniture and spoke to Kinmu. There are many villages in great ruins and some of the villagers are experts that could no longer mingle around in the outside world. They stayed here after being forced into great ruins and have also taken in disciples of their own. Only during the temple fair would these people and their disciples gather here. Only at the temple fair would you be able to see all the various techniques and skills in the world. Kinmu didn't really understand and gave it some thought. I lack the experience of actual combat, therefore, it was hard for me to turn my cultivation into my actual prowess. Is that why Grandpa Ma wants me to grab this chance to spar with practitioners from various sects? Old Ma revealed an expression of affirmation. That's the reason. But what about selling crutches? Kinmu asked in puzzlement. Why did Grandpa Blind set up a betting stall? Furthermore, the strange beast Grandpa Butcher is selling is clearly not a flood dragon. But why is he shouting that he is selling Flood Dragon's precious blood? Why had Grandpa Apothecary prepared his medicine in advance? Old gave a few coughs. This is adult's business. You're a kid, so don't ask so many questions. What are you waiting for? Kinmu could only go up the arena and paste the words Blind had written onto the arena's pillars. Not long later, more and more villagers gathered under the arena. A boiling cauldron of voices made Kinmu feel that Blind's words were inappropriate as well, but he was still stumped at the numbers of villagers those words had attracted. The unrivaled one that splits the river, sweeping away all 800 villages in great ruins. What a bold statement. You only look 11 or 12-year-old, and even if you had started cultivation in your mother's womb, your cultivation would also only be not more than so-so. A righteous voice rang out. Are you trying to challenge the villagers in our great ruins by putting up these words? Who gave you the guts to? Kinmu's face turned red from embarrassment, but he reacted and gave Blind an angry look. The voice was very familiar because wasn't it Blind who had shouted? Blind's righteous voice had a hint of bewitchment as he continued. Is there no real man in our great ruins? Are we letting this kid be arrogant up there? How could any of you hold yourself back listening to an 11 to 12 years old brat? Where's the unyielding spirit of the man of great ruins? Once this was said, it caused a great commotion as over a dozen young men immediately jumped onto the arena, turning Kinmu's face green. However, our good men of great ruins shouldn't look down on him. Blind's voice was like a huge bell ringing in everyone's eardrums. Since he has set up his arena, we've to follow the rules. He has come here for a challenge and not a gang fight. We have to take our turns. Since this youth is of the Spirit Embryo Realm, those that accept the challenge will have to be of the Spirit Embryo Realm as well, so as not to lose faces of all the villagers. As his voice fell silent, the dozen over young men walked down the arena, leaving only a young man on top. Kinmu let out a sigh of relief and said, How may I address senior brother? If you want a fight, so be it. Who's getting chummy with you? The young man suddenly fell on all fours and the vital chi in his body burst forth. Tiger stripes appeared on the back of his body, making him just like a fierce tiger. Sharp claws made from vital chi appeared on his palms and feet. With a sudden jump, he pounced towards Kinmu as fast as a fleeting shadow. With this pounce, Kinmu suddenly felt as if he was being targeted by an extremely savage strange beast. With the fierce wind in his face, it was like the roar of a tiger. This imposing aura was what he was lacking and could only be comprehended during a life and death experience. The martial arts practitioners in other villages all had their unique points. Dragon markings appeared on Kinmu's back and coiled around his limbs. His footsteps moved like the flowing river surging into the sea, with the waves sounding like thunder. He used water attributes from the Black Tortoise Vital Chi to execute the first form of Thunderclap 8 strikes. Even though he still couldn't achieve thunder in palms, he still managed to unleash the grandeur of a river surging down into the sea without restraint. As both of them clashed, Kinmu used this punch to take on his opponent. The might of the water attributes in Black Tortoise Vital Chi burst forth and actually formed the shape of a dragon head on his fist, surging forward violently. The young man immediately felt astonished. His opponent's strength was extremely powerful. His vital chi got destroyed and he flew back from Kinmu's attack. Just at the instant where he flew backward, both his feet actually kicked towards Kinmu's chest. His feet were extremely sharp like tiger's claws and tore apart Kinmu's shirt, nearly slicing apart his belly. In a hurry, Kinmu placed one foot on the ground as he fell backward while his other leg kicked as fast as lightning. The other person tumbled in the air from the kick and landed several yards away from the arena. The person flipped himself up and wanted to stand properly, but a crisp cracking sound suddenly came from his leg as his leg has been broken from Kinmu's kick. Apothecary's voice lingered. Top quality medicine which can mend broken bones in a day so as not to hold up your hunting. Oldma shouted as well. A pair of crutches made from dragon's eye wood, extremely sturdy. Blind continued with a clear voice. If your luck is bad, you can come to me to change your fate. A pair of fortune rhyming couplets to bring fortune to your household, Deaf said in a loud voice. Kinmu's face turned black and he stabilized himself. It had been an extremely dangerous situation earlier and all they could think about was whether or not they could sell their goods. However, Grandpa Ma and the rest were right. I lack life and death experiences. The guy just now didn't have a cultivation higher than mine yet he could almost slice apart my belly in that instant where he got hit backward, almost turning defeat into victory. Kinmu took a deep breath as his eyes sparkled. I have too little experience in this area and the temple fair is a rare chance for me to fight with practitioners from the villages around here. This is my chance to absorb their battle experiences. I must defend this arena all the way to the end. More and more people crowded below the arena, creating quite a commotion. When fighting with the young man earlier, everyone could see Kinmu had a dense cultivation but lacked an experience. To be able to survive in Great Ruins, every village basically would have martial arts practitioners and even divine arts practitioners. This was because the Great Ruins was simply too dangerous. All the villagers revered martial skills, having to be brave and be good at fighting. Very soon, there was another person that had jumped into the arena. It was a girl with a unique kind of Black Tortoise Vital Chi, but her attacks were ruthless. The moment they clashed, her Vital Chi was like a huge snake coiling around both of Kinmu's legs, binding him tightly. After binding his legs, the girl was like a female snake slithering on his body as she went for the killing blow. Her Vital Chi was very queer as she transformed it into a huge snake to coil around Kinmu. This kind of Vital Chi was different from the pure Black Tortoise Vital Chi but was classified as part of it. Tortoise and snakes were classified as Black Tortoise. However, her spirit embryo should be a snake and not a tortoise, belonging to a branch of Black Tortoise, therefore the motion of her body was also strange. Kinmu used Thousand-Armed Buddha to defend against a strange attack and despite her body motion being weird, Kinmu seemed to have grown 1,000 arms as there were hands all around him. In just a short while, she received hundreds of punches and fainted. Old Ma successfully sold a stretcher. This was the first time Kinmu had met such a strange body technique and had suffered little injuries. However, it was good that it wasn't serious. On the arena, The battles continued, and there were also many people coming forward to Blind's fortune-telling table to bet on who would win. There was no fixed currency in Great Ruins, so tradings were all done using goods. If one thought that the value was almost equal, they would do the trade. It was the same with betting. Any pieces of jewelry, ores, jades, livestock were just used for betting. A pile of goods had already piled up behind Blind. There were all kinds of items, like a multi-color feathered old hen that was as tall as a human. Inside, its beak was filled with razor-sharp teeth, and it looked very menacing as it flapped its wings and scattered the sand away like a rain of arrows. This was a hen dragon and not an ordinary old hen. It's the offspring of a dragon and a hen. Even though the dragon blood in its body wasn't much, the eggs it laid were considered treasures. Next match, this poor monk would bet on my disciples' win. Suddenly, one of the many names of Buddha sounded out as an old monk squeezed to the front of the fortune-telling stall and placed his monk staff on the table, pushing the feet of the tables deep into the ground. The old monk sat in front of Blind and put his hands together. This is the stake. Who dares to come wager with poor monk? Blind asked sternly. Great Thunderclap Monastery. The old monk replied, Great Thunderclap Monastery. Blind looked back at Old Ma and said, Old Ma, you handle this. Old Ma put down the crutch in his hand and sat in front of the old monk. The old monk raised his head and looked expressionlessly at Old Ma. Junior brother. Old Ma replied with a blank face. Senior brother. You had imparted out our Great Thunderclap Monastery's divine arts to others, breaking the rules of our Great Thunderclap Monastery. The old monk's white eyebrow was drooping as he said softly, Back then you severed your own arm and sent it to the monastery, saying that you had returned our Great Thunderclap Monastery's divine arts back to us. Your arm is still within the 1000 Buddha pagoda. Now, you had imparted away our Great Thunderclap Monastery's divine arts to that youth, going back on your words. Old Ma's chest moved up and down. Apparently, he was not in a calm mood, and he retorted coldly, I severed my arm and sent it to Great Thunderclap Monastery, returning the divine arts back, so why did the monastery have to hunt me down and cause my family to be wrenched apart? Since the monastery is keen on my death, why can't I impart away the Great Thunderclap Monastery's divine art? The old monk shook his head. Junior brother, an arm doesn't represent all the divine arts. Old Ma chuckled softly. The divine arts I have doesn't all come from the Great Thunderclap Monastery either. Do you also want to depose my other divine arts as well? I may have been originally from the Great Thunderclap Monastery, but I relied on my hands to fight my way out. At that time, none of you dared to stop me. You waited until I had a wife and a son, then you came for me. I was willing to sacrifice an arm for the safety of my wife and son and returned you the divine arts of your Great Thunderclap Monastery. His face turned gloomy, but what happened afterward? All of you continued to hunt me down and tore my family apart. The old monk's white eyebrow shrugged. Rules are rules. What can be changed aren't rules. The vulgar world of mortals had disrupted your cultivation. Junior brother, our aim wasn't to kill you, but to save you from the abyss of worldly sufferings and return to the Great Thunderclap Monastery to continue cultivation, to achieve Buddhahood through your efforts and insight. If you hadn't moved your mortal heart back then and fought your way out of Great Thunderclap Monastery, the Rulai spot of Great Thunderclap Monastery would have been yours. If you were willing to return with me, old Rulai would definitely be gratified. The Rulai spot will still be yours. Return. Old Ma was stupefied. Since I had slaughtered my way out back then, if I was to go back, I would naturally have to slaughter my way back. The old monk's expression sank and he sighed. Rulai would be very disappointed. The youth on the arena is your disciple? You imparted Thunderclap 8 strikes to him, and yet you didn't impart the cultivation method of Great Thunderclap Monastery, the Rulai's Mahayana Sutra. Looking at Kin Mu, who was fighting against another young man on the arena, he stated, Rulai's Mahayana Sutra is the technique to subdue devils. Without cultivating this cultivation method, no matter how strong his Thunderclap 8 strikes becomes, it would just look impressive but is worthless. Today I have brought my disciple forward. Come and meet your senior uncle, Ming Xin. Behind him, A lanky young monk came forward with Buddhist prayer bead on his hand while he put his palms together. Senior uncle. The white eyebrows of the old monk fluttered upwards as he continued. Ming Xin is also a spirit embryo realm practitioner. With my monk staff as a wager, would junior brother match my gamble? Granny Sai raised her eyebrows and was about to say something when Old Ma replied with an expressionless face. All the rules and monastic discipline are bullshit. I will match your gamble. How is my head worth to your Kakra monk staff? Old monk nodded his head and replied, they're worth about the same. Blind, Granny Sai and Apothecary knitted their brows, wanting to persuade Old Ma not doing it. But he was resolute. If Mua loses, you'll take my head back to Great Thunderclap Monastery to meet Rulai. If Mua wins, you will leave your monk staff here and scram as far as possible. Excellent. Old monk faced the young monk, Ming Xin, and told him, today, your master I will be retrieving back the divine arts of Great Thunderclap Monastery from the traitor. If you win, it would be your merit. Ming Xin nodded and walked towards the arena. On the arena, the young man who was fighting against Qin Mu was an expert at sword skills and walked a similar path to senior brother Chu of the Li River's 5 disciples. His treasure sword was no further than 3 feet away from his body. However, what was different was that his sword wasn't as big. It was more like a small dagger that was 8 inches long. However, it was much more dangerous. This small sword would always fly out from weird places like under the armpits and crotch. Sometimes it would even fly into the opponent's clothes and shoot out from the sleeves when Qin Mu clashed face to face with him. With his sword control techniques reaching this high level, he was no weaker than Li River's disciple, Chen Qiu, and was actually much stronger than senior brother Chu. Furthermore, this person also had a great attainment in battle techniques. His palm skills were very intricate and his bearing was like a towering mountain. With the force surging out from his palm, there would be mountain veins appearing from his palm. However, the victory was already decided on the arena. With Qin Mu's great strength and agile footwork, the young man had already suffered a disadvantage during their first clash. Qin Mu's dense vital qi had directly crushed his vital qi. Qin Mu had executed Tempest of the 9 Dragons, and even though only 3 layers of force had burst forth, it had already damaged the bottom of his opponent's heart. Thus, no matter how exquisite his sword mastery was, the outcome was already set in stone. Qin Mu sprinted disorderly, just like thousands of snakes slithering randomly in the grass. He was suddenly east and suddenly west, sometimes forward and sometimes backward, confusing the young man as to where his attack would be coming from. In the next instant, the man felt a pain at the back of his heart as he got smacked away by Qin Mu. As the young man landed on the ground, he was stumped for a while before bowing towards Qin Mu, who was on the arena, and expressed his gratitude. Thank you, little brother, for being lenient on me. Although Qin Mu's palm had pressed onto the back of his heart with a great force just now, the force wasn't violent and hadn't injured his heart. Otherwise, with Qin Mu's strength, he could have easily shattered all his organs. Does junior brother need to rest? Ming Xin, who had been quietly waiting there, asked only after Qin Mu had defeated this young man. Qin Mu's gaze fell upon his body. The monk was very young and was wearing white Buddhist robe which was free from even a speck of dust. Even the shoes on his feet were also white, while he was also very clean. Despite having his hair shaved off, he still looked rather handsome, making people have a favorable impression when looking at him. Just as he was about to reply that he did not, Granny Sai's voice suddenly rang out. Rest, you definitely need to rest. Qin Mu didn't understand Granny Sai's reason for that, but he still heeded what Granny had said and sat down to rest, nursing himself back to tip-top condition. His Overlord Body 3 elixir technique was suitable to cultivate while running, so despite facing over a dozen practitioners, his vital qi wasn't depleted much and was still at its peak. However, his body had slight fatigue. Granny Sai brought up a cup of water and gave it to Qin Mu as she whispered to him, Mua, no matter what method you use, you must win and definitely can't lose. Your grandpa Ma had bet his own life against that old baldy. Qin Mu's heart skipped a beat and immediately looked at Old Ma. Old Ma had an indifferent face and his voice traveled over. Mua, the unrivaled Overlord body will never lose. I believe in you. Despite Ma saying that, Kin Mu was still slightly panicky. Everyone in the village was his family, but Old Ma was the closest to him next to Granny Sai. It was Old Ma back then who had used one arm to carry the stone statue out with Granny Sai to pick him up from the river, saving his life. If he had lost, wouldn't he be the one who caused Old Ma to die? At this moment, Apothecary also frowned. Old Ma believed that Kin Mu was the unrivaled overlord body and trusted him, but Kin Mu wasn't an overlord body after all. Now he was starting to regret helping village chief to cover up the white lie. If he had told them the truth earlier, Old Ma wouldn't have gambled his life. Simply because Old Ma trusted Kin Mu would he gamble his life with that old monk. Suddenly, Apothecary revealed a menacing gaze. If Mu are lost, we would just have to kill the old baldy and the young baldy. We can't let Old Ma die just like that. On the arena, Kin Mu tried his best to stabilize his emotions, but when this battle concerned the life of his closest kin, how could he calm his emotions down? Mute gave a few hand signs and sounds while Blind propped himself on his crutch, saying hurriedly, "There's no need to remind him. This temple fair is a test. Once it's over, he would have grown up. If he doesn't pass it, he will still be a small child." After a moment, Kin Mu slowly rose up and looked at the lanky young monk in front of him. "Monk, does Buddha exist in your heart?" Ming Xin put his palms together and replied solemnly, "Buddha is always in my heart." Foosh! Kin Mu let out a murky breath. His vital qi became overbearing and intense. It actually had an undisciplined and out-of-control spirit emanating from his little body. He took a step forward, and the spirit flowing out from his body gave people a heroic feeling like a towering god. His voice was so loud that even the deaf could hear. "Have no god, no Buddha, and no devil in my heart. I am God, Buddha, and devil." Once he had said that, the old monk sitting in front of Old Ma revealed an astonished expression and turned his head to look at Kin Mu. Ming Xin, the little monk, flew into a fury when he heard that and shouted at Kin Mu, "Rebellious! How dare you insult Buddha?" Kin Mu revealed a smile and his heart became calm. His eyes overflowed with incomparable confidence as he knew no matter how strong this little monk is or what technique this little monk has, he had already lost to him in his frame of mind. The old monk sitting in front of Old Ma hesitated. What Kin Mu had said seemed rebellious, as he had not only insulted Buddha, but also God and devil as well. However, in his ears, it didn't sound rebellious, but instead, they were words of wisdom. With no Buddha in your heart, you can become a Buddha. When there's a Buddha in your heart, you will never become a Buddha. With no devil in your heart, you can become a devil. When there's a devil in your heart, you will never become a devil. Ming Xin's frame of mind wasn't there yet, so he couldn't comprehend the meaning of that sentence, but the old monk could. The old monk had only comprehended the true essence of this word when he had reached celestial being realm. However, despite having cultivated to the life and death realm now, he still couldn't break the Buddha in his heart. The deeper the cultivation, the more one understood the power of God and devil and how remarkable Rulai was. It was easier said than done. The similar logic had been spat out by this lad made it seem like extremely odd. Even odder, this lad actually said that he had broken God and Buddha in his heart. Kin Mu's age was too young and definitely couldn't have come into contact with the true essence of this sentence. Since he was unable to come into contact with the true essence, how was he able to break God and Buddha in his heart? To break God and Buddha in one's heart, one had to go through tough cultivation and have enlightenment. Otherwise, Buddha will still be Buddha and God will still be God in his heart. Anyway, he has not learned the grand technique of our great Thunderclap monastery, so no matter how high his frame of mind is, he still will not be able to defeat Ming Xin. The old monk looked downwards and seemed to have calmed down and didn't put the outcome in mind. On the arena, Ming Xin's lanky body glowed faintly with golden light, giving people the feeling that he was a divine, solemn, and great Buddha, putting an incomparable pressure on their spirits. Below the arena gathered all the people from various villages. They were all attracted by battles and were causing quite a commotion, but when Ming Xin's body emanated a golden glow, the voices immediately vanished, becoming absolutely silent. They had practically shut their mouths simultaneously as if they had all heard a deafening shout in their faces. This is the cultivation method of Buddhism, Rulai's Mahayana Sutra. This cultivation method was different from the cultivation of other sects. The path they took proceeded from the outside to the inside. Outside meant the outside of the body that thus gone absolute, and inside meant the heart that had thus gone absolute. Buddhism referred to them as absolute body and absolute heart. Even though Ming Xin had only cultivated to the absolute body stage, but with the image of Buddha appearing, it was like a deafening shout in their faces. Granny Sai and the rest couldn't help being nervous again. Ming Xin had yet to attack, and his bearing had already displayed the severity of his strength to demoralize Qin Mu's fighting spirit. One might well ask, who would dare to attack Buddha?
Qin Mu dared.
Qin Mu's body and heart came together as one, followed by his heart and mind and fist and chi and body. All came together as one, and his spirit embryo also moved together with his body. With his body and spirit as one, he executed Tempest of the 9 Dragons. Qin Mu's footwork was Crippled's heaven-pilfering divine legs that had extremely fast speed. Before Ming Xin could even blink, Qin Mu had reached in front of him, and before he could even block, Qin Mu's powerful punch had landed on his chest. Tempest of the 9 Dragons consisted 9 layers of hidden force in a punch. The first layer was like a flame dragon coming out from Qin Mu's fist and smashing into Ming Xin's chest, resulting in a loud boom. The golden glow in Ming Xin's body suddenly grew intense, and a huge golden bell faintly appeared. Qin Mu's second layer of force arrived after the first. The second layer of force was Twin Dragon's Twist. The 2 dragons were coiled around each other as he tunneled towards Ming Xin's chest. Yang! Another sound of the bell rang out. As the 2 forces came too quickly, they almost rang at the same time, causing a deafening boom. After that, it was the third force of Tempest of the 9 Dragons, 3 Dragons Rock Smash, which was followed by 4 Dragons Pounce, 5 Dragons Devil Purge, 6 Dragons Reincarnation, and 7 Dragons Thrashing the Seas. With 7 layers of force bursting forth one after another, the bell rang 7 times in succession, and the golden glow around Ming Xin's body finally became dim, resulting in the lanky little monk to move 1 step back. The 8th layer of force, 8 Division Sky Dragon Force, burst forth, and Ming Xin was forced to retreat again. Qin Mu's 9th layer of force, 9 Dragons Tempest, burst forth as well, and the golden glow around Ming Xin's body shattered. Qin Mu was astonished. Even Devil Ape couldn't handle the full force of Tempest of the 9 Dragons. Every time Qin Mu had fought with it, he had always stopped at the 6th or 7th layer of force, in case he had seriously injured Devil Ape. However, Ming Xin didn't dodge at all and blocked all 9 layers of force head-on. Heeding Granny Sai's advice, he didn't hold his strength back and had used all his power. He had even mobilized the power of his spirit embryo divine treasure, but he only forced Ming Xin a few steps back. You didn't receive the true teachings of Thunderclap 8 strikes. Ming Xin moved, and the vital qi beneath his soles exploded. With his rapid speed, he raised his palm and the sound of thunder rolled out. With just a punch, the roar of a dragon could actually be heard. Boom! Before the punch even landed on Qin Mu, he could see Ming Xin's vital qi turning into a green dragon. Despite it being faint, the dragon looked menacing and extremely tyranny. The first layer of force from Tempest of the 9 Dragon actually formed a shape from his vital qi. This showed that his vital qi was also very dense, and the most crucial point was that he had a perfectly matching cultivation method for Thunderclap 8 strikes. This was what Qin Mu was lacking. Qin Mu took the strike head-on and felt that the first layer of force was unusually powerful. However, before he could completely receive the first strike, the second layer of force had followed up with Twin Dragon Twist. The 2 dragons formed by his vital qi twisted and turned, twisting Qin Mu's arms crooked. The third layer of force then followed up by smashing directing onto his arms. Blood splattered from Qin Mu's arm as his footwork became flustered as he continued to retreat. Rocks also flew in random directions as the arena was trampled under his feet. As the 4 dragon qi pounced towards him, Qin Mu gave a grunt and his vital qi rushed into his eyes, awakening Heaven's Eyes immediately. The vital qi in his hand transformed into a long spear and pierced through the 4 dragons and stabbed with a clink onto Ming Xin's palm. Before Ming Xin's 5 dragons Devil Purge could burst forth, His vital chi was dissipated by this spear. As the two kinds of forces clashed, the spear formed by Kinmu's vital chi had also dissipated. Kinmu raised his eyebrows and looked at Ming Shin's palm. There was a drop of blood flowing down, as his palm got pricked open by the spear. Kinmu's arms were badly mangled, of course, and his wound was more severe than Ming Shin's. Kinmu took a deep breath as his vital chi suddenly started blazing as he rushed toward Ming Shin. Spring thunder on the lonely East Sea. This time he didn't use the water attribute and had changed to fire instead. It was like a blazing fire river descending from the sky into the sea, trying to ignite the sea. Ming Shin remained unmoved and raised his hand to welcome it. His eyes being extremely clear, without the cultivation method, everything is fabricated and only look impressive. Ming Shin also executed Spring Thunder on the lonely East Sea, and thunder burst forth from his palms, devastating the souls with the rumblings of thunder. Kinmu's fiery bearing was disintegrated straight away. And at this moment, Kinmu raised both of his hands and they ignited in flames. Using hands as knives, he slashed them towards Ming Shin like a crazed devil. Pig slaughtering knife skill, sun on East Sea 1000-layer waves. This was an extremely insane move, as it was hard for Butcher's knife skills to unleash supreme power without becoming insane. There had to be the grandeur of a huge sun rising along with 1,000 layers of waves overlapping each other, using the matchless knife power to cut down and shatter every power in its way. Slash 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 slash. The overlapping of 1,000 waves and the overlapping of 1,000 knives. There was nothing that couldn't be cut down and nothing that couldn't be shattered. Ming Shin's face slightly changed, however, Kinmu frowned instead. He could see that Ming Shin was executing the 8 form of Thunderclap 8 strikes, 1,000-armed Buddha. The palm of this little monk met with his, and it was like a Buddha with 1,000 of arms blocking his insane knives. Kinmu's heart slightly sank. His hands weren't actual knives. Ming Shin's defense was extremely strong. It was hard to chop off his hands. Then I shall go faster. Faster and faster. So fast until you can't catch my knives. Midnight battle across stormy cities. Kinmu was like a crazed devil, and he continued to slash crazily. There was only a single thought in his mind, which was faster, 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 so fast that he could behead the Buddha. There's no pig in this world that the pig slaughtering knife cannot slaughter. Kinmu shouted ruthlessly as his vital chi went rampant.
Yang 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 yang.
Ming Shin used 1,000-armed Buddha to block, and suddenly, he missed Kinmu's hand knife as it hit him on his throat. The huge bell protecting his body gave a ring. Following that, a second knife broke through his defense and hit him exactly on the throat again, causing another ring. The third, the fourth, the fifth, and the sixth knife. Kinmu's knives grew faster and faster while repeatedly hitting the same spot, which was the throat. Senior brother, I learned the same skills as you back then, and we know each other very well. There's a flaw in your 1,000-armed Buddha. Sitting in front of the old monk, Old Ma said indifferently, It looks like you have imparted the flaw to your disciple as well. The old monk's white eyebrows twitched and immediately knew what flaw he was saying. When he was learning the skills back then, he had fallen asleep in one of Rulai's classes, and the class was teaching them about 1,000-armed Buddha. Buddhism is all about fate. The old monk had missed this fate and thus was unable to ask Rulai about the essence of 1,000-armed Buddha. He could only ask his senior and junior brothers to attain 1,000-armed Buddha, but after all, it couldn't be compared to authentic teachings from Rulai. His 1,000-armed Buddha had indeed an imperceivable flaw. The old monk had also discovered this flaw and wanted to mend it. However, the more he tried to mend, the bigger the flaw became. To solve the problem, one must find out the source of the problem. 1,000-armed Buddha was extremely complicated and required all of one's senses to work together. The numbers of variations were simply too many to count, and any small mistake could never be from just a single reason. It could be caused by several or dozens of reasons that seemed to have no affiliation with the problem. The old monk started seeking the cause of the flaw since young and still hadn't found it now. The flaw in his 1,000-armed Buddha was naturally passed on to Ming Shin as he was his disciple. This flaw was very minor and only could be revealed under extremely fast attacks. How this flaw works was when his arms passed through an inch below the throat, his vital chi would become slightly frail. When under the high speed attacks of the enemy, because of the frail vital chi in the arms, the speed of him raising his hands would be slightly slower. In that instant, the flaw would appear at the throat in a flash. The old monk had a very high cultivation, thus not many people would force out his flaw, but it was different for Ming Xin. In terms of cultivation, Qin Mu was above Ming Xin, and with Qin Mu's hands as knives, they became unusually fast. In just a short while, he had already struck 100 blows on Ming Xin's throat. At the 68th blow, the golden glow around Ming Xin's body had already shattered once. Even though Ming Xin had gathered his vital chi to form the huge golden bell again, Qin Mu's knife had already slashed into his throat. Blood flowed out profusely from Ming Xin's throat and dyed his white Buddhist robe blood red. The old monk let off a sigh. "Silly child, if your thousand-armed Buddha is unable to block his knives, don't you know how to use another move?" Ming Xin suddenly realized his mistakes. As he tried to receive Qin Mu's knives, he had forgotten he would only receive a beating if he continued to defend only. However, with the short time gain using his golden bell to block Qin Mu's knives, he would have a chance to defeat his opponent. It was because of Qin Mu's insanity that had intimidated him, causing him to forget what he was good at. He suddenly changed move as his palm clenched into a fist, vibrating the air. His fist was like a huge golden sun that was extremely dazzling. Sunshine refining Yang's soul in the sky. In this moment, a melodious Buddha voice actually sounded out from his mudra, and following it was a loud rumble from the thunder in palm that was enough to purge souls. His sunshine refining Yang soul in the sky was different from Qin Mu. The power of this move was several times stronger than what Qin Mu was able to unleash. Receiving a blow from this move, Qin Mu instantly felt muddlehead as his 3 souls moved simultaneously and all his 7 spirits got startled. Thud, thud, thud. Qin Mu raised his finger and gave a series of dazzling pokes to his forehead, tailbone, navel, head, throat, heart, perineum, and lungs to lock his 3 souls and 7 spirits in place. Heavenly Devil Nature Technique. Granny Sai had imparted Heavenly Devil Nature Technique to him, which was meant for him to bind the souls and spirit, locking the essence and blood to strip the skin for making clothes, and now it was actually used by Qin Mu to bind his own souls and spirits in order not be purged by Ming Xin's attack. Es Montag hier. An urgent devil voice sounded out as Qin Mu gave a pinching flower gesture. With a jolt from his palm, the Devil Freedom Mudra attacked forward, causing Ming Xin's soul to waver and almost got dragged out from his body. However, at this moment, Qin Mu suddenly changed his attack and changed from a devil technique to a Buddha technique, sunshine refining Yang soul in the sky. Ming Xin's sunshine refining Yang soul in the sky was to turn his fist into the sun, using the thunderclap to shatter soul and the golden glow to purge soul. Whereas Qin Mu's sunshine refining Yang soul in the sky turned his fist into a sun ignited with vermilion bird vital chi, with an astonishing heart that could melt steel. Qin Mu opened up his fist and the air in his palm instantly exploded with a huge impact in the opponent's face, messing up the opponent's soul. There was a difference between old Ma's sunshine refining Yang soul in the sky and the old monk's. It was obvious the old monk's was of authentic tradition, while old Ma had improved on it and focused more on the power. It was just that Qin Mu didn't have Rulai's Mahayana Sutra, therefore, he was unable to unleash the full power. Just as Ming Xin's soul wavered from the impact and nearly flew out of his body, another low shout resonated out, Samo Ye. Qin Mu actually changed his move again, and with the pinching flower gesture, Devil Freedom Mudra was once again executed. Granny Sai, the old monk and the rest were all startled from seeing Qin Mu swapping between mudras of Buddhism and the devil unimpeded and smoothly. It was definite that Buddha would have a conflict with devil. To execute Buddha techniques after using devil techniques would be exceptionally difficult and never be as smooth as what Qin Mu had done. It's the overlord body vital chi. Def gave a smile and muttered. Granny Sai heard it and her heart slightly jolted. Def is right. Only the overlord body vital chi with no attributes could swap between Buddha techniques and devil techniques smoothly. Mua is indeed an overlord body, Village chief was right. The old monk suddenly rose up and chanted the name of Buddha. Kinmu's devil freedom mudra instantly lost its power and an invisible force separated him from Mingxin. Mingxin wanted to readjust his spirit to fight Kinmu again, but darkness fell over him as his body swayed. He had lost too much blood from his throat, which had almost been slashed apart into two. "I've lost." The old monk gave Oldmar a look and beckoned Mingxin to come over. "Junior brother, I may have lost this time, but not the next. Mingxin, we have wandered everywhere and haven't found a place to settle. How about we look for a good karma nearby and find a village to settle in?" Mingxin's throat was still bleeding as he stepped forward, and the old monk helped him bandage it up after applying ointments. He then spoke to Old Ma in a profound manner. "Junior brother, the monk staff may be gone, but another still can be made. However, a head could only be lost once. Once you lose, you'll lose everything. Also, little benefactor, cultivating devil techniques had made you treacherous and murderous. Beware of sinking into the depths of hell and never to reincarnate by taking the path of the devil." Finished saying, he brought Mingxin and floated away without stepping on the earth. Kinmu jumped down the arena, sending the old monk and the disciple off with his gaze. Old Ma looked grave. It was apparent that he was worried about the old monk's words. "Grandpa Ma, Granny, if they have the chance, would they kill us?" Granny Sai coldly laughed. "Subduing demons and devils is how old Baldy makes a living, so if they have the chance, our end not be any better than woman Wu." As for old Ma, she shook her head. By imparting out the skills of Thunderclap 8 strikes, old Ma had already breached the taboo of Great Thunderclap Monastery. Kinmu asked puzzledly, "Then why don't we just kill him to save ourselves from the trouble? Why do we still have to wait for him to come and stir trouble?" Granny Sai's eyes brightened up and supported his words. "Our Mua is starting to have the demeanor of an overlord body. Apothecary, mute, blind. How about we just silence this old Baldy and little Baldy?" Even the old monk had gone far away. He subconsciously hastened his footsteps when hearing that and flew away with Mingxin with no further thoughts on settling nearby disabled elderly village. Granny Sai and the rest didn't give chase as well and had continued their own works instead. Def suddenly sighed ruefully. "Great Ruins is getting more and more unreliable. Any demons and monsters could also enter here and create a fuss." Blind nodded his head in agreement, making us honest people unable to have a moment of peace. "Old Ma, there's no point in hiding like this. When the day comes and you want to go back to Great Thunderclap Monastery, us old bones will follow you there." Old Ma was moved, but he didn't show it and instead lifted up the monk staff. "I slaughtered my way out of Great Thunderclap Monastery back then, so I naturally have to slaughter my way back without your help. Mua, you have won this, so it belongs to you." Kinmu took over the monk staff and it wasn't as heavy as he had thought. The monk staff had obviously pushed the table down deep, but it was pretty light in his hand, so he asked bewilderingly, "Is this monk staff very valuable? Why did Old Ma have to use his head as a wager?" "Valuable? It's not really valuable." Granny checked out the monk staff and grinned. "Do you know Border Dragon City? This monk staff could only buy down a Border Dragon City at most." Kinmu's eyes opened wide. This plain-looking monk staff could buy down the entire Border Dragon City? The name of this monk staff is called Kakra, having 4 crotchets and 12 rings. It was made by Rulai from the Great Thunderclap Monastery and can also be used for beating people. It should be worth as much as Border Dragon City. Old Ma gave an introduction. However, this monk staff is used more for cultivating. When you hold onto the staff, any rouse in desires or emotions will cause the rings to jingle. Once the rings jingled, all the distracting thoughts in your mind would vanish. Thus it is a treasure to get rid of the devil in your heart. The 12 rings can break 12 types of distraction and get rid of 12 devils inside. When the devils inside your heart emerge, the rings will jingle and the devils inside your heart would be covered and turned into dust. The staff is separated into 4 crotchets, which are to abstain from fleshly desires, to practice the 4 noble truths, to cultivate equality and to achieve Zen. With this monk staff, cultivation will be twice as fast. Granny Sai's eyes instantly brightened up and glowed as she stared at the monk's staff on Kinmu's hand. Mua, lend Granny the monk staff for a minute. There's a great devil inside Granny's heart that has annoyed Granny for quite a long time. Kinmu passed the Kakra monk staff to Granny Sai and asked curiously, "What kind of devil resides in your heart, Granny?" "An old fellow." Granny Sai gave a sigh and creased her forward. "No matter what I do, this old fellow can't die. I have killed him over 1,000 times and he is still alive and causing havoc in my heart. If I can use this monk staff to kill him, I can finally be at peace." Kinmu still didn't know what old devil in her heart was, and Granny Sai didn't elaborate further. When the monk staff landed in her hands, all 12 rings immediately jingled furiously, creating a deafening sound. Granny Sai's devilish nature erupted and a terrifying demeanor emanated out from her. This demeanor doesn't seem to belong to her, and she was like another person entirely. Kinmu's hairs stood on ends. There was another person living inside Granny Sai. Blind, old Ma, cripple, apothecary, and mute also had their hairs standing on ends. They immediately took a step back as the terrifying atmosphere had also made them feel threatened. A while later, Granny Sai became disappointed and returned the monk staff to Kinmu. "This thing can't do anything to that old devil. Goddamn! Why can't I kill him?" Kinmu took back the monk staff and tried to strap it on his back with the bamboo staff. However, it was too long, making it inconvenient for him to move around. Therefore, he could only hold it in his hand. "You aren't a monk, so throw that staff on the cow cart." Old Ma then declared, "You have passed the test for the temple fair today. There's no need for you to continue fighting. To be able to defeat the great Thunderclap Monastery's disciple is considered a great achievement. However, Mingxin isn't the disciple of Rulai and his ability is still far from Rulai's disciple. Do you understand?" Kinmu conveniently threw the extremely valuable monk staff on the cow cart and asked curiously, "How strong is Rulai's disciple?" Old Ma indifferently replied, "I was Rulai's disciple back then. When you could defeat me, you would be considered a true overlord body." Kinmu's heart tremored. When he trained with Old Ma every day, Old Ma had only used Spirit Embryo Realms cultivation, but even so, he was always bruised by Old Ma's punches. One needs to know that Old Ma only had one arm left. If he had both of his arms, who knows how terrifying is his power? Kinmu knew that there was still a very long path for him to walk. The temple fair in Grandma Temple lasted for 2 days, and when evening came, many people had started to pack up their stalls and moved into Grandma Temple. This temple was very wide and had stone statues as guardians as well. This was a safe place to hide from the darkness invasion. Kinmu drove the cow cart into Grandma Temple and raised his head up to take a look, seeing the sunset shining over the entire Sirius Palace. When he had entered Grandma Temple, he then knew why Sirius Palace had been referred to as Grandma Temple. This was because, in the main hall of the temple, a statue of a benevolent old woman was being enshrined and worshipped here. The amicable-looking old woman was like any other old woman in neighboring village, having a crafty look in her eyes. The sculpture was very vivid and lifelike. Kinmu actually felt that she looked like Granny Sai and gave the statue a few more looks. However, he jumped in shock when he used Heaven's eyes to take a look. The amicable-looking old woman was actually overflowing with a fiery atmosphere. Her divine light formed an extremely huge and towering wolf, howling towards the heaven as if it was going to swallow it. Beside the main hall, there was still front palace hall, 2 side halls and an empty garden that took up a very vast area. There was also a pond in the garden that had dried up, and inside was a few sets of skeletons. Kinmu went closer to take a look and deduced that those are probably fish bones. However, the fish were huge, spanning about 20 yards in length. What was weirder was that these fish bones actually had the characteristic of a dragon. Apothecary called him back and took out ointments to put in his wounds while Mute and Blind were frying an egg on the side. The hen dragon had laid a coconut-sized egg and was clucking noisily away. In Grandma Temple, the other villagers had all started their fire to make their dinner. After the sun had set and finishing their dinner, they would be ready for sleep. At this moment, A young man suddenly ran from outside the temple with an anxious expression and shouted, "Midwife! Is there a midwife here? My wife is about to give birth." Everyone in the temple looked towards him, and yet nobody made a sound. Granny Sai stood up and replied while trembling, "Old One here is pretty skilled and has delivered a baby every now and then. Could your wife still hold it in? The sky is almost dark. If she can hold out until dawnbreak tomorrow, I can go over." The young man fell to his knees and kowtowed repeatedly, "She can't wait anymore. I beg you to save my wife and child. My wife is in difficult labor and the midwife in the village is unable to deliver my child." Granny Sai looked at the setting sun and gave a troubled expression. "Please help me. I beg you." The young man knocked his head until it started bleeding and wailed, "My wife had a few children these few years and they were stillborn. If this child is to die as well, my bloodline would be cut short." Granny Sai was astonished. They were all stillborn. The young man repeatedly nodded his head. Granny Sai asked suspiciously, "Since she has a difficult delivery, the child is definitely not stillborn. There's something weird going on. Is your village far from here?" "Not far. It's only 7 miles away from Grandma Temple." Granny Sai took a glance at the setting sun and gave a breath of relief. 7 miles? You are from Zhong Manor, which is not far away. We'll be able to make it before nightfall. Blind. Mua, follow me. There's something suspicious going on. Kin Mu was surprised. Granny Sai was a cranky person normally, and it was not expected that she was actually such a good-hearted person. The young man immediately got up to his feet and sprinted towards the direction of Zhong Manor. He should be a martial arts practitioner and had decent speed. He was scared of going back late, yet when he turned around, Granny Sai, blind, and even the 11 to 12 years old boy had managed to keep up with him. "You're too slow." Blind, the old fogey, said. "Mua, carry him and pick up your speed in case the sun sets." Kin Mu immediately rushed forward and carried the man without a word, warning him, "Beware of the knife on my back. Don't cut yourself." The man immediately said, "Put me down. You won't run fast enough carrying me." Before he could complete his sentence, the wailing of the wind rang in his ears as Kin Mu leaped out of the forest and ran on top of the trees. The man was shocked as the wailings of the wind grew louder and louder. The youth that was carrying him also ran faster and faster as he thought to himself, "How did this brother cultivate? His way stronger than me." In the midst of his sprint, Kin Mu had a feeling of stepping on the wind and he thought to himself, Grandpa Cripple said he had refined his body at spirit embryo realm while walking on the cusp of the gust. If I could find the cusp of gust, could I also walk on the wind? However, what exactly is the cusp of the gust? While he was sprinting, there was no time for him to ponder over it. The man on his back was still worried that Granny Sai and Blind couldn't keep up, and suddenly he saw both of the elders sitting cross-legged behind Kin Mu. The two of them were actually swept up by the whirlwind raised from Kin Mu sprinting and were no less slow than Kin Mu. What kind of body technique is this? He was stupefied. The sun had finally set as the darkness swarmed from the west, shrouding and swallowing everything in its path. With Kin Mu's speed, he could see Zhong Manor in the distance and immediately sprinted towards it, hoping to reach there before the darkness caught up him. Whoosh! Even though he managed to stop himself, the strong wind behind him continued to blow forward. Granny Sai and Blind, who was sitting on the wind, floated several yards forward before stretching out their legs to get their footing on the ground. Kin Mu was stumped for a while before becoming elated. Cusp of gust, so this is the cusp of gust. When Kin Mu sprinted wildly, he had raised a gust of wind. Granny Sai and Blind had sat on the cusp of that very gust to travel. Cusp of the gust was similar to the cusp of the waves. Wave is created by the motion of water, and the wave of wind that was raised by Kin Mu was the cusp of the gust. The young man on Kin Mu's back immediately got down and brought the three people towards his house as he hurried. Quickly, quickly. Kin Mu put aside the cusp of the gust in his mind and walked to the courtyard of this manor to have a look. This village was much bigger than disabled elderly village, housing over 100 families. The houses here were also simple and crude. There was a huge tree in the courtyard which crown covered half of the house. The woman in childbirth was in the house under the tree crown. A village woman stuck her head out of the room and shouted, "Her water has broke, quickly bring some hot water." "Oh, this is great. The midwife from disabled elderly village is here. Now both the mother and child would definitely be safe." Granny Sai looked around and immediately understood what was happening. "Mua, awaken your eyes to look around for any oddity. If there's something odd, you can settle it yourself. I'll be going in to deliver the baby. Blind, be careful not to get schemed against as well. Heaven's eyes, awaken." Kinmu opened his heaven's eyes and took a look at the surroundings. Suddenly his gaze landed on the dense tree crown and his blood ran cold while he almost let out a cry. There was a very thick branch on the tree. But when he took a closer look at it, it was actually a huge snake as thick as a barrel. The huge snake was hidden in the tree crown with half of its body hidden inside the tree trunk. There were huge knots protruding out from the tree occasionally, which was the body of the snake that was left out in the open. Only from the size of the snake body, Kinmu guessed that it was a long snake he had never seen before. The other half of its body was probably buried in the soil with the roots of the tree. This snake was bigger than the green dragon snake that Old Ma and the rest had caught. The entire tree, including the tree crown, was emanating thick black gases that were surrounding this house. At this moment, the huge snake was spitting out its scarlet red tongue as it lowered its head towards the room where the woman was in. Kinmu didn't know what it was about to do. Kinmu was afraid he had made a mistake and closed his heaven's eyes to see with his naked eyes. The tree was still a tree and not a huge snake. However, when he awakened his heaven's eyes once again, the huge snake was still coiled around in the tree crown and waiting to eat the soul of the baby that was about to come out. It was apparent that the huge snake had eaten the souls of the babies that this woman had given birth to during the past few years. Fury ignited in his heart and he asked solemnly, "Grandpa Blind?" Blind, who was around him, replied him leisurely, "Granny had told us to leave it to you, therefore do what you have to do. This will be your first hunting. Hurry up, the baby is about to come out." Kinmu composed himself and walked to the bottom of the tree as he gently breathed in and out. His vital chi moved from a standstill, and with the fury in his heart, his vital chi became boundless as it circulated faster and faster. As the vital chi in his body surged forth, his fury blazed even furiously. Shink! Suddenly, the pig slaughtering knife resonated with the vital chi in his body and flew out from his back to the top of his head with a hum. Raising his hands to grab the knife, his rampaging vital chi surged wildly into the pig slaughtering knife as he gave a swing. Swinging his knife with all his strength, unleashing all his vital chi and fury in that unrestrained slash. Slash! The pig slaughtering knife in his hand whistled as it tore apart the air and landed a devastating cut of the trunk of the huge tree. Clank! A huge sound rang out as Kinmu slashed his knife into the tree trunk and embedded it halfway into the snake body that was hidden in the tree. The snake's skin and flesh had been cultivated extremely sturdy that even pig slaughtering knife, a weapon that Mute had made which surpassed normal spirit weapons, was unable to cut the huge snake into two halves. Placing his hand on the back of his knife, he executed Cripple's leg skills. Cripple once said that legs are the wind, the earth, the root of all strength. Planting his legs into the earth, he exerted his strength and the ground around his leg sank downwards. With all his momentum, he pushed onto the back of his knife with his hand while his other hand grabbed tightly onto the knife's handle as he pushed the knife. A scraping sound rang out. The huge snake got severed in half along with the tree. Kinmu stabilized his footing and brandished the pig slaughtering in front of him. The blood on his knife continued dripping and his muscles tensed up on his back while twitching uncontrollably. Behind, the towering tree slanted and collapsed. Crash! The huge tree collapsed in the courtyard and raised clouds of dust. Suddenly, the huge tree that had collapsed came to life. The huge snake, which was sliced apart into two, was actually still alive. The upper half of the snake body thrashed around and shattered the tree trunk where its body was hidden in, shooting the barks in all directions. Some of the barks were even lodged into the wall. The splattering barks and pieces of woods were even scarier than spears as they shot through the air with a huge force. Midnight battle across stormy cities. The pig slaughtering knife in Kin Mu's hand flashed as he swung it. His previous move had been extremely heavy as he gathered all his strength into his knife, whereas now his knife skills had become unusually fast. There was only one secret to Butcher's knife skill, and that was fast, faster, fastest. Clank, 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 clank. The violent blows rained down as numerous barks and woods collided onto Kin Mu's pig slaughtering knife, making his arms sore from blocking. The snake's ability was higher than him, however. It was focused on the woman giving childbirth as it wanted to instantly suck the soul away from the baby once it had come out. When babies were born, their umbilical cords were connected to their mother's placentas. Thus their pneumas were pre-celestial, and once they were born, their pneumas would become post-celestial. When they were still in the womb, their pneumas weren't complete, so the huge snake chose to snatch the soul the instant the baby was born. It wasn't known how it had sneaked its way into the village and hid from everyone in the village while cultivating here. It had been hiding in this tree for the last several years without being discovered, and had eaten a few infant souls to boost its own cultivation. It had thought everything would go smoothly like the previous few times and didn't notice Kin Mu, allowing him to sever it in half. However, despite being severed in half, it wasn't that easy for it to just die. The huge snake erupted in a fury, knowing that its body had severed and would be hard to stay alive for long. Thus it immediately reacted by opening its wide jaws and bit towards Kin Mu. Violent gusts blew furiously into Kin Mu's face, making his face twitch tremendously and his eyes unable to open. Without thinking, the knife in Kin Mu's hand slashed forward like a raging storm. However, an unimaginable powerful strength came towards him and knocked him back with a grunt. With a loud crash, there was a large human-shaped hole created in the wall of the courtyard. Before Kin Mu could get up, he saw the two gates of the courtyard being blown away like paper cards. The huge snake had crashed through the gate and slithered straight for him as it gave off a bloodthirsty aura. Its ferocious mouth and long teeth terrified Kin Mu, and he dared not face off with the huge snake as he sneaked a pleading glance at Blind. In the distance behind the snake, Blind just stood there calmly and paid no attention to what was happening. Kin Mu's heart stirred. Could it be Grandpa Blind think that I'm able to handle this snake? Since he thinks that I'm able to handle it, I will be able to do it. Heaven's eyes, awaken. His vital chi circulated vigorously and entered his eyes to form layers of magnificent vital chi formations, forming a complicated pupil marking in his eyes. When he had awakened his heaven's eyes, he immediately felt that the world in front of him had been restructured. The dim village, the stray houses, the snake pouncing at him, had all become several times clearer. Every action the snake made, he could easily catch them. Changing his footsteps, Kin Mu evaded the huge snake pounce by barely an inch and sliced his pig slaughtering knife on the eyes of the huge snake that had flown past him. Leaping upwards, he once again dodged the sweep of the huge snake by barely an inch. Every movement of the snake became extremely clear in his eyes. From the muscles' contractions under the snake's skin and the angle of the exertion of strength, he could clearly know the next movement of the snake and dodge it accordingly. All of this happened as if it was natural for Kin Mu. There was no need for him to predict its movement. Heaven's eyes, the first heaven of 9 Heaven's Eye awakening skill, could not only see through facade but could also raise his senses by leaps and bounds. With its left eye sliced open by Kin Mu's knife, the snake screeched in pain and immediately pounced towards Kin Mu, who had just landed on the ground. Following which, everything also suddenly turned dark before the other eye of the snake as it got sliced apart by Kin Mu. The huge snake suddenly quietened down and stopped moving. Kin Mu also stood still without making a sound. The human and snake were just a few yards away from each other. At the sides of the village's pavements, several villagers had come out to have a look, only to be stunned at the sight of an 11 to 12 years old boy fighting against a huge snake. Night had already fallen in this small village, and the light from the old lamps shone dimly out from the windows, barely lighting up the pavements. Almost everyone had held their breaths and were afraid to make even the slightest sound. Everyone except the little girl, who had suddenly cried out from being scared. The huge snake instantly moved and slithered toward the little girl. With its huge mouth wide opened, it pounced towards the family of 3 that had been scared frozen. The instant where the huge snake moved, Kinmu leaped forward as well. With his pig slaughtering knife like the storm, he frantically cut down on the frail spot between the snake's head and the snake's body. Pig slaughtering knife skill, sun on east sea 1,000-layer waves. This move of Butcher had to have the grandeur of a huge sun rising along with 1,000 layers of waves overlapping each other, using the matchless knife power to cut down and shatter every power in its way. There was only one thought in Kinmu's mind. Chop, 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 chop. I must behead it. Key. The blood of the snake splattered out. The triangular head of the snake, which was as wide as a table, was separated from its body but continued to fly towards the family of 3 with no idea that it was already dead. Looking at the head of the huge snake that was about to reach the family of 3, Kinmu leaped above the head of the snake and forcefully kicked downwards, closing the snake's mouth. The youth dropped straight down along with the snake's head and crashed in front of the family of 3 that had been scared shitless. The 3 of them stared blankly at the youth in front of them. Kinmu bent down and gave the little girl a smile, revealing his white teeth. Everything's fine now, little girl. Suddenly, the cries of a baby resonated out and a woman rushed out from the house that had been partially destroyed by the huge snake while smiling. Congratulations! Both the mother and child are safe. Kinmu immediately returned the pig slaughtering knife back into the cowskin sheath and ran back into the courtyard. The young man had already rushed excitedly into the house while Granny Sai came out to wash her hands and took a glance back at the loving family behind her. Are you satisfied, Mua?
Granny smiled.
Kinmu looked at the sight of the loving family of 3 and nodded his head gently. His hand subconsciously rose up to hold onto the jade pendant on his chest. Granny Sai looked at his hand and gave a sigh in her heart. Blind stepped forward and gave a yawn. The matter here is settled, so it's time for us to sleep. Granny, they don't have much room here, so how about we squeeze? Granny turned her head back with a scary gaze. Blind shivered uncontrollably and jabbed his bamboo cane into the ground, turning away. Nowadays, even the blinds also have to get fiercely stared at. People today have sadly degenerated. I shall sleep on the street. Granny, how come no one in the village had noticed this huge snake all this time? Kinmu asked puzzledly as he saw the villagers dragging the snake's tail out from the tree trunk. He had lived in disabled elderly village since young, and all the villagers were disabled. Even Granny Sai was a hunchback. However, the elders in the village to him were all capable of anything. The villagers in this village were mostly ordinary humans. Even though they were practitioners, their cultivation and strengths weren't very high, thus he had some doubts. In Great Ruins, there's only one disabled elderly village. Granny Sai had a peaceful gaze. Most of the people here are ordinary humans who were too late to escape the Great Ruins catastrophe. There are also some people who were unable to continue living in the outside world and forced to escape here to hide from the pressure of exorbitant taxations of the landlords, seeking to survive here. The outside world. Kinmu's eyes sparkled. The outside world is much more dangerous than Great Ruins. Granny Sai gave a cold humph. Otherwise Granny and the rest wouldn't be forced to hide here in the Great Ruins. Don't always think about going to the outside world. Kinmu scratched his head, having no idea why Granny Sai, who was always affable, had suddenly blown her temper. Granny Sai lowered her voice and whispered, "There's something strange going on with this snake. Strange beasts are normally unable to enter villages, yet this huge snake could hide in the manor and for several years even. I'm afraid this huge snake could only be purposely let in by someone. This kind of breeding method seems to be a method of the devil cult. Something interesting might just happen tonight." The snake was purposely let into the village to harm the villagers. Kinmu's heart turned cold. How vile could the person be? The snake had obviously eaten the souls of a few newborn babies. What good is it to him to feed infants to a snake? Mua, something weird might happen to you tonight, but don't you move or make a sound even when you see it. In the morning, the outcome would be revealed. Granny Sai chuckled, revealing the bits and pieces of teeth left in her mouth. He used the snake to suck the infant's pneuma and souls before sucking the essence from the snake to reverse his pre-celestial pneuma. He should have been cultivating for many years and should have an extraordinary ability. This method of cultivation would definitely cause him to be chased down by people against devils outside, thus he could only stir up havoc here in Great Ruins. You can't deal with the person coming tonight, Mua. Just look. Kinmu nodded his head as uneasiness welled up inside of him. This family was pretty excited for quite a long time, laughing and crying before they remembered to arrange a place for Granny Sai and Kinmu to settle down. The couple gave out their central and inner room for Granny Sai and Kinmu to rest. Kinmu felt it was inappropriate, but Granny Sai didn't reject and made Kinmu sleep in the central room while she slept in the inner room. Not long later, both of them fell asleep. Kinmu had originally tried to keep himself awake, but as time went by, his eyelids drooped and gradually closed. In the middle of the night, when all was quiet and still, Kinmu suddenly shivered uncontrollably and immediately opened his eyes only to find out he couldn't move. The door to the central room creaked open and dim light shone in through the door crack. A long shadow then appeared on the ground. Kinmu opened his mouth, yet he wasn't able to make any sound to warn Granny Sai. The shadow on the ground flickered and started to move, climbing onto the wall. The shadow on the wall distorted and revealed sharp teeth and claws, making it seem even more menacing. Cold sweats broke out on Kinmu's forehead, and the shadow climbed its way to the ceiling before hanging straight down to stare at him. Kinmu stared back with his eyes wide open. It was a real shadow that was hanging down at him. It was flat yet incredibly flexible, as if it were a practitioner skilled in contortion. However, it was clearly just a shadow. How was the shadow able to move freely? Where could the owner of the shadow be? Whoosh! A gust of wind blew in from the door crack and brought a small triangular white banner along with it, which was caught in the hands of the shadow as it waved it towards Kinmu. At this moment, the door of the room which Granny Sai was sleeping in suddenly creaked open and a silver bead flew out. It was like the silver pellets that Kinmu had seen in Granny Sai's room. The bead stopped at the heart of Kinmu's brow and remained spinning on the spot without letting out a sound. Hair-like swords that almost couldn't be seen continuously flew out from the silver bead. The black shadow on the ceiling waved the white banner around as it floated around in the room. The white banner was as fast as lightning as it repeatedly attacked Kinmu, who was laying on the bed. At this moment, the bead moved too and clashed silently with the white banner, blocking all its attacks. No matter how much the two strange objects clashed together, no sounds were emitted and no items were destroyed throughout the eerily quiet showdown. After some time, the shadow trembled and spat out blood from its mouth. The white banner fluttered away while the black shadow flowed out of the house like water and vanished. The silver-colored bead stopped spinning and returned back into the room without a trace. Only now could Kinmu feel that he was able to move once again as he gasped for his breath. He didn't understand what had just happened, but the bloodstains on the ground proved that everything he had witnessed had really happened. Outside the house, no sound could be heard except the beating of the gong. It was the night watchman announcing the period of the night, to prevent the villagers from waking up early and getting swallowed by the darkness outside of the village. The night watchman beat the gong thrice and kept his gong to go home. When he reached the front of his house, he saw a blind man walking by with his bamboo cane. "Old brother, find a place to take a rest." The night watchman quickly stopped Blind and smiled. "It's already so late. Be careful not to walk out of the village and get eaten by the monsters." Blind gave a smile and tapped his bamboo cane on the night watchman's shadow. "Thanks for the warning." After saying his thanks, Blind tapped his way forward with his bamboo cane and slowly walked away. Pop pop. Two bloody holes exploded in the night watchman's chest as his body swayed and collapsed to the ground. "What a fast spear to be able to break through my spell. Keek, I know who you are. You may be blind now, but you are even stronger than before." The night watchman took his last breath and died. From above, a triangular white banner floated down and covered his face. The next day, Kinmu was awakened by the commotion made by the villagers and went to ask around. Only then did he knew that the night watchman had died last night, scaring the villagers. They had already been frightened once by the huge snake that had come out from the tree Kinmu had chopped. Never did they expect the night watchman to die such a gruesome death in the dead of night, causing them to panic. The couple from yesterday brought a plate which had a red cloth laid on it. On the top of the red cloth were some gifts. Midwife, little brother, we are a poor family and have nothing much to offer. You must accept this. Kinmu was about to reject when Blind cut in. Accept them, Mua. Don't keep them feeling that they owe you. Kinmu properly kept the few items and bid goodbye to the couple. The man smiled. With such exceptional ability, little brother would definitely become a dragon or phoenix in the world. What's so great about dragon and phoenix? Granny Sai said. Dragon's liver and phoenix's gall are merely delicacies on the table. Don't become a dragon or phoenix. Become one who will devour a dragon or phoenix in this world. The couple looked at each other speechlessly. Granny Sai waved towards them. Go back. Mua, Blind, we'll continue with the temple fair. Kinmu quickly caught up to the Granny Sai and asked curiously, Granny, what was going on last night? Was the method of breeding from the night watchman? How did he die? Also, what was the silver pellet floating above my forehead last night? Didn't you also say everyone was ordinary in our village? How come I feel the people in our village aren't as ordinary as people from other villages? Where did all the questions come from? Granny Sai's head started to ache and pleadingly looked towards Blind. Blind chuckled as he walked forward, knocking into a tree with a bump and fainted. Granny Sai gave a few steps on Blind's face, yet he remained unconscious. Kinmu immediately carried Blind on his back and looked hopefully at Granny Sai. Granny Sai then took out a needle from her basket and stabbed it into Blind's butt. Even with the blood spurting out, he still remained unconscious. Left without a choice, Granny Sai blinked her eyes and said, the night watchman was indeed the expert from the devil path that had bred the snake. His ability wasn't weak as well. He used the phantom illusion technique, which is one of the very powerful divine arts of heavenly devil cult. I used shadow assassination skill to injure his shadow and used his shadow to injure his true body. However, being haunted by the devil in my heart, I had once promised someone to never harm a heavenly devil cult's disciple, so I could only force him to retreat. The one who killed him wasn't me and was Blind. Kinmu blinked his eyes and asked again, then what was the silver pellet? Was it a sword pellet? Is Granny skilled in sword technique? Granny Sai also blinked her eyes back at Kinmu. Both of them blinked and blinked at each other until their eyes were sore. Gritting her teeth, Granny Sai stabbed another needle into Blind's, but he still remained unconscious. Silver pellet? Ahem, did you mean this? Granny Sai flipped over her palm and there it was, a silver pellet. Kinmu immediately nodded his head. Teach me sword technique, Granny. Granny Sai gave a sigh. It's not that I don't want to teach you. I can't. My sword technique may be one of the greatest, but it would never be considered the best in the world. If you learn my sword technique, the person would be unwilling to teach you. Therefore, I wouldn't teach you even if it costs me my life. Kinmu became disappointed, but his spirit immediately lifted again. The best sword technique in the world? Is he from our village? Stop guessing blindly. Granny Sai warned him. If you go beg him, more so he won't teach you. Only when he had come to terms with himself would he teach you. There are many ultimate arts that you had learned and you haven't truly mastered any of them. When the day comes you can beat the elders in the village, you shall then think about training your sword technique. Even if he doesn't teach you then, we'll force him to teach. Blind gave a yawn and said calmly, he's the most knowledgeable and has the densest cultivation. He's gotten more and more terrifying these few years and we might not even beat him together. You're finally willing to wake up. Granny Sai erupted in anger and stabbed another needle on his butt. Blind climbed down from Kinmu's back and propped himself up with his bamboo cane. Some things are better explained by you than me. I can explain how I killed the night watchman though. The phantom illusion technique of the night watchman was very powerful. To be able to swap himself between his true body and his shadow. His shadow was his true body instead of his body. If one was to only attack his body in a fight, they would be killed by his shadow. When he wanted to kill me, I used my bamboo cane and jabbed his shadow twice on the ground to kill him. Kinmu thought for a while, then continued, "Then what about him rearing a snake to absorb infants' pre-celestial pneuma and soul for cultivation?" Blind replied, "Granny, you'll explain since you're better versed in the devil techniques. This technique is called the pre-celestial freedom technique."
Granny she explained.
This technique is used by heavenly devil cult to achieve pre-celestial from post-celestial. However, it's not known where he had obtained an incomplete technique and to actually use unborn babies for cultivation. The true pre-celestial freedom technique may be a devil technique, but it's upright and would never stoop so low to use this kind of despicable method for cultivation. Instead, they would absorb the energy of heaven and earth, the essence of sun and moon, to cultivate. A worried expression appeared on her face as she muttered to herself, "For a person of the heavenly devil cult to be near, it seems there won't be peace in the great ruins anymore. These fellows tend to appear in a hive." The three people returned back to Grandma Temple and continued with the temple fair. When late afternoon came, people from various villages started to leave to return back to their village, and Kinmu once again drove the cow cart back to disabled elderly village. "Mua, you can now go hunting on your own," Old Ma suddenly declared as he sat on the cow cart, his body moving up and down with the irregular road. "You've grown up." Kinmu felt warmth in his heart and smiled as he turned back. The cowherd boy of disabled elderly village had a smile as radiant as the morning sun. "However, you are only to hunt strange beast and not challenge the territorial strange beast," Granny Sai warned. "And you are to herd the cows every evening and made them eat more grass." The cowherd boy's face immediately turned black, and the two sturdy cows which were pulling the cart silently mooed in anger. Tears welled up in their eyes, making them seem exceptionally wronged. Seeing what happened, Kinmu asked suspiciously, "Granny, are these two cows human as well?" "Try guessing."
Granny si chuckled.
Kinmu didn't want to guess. Suddenly a gust of wind blew from behind, and the youth who was enjoying the breeze suddenly took a step forward and leaped off from the cow cart to chase the wind. He wanted to catch up to the wind and to travel in the sky while stepping on the cusp of gust. His speed was extremely fast as he leaped up the forest and sprinted to the top of the trees. His speed increased even faster and finally caught up to the tip of the wind. Leaping into the sky, even though he was in midair, there was a strange force beneath his feet pushing him upwards. The youth cheered in excitement as his feet stepped continuously on the cusp of gust to travel in the sky. The few people on the cow cart looked up and Blind calmly asked, "Will he drop down?" Apothecary grabbed a handful of wind and took a sniff before laughing. "He will drop down. This is a demonic wind created by a demon rushing home. When the demon discovers him, it would definitely stop. Who will be the one to catch him?" Kinmu's footstep grew faster along with the wind and ended up sprinting several miles without him noticing. Just as he was being excited, he suddenly saw a pure snow-white fox sitting on a huge banana leaf with its front paws straightened out and its back paws in a sitting position. As he stared blankly at the white fox, it also stared back blankly. The human and fox screamed in unison, and Kinmu immediately felt the whistling wind came to a rest, causing him to wave his limbs helplessly as he fell from the sky. Meanwhile, the fox was still sitting on the banana leaf while pointing its front paw at him, screaming from being startled. "Crap!" Kinmu's feet immediately changed as he tried to execute heaven pilfering leg skill. "As long as I run fast enough, I can even run in the sky." However, only now did he realize that he wasn't fast enough. He simply couldn't step on the air and continued to fall towards the ground. Kinmu looked down and his scalp turned numb. Below was a mountainous region and there wasn't even a tree in sight. There were only numerous scattered rocks, and if he landed on any one of them, he would probably die horribly. At this moment, the screaming white fox in the sky came back to its sense and flew down in an instant on its banana leaf. Kinmu immediately felt wind growing beneath his feet, and he could once again step on the cusp of the gust. His feet moved quickly to stop the momentum of his fall, and just before he landed on the ground, he managed to leap up using the cusp of gust and travel on the wind. Letting out a sigh of relief, they saw the fox catching up to him while sitting on the banana leaf. Looking at each other, the fox suddenly spoke with a sweet voice in human language. However, its body reeked of alcohol as it asked curiously in a drunk manner, "What are you doing? Why did you come into my wind?" Kinmu was astonished and replied, "I was trying to see if I could catch up to the cusp of gust in order to travel on the wind. I didn't know this was your wind. You can fly. And also talk as well. I used spells to harness the wind so I can manipulate the wind to travel." The white fox explained, "I had just returned from a banquet and is rushing back home as the sky is almost dark. I'll be heading off now and won't be sending you off. If fate allows it, we'll meet each other again." Once it finished saying its words, it vanished with the gale. Kinmu felt the energy of the wind becoming weaker and immediately sprinted down from the sky. When he had landed, disabled elderly village was just a distance in front of him. Lifting his head up, the fox had already vanished without a trace, returning from a banquet. Kinmu was full of questions. How interesting. This talking fox knows spells and also attends banquets. When I meet it next time, I definitely need to ask it clearly. 2 days later, an old and a young monk covered in dust came by Zhong Manor. As they walked into the village, the elder asked, "Is there any kind person willing to provide us a bowl of water? We monks are always outside and have a bad stomach, so we would like a bowl of warm water." The villagers poured 2 bowls of water for the elder and youth, who thanked them for their kindness. With a pleasant-looking face, the elder smiled. "We, master and disciple, had been wandering everywhere and know some spells. I can feel a demonic aura in your village. Is there a need for us to help you get rid of the demon?" The villager smiled. The demon has already been gotten rid of. It was a huge snake hidden in the trunk of a tree. It was killed by a youth from a neighboring village. The elder asked in astonishment, "Why do I still feel a demonic aura here? Did someone pass away in the village recently?" The villagers of Zhong Manor crowded around and one of them immediately said, "The night watchman had just died." The elder pondered for a minute and asked, "Was the night watchman's body buried? He is most likely a demon and his body may turn into a zombie." The villagers in Zhong Manor jumped in shock and immediately brought the 2 people to the grave of the night watchman. "We just buried him yesterday, 2 venerables." The elder pointed his finger forward and the dirt on the grave separated to 2 sides. A thin coffin rose up from the pit and floated in front of everyone. Pop, pop, pop. The coffin nails automatically popped out one by one and the cover of the coffin was lifted up. As the coffin fell back into the pit, the body of the night watchman continued floating in midair, his face getting covered by a white banner. Retrieving the white banner for inspection, the old and the young monk took a look at each other and nodded their heads silently. The elder chanted an incantation and pointed his finger at the body once again, resulting in the night watchman body to instantly burst into flames, turning into ashes before long. The villagers immediately gave their thanks, offering gold and silver as a reward. The youth immediately shook his hand, but the elder said, "We don't deserve the reward for doing nothing, but if we did a meritorious deed, we'll have to receive the reward. Accept it." The youth then kept the reward. The elder then asked, "Where does the youth that killed the huge snake stay? Who were the ones around him?" "They're from disabled elderly village. With him are Blind and Granny Sai. Following the river upstream, you can find the village about 14 miles from here." The elder said his thanks and they left Zhong Manor to travel upstream. After walking a few miles, the elder gave a sigh. Death is like an extinguished lamp. Hallmaster Mo's lamp has been extinguished. That night watchman was our Hallmaster Mo. He had gone down the wrong path while cultivating freedom pre-celestial technique and used infants for cultivation. Even though he deserved death, he was still a Hallmaster of our sacred cult. The one who killed him seemed to be Spear God, who had nailed his soul and body to death. On the white banner are sword marks, which meant before Hallmaster Mo met Spear God, he had met her as well, the cult mistress. The youth listened silently. The elder continued, "Cult mistress was always mysterious and elusive. After hiding away in the great ruins, experts from our sacred cult had been tracking her down to no avail. Never would I expect Hall Master Mo to meet her here. Patriarch, we have not wasted our time here. The youth opened his mouth and an extremely old but powerful voice sounded out. After Cult Mistress had killed Cult Master and stolen great educational heavenly devil scriptures, the holy Bible of our cult, she disappeared for 40 years. Pity us that we have to search around for her for the past 40 years. We have finally found her. The next morning in disabled elderly village, Apothecary brought village chief to the village's entrance after breakfast and brewed up a pot of tea before he heard the clucks of the hen dragon in the village. The hen has laid its egg. Mua, go grab the egg from the coop. Granny Sai hurried Mua to go grab the egg, and just as Kinmu entered the coop, he got chased out by the hen dragon after getting his face pecked bloody. The hen dragon was extremely fierce and could spit out a fire snake that was several yards long. Its feathers were as sharp as blades and its claws could knead metal like mud. Sparring a few rounds with the hen, Kinmu realized he wasn't its opponent and ran away. Mua, you don't even have the strength to subdue a hen. Butcher saw Kinmu getting chased around the entire village by the hen dragon and roared with laughter. Granny Sai took the chance to snatch the egg, and when the hen dragon couldn't catch up to Kinmu, it went back into its coop arrogantly only to find out its egg was gone. Flying into a rage, it went after the youth again to beat him up. After the commotion, Kinmu raised his spirit and swept away all depression gained from being defeated by the hen dragon. Strapping the pig slaughtering knife on his back, he then put on a sword sheath, a huge iron hammer, his kakra staff, and stuffed a few vitality reinforcement pill in his pockets before leaving the village enthusiastically. This was his first time going out to hunt alone, and Kinmu had been waiting forever for this day. However, he was a little depressed after being beaten by the hen dragon. Walking out of the village, he saw a youth and an elder walking towards the village like two wandering devotees. The youth and the elder came to the village's gate, paying their respects to village chief and apothecary who were drinking tea there, asking, "May we request for a cup of tea?" Village chief raised his eyebrows and replied, "How can we neglect our visitors from afar?" Apothecary poured 2 cups of tea for the youth and the elder as they both sat down. The youth sat in front of village chief while the elder sat at the side. This was the youth that had slaughtered the snake. The elder looked pleasantly at Kinmu and smiled. Kinmu was about to say something when village chief cut in. "Mua, it's none of your business being here. Go do your own stuff." Kinmu nodded and walked towards the forest. When Kinmu had gone far away, the youth in front of village chief opened his mouth and spoke with an extremely old voice. "We have met before, am I right?" Village chief nodded his head. "Yes, we have." The youth revealed a smile. "There aren't many people left from our generation. I'm very glad to be able to meet you." "I could say the same," village chief said insipidly. The youth smiled. "I'm here to see Granny Sai. Our cult hasn't had a cult master for the past 40 years. Granny Sai will have to give us an answer." Village chief shook his head. "Once in the village, we have no ties with the outside world." The youth's gaze wavered. "I shall not go in then. Could you ask her out for me? I have questions to ask her." Village chief shook his head again. She had gone out. The elder couldn't restrain himself and was about to say something when the youth raised his hand to stop him. "We have already waited 40 years, there's no rush now. Elder of discipline, since cult mistress isn't here, call the strong workers over to build a village. We are going to stay here for the night." The elder bowed in agreement, and a devilish chi shot up into the sky to form a giant decree word. The youth slowly enjoyed his tea, and after 2 hours, the villagers in disabled elderly village put down the work on hand and walked out of the village, raising their heads to have a look. From the forest, huge giants with bulging muscles walked through the forest, pushing down all the tree in their paths. Every 4 giants carried a stone statue with them, and there was a total of 4 statues. Walking over as they gasped for breath, the rocks and mountains were flattened like mud under their feet. The 16 giants' faces were flushed as the stone statues were obviously incomparably heavy. Even strong workers like they weren't able to handle them. The 16 giants carefully placed down the 4 statues on the north, south, east, and west corners right beside the disabled elderly village. Not long later, another ship with several decks sailed by and stopped beside the river. Over 100 carpenters came down from a ship and started cutting down the trees beside disabled elderly village and built the houses. An hour later, wooden houses were soon built, with all the pieces of furniture that were needed. The carpenters then went back to the ship and brought down all the gold, silver, household utensils, and cutleries. They then boarded the ship again and sailed away. Following that, another ship sailed in and some painters came down to paint the houses and the pieces of furniture, leaving after they were finished. Another ship of stonemasons arrived and started to extract stones from the mountain to carve into stone statues and stone slabs to make pavements in the village, leaving after they were finished as well. After some time, a burly man with a curly mustache hurried over while covered in dust and bowed. Patriarch, senior brother of discipline. The elder replied, Left Guardian, the village is ready. Find yourself a room. The burly man with curly mustache entered the newly built village beside disabled elderly village and settled down in one of the rooms, not making a sound. Sometime later, an old woman in shabby clothes came by and paid her respects to the youth and the elder before settling down in one of the rooms. Moments later, another fisherman came sailing down on a skiff made from a piece of leaf. Anchoring his skiff at the side of the river, he settled down in the village with his fishing basket and rod. Not long later, more and more strange people started to enter the village. Some of them were moneybags and some of them were merchants. Others looked like scholars, teachers, and even prostitutes. There were various people from all kinds of professions. Old Ma's expression turned grave and lowered his voice. There are 360 professions in Heavenly Devil Cult which formed 360 halls and hall masters. They were all extremely mysterious and were hidden throughout the whole world. Who would have thought all 360 hall masters had entered the great ruins for the past 40 years to look for the cult mistress? I'm afraid they would all come stay here beside us. The smile on Cripple's face became even more radiant as he laughed. Where's Granny Sai? These people are all looking for her. Def replied, I saw Granny turning into a roe deer and left the village before Kinmu did. I think she worried about Mua hunting alone, therefore, she's escorting him secretly. I'm afraid she still has no idea that the devil cult had found their way here. The devil cult almost moved their entire cult over to our side. Kinmu walked deep into the forest and mountains and after a while, a roe deer ran by while looking around, unable to find any trace of Kinmu. Just as the roe deer was bewildered, Kinmu jumped down from the tree and smiled. Granny, since I'm supposed to be hunting alone, do you mind going back? I'm able to take care of myself. The roe deer got angry and scolded. Rascal, be careful not to die outside. She then wagged her little tail and ran off. Kinmu continued to move forward and saw a woolly mammoth drinking water beside a pond not long after. Granny, I'm really able to take care of myself. There's no need for you to follow me. The woolly mammoth flew into a rage and started trampling toward him. Kinmu circulated his vital chi and drew his pig slaughter knife out with a murderous intent. Since you aren't Granny, then die. The woolly mammoth immediately turned around and ran away while scolding him in human language. You are going to even kill Granny. Get ready for a beating when you go back. Kinmu shook his head and walked another 2 miles forward before helplessly raising his head at a huge bird in the sky. Granny, there's really no need to follow me. The huge bird glanced at him and remained unmoved while continuously circling on top of him. Kinmu gazed wavered and picked up a bunch of stones, flicking them into the sky. The stones in the sky were of different height, allowing Kinmu to use them as stairs to leap upwards until he was beside the bird. The huge bird suddenly spoke. All right, I shan't follow you anymore. When she finished saying, she flapped her wings and flew away. Kinmu landed back on the ground with a thud as both his legs sunk deep into the mud. Lifting up his head, the bird in the sky had vanished without a trace. Granny would probably still follow me. Kinmu took notice of his surroundings and didn't discover anything abnormal, so he continued a few miles forward. In front of him was a waterfall with a good landscape. At the side of the waterfall was a straw hut, and outside the hut was a slanted stone statue that was half buried in the ground. Smoke could be seen rising from the straw hut, which showed that someone was living here. How are there still people living here in such wilderness? Could it be an elderly expert hiding in seclusion here? Just as he thought about this, he saw a white fox walking out from the straw hut to grab a bamboo tube before returning back to the hut. Kinmu went forward and saw the white fox holding onto the bamboo tube, puffing its cheeks as it blew air into the stove. Kinmu gently coughed and said, "Is there anyone home?" The white fox in the grass hut jumped in shock and immediately hid the bamboo tube away while speaking in an old voice. "Who's the one making a fuss outside and disturbing my peace? I am an ancient demon, and I shall turn you into ashes." Kinmu broke out in laughter, and the white fox immediately raised its head to look out the window. Seeing the youth outside, it let out a sigh of relief, and its voice changed back to its normal sweet-sounding voice. So it was the youth who had borrowed my wind that day. I had been a little drunk from the banquet that day, so pardon my impoliteness. Don't just stand outside. Come on in. Kinmu walked into the straw hut and took a look around. He was astonished as the straw hut was pretty tidy. There were even a bed, rice vat, pieces of furniture, curtains, and even a dressing table. The white fox stood upright like a human and bobbed a curtsy to Kinmu. "This is my humble home. Please excuse the humility in my room." Kinmu returned the greeting and asked curiously, "You're making your meal?" The white fox replied, "Yesterday it was my sister's treat, therefore I had drunk a few cups more. Had a migraine when I woke up today, therefore I'm making some soup to sober up. Please take a seat, young master." Kinmu was secretly amazed. This white fox was much smarter than Devil Ape. To know how to even make soup for itself. It's just that this fox was a drunkard and would get drunk every day. Seeing a bookshelf at the side, he walked over to have a look. On the bookshelf were ancient books. He took down a book, and it was about the skills on breathing exercises. There were also spells in the books, but they weren't complete. Can young master read? The white fox finished cooking its soup and took a glimpse at Kinmu, who was enthralled in the books. Pleasantly surprised, it asked, "I don't understand the writings on the books and can only look at the pictures to cultivate. If young master understands the writings on the books, can you read them out to me?" "Why can't I?" Kinmu sat down and the white fox wagged its tail. The wind floated the bowl of soup onto the table and the white fox sat in front of him. Its eyes were bright and full of expression. Kinmu flipped open the first page and read out, "Circulate the chi to your square-inch mountain, stimulate your vital chi core, move the tiger to the bottom of your heart, vibrate the winter sea of chi." The white fox drank its soup and listened attentively when it suddenly asked, "Where's the square-inch mountain?" "The square-inch mountain is at the heart of your brows." Kinmu explained, "The heart of your brows is where your spirit embryo divine treasure is." To circulate your chi to your square-inch mountain meant to circulate your vital chi to your heart of your brows. However, when your vital chi reaches the heart of your brows, there will be a God voice from the 9 heavens above to cut off your vital chi. The white fox tried it out and shook its head. "I can't hear any God voice." Kinmu frowned. In the past, there will always be a God voice cutting him off when he directed his vital chi to the heart of his brows. He had thought that the white fox would encounter the same situation as him, but he didn't expect it to be not the case. Could it be that the structure of the spirit embryo divine treasure is different between a human and a fox? He didn't think further and continued to read and explain the ancient texts to the white fox. Not long later, he had finished reading the entire book. On this ancient book, the method of cultivation had its unique ways of cultivating. However, it wasn't compatible with Kinmu's overlord body, therefore, he can't use it to cultivate. The white fox was intelligent and comprehended the content in the books. It smiled and said, "I had cultivated using the pictures in the past and thought I had learned the stuff recorded in the book. To think I had still made many mistakes in my cultivation. Thank you, young master, for clearing my doubts. My name is Hulinga. May I dare to ask your name?" "My name is Kinmu, a cowherd boy with the surname Kin, and I'm not any young master."
Chin smiled.
I stay nearby and not far from here. Where did you get these ancient books? Hulinga drank the soup and felt much better. About 20 miles west from here, there's a ruin. Once I was too late to return home, thus I hid from the darkness in the ruins. While I was there, I accidentally opened a stone chamber and found these few books inside. There was also a bottle of elixir, and after drinking it, I had suddenly become intelligent and had a mind of my own. I felt the books were good stuff, therefore, I've brought them back with me. However, since I was unable to read, I could only look at the pictures. I have learned all my spells from the book. 20 miles west. Kinmu was astonished and pondered. Could it be Surging River Dragon King's Dragon Palace? Hulinga's eyes lighted up and said, there are indeed many dragon sculptures there, however, it's very dangerous in there. There's something treacherous inside and I dare not go in, so I just brought a few books back. Kinmu immediately asked, could you bring me there? The little white fox replied, it's very treacherous inside and can't be ventured carelessly. When I just reached the door, I was scared. She became embarrassed and didn't continue, which probably meant that she had been scared shitless. Kinmu became excited. Don't you want to take a look in the Dragon Palace? Maybe there's even a Dragon King inside. Don't want to. Hulinga gave it some time as her eyes blinked slyly. If young master can come by here frequently to read these ancient books to me, I can bring you there. I'm not going to go in though. Deal. Kinmu smiled and raised his palm. Hulinga hesitated for a moment before raising her furry paw to strike with his palm. After that, she drank all her soup. The human and the fox left the straw hut and went west. The banquet that you attended that day, whose banquet was it? Kinmu remembered what happened that day and asked. It was the banquet held by the great demon king, inviting all the greater demons from everywhere. After obtaining the ancient books from Surging River Dragon Palace, my wisdom had increased greatly and had become a well-known greater demon around here. However, I still can't beat those fellows with brute strength, thus I still rank at the last among the greater demons. Hulinga jumped onto a banana leaf and executed her spell to raise up a demon wind. The demon wind blew up the banana leaf and she smiled. The great demon king had cultivated its human body and is very powerful. Within a radius of 1,000 miles, all the greater demons will have to listen to his command no matter if they are territorial strange beast or not. The demon wind blew the banana leaf, sending the white fox into the sky. Kinmu leaped up and traveled west on the cusp of the gust. At this moment, a mile away from the straw hut was a huge Daotai beast looking around bewilderedly. Seeing the time, Mua should have reached already. Turning into a strange beast this time, he'll definitely not recognize me. This is weird. Where did that rascal go? There is a demon wind of a fox. The rascal got kidnapped by a vixen on his first hunting. On the river 30 miles from disabled elderly village, a gust of wind was blowing onto a 3 yards long banana leaf. On the leaf was a fox and beside the fox was a youth running on the wind. They were Kinmu and Hulinga. With my magic power, I'm still unable to fly on my own. I can only use my spell to raise a demon wind and use it to make the banana leaf float in the sky. If I was to run on the wind like you, I would definitely drop down. The Dragon Palace is nearby. Hulinga lowered her demon wind, allowing Kinmu and the banana leaf to gradually reach the ground. After some time, the human and fox landed on the ground. Kinmu looked around and saw the surging river wound around a huge mountain. The azure water revolved around the green mountain and the melodious chirping of the birds resonated throughout the valleys. There were monkeys swinging from tree to tree, huge fishes, and river beasts swimming in the water. Everything was peaceful and serene. The white fox leaped around as if it was flying and Kinmu quickly kept up. The direction in which Hulinga was running was the mountain where the river was revolving around. Kinmu couldn't help being puzzled. Could the Dragon Palace not be built in the river but on the mountain? After a while, they had reached the top of the mountain. Looking at the ruins there, it was a Dragon King temple. In front of the temple, there was a huge flood restraint stone that was 30 yards tall. It was like a stone tablet, and below it was a sculpture of a huge stone tortoise carrying the flood restraint stone. The stone tortoise had its mouth open as if it was extremely tired and need to catch its breath. The Dragon King temple was run down and had dilapidated walls. The king's palace had already collapsed as well. Looking around, there were no stone statues, therefore it was unable to withstand the darkness invasion. Just as he was puzzled, Hu Linga had suddenly disappeared without a trace. Hu Linga's voice suddenly sounded out, "Come in quickly." Kinmu looked towards the sound of the voice and saw the white fox in the mouth of the stone tortoise waving her paw at him. Kinmu immediately went over. The stone tortoise was very huge, huge enough for a person to stand upright in it. Kinmu followed the skipping white fox and reached a place where there was a set of stairs hidden in depth. There was originally a stone door in front of the stairs. Kinmu didn't know when had it collapsed, revealing the stairs that led downwards. Kinmu followed the white fox forward. As he moved deeper into the mountains, the stairs grew wider and wider. The mountain walls on the side were also clammy and overgrown with moss that was glowing. There were also strange creatures floating around like dandelion. They had little thin feelers growing below them, and as they waved them, they could actually fly in the air. The white fox jumped up to bite one of them before eating them down. She then kept hopping up and down to eat non-stop, making them look very delicious. Kinmu stretched out his hand to grab one and carefully took a bite. It had a spicy flavor which was spicier than Butcher's strong alcohols. In his stomach, there was a burning feeling, causing his vital chi to be abnormally active. Circulating his vital chi, he actually felt a medicinal energy similar to the vitality reinforcement pill which could raise his vital chi cultivation. However, it didn't have as much effect as vitality reinforcement pill. Is this creature plant or animal? Kinmu grabbed a few more and saw these creatures had no eyes, limbs, or orifice. They need to use their whisker-like tentacles to absorb nutrients from the moss, thus he can't determine whether they are plant or animal. He only ate one while Hu Linga continued hopping around and eating to its content. Walking deeper down, the air became cooler. Not knowing how far they went, they could hear the sound of trickling sound of water. There was a small and clear stream coming out the mountain wall. There were a few huge fish without any eyes living in the pool at the end of the stream. The few huge fish were also giving off a fluorescent glow. If they wanted to cross over, they would have to pass through the pool to get to the other side. These huge fish are very fierce. They will pounce towards any sound they hear, and they are very powerful. Hu Linga whispered, "I shall throw the pebble over to distract the fish and we shall take the chance to rush over." Once she had told Kinmu her plan, she grabbed a pebble with her paw and forcefully threw it far away. When the stone hit the wall, the few huge fish without eyes leaped out of the water and wiggled their tails in midair. Their four fins opened up like four wide wings and pounced towards the location of the sound. Now, Hu Linga guided Kinmu and ran towards the other side of the pool. In the hurry, the youth heard a few crunching sounds and saw the weird fish colliding onto the wall and bit out a few huge holes in the wall with their ferocious mouths. The exceptionally hard mountain rocks were like tofu in their mouths. If they bit into a human, the aftermath would be too horrible to contemplate. As the human and fox ran to the other end of the pool, the few weird fish heard the sound of footsteps and flapped their fins to turn their direction, rushing towards them. "Follow me, young master." Hu Linga rushed into the passage at the other end of the pool in an instant, and Kinmu followed. The passage wasn't wide, so the few huge fish couldn't fly and had to use their four fins as legs to run after Kinmu and the little fox in the passage. Are these still fish? Kinmu's scalp turned numb and quickly followed behind Hu Linga. The weird fish chased after them for a distance and returned back into the pool to hide after they couldn't catch up to them. Kinmu let out a sigh of relief. The path in front of them gradually became wider, and soon they had entered a trumpet-shaped cave. Suddenly the sunlight on crystalline waves shone down on him, making him look upwards and be stunned. On top of his head, waves and waves of water flowed by. He could see schools of fishes swimming above him and even a huge golden turtle. There a huge fish that was like a small boat and also large-sized river beast. A huge fish became excited when it saw Kinmu and the little fox, making it open its ferocious mouth to pounce on them. However, it collided into an invisible water wall and bounced backward. The huge fish shook its head in bewilderment and swam away. Surging river. This is the bottom of the surging river. Kinmu had a strange expression. The surging river is right on top of us, yet the water is not flooding this place up. Looking forward, his heart trembled. One by one, the dragon pillars appeared in front of him. Each of the dragon pillars was gigantic and dozens of yards tall. Standing tall under the river, the top of the dragon pillars was in contact of the river. The floor beneath their feet was paved out with white marbles. As the pavement extended out forward, there was a community of palaces just 300 yards ahead between the two rows of dragon pillars. The dragon pillars surrounded the community of palaces and withhold the river water from flooding in here. However, many palaces had already fallen. Some huge change must have happened here, causing this place to turn into ruins. Hulinga hopped around and stopped before the ruins of a palace. Kinmu saw a modeled wall painting on a wall that was half collapsed. It was a painting of a dragon head elder inviting his guests to a banquet. The dragon head elder's guests were all strange creatures. There was a tortoise-back old man, a snake-tail woman, monk, and also human. Crash! A pillar collapsed and nearly crushed Kinmu and the little fox. Hulinga came to a huge hall which was already half collapsed and said, "This was where I found the ancient books." Kinmu walked closer. In the dilapidated hall, Kinmu saw a hidden stone chamber built into the wall. The stone door had already collapsed. That was why the chamber was discovered by Hulinga. The stone chamber was already empty, as the items inside were probably shifted away by Hulinga. If you continue forwards, there would be great danger. Hulinga pointed at the towering doorway ahead and nervously said, "It's very scary." Kinmu looked at the doorway and he could faintly see a palace behind it. It was still pretty complete and hadn't collapsed yet. However, what's strange was there seemed to be a dense fog covering up what was inside. Thus Kinmu couldn't see clearly what's inside. He could only feel that the palace was floating in the fog while being faintly discernible. "There's a terrifying fellow inside." Hulinga's voice trembled and said, "Once you reach the door, you'll be able to feel his aura, then you will turn wobbly and be unable to stand." Kinmu walked forward and Hulinga mustered its guts to follow behind him. When they reached the doorway, Kinmu could feel an extremely strong, baleful atmosphere hitting him in his face, causing him to shudder in fear. It was half the sky being covered in dark clouds on a sunny day right in front of him, and in the pitch-black clouds, there was an extremely huge beast staring at him. Divine, dignified, its power was not to be crossed. At the same time, it was a savage and sinister beast. This was the great danger Hulinga had talked about. Kinmu took a deep breath and stabilized himself. His spirit also returned back to normal. Heaven's eyes, awaken. The vital chi formation crisscrossed in his eyes and created a layer of pupil markings as he looked into the dense fog behind the door. Beside him, White Fox's body had already gone weak and collapsed onto the floor with her belly on the floor. With difficulty, she moved her body slowly back to the direction where they had come from. Kinmu picked the limp White Fox up. "Don't grab me. My heart is beating very fast. I'm going to die." "You're not going to die. The things in this dragon palace are however dead." Kinmu laughed. "Guess what I saw?" Hulinga didn't reply and waved her limbs in the air. Her tail also wagged left and right, seemingly trying to crawl away, unwilling to stay here for even a moment. Kinmu laughed. "I saw the surging river dragon king." "Ah." The little white fox gasped and fainted, her limbs turning straight and stiff. Kinmu waited for a moment and the little white fox secretly opened one of her eyes to look around. Kinmu teased her again. "Surging river dragon king." Hulinga's limbs became even stiffer and closed her eyes again. "The surging river dragon king is dead." Kinmu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. There's only its bones left. Who knows how long the Dragon King had been dead for? I managed to see his dragon bones in the fog. Hulinga immediately opened out her eyes. "It's dead." Kinmu nodded his head. "You can finally be at ease this time." Follow me in. Hu Linga immediately shook her head and Kinmu could only helplessly put her down. However, seeing the white fox continued to weakly crawl outside with her tummy on the floor, Kinmu picked her up again and placed her on his shoulder. Walking towards the door, the white fox was extremely nervous. With her furs all standing on ends, her claws gripped tightly onto Kinmu's shoulder and her terror-filled eyes stared widely at the front, not daring to move even an inch. As Kinmu walked into the fog, Hu Linga gripped even tighter and her furry tail became extremely stiff. After so many years, the dense fog didn't dissipate at all. However, what's weird was that Kinmu couldn't feel any humidity walking in the fog. He could only see droplets of water floating in the fog, quiet and unmoving. He then saw numerous broken jades floating in the sky, and other than that, there were also pieces of spirit weapons, broken bones, all silently floating around, as if there were not an ounce of weight. When he was in the doorway, he only saw the dragon bones and didn't see the rest of these kinds of stuff. There must be a bitter battle here. Even the skeletons and spirit weapons of experts were shattered. What exactly happened here? Did it happen before the Great Ruins catastrophe or after? Kinmu suddenly felt a sharp pain on his scalp. It was Hu Linga who had been scared to death by a floating skull and had jumped onto his head while gripping his scalp tightly, her body arching from fright. The white fox trembled in fear, making Kinmu's scalp trembling as well. Dragon! White fox screamed and swooped down from Kinmu's head, clinging to his back. With her limbs latched onto Kinmu's waist, Kinmu looked like he was carrying a white fur backpack. In front of them, a huge dragon circled round and round the majestic palace, with its huge dragon head lying high on top of the great hall, looking straight at them. This was a dragon skeleton. The flesh of the huge dragon was gone and only the skeleton was left. Just the teeth alone was much taller than Kinmu. Even though the huge dragon had died, its might and extraordinary points were still visible. It must have been an extremely powerful being in its lifetime. Kinmu opened his heaven's eyes to take a look and he instantly felt as if the dragon skeleton had come to life. With its divine glow piercing the heavens, the huge dragon seemed to be snaking around in his eyes. The huge dragon was clearly dead, yet its demeanor and mettle made him feel that the huge dragon was still alive. Surging River Dragon King, a true dragon. Kinmu looked at the huge dragon and his heart wavered. He thought of the fist skill old Ma had taught him, the Tempest of the 9 Dragons of Thunderclap 8 Strikes. The vital chi of Tempest of the 9 Dragons was split into 9 layers of force. The first layer was Rush of the Raging Dragon. The second layer was Twin Dragon Twist. With every layer of strength, an extra dragon force would appear. Training his fists since young with old Ma, he had practiced this move countless of times, yet he was always unable to grasp the essence of this skill. With his recent boost in cultivation, he then managed to raise the power of Tempest of the 9 Dragons. However, when he had fought with Ming Xin, he was still at a disadvantage. This could be partly due to him not cultivating the Realized Mahayana scripture from the Great Thunderclap Monastery, but it was still mostly due to the fact that his 9 dragon force in his fists only looked like dragons. Looking like a dragon doesn't mean it's a dragon. The appearance may be there, but the might isn't. Therefore, it would naturally shatter with a touch. If the force in his fist was real dragons, even if he didn't learn Realized Mahayana scripture, his Tempest of the 9 Dragons would also be the true teaching. This was because Tempest of the 9 Dragons had also imitated the impetus of real dragons controlling the Tempest. Amidst the great Tempest, the divine dragons slaughtered its enemies. If he could manage to grab this essence, there would be no need for him to learn Realized Mahayana scripture. Tempest of the 9 Dragons, Tempest of the 9 Dragons. Studying the dragon skeleton, Kinmu subconsciously walked forward. In his eyes, there was only the dragon skeleton as he studied the shape of the dragon, the structure of the bones, the dragon's might, the dragon's grace, and comprehending the dragon's aura and spirit. He sank deeper and deeper into a trance the more he studied the dragon. As he moved forward, he started making strange movements with his arms and his body, subconsciously imitating actions of a real dragon. This vital chi also unknowingly swam throughout his body like a real dragon, perfecting the bits and pieces with every circulation. In his spirit embryo divine treasure, His spirit embryo also imitated his movement, as it inhaled and exhaled the vital chi. Something magical happened. The vital chi it exhaled out didn't enter Kinmu's body and had instead swum around the spirit embryo's body, transforming into a small dragon. As the vital chi exhaled out increased, the little dragon gradually grew and became as tall as a human while coiling around the spirit embryo. Hulinga was originally frightened, but as time went on, the fear in her heart diminished and she wasn't as frightened anymore. However, as Kinmu studied the dragon skeleton, he had totally forgotten about her as well. After some time, Hulinga's tummy started to growl and carefully climbed down from Kinmu's back. She tiptoed her way back out of the underwater dragon palace not because she was scared of disturbing Kinmu, but because she was scared she would alarm the dragon skeleton if she was too loud. After an hour, the white fox came back from outside holding onto a sack. In the sack, there were all the strange creatures like the dandelion. Hulinga resisted the fear of the dragon in her heart and walked into the fog, back to where Kinmu was. She climbed back onto Kinmu's back and sat on his shoulder, stuffing the creatures into his mouth. As if he wasn't feeling anything, Kinmu just ate whatever that entered his mouth. Hulinga fed him over 20 of those strange creatures before starting to eat them happily herself. Kinmu still had no signs of waking up as he continued to move forward freely with his eyes glued to the dragon skeleton. Sometimes he even climbed up the dragon skeleton and walked around on the huge bones. Meanwhile, a green dragon coiled around his spirit embryo while letting out electrical sparks. However, Kinmu was too focused on studying the dragon skeleton and didn't notice. 2 days passed by like this. Kinmu had eaten, drank, peed, pooped and slept here, and he had already become stinky, yet he still had no signs of waking up. Hulinga was also very patient and had taken care of Kinmu all these while. When he was thirsty, she would use tree leaf to scoop water for him. When he was hungry, she would go and catch some of the strange creatures. However, to catch them, she would have to pass by the pool and be careful not to get eaten by the weird fish. Luckily for her, she was pretty smart and had not slipped up. And of course, when Kinmu was discharging his bowels, she would still move away. When the 3rd day came, Hulinga was fetching some water when she suddenly heard Kinmu's astonished voice. "Why am I so dirty?" Hulinga was startled and surprised as she replied him bluntly, "It would be weird if you aren't dirty after standing here for 3 days. It's been 3 days. Kinmu was startled and cried out, "This is bad. The people in the village would definitely be worried sick for me not returning after 3 days. Quick, let's return." Suddenly, he stopped his footsteps and said, "If I go back now, I would definitely be scolded and even barred from coming out again. Since I'm already out now, why don't I take a look around in the Dragon Palace and see what treasures I can find?" In high spirits, he walked into the underwater Dragon Palace. Hulinga followed him into the majestic hall. However, with her tiny guts, she only dared to stay around Kinmu's legs and didn't wander around on her own. The great hall was also shrouded in the fog, which was even denser than outside, thus he couldn't see far ahead. Weird, where did this fog come from? Kinmu was bewildered. This fog isn't mist, and even with his heaven's eyes, he couldn't really see far ahead. The deeper he entered the hall, the denser the fog became and the lesser he could see. Hulinga became even more afraid and bit on Kinmu's pants to follow him. At this moment, he heard a strange voice, which was gentle, serene yet giving off a sorrowful feeling. It was as if someone was singing a sorrowful song in the fog, yet it was intelligible. It was an ancient language which was mysterious and cryptic. It was as ancient as the god and devil language. As Kinmu listened to the song, he touched his face and realized he had been tearing unknowingly. This song made him feel as if there was a woman floating around in the fog while singing out her heartbroken story. Suddenly, the rings on the Kakra monk staff started to ring loudly. Grandpa Ma said that the Kakra monk staff had the effect of eliminating impure and wicked thoughts. When the heart wavers, the rings will ring. Every impure and wicked thought will make the rings jingle once. Now that the rings are jingling non-stop, are my impure and wicked thoughts that much? Looking downwards, Kinmu didn't know whether to cry or laugh. It turned out Hulinga was shaking all over while grabbing tightly on his leg. Her tail was, however, on the Kakra staff. It wasn't Kinmu's heart that was in disorder. It was the little fox's. Linga, move your tail away. Kinmu said. Linga moved her tail away and continued to shiver.
Kinmu frowned.
After Linga moved her tail away, the Kakra monk staff was still ringing away loudly. Could there be a third person besides me and Linga? Could the wicked thoughts be from the third person? Could it be the singing woman? The Kakra monk staff rang more and more violently. It was clear there was a third person here with too much impure and wicked thoughts. By sensing the thoughts, would the Kakra staff ring non-stop? In the air, the song floated here and there, becoming more and more sorrowful. Kinmu looked downwards and felt a chill. In the fog, he could see a bony hand reaching for the Kakra monk staff, and before the hand could touch it, the hand silently retracted back as if it was electrocuted. Kinmu propped up the Kakra staff and looked around, the corners of his eyes twitching from what he saw. In the fog, bony palms started to come towards him in all directions and only retracted back when they met the Kakra monk staff. The gentle song in the fog also started to become clearer as if it was beside his ears. What exactly is in the fog? His scalp turned numbed, and Linga had already climbed into his pants and onto his back and finally settled around his waist in his shirt. Only her furry head was out as she sneakily checked out her surrounding while shivering. This sight was simply too scary, making Kinmu flustered as well. However, as the golden rings jingled, it had a calming effect and settled his heart down. He composed himself. With this amount of hands, they are definitely not from the same person. No matter what it is, all shall retreat. Kinmu's vital chi jolted and surged into the Kakra staff. Raising the monk staff and giving a heavy slam, a loud clang rang out while the Kakra staff shone in all directions. At the same time, an image of Buddha appeared behind his back while sitting cross-legged on the air, erupting in Sanskrit. So I have heard. The Sanskrit voice from the Buddha's image vibrated out. Since time without beginning, all beings have been undergoing death and rebirth over and over simply because they have not been aware of the pure understanding which is the essential nature of the everlasting true mind. Instead, the workings of their minds are distorted, and because the workings of their minds are distorted, they are bound to the cycle, 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 cycle. Behind Kinmu, there was a circling wheel of light behind the Buddha's head shining brightly in all directions. Even the peculiar fog was cleared away by the Buddha's aura. Hearing a continuous clattering, Kinmu took a look around and saw dried corpses dropping down one by one in midair, filling up the entire floor. Other than the dry corpses, there were also skeletons with flesh missing, leaving behind only bones. However, the bones were adorned with baggy clothing that looked like palace outfits. The fog around him had vanished, instantly clearing up his vision. However, the song was still ongoing but had sounded further away from him now. The song was still melodious and filled with pitiless sorrow. Kinmu dispersed his vital chi and the image of Buddha behind him disappeared. Why are there so many bodies hidden in the Great Hall? These bodies don't look like ordinary people. Kinmu sized up the corpses and slightly frowned. There were too many corpses here, and it was abnormal that they weren't decomposing. The surging River Dragon King's body outside had already rotted away, leaving behind the skeleton. How was it that the corpses in the hall could be preserved until now? There's a possibility that these bodies had come in after the Great Ruins catastrophe. They had found the path leading to Surging River Dragon Palace and entered this great hall, just like Linga and me. The corners of Kinmu's eyes twitched and looked forward. The deeper part of the great hall was still covered in dense fog. What lies in the fog that had killed them and turned them into this state? His scalp turned numb as he gripped his monk staff tightly. The Kakra monk staff was no doubt a treasure that was worth an entire city. He had only fed his vital chi into the monk staff, and such an astonishing power came forth. It was Granny Sai's wish for him to bring the monk staff out. Granny Sai was very mindful of his safety, and other than the monk staff, she had also transformed into different forms to protect him in the dark. Granny must have been worried sick for these few days. Kinmu felt guilty, but his spirits lifted up once again as he looked around. The source of this fog, as well as the great danger, should be around this great hall. What was the thing that had killed these practitioners that had come exploring? At this moment, the fog deep in the hall surged forward to him and spread under his legs before rising up slowly. When the dry corpses on the floor were covered by the fog, they actually slowly moved their bodies and stood up peculiarly. The fog rose higher and soon rose above Kinmu's head. In the fog, the corpses started to float upwards. As the fog grew denser, the dry corpses vanished in the fog. Who's the ghost inciting trouble and mystifying me? Kakra. Kinmu carried the monk's staff and walked forward. After dozens of yards forward, the song felt closer and Kinmu raised his monk's staff to give a heavy slam. The Buddha's aura shone brightly and the Buddha's voice surrounded him. Behind his back appeared the image of Buddha once again and the Buddha's aura shone gloriously, vanquishing the fog and causing the dry corpses to fall to the ground once more. Little monk. A bone-chilling voice suddenly resonated out in the hall. However, it only said one phrase, making Kinmu and Little Fox suspected that they had heard wrongly. Kinmu finally saw the source of the fog which was coming out from an ice sculpture in the Dragon Palace. He finally walked up and saw a young dragon lying inside silently. There was a broken sword stabbed into its chest, piercing its heart. Between the dragon pillars in the Great Hall, there was a huge green dragon slowly swimming to and fro. It didn't seem to have a physical body as it passed through the dragon pillars. The song was coming from the green dragon and its gaze had never left the body of the young dragon that was frozen. Its gaze was filled with tender affection and sorrow, just like its song, seemingly heartbroken about its child having left it. This was a dragon soul. The soul of a dragon. It could be the Surging River Dragon King or it could be the Surging River Dragon King's wife. It was a mother and the frozen young dragon should be her child. She must have encountered the Great Ruins catastrophe while her child suffered a sure death sword wound. She must have loved her child too much, thus having frozen her child up as she died from the catastrophe. However, her soul still lingered around in this great hall, guarding her precious child while singing the nursery rhymes of the dragon race, hoping to wake her child up one day. Little monk, over here. Suddenly, the voice resonated out again and Kinmu looked towards the source of it. Other than this mysterious ice block, Kinmu saw another mysterious ice block in the hall. This mysterious ice block was hidden behind the ice block that had sealed the young dragon, both blocks being linked together. In this ice block, a white eyebrow elder in purple clothes was sealed inside. The clothing on the elder should be an official robe which was a twilight robe that was embroidered with 9 ornaments. On the waist hanged gold and jade pendants as well as a sword. On his head was a 9-tasseled imperial crown while he had a plucking pose. With a black banner in one hand, his other hand was deep into the other block of mysterious ice and grabbing onto a green egg-sized bead. He didn't know what was the green bead, but the green bead had a small green dragon coiled inside. Was it this bead that had frozen the old man? Kinmu blinked his eyes and walked forward to closely inspect the elder frozen in the ice, and then found the oddity. As his body moved, the eyes of the elder in the ice were actually moving as well. The voice really was his. Kinmu was slightly frightened and turned his head to look at the dry corpses on the ground, instantly thinking of a possibility. The elder in the ice should be the first person who had found Surging River Dragon Palace. When he found this bead in the ice and wanted to take away the bead, he was frozen in place. To be able to survive in the ice for such a long time and not die was probably due to the black banner in his hand, which had killed the practitioners that had entered the Dragon Palace after him and absorbed the essence and blood of them. Therefore the practitioners had turned into dry corpses after their deaths. Being sealed in the ice block until now, the amount of cultivation the elder could use shouldn't be much. In addition, by bringing the Kakra monk staff into the Dragon Palace, Kinmu was able to survive from the peculiar powers of the Black Banner and escaped unharmed under the protection of the staff. So it was the Kakra of the old monk from Great Thunderclap Monastery. No wonder you were able to defend against the fog's peculiar power. The elder in the ice was unable to open his mouth, but he was able to project his voice out by his throat vibration. You aren't a monk of Great Thunderclap Monastery, so why do you have the old monk's staff? Kinmu honestly answered him. Junior here had defeated his disciple and won it. Won it? The elder gave a laugh from his throat. How would the old monk not be a sore loser? How old are you? Kinmu replied, I would be 12 this autumn. The purple-clothed elder praised, 12 years old and you defeated the disciple of that old monk, truly outstanding. Kinmu blinked his eyes innocently and asked, why is Senior trapped here inside the ice? The elder chuckled and said, there's naturally a story behind this and it goes all the back to the beginning when, hey, don't leave. Come back. Kinmu stopped and said as if he was in a dilemma, Senior, I'm in a rush to go home and have no time for stories. The elder coughed and continued, long story short, I had brought my various disciples to travel the great ruins and had stumbled upon this place by accident. Seeing the numerous dry corpses here, I knew it was this dragon bead causing mischief and having killed everyone that had entered here by absorbing their essence and blood, turning them into dry corpses. The reason for the bead doing this was to extend the lifespan of this young dragon. As a cultivator, I shall not condone this kind of behavior and was prepared to restrain this dragon bead in order to stop it from harming more people. However, I made a mistake by not expecting this dragon bead to be the dragon bead of the dragon god, thus getting sealed here in the ice. None of my disciples were spared. Their essence and blood got absorbed by this dragon bead to extend the life of the young dragon. Hulinga, who was hiding in Kinmu's chest and peeked her head out, whispering, do you believe his story, young master?
Kinmu hesitated.
His guess was the direct opposite of what the elder had said. The elder's story was that the mother dragon had used the dragon bead to harm people by absorbing their essence and blood to save her child by extending its life. Furthermore, the elder was the righteous one which got schemed by the dragon bead. Whereas Kinmu's guess was that the elder was sealed by the ice and to extend his own life, he had used evil arts to absorb the essence and blood of the practitioners here. Kinmu couldn't deny that both his guess and the elder's story could be true, but which was the true scenario? Kinmu looked around and saw the fog swarming towards him again and he immediately slammed the Kakra monk staff on the ground. So I have heard. The image of Buddha appeared behind him again as his Sanskrit voice resonated out. Since time without beginning, all beings have been undergoing death and rebirth over and over simply because they have not been aware of the pure understanding which is the essential nature of the everlasting true mind. Instead, the workings of their minds are distorted, and because the workings of their minds are distorted, they are bound to the cycle, 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 cycle. The Buddhism of Great Thunderclap Monastery sure is skillful. The elder in the ice admired. How may I address Senior? Kinmu dispelled the fog and asked. The elder in the ice replied, my name is Ji Yulanwan, tutor to the Crown Prince of Eternal Peace Empire and a lower first-ranking official. If you can rescue me out of here, I can promise you endless wealth when we are back to Eternal Peace Empire. Kinmu pondered over it. Li Riversek's sect master, Mu Beifeng, was a lower second-ranking official, while this Ji Yulanwan was a lower first-ranking official, so he definitely must be more powerful. What this senior said is true. He told Hulinga. Hulinga was puzzled. How do you know what he said is true? The fog is produced by the dragon's soul. Kinmu pointed at the soul of the mother dragon swimming around. Wherever the soul of the dragon passed by, the fog would grow thicker and the dry corpses would stand up once again and float towards Kinmu as if they could smell him. This kind of fog could make these dry corpses enter a not dead nor alive state. It's a method used to protect her son and also to protect this great hall.
Kinmu analyzed.
Hulinga had also noticed this point. Once the fog that the dragon soul had spat out was dispelled, the dry corpses would stop moving and drop back to the ground. When the fog shrouded the bodies once again, the dry corpses would come alive again and try to attack anyone that was near. The dry corpses were like the guardians of this great hall, to prevent people from stealing the dragon bead and disturbing the healing of the young dragon. And the source of these dry corpses would probably be like what the elder had said and was the doings of the dragon bead, absorbing every last drop of blood and essence from the practitioners that had trespassed into the dragon palace to extend the life of the young dragon. Kinmu was troubled. Senior Ji Yu, even though I may have the heart to help you, but with Junior's measly powers, I'm afraid there's no way I can do so. Ji Yulanwan chuckled. Of course you don't have the power to dissolve the mysterious ice of the dragon bead. However, I do. As long as you listen to my command, you can set me free. When I'm free, you can get whatever you want. His voice carried a hint of arrogance which showed that the tutor of the crown prince was an extremely high position. I may have been trapped in this mysterious ice, but my cultivation is still here, thus it still can't freeze me to death yet. Ji Yulan continued, I shall use the last of my cultivation to move my sword out of the ice. With the sword, you shall slay the soul of the mother dragon. Once the soul is slain, the dragon bead will no longer be able to trap me. When I'm free, I can even reward you with this dragon bead. Kinmu jumped in shock and cried out, Slay the soul of the mother dragon? Senior, Junior has just cultivated to the spirit embryo realm and is a puny practitioner. How am I able to slay the soul of the mother dragon? Ji Yulan laughed coldly. You naturally can't, but with my sword, you can. My sword is not an ordinary weapon, nor is it that junk that you are carrying on your back. This sword is a first-ranking sword from the imperial family. It was forged by the best treasures and blacksmiths that the Eternal Peace Empire had gathered. There are a total of 16 first-ranking officials, and so there are a total of 16 such swords. Each of the swords has their own name, and my sword is called Junior Protector Sword. Kinmu hesitated. How's the sword compared to the monk staff in my hand? Ji Yulan sneered. The old monk's Kakra monk staff is indeed decent, and the Great Thunderclap Monastery is also one of the huge well-known sects that are scarce in this world. However, how can a treasure forged by the power of a sect be compared to a treasure forged by the power of an empire? In the Eternal Peace Empire, there are even 2 to 3 huge sects like the Great Thunderclap Monastery. Kinmu's heart shook. He was also slightly puzzled and asked, Since Senior has this kind of treasure, why didn't you slay the mother dragon soul? Ji Yulan was speechless and finally said after a while, Originally, I didn't think of the crucial point and only thought about eliminating the hidden danger of the dragon bead for our future generations. However, in my carelessness I had fallen into this trap, and before I discovered I couldn't break free from the ice. It was too late. After being sealed, I could only cling to my vital chi to prevent myself from being freezed to death by the mysterious ice. Even if I want to control my sword, I can't do it in my weakened state anymore. Do you know how much I have been sealed here? Ji Yulan sighed. An entire 200 years. For 200 years, I have been sealed here. It was exceptionally difficult for me to extend my life until now. Kinmu sympathized his plight and said, Being sealed in ice for 200 years, I'd have gone crazy if it was me. It's pretty outstanding for Senior to hold out until now. Ji Yulan sighed again. Luckily you have come. I shall use my remaining vital chi to send my Imperial Tutor Sword out of the mysterious ice. Slay the soul of the mother dragon for me and free me. Kinmu nodded his head and respectfully said, Junior will do my best. Ji Yulan gathered his remaining vital chi and the sword at his waist started to move. However, it was very slow. After 2 hours, the hilt of the sword was barely revealed. After quite some time, the entire hilt of the sword was revealed. However, the sword sheath was still frozen by the mysterious ice. Ji Yulan seemed tired and his voice croaked. My vital chi is almost depleted. Quickly slay the mother dragon. Kinmu acknowledged, and his vital chi thread, which was as thick as an arm, flew out and swept up the sword's hilt. With a scraping sound, the Imperial Tutor Sword was out from its sheath and instantly shone brightly. Kinmu and Hu Ling's eyes felt pain as if the sword light had injured their eyes. Only after some time did their eyes recover and was able to see clearly again. What are you doing? Ji Yulan didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he saw Kinmu's extremely thick vital chi thread sweeping up his Imperial Tutor Sword to chase after the mother dragon, yet was unable to land a hit. What are you doing? Who manipulates sword like you do? Who taught you your sword control techniques? Who taught you sword skills? Kinmu stopped and replied truthfully, I don't know sword control technique, nor do I know any sword skills. Ji Yulan almost died from anger and his head started to ache. He then asked angrily, Why do you carry around a sword pouch if you don't know sword technique or sword skills? Kinmu replied embarrassedly, this sword pouch is very heavy, so I carry it around as a type of training. Gu Linwan almost puked out blood. This kind of crude sword skill made him want to jump out of the mysterious ice more than anything. All right, I shall impart to you sword control techniques by using chi to manipulate sword and sword skills. He suppressed his anger and continued, once you have learned them, you'll be able to slay the mother dragon. Kinmu shook his head. I'm not learning. Gu Linwan flew into a rage. If he wasn't sealed by the mysterious ice, he would have jumped out and beaten this rascal to a pulp. Granny said that there would be someone to teach me better sword arts, and if I learned someone else's sword arts, the person wouldn't teach me anymore. Gu Linwan calmed himself down and laughed loudly. Better sword arts? Do you know that the best sword skills in the world are the Eternal Peace Empire sword skills? Imperial Preceptor had brought together all sword skills in the world and summoned all the grandmasters of sword skills in the world to found the Eternal Peace Empire sword skills. Isn't it the best sword skill if it's founded on the wisdom of all the grandmasters of sword skill? Won't it surpass the sword skills founded by the patriarchs of those so-called sword sects? These so-called sword sects mainly just follow the footsteps of their ancestors and remain stuck in the old ways, thinking that they are invincible, not knowing they were already left far behind.
Kinmu stared blankly.
He felt Gu Linwan's words were very logical and he had no way to deny it. Because of the incident with the Li River sect, he didn't have any favorable impression of the Imperial Preceptor, but he was still impressed with the Imperial Preceptor's magnanimity. To have such magnanimity to ignore the sectarian bias and difference between the sects, allowing the grandmasters of sword skills throughout the world to put their minds together to create a new sword skill entirely. It's hard not to be impressed by this kind person. Not learning. Kinmu shook his head. Gu Linwan had the urge to break the ice himself and ruthlessly whack Kinmu's ass. After all that he had said, he really deserved a beating for not wanting to learn. After a while, Gu Linwan suddenly smiled. All right, I shan't teach you sword skills. I shall teach you sword control techniques. Sword control techniques aren't sword skills, so it won't interfere with you learn the other person's sword skills. Kinmu's heart wavered and nodded reluctantly. It seems like you aren't a completely stubborn mule and know what's good for you. This sword control technique is called Secrets of Elixir Heart. It teaches you how to control a sword and doesn't teach you sword skills. Gu Linwan's spirit vibrated and said, what is Elixir Heart? Elixir is pure, a flawless jade, a 9-transformation spirit pill, a flawless and exquisite heart so pure without any impurity. This sword control technique requires a pure and innocent heart to control the sword. When your heart is there, your sword would be there and it would be disadvantageous to not follow the directions. The incompetence of sword control techniques in this world stems from sticking to the old tradition. The first step to cultivate an elixir heart as fire, furnace in Dantian, using the heart fire to cultivate true vitality. With the furnace as a field and the fire as seeds. Daring the sun god for 10 suns to rise, using the sacred fire of the blazing suns to burn gloriously. Kinmu immediately put his mind down to memorize. The sword control technique of the Secrets of Elixir Heart was profound and righteous. Even when there was a mnemonic chant, if there was no one to explain the profound meaning of it, he wouldn't have known how to cultivate. Gu Linwan repeated the entire Secrets of Elixir Heart once more and explained the profound of cultivation word by word. As he listened, Kinmu's heart was jumping up and down like a spirit monkey tweaking its ears and scratching its cheeks. After some time, Gu Linwan finished explaining the Secrets of Elixir Heart once more. Go cultivate first before controlling the sword. If you are slow, it would take 10 days, and 2 if you are fast before you can use chi to manipulate the Imperial Tudor sword to slay the soul of the Mother Dragon. The little fox in your chest has also benefited from you and had the chance to learn the best sword control technique in the world. Kinmu was filled with gratitude as clasped his hands and bowed to the ground. Thank you, Senior, for your teaching. Junior will engrave them in my memory. Gu Linwan smiled. If you know gratitude, then quickly cultivate and slay the soul of the Mother Dragon. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Qin Mu immediately executed Secrets of Elixir Heart. Secrets of Elixir Heart requires one to see their Danchan as a piece of field, to plow the Danchan and plant sources of fire. When the 10 suns rise in the sky above the Danchan, they would nourish the sources of fire and strengthen them, turning the Danchan into a furnace that's blazing with raging sacred fire. Once it attained a minor success, could one be considered to master the basic of Elixir Heart? When the Elixir Heart attained minor success, one sword would follow one's thoughts when they control sword, allowing the heart and sword to be as one. It was easy to say but difficult to accomplish. To nourish the sources of fire into the sacred fire wasn't that easy, and to cultivate Elixir Heart was even more difficult. Therefore Elixir Heart was split into 9 transformations. As long Qin Mu can cultivate the first transformation, his skill in using Qi to manipulate sword would surpass his previous ability and no doubt catch up with the soul of the Mother Dragon. Your foundation is very solid. Ji Yulanwan was astonished. In just a short time, Qin Mu had already plowed his Danchan and planted his sources of fire. The 10 suns had also risen together and started nurturing the sources of fire. This showed that Qin Mu's cultivation was rather dense. If it was any other ordinary practitioners, they would probably have difficulty in planting the sources of fire, much less making the 10 suns rise. Only by consuming spirit pills and miraculous medicine continuously could one sustain their vital qi to plant enough sources of fire. Qin Mu didn't even need to consume spirit pill and miraculous medicine, and was able to fill his entire Danchan with sources of fire in one shot. In addition, he still had plenty of vital qi left to turn them into 10 suns shining down onto his Danchan. It was extremely scarce for people to have this kind of cultivation in the spirit embryo realm. With his horrifying cultivation speed, he won't need 10 days or 2 days, just 1 day, and he would be able to attain the first transformation of the Secrets of Elixir Heart, slaying the dragon and freeing me out of here. Ji Yulinwan's gaze wavered. Such an outstanding young genius, I don't really want to kill him just like this. He gave a regretful sigh in his heart. However, the great ruins is the land gods abandoned. Even the bugs here are guilty, much less the humans, and they all have to die. Besides, I'm also hungry. I haven't had anything to eat in the past 50 years. The time Qin Mu took to attain the first transformation was shorter than Ji Yulanwan had expected. It had already passed midnight, and the sky outside gradually grew brighter as sunshine penetrated through the surging river's water and shined on the underwater dragon palace. Qin Mu stood up, and a thought flashed through his mind. Suddenly, his vital qi, which was coiled around the junior protector sword, pierced through the dense fog with a swoosh, flying to and fro as swift as lightning. Shi. The piercing sounds of junior protector sword sounded out as Qin Mu instantly controlled the sword to stab 100 times repeatedly, dazzling one's eyes. Even though he didn't know sword skills, just a simple stab from him was already much scarier than Chen Qiu, the disciple from Li River sect, which was known as Sword Sect. Secrets of Elixir Heart was indeed extraordinary. Qin Mu once again expressed his thanks by bowing to Ji Yulanwan sincerely. Thank you, Senior, for imparting your skills. Junior will remember Senior for as long as I live. Ji Yulanwan laughed heartily. You are also extremely talented to be able to thoroughly comprehend and cultivate the first transformation of Elixir Heart in such a short time. However, the little fox at your side isn't as fast as you. Quickly now, manipulate the sword and slay the mother dragon. Ji Yulanwan was beyond elated. With his freedom in sight, even great experts like him can't help swaying their minds by worrying about their personal gains and losses. This kid had such high talent and had also saved me. I somewhat can't bear to kill him. At this moment, Qin Mu turned around and left, bringing the junior protector sword out of the dragon palace as his body vanished in the thick fog. Ji Yulanwan stared blankly and didn't come to terms with what had just happened. Qin Mu had already brought the junior protector sword and Hu Linga out of the dragon palace without even hesitating a step. You better come back. Ji Yulanwan roared in rage. You broke your promise, rascal. I had imparted my techniques and gave my sword to you. Why don't you slay the mother dragon? Outside the palace, Qin Mu's voice sounded further and further away. Senior, The mother dragon had indeed used the dragon bead to kill numerous practitioners that had entered this place. However, the dragon bead would only turn them into dry walking corpses. But, in the dragon palace, there are many corpses that didn't die at the hands of the dragon bead, as they had not turned into dry corpses and had become skeletons instead. Ji Yulan was startled. When did you discover that rascal? I had discovered it the moment I entered the dragon palace. Ji Yulan gritted his teeth and retorted coldly, Are you really only 12? A 12-year-old boy could notice all these things? To understand what had actually happened? To also beat me at my own game without batting an eyelid? Junior is only 12 years old this coming autumn. I'm only 11 now. Kinmu's voice became softer and softer before vanished completely. Vulgarities started to spew out loudly from the Dragon Palace, landing in the ears of Kinmu and Hulinga. Hulinga peeked her head out from his chest and asked puzzledly, Young Master Mu, how did you know he had evil intentions? Kinmu explained, When we had just arrived, did you notice the numerous skeletons other than the dry corpses that had fallen out from midair when I used the monk staff to force back the fog? Hulinga nodded her head. She had noticed the dried-up skeletons wearing official robes being crushed by the dry corpses landing on them. The skeletons' clothing were official robes. Kinmu continued, Ji Yulan had said that he had brought numerous disciples into the Great Ruins for training and discovered this underwater dragon palace. His disciples should have been killed by the dragon bead, but if that's the case, the essence and blood in their body would have been sucked out instead, turning them into dry corpses and not skeletons. If they weren't killed by the dragon bead, then how did they die? Hulinga suddenly came to realization and immediately replied, Gunlan had a very peculiar black banner in his other hand. During the process of getting sealed, he must have used the black banner to kill his disciples. When he was sealed in the mysterious ice by the dragon bead and was unable to escape, he knew he would be stuck here for a long time. Conflicts happened over and over again among the officialdom. Even though they were his disciples, they were all officials of Eternal Peace Empire and had no master and disciple relationship. These people might not even inform the imperial family to come rescue him. After all, an empty seat that belonged to the tutor of Crown Prince was always beneficial to everyone. Kinmu nodded his head. Since the imperial family might not rescue him, he could either give up or go through to the end by absorbing all the essence and blood of his disciples to prevent himself from dying from hunger after being sealed for too long. However, his method was different from the dragon bead of the mother dragon. It was more peculiar and had absorbed the flesh of his disciples as well, turning them into skeletons. Did you remember when we just entered the dragon palace and my monk staff had kept ringing? Hulinga remembered the time when she was prone on Kinmu's pants and was shivering tremendously. Kinmu had even asked her to move her tail away. I had thought it was the thoughts of the dry corpses that had affected the Kakra monk staff, thus causing it to jingle non-stop. However, dry corpses don't have conscience, so I thought it was the impure thoughts of the mother dragon soul. What was weird was when I reached Ji Yulinwan's side, the monk staff stopped ringing, so it would definitely not be the impure thoughts of the mother dragon souls and was Ji Yulinwan's instead. Kinmu continued, The reason why the monk staff stopped ringing was because Ji Yulan had no more impure thoughts. Since we have the Kakra monk staff protecting us, he won't be able to eat us, so he would just have to use us to set him free.
Hulinga was flabbergasted.
Only after some time did the little fox stammer out, Why, young master, are you really only 12 years old? I'm only 12 after autumn. Kinmu gave an honest smile. You must be a fox demon too, right? Hulinga became excited. You must be a male fox that had turned intelligent. The kind that's extremely clever. Kinmu began to grumble. You had no idea how I had spent my childhood. Since young, I have been swindled by a bunch of old men and old lady. Even before I had come out for hunting, Granny had tricked me to grab an egg from the chicken coop. There was a hen dragon inside which I had no chance of winning. After getting chased and beaten by the hen dragon wherever I ran, Granny took the chance to sneak over and grab the egg. After a while, they safely passed through the pool and walked out of the Dragon King's temple. Hulinga raised the demon wind with a spell, and Kinmu travelled on the wind as they returned to the straw hut in front of the waterfall. Kinmu was in a rush to return to the village, so he bid goodbye to Hulinga, who smiled. Why are you in a rush back when you are so dirty and smelly now? There's a pool beside my waterfall where you can take a shower first. I shall wash your clothes and let them dry. Won't it be better if you are wearing clean clothes? Furthermore, there are still some doubts about cultivation I have to consult you on. Kinmu hesitated for a moment and wanted to reply her. However, Granny Sai-cold laughter sounded from inside the straw hut. Shower? Cultivation? Is it to pluck yin to nourish yang, or pluck yang to nourish yin? Granny. Kinmu was astonished and surprised. Why are you here?